Chapter 1. Betting on Life, Blood Profits? In the Era of Life Devouring. August 16th, SM02. Lone on Bay City, outskirts, edge of the human defense line. Mutilated limbs lay scattered on the ground. The earth stained a deep red, and many life-devouring maggots were gnawing at the lifeless bodies. The stench and the smell of blood filled the air. A young man with a weathered face, yet still exuding heroism, stood in the midst of this hellish battlefield. Looking around, he saw enemies everywhere. Chinichuan, you've climbed to this height from being a mere life-devouring maggot. You should be satisfied now. Hand over the things, and you can die with some dignity. Yes, brother, you've already lived more than a year longer, haven't you? Lu, there's no need for more words. This person is at the end of his strength. If he can't fight anymore, just kill him directly. Hee. The man extended his tongue to lick the blood-red blade. You're right, it seems I've meddled too much. Then let me take your life with the sword you drew. Upon hearing this, the young man suddenly straightened his body, and a flicker of brilliance appeared at his fingertips as an exquisitely crafted orange-golden disc materialized. In his hand. Want it? I want to give it to you. What do you want to do? The young man suddenly thrust his hand forward. Draw. No. Damn it. How could you possibly have a million years? But regardless of possibility, that disc had already shattered into fragments and scattered with the wind. Suddenly, a strange light tore through the sky, leaving the surrounding crowd stunned, staring blankly. At this moment, a notification sound echoed in Chun Yichuan's mind. Congratulations on winning the lottery, mysterious crisis. Boom. His world completely blacked out in that instant. In the era of life devouring. Year 1. On July 11th, 2028, the 21st day of the new era. A dark and damp underground parking lot. Ha ha ha. I drew it. I drew the purple longevity pill. Eating it can extend my life by 1,000 years. Who's going crazy? Did they starve too much and start daydreaming? Hey, maybe they're just about to starve to death and are having a moment of clarity. Not impossible, he's been starving for 3 days. A normal person would have kicked the bucket by now. Just as the discussions reached this point. The man who had just laughed suddenly screamed. Damn it. What are you yelling for? You scared away the food from 2 days ago. Are you going to pay for it? I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from hunger. The man speaking was skeletal, his eyes sunken deep from starvation. Even 1 or 2 fierce cockroaches could tear him apart. Wu Xen, request a lottery draw. After this weak voice was heard, the bald man who had been squinting at the parking lot entrance suddenly opened his eyes. What disc are you drawing? The bald man yawned lazily before asking. Why no, yellow? Yellow? The bald man glanced at him with interest. A rare gambler bring 2 people to carry him over. Each person gets a jelly. He'll go. Although it was only a jelly, it still contained moisture and energy, right? Eating it could buy him a few more hours. The frail man Wu Xian was thus carried out of the parking lot. Afterward, half an hour passed amid the anticipation of the crowd, during which a few more people chose to draw a lottery due to unbearable hunger. But they all drew white. At this point, the bald man at the parking lot in trance suddenly spoke. Congratulations to that kid. Just now, he actually drew a purple longevity pill from the yellow longevity. Wheel, that luck, am envious. As soon as the bald man's words fell, gasps of surprise erupted around. Holy crap, a purple longevity pill. Doesn't that mean trading 10 years for 1,000 years? The yellow wheel requires 10 years of life to draw once, while the purple longevity pill increases life by 1,000 years. Blood profit. Hey, am so envious. Should I draw yellow too? Maybe I can get a career card like that. Mo Huaiju. Success is just around the corner. Eggbox, eggbox, eggbox. Svaltil Montag Huaitsu. What a joke, the odds. Just as the fantasizing reached this point, a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over them. Profit my ass, is it his own? Everyone fell silent, bitter smiles on their faces, but they could only accept reality. Not long after, a man walked in from the parking lot entrance. It was Wu Xian. He looked disheveled, exuding a sour stench, his body still emaciated but now with a flush of health on his face, full and feeling relaxed. Upon seeing Wu Xian, many people quickly struck up a conversation. Brother Xian. Hey, isn't this my brother Xian? Ha ha, brother Xian is back. Why are you back? It stinks. Brother Xian, did you profit? At this moment, Wu Xian finally spoke. Profit my ass, it's not my life that I just swap places, living without worries until I die. That's all. All right, I can also get a woman just like that. That's not enough, you know. A man suddenly laughed and scolded. Brother Exine, for us life-devouring maggots, reaching your level is already the peak. What more do we need? Exactly. Imzo enviusi kulti. Maybe, Brother Exine, you'll have good luck and draw another wheel, and you could get a talent, then you'd completely turn the tables. The so-called life-devouring maggots refer to a class of people in society who have no utility. They can't fight, contribute nothing, and living only consumes food, so how could the strong support them for free? As life-devouring maggots, if they want food, they can only exchange their lives. Haha. The compliments from those around undoubtedly filled Wu Zin's vanity, and he laughed heartily, waving his hand. Well said. From now on, as long as I, Wu Exine, have a bite to eat, my brothers will have soup to drink. I'll keep my word. Oh, Brother Exine is mighty. At this moment, the surrounding life-devouring maggots finally cheered. They flattered Wu Exine, hoping for his leftovers. At least it was a fixed source of food, right? Such things had happened before. And this commotion finally woke the frail youth curled up in the corner. Chun Yichuan struggled to open his eyes that he felt extremely weak, as if he would die at any moment. He gently twitched his nostrils, and the heavy sour smell in the air immediately made him feel more awake. Wasn't I killed by the mysterious crisis when I opened the orange golden wheel? Chun Yichuan thought. The wheel, also known as the longevity wheel. It is categorized by colors, divided into white, yellow, purple, black, red, gold, orange gold, blue gold, and rainbow, 9 qualities in total, with higher quality requiring more. Life to unlock. Chun Yichuan's orange gold required a full 1,000,000 years of life. Could it be that this is hell? Chun Yichuan looked around. It was indeed pitch black, somewhat similar. But why does it look like an underground parking lot? Wait, an underground parking lot. However, before he could make sense of it, a long-lost feeling, accompanied by drooling, struck him like a hammer on his head. Hungry. So hungry. Food. Give me food. Chun Yichuan screamed internally, wanted to swallow his own tongue if he could, just as he was thinking. Yo, Chun Yichuan, you actually didn't starve to death? In front of him stood Wu Exine. How about you kneel down and give me a kowtow, and I'll share a bit of tonight's dinner with you. What do you think? The reason Wu Exine came back was for Chun Yichuan, to add insult to injury. Chun Yichuan, I think you might as well give in, right? It's just a kowtow. Better than starving to death, right? Staring at Wu Exine's smug face, Chun Yichuan wore a cold expression, yet he couldn't help but swallow hard. He was too hungry. Even if there was only a sip of soup or a bit of minced meat, it would be enough to keep him alive. But he couldn't, because at this moment, he had confirmed one thing. He had been reborn. Chapter 2, A Sword, a Piece of Cloth. Rebirth. From a gaming perspective, it could also be called loading a save. As Chun Yichuan came to his senses, he immediately understood the reason. That mysterious crisis hadn't killed him instead. It had sent him back to the 21st day after the apocalyptic game descended on Earth. While Chun Yichuan was lost in thought, the death worms in the distance began to whisper among themselves. Why do I feel like Exine Ge has a grudge against this Chun Yichuan? Of course, if there was no grudge, would he speak to him like that? Exactly, in such times, it's hard to stay alive. Who has time to hold grudges? I heard it's because of a woman. What the hell, a love rival? That's explosive. A man with his head wrapped in bandages overheard this and shared what he knew as insider information. Love rival. That woman is Chun Yichuan's sister. Sister? Biological sister? I don't know, but the reason this guy is here waiting to die is because of his sister. So, Exine Ge and Chun Yichuan's grudge is because of his sister? Yeah, I heard Exine Ge was a rich second generation, and that guy risked everything to pursue Chun Yichuan's sister. But unfortunately, she wasn't materialistic and ignored him. What happened later, was it love turned to hate? Not really, it was just that once Exine Ge was so annoying that Chun Yichuan beat him up, and then the apocalyptic game descended. Then why would Chun Yichuan? Hey, wait here to die. Many people nodded, clearly curious. Sad to say, I heard Chun Yichuan's sister has a congenital heart disease, and recently when she had an episode and needed hospitalization, this guy panicked and drew over 60. White roulettes? What the hell? Over 60? Is he insane? Exactly. So he didn't draw anything good? He did, of course. One person can't draw over 60 times without getting anything. But think about it, for us low-tier folks, if we draw something good, what will happen? When the people around heard this, they were stunned. Yeah, that's how it is. Just like Wu Exine, the good things drawn by the death worms would only be confiscated by the settlement. But this Chen Yichuan, you say he's smart, but he's a bit stupid, say he's stupid, but hey. Hey what? What's going on? TSK. This is just a rumor, don't go spreading it around. Damn. Stop keeping us in suspense, what's the situation? I heard out of those 60 roulettes, he drew 2 good items, one of which he secretly hid. 2 items? Were they? A sword and a piece of cloth. A sword? A cloth? Everyone knew these 2 items must be extraordinary, so they hurriedly asked. The storyteller looked smug, as if these 2 items were his own draws. Yes, that sword. It can absorb lifespans. Whether it's a person or a fierce beast, it can absorb. What the hell? No way. Is this real? 3 weeks had passed since the apocalyptic game had descended, and everyone knew what such a sword represented. With it, who would fear not having lifespan to draw? I remember. The Liu family seems to have such a sword, so that was drawn by Chen Yichuan. Then wouldn't he directly rise to power? Why? Don't you know the Liu family style? When they saw Chen Yichuan draw that sword, they didn't think and just snatched it away. At that time, Chen Yichuan only had a little over a year of lifespan left, and they just gave him a pack of instant noodles. Everyone present took a deep breath. This was indeed something the Liu family would do. Ah, how sad and pitiful. But the Liu family might be wary of other families in the city, so they let his sister get treated in the hospital. As for him, TSK, the world is a cruel place. Wait, what about that piece of cloth? Yeah, tell us quickly. It sounds like the one Chen Yichuan hid, right? For something that could be hidden, everyone wasn't too doubtful. Drawing over 60 times and hiding a small piece of cloth amidst the chaos was not a problem. It was just that sword that was too eye-catching to be taken away. The storyteller continued, that piece of cloth is even more outrageous, you might not believe it, but that cloth, it's actually the recipe for longevity pills. What the hell? Doesn't that mean there's an endless supply of longevity pills? Exactly. While everyone was shocked, they also recalled the essence of the topic. Wait, if there's a recipe, how could he be here waiting to die? Could it be that this is the stupid part? Speaking of which, it's still because of his sister. Are we going in circles again? The storyteller said, Humph. The smart part of Chen Yichuan is that he hid the longevity pill recipe because everyone knows how invaluable that thing is. And he's stupid because he hadn't figured out how to use it yet and hid it on his sister. When everyone heard this, they understood such things should be kept on oneself for safety. Hiding it on his sister? That was indeed a bit foolish, especially since his sister is a brainless fangirl. Wait, could it be what I think it is? It can't be, right? The storyteller said, you all know Liu Yunlu, right? The popular young star before the apocalypse? Ugh, I think I can guess how this story unfolds. Are you insane? Did his sister give away the recipe to chase after a star? The storyteller replied, to be precise, one was for her own congenital heart disease, and the other was to please her idol. What a foolish woman. Oh, that's how Liu Xinyu became the only alchemist in Suicheng. Chen Yichuan really has had a rough fate. As the discussion continued, everyone could only sigh. Compared to this, Xiango was actually a rich second generation before. What's so strange about that? How many of us used to be bosses? Now we all end up as death worms. That's true. Such things sound absurd, but they do exist. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, all lives are equal. 21 days ago, the apocalyptic game descended upon Earth, and the sudden upheaval shattered the existing human society, with the concept of family and country no longer existing. And no matter how rich or powerful one was, when facing mutated beasts, they could only flee. When they picked up the lifespan roulette, the remaining time in this life was just a string of numerical values. In front of the roulette, luck became the only factor. Naturally, people's circumstances began to show stark contrasts. Having money was not as good as having food. Many of the original upper-class individuals fell to the bottom due to a lack of food. And those who were originally struggling at the bottom of society became the elite through the roulette, which was even more common. In the parking lot, many people, due to that legendary story, became curious about Chen Yichuan. They wanted to take a closer look. But suddenly they heard, I'm so damn shocked. The heavens have no eyes. Chapter 3. Could it be this bad? Heaven is blind? Everyone was confused. Wasn't this common knowledge? What was Chen Yichuan going crazy about? Star mad? Sigh. How pitiful. Only a little over a year left to live, and he could only unlock the lowest level on the roulette. This life of his was basically over. Going crazy was understandable. How sad, how lamentable. Life is always full of ups and downs. However, Chen Yichuan paid no attention to the discussions around him. The reason he shouted heaven is blind was that he had confirmed the fact that he had read the file and was reborn. Is rebirth a good opportunity? Of course it is. But damn it, could the point chosen by heaven be any more fatal? Not going back to before the apocalypse, nor to the very beginning, but rather back to when he was almost starving to death in a corner. He really knows how to pick. Even if he went back to before his sister needed hospitalization, he could slap himself hard to calm down. For her, it wasn't worth it. But sigh. Chen Yichuan, filled with sorrow, opened the Apocalypse game interface that everyone could see after the arrival of the apocalypse. Attribute panel, name, Chen Yichuan level, 0 lifespan. 1 year and 184 days. Damn, it really is that time. Chen Yichuan cursed inwardly. Indeed it was. Staring at the large bones stick on the ground, Chen Yichuan felt the urge to gnaw on it. But he held back because he knew there was only one path in front of him. The lottery. In today's environment, ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to participate in the game without using the lifespan roulette. To draw a lottery, one needs sufficient lifespan, and to earn lifespan, there are only 3 paths. First, draw a longevity pill from the roulette. Second, take a longevity pill refined by an alchemist. As for the third, it's special items, like the life-sucking sword. But this third option for Chen Yichuan is no different from the second. Both are impossible. So, dragging this body that was about to starve to death, was there any other way besides the first? No matter what, he had to take a gamble. Chen Yichuan was never someone who resigned to fate, and he used his last bit of strength to shout, I want to apply for the roulette lottery. Perhaps someone might ask, wasn't he also left with just a little over a year of lifespan in his past life? How could he have drawn the orange golden roulette with 1,000,000 years of lifespan in such a short time? This brings us to Chen Yichuan's past life experience, where he had to put his head on the line. In his past life, when he was about to starve to death, he still endured the humiliation and bowed to that Wu Exen. Just for one thought, he wanted to live, to make that ungrateful sister see the reality, to make the entire Liu family pay. Before the apocalypse game arrived, if he hadn't taken pity on his cousin Fong Yining and taken her in, she would have starved to death on the streets long ago, okay? Ungrateful. A disgusting ungrateful. But what could he do with just over a year of lifespan while barely hanging on? Tear apart the ungrateful? Beat up the creepy guy? No, he couldn't do anything. Despair. Deep despair suddenly struck Chen Yichuan's heart. It's now or never. If I die, so be it. This was the only thought in Chen Yichuan's mind at that moment. Then he applied for the last white roulette of his life. Not knowing if it was his deeds that moved the heavens, but this white roulette changed his fate. For life-sucking maggots, the white roulette options available were mostly highly negative. There were positive options, but they were extremely low in proportion. At that time, the one in Chen Yichuan's hand had negative options occupying 99 of the roulette area, with only a tiny bit marked all attributes 10, 7 days. All attributes, to put it simply, refer to the 4 basic attributes of strength, spirit, defense, and speed, and having all 10 was equivalent to an 8th level player with balance points. This was definitely a top-tier reward at the time, considering that the highest level players were barely under level 20, even if it was only for 7 days. Yes, at that time, Chen Yichuan drew it and became a level 11 player with a 7-day time limit, and the settlement directly sent him to the border front line to make the most of those 7 days. And the Liu family, because of the life-sucking sword and the longevity pill formula, couldn't be bothered to care about this insignificant ant named Chen Yichuan. This gave Chen Yichuan an excellent development opportunity. Thus, the boy who was originally on the brink of death survived through the borderline, crawling and struggling, using materials dropped from killing fierce beasts and the roulette, developing step by step. Eventually, he became a presence that even the Liu family had to take seriously. And to eliminate future troubles, this giant finally took action. But relying solely on the Liu family, how could they eliminate Chen Yichuan, who had already gained a certain status, without facing enormous pressure? What good is an alchemist? At that time, what humanity needed most in the apocalypse was powerful strongholds. So even the Liu family needed to borrow strength. But what excuse to use? Not long after, the fuse appeared, After a beast tide, Chen Yichuan unexpectedly gained the only top-tier orange golden roulette at that time. The color of the roulette also distinguishes the quality. The more positive options, the higher the level categorized into low grade, middle grade, high grade, rare, and top grade. To be classified as top grade, there must be at least 9 positive options on the board. On that roulette, any of the 9 positive effects could become a decisive bargaining chip for any family to solidify their position, with only a 0.12 chance of mysterious crisis. When the interests are substantial enough, people are willing to take risks no matter how dangerous the process. The Liu family seized this opportunity, gathering many skilled individuals targeting Chen Yichuan. Ultimately, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. 1 person cannot withstand 10 ambushes. Want it? I won't give it to you. Aiming for mutual destruction, Chen Yichuan chose to gamble. It can't be this bad, right? This was the last thought Chen Yichuan had before drawing the orange golden roulette. It wasn't until he really drew it that he realized, as long as the probability of surviving wasn't 100, it was no different from certain death. Waking from his memories, Chen Yichuan endured the hunger and struggled to stand up. Looking back now, the mysterious crisis wasn't necessarily a death trap, right? It's just, although he didn't die, the reborn him wanted to recreate the good luck of his past life, and the chances were apparent. But at this point, complaints were futile. At least with the experience of more than a year from his past life. Even if this time he didn't draw anything good, it was still possible for him to make a comeback. Many things were only fully understood in the later stages. You want to draw? What color do you want? Memories only last a moment. Upon hearing Chen Yichuan shout, the bald man in charge of the underground parking lot immediately raised an eyebrow. White. Starving to the point of dizziness, Chen Yichuan could only muster the strength to say this one word. The bald manager glanced at Chen Yichuan with a hint of disdain. The kid is pretty handsome, but unfortunately, good looks can't be turned into food. Then he tilted his head and said, "Follow me." Just as he finished speaking, another voice came from nearby. "Big brother, I want to draw too." Chapter 4, Amen Poo-Poo. Is anyone else going to draw lots? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw that it was actually Wu Xian speaking. Brother Xian? Didn't he just win the purple longevity pill? Yeah. With the remaining years of life, he could just eat and wait to die. Why draw lots? I don't know, sisterly. Among the crowd, only Chen Yichuan understood Wu Xian's thoughts. It was true that he won the longevity pill for a better life, but how long could that last? Once something happened outside the city, the good life he had could easily turn into a bubble. In this world, only by becoming stronger could one survive better. Wu Xian must be thinking of taking one last gamble. If it doesn't work out, he could just spend his last few months enjoying family time and die in debauchery. What color are you drawing? The bald man asked with a buzzing voice, his expression softening a bit because of the word brother. I also want white. All right, you two come with me. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Yichuan, who looked like he could starve at any moment, and signaled with his eyes to 2 life-devouring maggots, saying, "Old rules, bring him over. Later, each person gets a jelly." Woohoo! Brother Zhang is mighty. Coming. As for why it was these 2 people this time, just look at how they walk, and you'll know. No need to ask. Those who understand, understand. In this day and age, women are considered a reward. So how could they be piled up in this parking lot? Many people immediately cast disdainful glances. But upon hearing there were jellies to eat, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, shouting internally, "Damn pretty boy." Unfortunately, this pretty boy is not something anyone can just become. The apocalypse game has descended, with fierce beasts and alien plants rampant. Humans can only gain the power to contend with them through the lifespan roulette. But what the roulette can draw is entirely random. It could be a longevity elixir, or it could be a ferocious beast. To avoid danger as much as possible, setting up a special lottery area has become necessary, generally outside the city's warning line. In the northwest of Sui City, there is a 100-year lottery area. As the name suggests, only 1 to 100-year lifespan can be drawn here. In other words, the guarding strength here is only enough to deal with the dangers drawn from the 100-year roulette. Team leader Jia, I brought people over to draw lots. The team leader of the Northwest 100-year lottery area, Jia Qingji, glanced back and asked, 2 life-devouring maggots? What color are you drawing? It was clear that even though Wu Xian had just drawn a purple longevity pill, In Jia Qingji's eyes, he was still just a life-devouring maggot. No difference. This is reality. White. Jia Qingji showed no surprise and just said lightly, "Well, you know the rules, right? Before the lottery, you can have a bag of dry food plus a bottle of water, no women, and bathing is off the table. Also, whatever you draw must be surrendered." Chen Yichuan and Wu Xian answered in unison. Understood. You go first. Jia Qingji's gaze turned to Wu Xian, and as soon as he finished speaking, a metal ring flashed between his fingers. It was obviously a space ring. In the blink of an eye, a cardboard box full of white roulettes appeared in front of Chen Yichuan and Wu Xian, a pile of low-grade white roulettes. This was the treatment they received. As for higher-quality roulettes, people like them, life-devouring maggots, wouldn't even have a chance. Wu Xian squatted down and rummaged through the pile of white roulettes, finally finding one he liked. Team Leader Jia, I want this one. Jia Qingji glanced over. Oh, a Potion Master job transfer card. What he referred to was the only positive reward on that white lifespan roulette, but unfortunately, it accounted for only a tiny fraction, not even 0.1. Purely daydreaming. Good luck. The food is in that box. Do you want to eat first or draw directly? Let's draw directly. Wu Xian had just had a good meal, and his treatment had long been upgraded, so he didn't care about this guaranteed supply. Then, he shot a provocative glance at Chen Yichuan. Finally, he placed the roulette on the ground. He placed his left hand on his chest, his face full of sincerity, and then his right hand with 4 fingers together lightly tapped on his forehead, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder, finally bringing his hands together, thumbs interlocked. Amen. Poo-poo. Jia Qingji next to him almost spat out. What the hell is amen poo-poo? A blend of Chinese and Western prayers. But thinking about the probability of the Potion Master job transfer card on that roulette, it might really take a combined effort of Eastern and Western styles to draw it. After spitting out his saliva, Wu Xian directly rubbed a mud ball in his hand and then bowed to the roulette. At this pace, he was just missing a dance of a great deity. He was also praying frantically in his heart. Give me the card. Give me the card. Give me the card. Just let me get the bound transfer card. I'm willing. Willing to sacrifice 50 years of my desk mate's lifespan. Draw out. Transfer card. After shouting this, Wu Xian directly raised his hand and pressed it on the roulette, a year of lifespan quietly deducted. And the white roulette emitted a dazzling white light as it spun. Finally, ding. Congratulations. You have won 15 pairs of stinky socks that haven't been washed for 7 days. Damn it. Wu Xian directly smashed the reward he held in his hand onto the ground. And the roulette he had treasured just moments ago was crushed into pieces when he stood up. Stinky socks, stinky socks. Damn it. Why? Why? In stark contrast to Wu Xian's rage was Jia Qingji, who wore a calm expression. After all, he had seen too many of these situations. All right. Not drawing a ferocious beast is already good luck for you. Hurry up and leave. Hearing this, no matter how angry Wu Xian was, he didn't dare to act out against Jia Qingji and could only swallow his anger. However, he didn't leave, but retreated to the side, his gaze turning to Chen Yichuan, clearly wanting to see what he could draw. Meanwhile, Chen Yichuan moved to the box storing food first, quickly grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits and devoured them in a few bites, then guzzled down a 1L bottle of mineral water. After burping, he finally felt somewhat restored. TSK, a reincarnated starving ghost, Wu Xian muttered disdainfully, completely forgetting that not long ago, his eating manner hadn't been much better than Chen Yichuan's. Let's draw after eating. Jia Qingji indifferently glanced at Chen Yichuan. Since he ate first, he had to supervise him until he finished drawing the roulette. After all, in this world, food is one less for every portion eaten. Human productivity has yet to recover. Chen Yichuan, hearing this, didn't hesitate and squatted down in front of the cardboard box to rummage. But when his right hand touched one of the roulettes, a cold prompt sound suddenly jumped into his mind. Please specify the prize you want. 1. A cup of soil. 2. 10 pounds of scrap, iron. 3. Global show-off license. 4. Magic sound mouse. 10. Yellow longevity pill. Chen Yichuan was directly stunned, his mind blank for half a moment. Specify. Chapter 5. Not only can you choose, but there are also hidden rewards. Please specify the prize you want. Perhaps Chen Yichuan did not respond in time. and the cold prompt sound his mind came again. What the hell? Specify? What does that even mean? It can't be what I'm thinking, right? Damn, am I really that hungry? Chen Yichuan asked himself in his mind, but for such things, it's better to believe in their existence than to doubt it. If it really could be specified, magical artifacts, elixirs, attributes, everything he once lost could be easily regained, right? Moreover, some of the rewards on the wheel could change the entire world. If he could really choose to put 1,000 steps back, at least he could decide his own fate now. As long as he draws something that can't be submitted to the settlement, that would be fine, right? Defying fate is just a thought away. Even in this world, it probably could be easily obtained, right? He really needed to think carefully. What he could choose included attribute bonuses, special physiques, binding job transfer cards, etc. This was also the only opportunity for the devouring grubs to defy fate. But want to draw these from the low-grade white life wheel. The odds were too slim, too slim. Hurry up, what are you stalling for? It seemed that Chazhengi couldn't help but urge. No matter how carefully you select, trying to draw good things from the white wheel is just a fool's dream. In his view, this was just a waste of time. But Chen Yichuan seemed to be oblivious, continuing to search. However, after rummaging through the entire box, he still couldn't find the wheel from his past life. Is it really gone? Is it because my actions are different from my past life? The butterfly effect? No. If I could really specify rewards, then let us give it a try. I've chosen, it's this one. Chazhengi glanced at him with some impatience and then sneered. Longevity pill? Huh. You really have resigned yourself, huh? The white wheel in Chen Yichuan's hand was the same as the one Wu Xin chose, and had only one positive effect. Yellow longevity pill. Consuming it could increase lifespan by 100 years. The probability was 1/3. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan maintained a blank expression and did not respond. Chazhengi didn't mind, thinking he was just numb. Besides this wheel, let alone the fact that it might not even produce anything, even if it did, what could it do? Next, please specify the prize you want. 1. Dependent defense 2. Four-corner python 3. Beast hide 4. A basket of stinky eggs. 10. Yellow longevity pill. As soon as the prompt in his mind finished, Chen Yichuan silently thought, I choose 8. Yes, it's 8. The next moment, the wheel glowed with white light, which finally transformed into a stream of light, bursting out from the wheel with a chilling yet intense aura. Congratulations on winning. Fiery blood red snake. Just as the lottery ended, Chen Yichuan quickly threw the wheel away, and a small teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Damn! Wu Xin beside him immediately shouted, Beast, it's a beast. But Chazhengi, who had been standing aside, still wore a blank expression. He casually drew the treasured sword from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, the fiery blood-red snake was cut in half at its 7-inch mark. After that, what a fuss. This guy, he made it look smooth. All right, enjoy your last few days. This statement was clearly directed at Chen Yichuan. Although he still had half a year without food, he wouldn't last even half a month. But at this moment, Chen Yichuan ignored him. Because, congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can choose an additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. Not only can you really choose a reward, but there is also an additional hidden reward. My God, could it be that the core of the mysterious crisis is actually this? As for why the fiery blood-red snake was the grand prize, only Chen Yichuan knew. Now, he quickly looked at the hidden rewards that appeared before him. 1. Klee-Figurine, 30 cm tall. 2. Dan Daoba. A box of unified old pot braised beef noodles 4. All attributes 7. 5 days 5. Yellow longevity pill 2. All 5 options were actually outside the wheel, and they were all positive rewards. But it makes sense. If the hidden rewards were on the wheel, then they wouldn't be hidden. Once drawn, wouldn't everyone see them? And now, Chen Yichuan could only choose something that others couldn't see. In public, there was only one option. I choose 4. Chen Yichuan silently thought. Reward has been issued. A warm current quickly entered his body, finally dissolving the powerless hunger he felt after being reborn. Severe hunger cannot be resolved by just one hearty meal. The body's functions would nearly wither due to lack of nutrients, and it would take time to recover even after consuming energy. What are you still doing here? Disperse. Seeing that Chen Yichuan and Wu Xin were still not leaving, Chazhengi couldn't help but urge. He had a big boss scheduled for a draw from the purple wheel today, and he didn't have time to waste with these two devouring grubs. However, Captain Chajing, can I have a snake's corpse? Huh. This is a fiery blood-red snake. Its meat has a strong fire poison. What? Are you really that hungry? For a devouring grub that has no combat power and is about to starve, he only thought of this purpose. But then he said, do whatever you want. If you want it, just take it. If it poisons you, you won't have to starve anymore. Thank you, Captain Chajing. Chazhengi waved his hand, not caring. Wu Xin, on the other hand, quickly shouted, Captain Chajing, I want to draw again. TSK, do you think this is a lottery? People could die here. Chazhengi was obviously a bit impatient. After all, there aren't many years left to live. Draw, 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 and hurry up and leave. I still have 7 years of life, and I want to exchange for 6. Wu Xin was clearly prepared to go all in. Do as you please. Next, congratulations on winning. Dependent defense. Congratulations on winning. Damaged antique mobile phone. Congratulations on winning. 3 iron wires. Congratulations on winning. 1 screaming chicken. Congratulations on winning. 1 signed photo of Kunkin. Congratulations on winning. Flower Demon by Wong. Wu Xian's expression turned dark from the moment dependent defense was drawn. But when the 6th prize from the wheel appeared, damn, again, Chazhengi casually swung his knife again, cutting the flower demon in half at the stem. Shen Yichuan stepped forward and picked up the corpse again. You can also eat this? I have no choice. I'm really too hungry. All right. Chazhengi still wanted to chase them away, but at that moment, a woman in a red dress got out of a car not far away. The originally slightly angry expression on Chazhengi's face became all smiles in an instant. Little Chajing welcomes Miss Lu's grand arrival. The woman waved her hand without any emotion. Upon hearing the word Lu, Chen Yichuan instinctively looked up, and when he saw the person, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. It really is her. Lu Xinyu. Chapter 6 Level 5 Beast, Slingshot. Miss Lu, are you drawing now, or facing Lu Xinyu? Cha Qingji's tone shifted instantly from disdain and contempt to flattery and servility, the wrinkles on his face nearly falling off from a smile. This is the Lu family. While they may not be the sole power, their ability to concoct longevity pills has already placed them in an undefeated position in this early apocalypse. Let's get started once you're ready. Listening to his compliments, Lu Xinyu remained expressionless, appearing somewhat stiff. Don't worry, absolutely no problem. Even if we draw out a beast tide, I can handle it in this lottery area. Cha Qingji said this, and Lu Xinyu suddenly shouted sharply, shut your crow mouth. Despite her fierce tone, there was still no hint of expression on her face. A true ice queen. Hey. All right. Cha Qingji immediately broke into a cold sweat, almost slapping himself, and then stepped back, signaling his subordinates to prepare for defense. Only then did Lu Xinyu retract her gaze, and with a flash of light from her fingers, a purple roulette appeared in her hand. Behind her, Wu Xian, curious, was staring intently at that side. After all, having turned into life-eating maggots, he had never seen the purple roulette lottery. Normal people don't have a lifespan of 100 years, right? Chen Yichuan, however, was crouched under the steps, fiddling with something in his hands. Perhaps due to the attention the purple roulette lottery attracted, no one noticed his inconspicuous small figure. In the lottery area, Lu Xinyu took a deep breath. Then, to eliminate any imminent danger, she turned the surface of the roulette outward and softly called out, "Draw" in the next moment. The flowing purple light swiftly swept across the various prizes on the roulette, among which a very small segment stood out significantly compared to the others, because it was longevity pill formula. In this era where lifespan lottery is the theme, mastering the method of concocting longevity pills is akin to possessing a money printer in peacetime. What a concept those who understand know. The presence of the longevity pill formula on the Lu family's purple roulette makes it far more valuable than other roulettes of the same level. However, drawing the longevity pill is already extremely difficult, let alone the formula. The result of Lu Xinyu's lottery this time was undoubtedly, congratulations on winning. Level 5B Scaled Sea Cuttlefish. Damn! The moment the prize was confirmed, Lu Xinyu immediately jumped back a step, although she was in high heels. Her movements were not hindered at all. In less than half a second, the distance had already widened to over 10 meters. At this point, a portal opened in front of the purple roulette. A giant sea leech over 2 meters tall suddenly appeared, and the moment it breathed in air, its jagged shell suddenly opened, and a silent shriek immediately spread. It was a high-frequency infrasound wave. While it wouldn't kill anyone, dizziness and the impulse to vomit were unavoidable. The defenses set up by Cha Changji momentarily stalled at this instant. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, the tentacles on top of the scaled sea cuttlefish shot out 2 water arrows in the blink of an eye. One pierced through a defense structure that was 30 to 40 centimeters thick, while the other, Ali, the one shouting, was one of Cha Chingji's subordinates, calling out to his nearby comrade, because that swift water arrow directly penetrated Ali's head. Fighting against beasts was already incredibly dangerous, and one could die at any moment. Lives in this apocalyptic game are worthless. This is also why those unable to fight are treated as life-eating maggots. When they're life-eating maggots, they still have some minuscule value, but when facing beasts directly, their lives would only perish faster. The man who shouted clearly had a very good relationship with Ali, as he raised his machete and charged out of the defensive formation, rushing towards the scaled sea cuttlefish. However, calm down, damn it, Cha Chingji shouted loudly, and the next moment he grabbed a long spear from beside him and threw it fiercely. The scaled sea cuttlefish intended to kill another person, but the spear that flew towards it made it feel a life-threatening danger, forcing it to quickly close its jagged shell in defense. All of this happened in an instant. The spear thrown by Cha Chingji Klang embedded itself into the scaled sea cuttlefish's shell, the tail of the spear vibrating for a while before settling down. However, judging by the depth it penetrated, it had not broken through the defense at all. But Cha Chingji seemed to have no expectations that a single spear could take the opponent down. After forcing it to close its shell, he immediately issued another command. Military crossbow, load up, yes, fire together. Hiss. The sound of dozens of crossbow arrows shooting toward the scaled sea cuttlefish rang out. Pop! With a light sound, the scaled sea cuttlefish's hard shell cracked open slightly because it was simultaneously subjected to multiple attacks. There is hope, another round, Cha Chingji hurriedly said, but before his subordinates could load, Lu Xinyu spoke up. Wait, try to preserve the integrity of the shell as much as possible, and don't damage the soft tissue inside. Hearing this request, Cha Chingji almost exploded with curses, but he couldn't ignore it. He thought to himself, this woman must be after the materials on the scaled sea cuttlefish, right? That shell is great material for making shields. After all, the Lu family has an artifact refiner. But this is just a 100-year lottery area. Facing a level 5 beast, being able to kill it is already impressive. And she still has so many demands. But there was no choice. Aim for that gap, fire together. His subordinates wore grim faces, daring to be angry but not able to speak. Do we think we're sharpshooters? Who would have known that in this gap? The scaled sea cuttlefish suddenly opened its shell again and emitted another eerie scream. The infrasound wave instantly caused a halt dizziness. Unavoidable. Cha Chingji was stunned. It was all this troublesome woman's fault. This wave would definitely cost him more subordinates, and who knows, maybe even himself. But no one knew that this time, the scaled sea cuttlefish's shell opening was an emergency, and the frequency of the infrasound wave was fast enough but lacked persistence. The distance it traveled was limited, at most 15 meters. This distance just happened to not reach the back, where Wu Xian and Chen Yichuan were. Pooh! The moment the scaled sea cuttlefish opened its shell, a pebble, with a bullet-like whistling sound, flew past Cha Chingji's defensive formation and hit the scaled sea cuttlefish directly. The terrifying impact made the 2-meter-tall cuttlefish sway precariously. The sudden turn of events shifted the advantage back to the humans. Although Cha Chingji didn't understand the reason. He was responsible for the lottery area, and his reflexes were sharp. Seeing a favorable situation arise, he grabbed the long spear behind him and threw it. As the spear flew out, boom! A long resonating sound was heard as the soft tissue of the scaled sea cuttlefish was pierced, and shell was shattered from the internal shock. Thus, the level 5 beast perished on the spot. Cha Chingji let out a slight breath of relief. ordered his subordinates to go and dismantle the scaled sea cuttlefish's corpse, and then turned to look for the source of that pebble. But following the trajectory of the pebble's flight, he only saw Wu Exin empty-handed and Chen Yichuan holding a slingshot in his hand. Cha Qingji was dumbfounded. That pebble couldn't have been shot out by the slingshot in Chen Yichuan's hand, could it? Chapter 7. The general struggles in a battle without troops. No, it's impossible. Cha Qingji directly dismissed this speculation before becoming an official player in the Doomsday game. An ordinary person's attributes are all 1, and some may even be less than 1. How could they possibly inflict damage on a level 5 ferocious beast? However, upon meeting his gaze, Chen Yichuan inadvertently confessed, I was wrong, Team Leader Cha. I was just a bit impulsive just now. While speaking, he pretended to look innocent, even hinting that he was willing to accept whatever came next. But to Cha Qingji, this was nothing but a blatant show-off. Before he could speak, Lu Xinyu suddenly interrupted, asking, "What's the deal with the slingshot in your hand?" Her first thought was, it must have come from the roulette. Hearing this question, Chen Yichuan silently praised himself. Why did he choose this moment to show off? It was to attract Lu Xinyu's attention. The reason he had to draw the blood-red snake was for this moment. If he just wanted to conduct an experiment, he could have chosen something better, right? For example, a temporary attribute boost or a special physique. But neither of these could maximize his value when he was unarmed and just a devourer. The moment he was brought to this century-old lottery area in the northwest, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Although the process was slightly different, the result was the same. Lu Xinyu had also come to draw from the century-old purple roulette. This coincided with the stories Chen Yichuan had heard in his past life, to draw a higher-level purple longevity pill formula. Alchemist Lu Xinyu had bet a century of her lifespan, only to unexpectedly draw a level 5 ferocious beast that wreaked havoc in the northwest lottery area. He had bet right, but even if he had bet wrong, there was still a way out. After all, the corpse of the blood-red snake was a valuable item. I think the snake's tendons are very elastic, so I tried pulling it out. As he said this, Chen Yichuan was gambling again. He couldn't be too straightforward and expose himself, so he could only gamble that Lu Xinyu wasn't a stupid woman. The grip of the slingshot is from the lottery.However, right? Upon hearing her question, a trace of barely noticeable excitement flashed in Chen Yichuan's eyes. He had bet right. Just using materials on site. This was indeed the truth, after all. Who could have predicted that Wu Xin would draw 6 times in a row and even get a lottery? He was merely a reincarnator, not a prophet who knew everything. Moreover, even without the vine of the lottery, he could still utilize the tendons of the blood-red snake by just pulling with his hands. After hearing Chen Yichuan's explanation, Lu Xinyu thought for a moment. Then, in a commanding tone, she said, "Let me see the slingshot." The young man felt somewhat helpless, but could only hold it out. He couldn't do anything. It was already a blessing that the Lu family hadn't directly snatched it away, just as she took it from his hands. This, strength 5. Lu Xinyu hadn't lowered her voice, so everyone present heard it. Cha Qingji couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was it really that slingshot? Wu Xin was completely dumbfounded. This Chen Yichuan actually had a hidden skill? What is your name? After the shock, Lu Xinyu's tone noticeably softened. Chen Yichuan. Chen Yichuan had no intention of hiding. With the Lu family's capabilities, they could easily find out his information, so he decided to be straightforward. Sure enough, upon hearing this name, Lu Xinyu's tone immediately changed. Laced with intrigue. So it's you. It seems you still hid something during that 62 consecutive draws? Chen Yichuan's lottery had been hosted by the Lu family. So how could Lu Xinyu not know about this sensational event? However, he just lowered his head and didn't speak. At this moment, anything he said would be superfluous. There was even a dead end in front of him, where the Lu family might kill him to eliminate future troubles. But even so, he still had a backup plan. However, Chen Yichuan wasn't a fool. Knowing there was a dead end, he wouldn't throw himself into the net. The only reason he made this choice was that Lu Xinyu's actions led him to conclude the Lu family was not a monolithic entity. Many things were not as he had imagined. Otherwise, why would this alchemist Lu, already a master, waste a century of her lifespan to gamble for a purple longevity pill formula? From any perspective, The Liu family shouldn't use that century of lifespan to draw for a pill formula. It seemed that my white-eyed wolf sister wasn't as foolish as I thought. Chen Yichuan mused, as various events indicated that the formula might not have truly fallen into the Liu family's hands. Silence lasted for about half a minute. Unlike Liu Xinyu, the others were thinking. So all this time, he was actually Chen Yichuan, the man who made the Liu family the #1 family in the community? What a twist of fate. At this moment, Liu Xinyu seemed to weigh the pros and cons, and then looked at Chen Yichuan, saying, Chen Yichuan, you probably have less than a year of lifespan left, right? The young man remained silent. Although it was all due to his impulsive actions, the Liu family's behavior was deeply engraved in his heart, and he dared not forget it for a moment. The words, "It's all thanks to you," were stuck in his throat. Liu Xinyu seemed to notice the resentment in his eyes, but said, "Come with me. You know, I can help you survive." Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan's murderous intent rose again. But on the surface, he merely exhaled deeply and asked, "Really?" Liu Xinyu had no intention of making promises. She simply said, "Believe it or not, if you want to live, come with me." After saying that, she turned to leave. The sudden change in the situation made many look at Chen Yichuan with envy. After all, being connected to the Liu family, while not leading to great wealth, at least meant he could eat and stay warm in this apocalypse. Wu Exine clenched her fists tightly, filled with jealousy. "King Yu, give me back the slingshot." Chen Yichuan took a few steps to catch up, tentatively asking. Liu Xinyu, hearing this, did not respond, merely tossing the slingshot behind her. Whether Chen Yichuan could catch it was none of her concern. However, when the two reached their destination, the situation became awkward, because there was only one seat left in the car. Liu Xinyu had come here low-key, only bringing 2 subordinates, one of whom was driving. Therefore, if she wanted to take Chen Yichuan back, they had to sit in the back together. A flicker of conflict flashed in the woman's eyes, but she ultimately said, "Get in the car." She added, "If you dare to leave any mess in the car." But what she didn't know was that Chen Yichuan was even more conflicted. Was he really going to be in the same space as this woman? "I can sit on the roof." Upon hearing this, Liu Xinyu suddenly snapped, "Stop talking nonsense." In the end, Chen Yichuan still got into the car. As for humiliation, he couldn't say he felt none. But he knew that even though he had overcome the hunger crisis and gained the ability to choose rewards, the most awkward thing now was he had no life to gamble with. With only half a year left, he couldn't even draw a piece of the white roulette. As the saying goes, a general struggles in a battle without troops. So he could only submit to his enemy and first rid himself of the title of Devourer before making further plans. Driving towards the Zhenjiang defense area. Chapter 8. Apocalypse Game. Devouring worms, Liu Xinyu's car sped through the remnants of broken walls for over half an hour before reaching the destination she mentioned, the Zhenjiang defense zone. Chen Yichuan, not wanting to linger for even a moment, got out of the car. Looking around, he felt that the best word to describe this place was fence. Barbed wire connected the remnants of buildings, powered with high-voltage electricity to prevent monstrous beasts from breaking through. Why do the devouring worms always thrive in dark and damp places? It's because most of the electricity is used for these defense zones. Even the relatively better high-rise buildings experience power outages from time to time. This was the outcome of the strong people fighting desperately to protect a few power stations. Unfortunately, the energy was simply not enough for production. Chen Yichuan still remembered that in his previous life, humanity had built towering barriers and established base cities using shields drawn from the roulette. Productivity had recovered, and the devouring worms as a class had subsequently collapsed. But that was already over 100 days after the game had descended. Now, this is the defense zone that my Liu family is responsible for. From today on, you will stay here. He will take you to the guard team, and if you are still alive after 3 days, I will give you a longevity pill. After saying this, Liu Xinyu left, leaving behind the subordinate who had been sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Qiu. Chen Yichuan raised his eyes slightly and thought, do they want me to show my value? This aligns with my plans. In his previous life, he was weak and could only fight on the front lines, building up strength. Because the Liu family didn't take care, he had excellent development time. But while he was developing, the enemy wasn't standing still either. The Liu family was also developing. They had become a colossal entity that he alone could hardly shake, ultimately surrounding him because of an orange gold roulette. This kind of thing must never happen again in this life. The reason he exposed his abilities in front of the Liu family was for this point. Want to use me? Then I'll play along. Corroding from the inside is far simpler than attacking from the outside. Just wait. Everything you have taken will eventually be reclaimed. Wu Qiu, however, had no idea what Chen Yichuan was daydreaming about. Seeing him standing still, he reminded him, "Let's go, it's right ahead." He was naturally referring to the guard team. After about 3 minutes of walking, Chen Yichuan came across a dilapidated building that had lost about 30% of its structure. Fortunately, the main body of the building was still standing, preventing it from collapsing. Wu Qiu stepped forward and gently pushed open the door on the first floor. "Hao Zhao, the lady asked me to bring someone over." He went straight to the point, but the only response he received was a series of inappropriate exclamations from children. Chen Yichuan felt awkward and scratched his nose. This guy just interrupted someone else's good deed? But Wu Qiu's mouth twitched, followed by a reprimand. "How? Get your ass out here." "Oh no." Behind the broken screen, Hao Zhao felt a chill run through him and almost left a shadow. He instinctively wanted to curse but thought better of it. Who would dare call him like that if they weren't someone formidable? At that moment, okay, coming. Hao Zhao rushed out, not even having time to tie his belt, and upon seeing Wu Qiu, his head shrank a bit. "Qiu, big brother Qiu." Wu Qiu's face was as cold as frost. "I told you to keep an eye on this defense zone, and this is how you do it? Eating too much and full of energy, huh?" "I caught red-handed." Hao Zhao had no excuse to explain. When can't women be entertained? If the defense line encounters a problem because of your negligence, have you thought about what kind of storm the Liu family will face? By then, you might even lose your life. This is your first time. I'll deduct 2 days' worth of rations. If you dare to do it again, I. Hao Zhao opened his mouth, but could only hang his head in frustration. "Yes, big brother." The task of the guard team is to resist the beasts that break through the defense line, and they are on duty 24 hours a day. Once a beast breaks through, to put it bluntly, how many of the devouring worms raised by the strong will die? In today's world, human life is equivalent to currency. Seeing Hao Zhao accept his punishment, Wu Qiu's expression softened a bit. Then he turned to the door and said, "You can come in now." Chen Yichuan knew he was being called and turned to enter the room. This person was brought by the lady. From now on, just find a place for him in the Zhenjiang defense zone. "I'm leaving now." "Okay, got it," Hao Zhao quickly replied. After watching Wu Qiu disappear, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Throughout this, Chen Yichuan had remained silent, but Hao Zhao seemed to have misunderstood something from Wu Qiu's words. "The lady asked me to bring him." With a slight shift of his eyes, he asked, "Little brother, what is your name?" Hearing this question, Chen Yichuan, having lived 2 lives, understood immediately. If there were no reason, these people who usually don't regard the devouring worms as human would never look at him with respect. Chen Yichuan. "Oh, so it's Brother Chen. Then I'll call you Brother Chuan from now on?" "That's fine." Seeing Chen Yichuan's deliberately profound demeanor, Hao Zhao became even more convinced of his guesses. "Hee, Brother Chuan, I didn't expect you to catch Liu Xinyu's eye. That's impressive." By the end, his tone was clearly teasing. Chen Yichuan felt a wave of disgust. This guy's imagination was definitely not picturing a normal scene. "Don't think too much. I'll call you Zhaoge, okay?" As the other party had already taken a wrong turn in his thoughts, it was quite reasonable for him to slide down the slope. "Hey, no problem." While Hao Zhao was speaking, the woman behind the screen suddenly poked her head out and weakly called, "Captain Hao Yu." "Wait." Hao Zhao's expression turned cold. "Can't you see I'm busy? Go play by yourself." Then he switched to a smile. "Brother Chuan, my room doesn't smell too good. Shall we talk outside?" "Sure." The two then stepped outside. After a few pleasantries, "Brother Chuan, since you're new here, let me tell you about the origins of our defense zone." "Thank you." It's nothing." In the following minutes, Hao Zhao used as few words as possible to introduce Chen Yichuan to the various circumstances after the apocalypse game descended upon Earth. Chen Yichuan already knew everything he mentioned, but he patiently listened. The apocalypse game has been on Earth for 21 days. The initial mutations caused plants and animals to transform into monstrous beasts, rampaging everywhere, causing nations around the world to cease to exist. After later statistics, within just a few hours, the death and injury ratio of the global population reached 37. This is 37 of over 8 billion people. Nearly 3 billion people. Humanity took 7 long days of crawling and struggling before. After another sharp reduction of nearly 1 billion people, they finally grasped the rules of the new world. This is a game based on the concept of apocalypse, with survival as the goal, all humanity as players, and mutated plants and animals as NPCs. The core rule is the lifespan roulette. With no so-called levels, killing monsters will yield rewards. The main storyline remains unclear, and the server is Earth. Later, players referred to it as Devouring Worms. Chapter 9 Self-Transformation of Hao Zhao. Although the rules have been understood, the early shocks have shattered the existing social organization, forcing humanity to form scattered settlements around the globe. The population has sharply decreased, and productivity has plummeted to a standstill. In a digitized world, many scientific endeavors have lost their significance. Humanity has been forced to revert to a primitive state. Although there are planes and tanks, and firearms do have a certain lethality against beasts, productivity has halted, and every round of ammunition used is one less available. Unless faced with a massive beast tide, they will not be deployed. However, after many players have leveled up, people have discovered that Life Devourer brings not only disaster, but also endless opportunities. After reaching a certain level, individual abilities can inflict damage on beasts that far exceeds that of firearms. A society of the strong has thus been born, and all of this was frozen on the 12th day after Life Devourer descended. 9 days ago, Chun Yichuan pretended not to understand, feigning surprise as he asked. Yes, in just 21 days, less than a month, this world has completely changed. Hao Zhao sighed as he spoke. Only someone like him, who found a way early on as a formal player, has the qualifications to feel pity for the world. Those at the bottom can only think of one thing: survive. The position of the Liu family was also established 9 days ago in the settlement south of Jiangnan, namely Suicheng, which is considered a second-tier power. However, with the life-sucking sword and the formula for longevity pills in hand, it is only a matter of time before they rise to the top tier. Ah, that's right. Upon hearing these two items, Chun Yichuan felt an uncomfortable itch in his teeth. Don't ask, just know it's out of hatred. By the way, Zhao Ge, when did you become a formal player? The most special aspect of Life Devourer is that not everyone can become a formal player. The process has a sense of survival of the fittest. Hey, just lucky. Hao Zhao said luckily, but in reality, he was quite pleased with himself. Not long ago, our defense zone experienced a small-scale beast tide, and by chance, a life card was dropped. Life card? What is that? Chun Yichuan pretended to be naive again. Oh dear, look at me. I almost forgot to tell you. The so-called life card, also known as lifespan card, can be understood as the internet access permit for Life Devourer. It can be found in the roulette or dropped from monsters. Following Hao Zhao's introduction, Chun Yichuan was forced to review the basic knowledge of life cards. In short, only those who obtain a life card are formal players. They can gain experience by killing monsters, level up, and become stronger. Of course, its functions are far beyond these, such as cross-regional forums, item trading, and so on. In short, everything in Life Devourer is based on the lifespan card. So, Zhao Ge, what level are you at now? Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao suddenly raised his head proudly. Not high, level 4. Level 4 is indeed not high. What the hell? What kind of expression is that? Level 4 is already quite high. Okay, in the entire Zhenjiang defense zone, besides me, only 3 others have reached level 4. Is that so? Chun Yichuan had to pretend to suddenly understand. So he was the highest level person in the entire defense zone now, even if it was just temporary. However, in such a place, level 4 is indeed considered high, as most others are at levels 2 to 3. Besides, how could high-level strong players be content to stay in a border defense zone? Unless a beast tide of a certain level strikes, they might show up to fend off the enemy. All right, Brother Chuan, let me take you to find a place to stay first. Afterward, we can go outside the defense zone. Maybe we can find a life card. Okay then, thank you. Chu Yi. The two exchanged words, one continuing the misunderstanding, while the other, the donkey on the slope, was about to reach the basin. In this Zhenjiang defense zone, the so-called places to stay are, to put it bluntly, just those houses that haven't completely collapsed yet. Eventually, Chun Ichuan chose a hotel room from before the apocalypse. The environment was still dirty and messy, but at least it wasn't as damp as the underground parking lot. In the room, the young man sat down on the dusty sofa, and the slightly restless mood from being reborn finally eased. Life cards, lifespan. I need to get these two things first, Chun Ichuan murmured, reaching out to tap the air. Attribute panel name, Chun Ichuan level, 0 lifespan, 184 days vitality, 100 strength, 17 mentality, 17 defense, 17 speed, 17. Looking at his return to square one panel, Chun Ichuan shook his head helplessly. This feeling was like having an account he painstakingly developed suddenly wiped clean by the officials. It was painful, yet he had to accept it. If only he could come back with his old panel. Never mind. A good sleep, and I can have anything in my dreams. Chun Ichuan muttered as he lay down on the sofa, directly employing the unique skill of youth, falling asleep immediately. In 2 lifetimes, his spirit only found a moment of relaxation at this moment, and within moments, a soft snoring sound began to play. Unfortunately, it seemed that heaven was not ready to let him off the hook. Ugh! Just as he had fallen asleep, a life-threatening alarm blared, making Chun Ichuan's eyes turn red. He had just closed them. How could they not be read upon suddenly opening? Damn it! Chun Ichuan yelled angrily, forcing himself to sit up. But after all, he was someone who had spent time in a border defense zone in his previous life. Even with red eyes, he could only walk out of the room and head towards the gathered crowd. Before long, over 100 people had gathered in front of the fence. On a deliberately piled high mound of rubble, Hao Zhao stood with a face full of lingering desire. He probably went back for a refill and hasn't finished drinking yet. When he saw Chun Ichuan, his slightly unfriendly gaze softened a bit. Already on the path of self-transformation with no turning back. Listen up. Seeing that many people had arrived, Hao Zhao immediately shouted. Radar detected a group of beasts gathering 500 meters upstream. Their magnitude is about 30 of the white beast tide. If nothing goes wrong, their destination will be our defense zone. The white beast tide means that the number of beasts is below 500. 30% is still over 100. Captain Hao, judging by the situation, their levels should be between 1 to 3, all swimming in the water. A man's voice came from a simple lookout tower. Is that so? Brothers, did you hear that? Stay alert. We might have a feast tonight. Oh, after confirming the levels of this wave of beasts, Hao Zhao also jumped down from the rubble, pulled the electrical switch, and said, the first squad, follow me outside. The rest clean up any stragglers. Building the electric fence in the defense zone is not easy. Unless faced with an overwhelming beast horde, most defense zones choose to draw the line outside the protective net. As the sound of flowing electricity ceased, Hao Zhao leaped lightly, being the first to jump outside the protective net. His long knife was drawn from his waist. Butcher squad, prepare, logistics brothers. Get the seafood pot boiling for me. Chapter 10, Too High-Quality Roulette. Chun Ichuan did not impulsively jump out after Hao Zhao. Instead, he grabbed a handful of stones nearby, pulled on an exposed rebar, and leveraged himself to swing onto a pile of ruins about 5 meters high. Although he had a temporary boost of all attributes 7, fighting close quarters with a beast without a weapon was like running barefoot on a road full of steel nails. What the hell? What just zoomed by? Was that a person? The sudden scene made many nearby feel a flash in front of their eyes. Damn, how'd he jump so high? A newcomer? Are you kidding me? But if he jumps that high, how is he going to fight the beasts? Outside the defense zone, the beast horde was moving at a steady pace, just as Chun Ichuan steadied himself on the ruins. At this moment, Hao Zhao's long knife had already cleaved a giant eel that had leapt out of the water in half, signifying that the conflict between the defense zone and the beast horde had officially begun. No one in the defense zone had the leisure to pay attention to Chun Ichuan's plans. After all, being careless when facing the beast horde could be fatal. The reason the Zhenjiang defense zone has Zhenjiang in its name is that less than 5 meters from the perimeter lies the largest river in Suiqing, the Suijiang. 70% of the protective electric fence around the entire defense zone was built around the previous riverside promenade, since the arrival of Devour Life. Suijiang has become the main channel for aquatic beasts invading the inland, transforming the once mother river into a source of disaster. In Suijiang, the beasts were leaping out of the water. Those with levels could either briefly leave the water surface to move or had ranged attack methods. Hao Zhao's attack power was strong enough to severely injure or even directly kill them. But as their numbers increased, he was also overwhelmed. Fortunately, the Butcher Squad quickly arrived to provide support, either teaming up in pairs or in groups of 3, choosing a beast to engage in battle. There were all kinds of attack methods: slashes with knives, chops with axes, thrusts with guns. But suddenly, oh no! Hao, watch out! It's a bone-winged flying fish. Hao Zhao on the front lines certainly heard this shout, but before he could react, a stone shot out and knocked the bone-winged flying fish to the ground. It flopped a couple of times and then ceased to move. Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. What the hell? Who did that? It didn't even fly 3 meters before it died. Was it struck by lightning? Dude, it's sunny right now. What the members of the defense zone did not expect was that the bone-winged flying fish was just the beginning. After that, more and more beasts that had come ashore mysteriously dropped dead on their way to the defense zone. Even the crab-like beasts known for their defenses could not withstand a single hit. Finally, stones? Oh crap, it's stones. The member who realized what the murder weapon was almost instinctively turned to look at Chen Yichuan. He had witnessed Chen Yichuan climbing up the building before the battle. No way, it really is him? After the 2 surprised exclamations, many people's gazes finally locked onto a boy in the defense zone holding a slingshot. One stone after another shot out from the slingshot, each landing spot incredibly precise. Saying he never misses would be no exaggeration. What he's holding? A slingshot. Suddenly, the knife in his hand didn't seem appealing anymore. Who exactly is he? Who knows? Could he be a scattered player who just found an organization? Hao Zhao was also stunned, but this only deepened his self-identification. No wonder Miss Liu would take a liking to him. Then he shouted loudly, "Ha! Our sniper is in position. Brothers, charge ahead. Oh, what's it like to have a sniper on our side? We have no worries at all." At the beginning of the Devour Life arrival, most players primarily engaged in close combat. It wasn't that they didn't want to play ranged, but there were simply no options. Ranged firearms were plentiful for humans. But cold weapons, bows, crossbows, javelins, compared to swords and spears, these ranged cold weapons had long become history. Only the bows used in sports remained. But only bows. No one would produce a large number of arrows to stockpile. Furthermore, the lethality of bows and crossbows primarily came from the bow's tension and the string's elasticity. Even if players upgraded their attributes to focus on strength, the power wouldn't increase much, unless it was a weapon drawn from the roulette or dropped after killing a beast. As for javelins, while their lethality depended on strength, they were similar to arrows. No one would produce a large stock of them. This is why Chen Yichuan chose the slingshot. In the early stages when ranged professions were scarce, the impact of this slingshot was definitely not small. The beasts attacking the defense zone were not mindlessly charging. Upon realizing that most of their comrades had died, retreat became inevitable. The fierce beast horde, less than 10 minutes into the battle, was collapsing like a mountain. But if it weren't for Chen Yichuan, this small-scale beast tide wouldn't have stopped for at least an hour, and there might have been casualties. Clear the battlefield, bring all the corpses in, and check for roulette and life cards. After confirming that the beast horde had retreated, Hao Zhao immediately shouted, "How? We found a white roulette here. I have one here too. Hey, there's another one. The drop rate isn't low." After statistics, out of the 84 beasts killed, 9 white roulettes, 7 iron swords, 5 large knives, and a bucket of coins were dropped. The roulettes and weapons were stored together, but the bucket of coins was tossed aside. Chen Yichuan jumped down from the ruins and instantly became the center of attention. After all, his slingshot was beyond everyone's imagination. "Bro, what's up with that slingshot of yours?" Yeah, man, one shot, one cute little beast, that's awesome. Did you draw it from the roulette?" Chen Yichuan was overwhelmed with questions, and in the end, it was Hao Zhao who pushed through the crowd to help him out, while somewhat regretfully saying, "Brother Chuan, unfortunately, no life card dropped. It's fine, just take it as fate. But there are 2 high-quality white roulettes here. Why don't you pick one?" The roulettes dropped by the defense zone's guards, except for a portion handed in, could be freely distributed, and given Chen each one's merits. It was completely reasonable for him to get one. Everyone clearly had no objections. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan did not plan to be polite, but unfortunately, a glance revealed that neither of the roulettes had the longevity elixir option he needed. The other rewards were all optional. All of them are pretty average. Can I also take a look at the other roulettes? Hao Zhao paused for a moment. Brother Chuan, besides these two, there's only 1 medium quality and 6 low quality left. The odds aren't high. That's okay, just let me take a look. All right, Chapter 11. The rough iron crab fist bring over the remaining roulette. With Hao Zhao's command, the remaining 7 roulette pieces were quickly laid out in front of Chen Yichuan. 1 was of medium quality and 6 were low quality. The latter would likely be tossed into various lottery areas for the life-eating maggots to draw from, as the chances of winning were low, and recklessly drawing could easily lead to trouble. Chen Yichuan glanced over. Spatial ring. That medium quality roulette had such an option. Hey, it barely takes up any space. Not even 1. If it comes out, it would be a miracle. This is... Chen Yichuan didn't bother to refute Hao Zhao's words and continued to check the options. Unfortunately, as a hard currency for life eating, the option for longevity pills did not appear easily. Among the 6 remaining roulette pieces, the best reward was just 100 diseases cure pill. As the name suggests, it is a pill used for treating illnesses. Of course, this was just on the surface. I'll take this one. Chen Yichuan pointed to the only low-quality roulette with a positive option for a fine iron spear. Hao Zhao looked confused. Are you sure, little brother? Not to mention whether you can draw it. Even if you do, can this broken iron spear be as useful as your slingshot? I'm sure. Hao Zhao was a bit flustered, but had no reason to refuse. After all, it was just a low-quality roulette of no value. All right, if you insist on choosing this one, then I'll give you the medium-quality one too. It won't make things difficult for you, right? Chen Yichuan was a bit surprised and asked, You're being so accommodating. In my past life, I didn't have much interaction with the subordinates of the Liu family, so I haven't heard about your character. Hey, what is the big deal? Just a bunch of white roulettes with no high-quality options. Even if we draw them all, no one would say anything. Then I want to be polite? Chen Yichuan said, You can't draw them, but that doesn't mean I can't. As for the lack of high-quality options, that is just something you don't know. Even though he currently had no lifespan to draw from. But he couldn't just wait until he had rice, but no pot to cook it in, right? By the way, little brother Chuan, what's up with your slingshot? After distributing the spoils, Hao Zhao finally asked the question everyone present was eager to hear. Did you draw it from the roulette? Sort of. Chen Yichuan smiled faintly. But Hao Zhao was baffled. What do you mean, sort of? The materials all came from the roulette, right? Chen Yichuan had no intention of hiding his knowledge. Since Liu Xinyu had such behavior, she was definitely one to not let go of opportunities, and he had to let her get some rewards. It's simple. Just the snake tendons of the fierce blood-red snake, combined with the roots of the Ba Wan flower demon, tied together. Everyone was stunned. Just this? What else? But, how did you know? Hao Zhao asked, clearly meaning, how do you know this kind of operation? However, Chen Yichuan just smiled and remained silent. He avoided him and walked over to the pile of beast corpses brought in by the defense team. After pondering for a moment in front of the crowd, he pulled out a relatively intact crab from inside. With little effort, he broke off its giant claw, performed some operations, and tossed it to Hao Zhao. Take a look. At first, Hao Zhao was still confused, but the next moment, an attribute panel popped up. Rough Iron Crab Fist. A hastily made gauntlet. Strength 5. Level requirement. Level 1. Crafting quality. White rough. Wow. Hao Zhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This is a bit ridiculous. With a bit of fiddling, it turns into a gauntlet? As for rough, of course it is rough. It was directly broken off from a fierce beast, and fiddled with a bit. How could it not be rough? But that's not the point. The point is, how did Chen Yichuan know? Little brother, where did you learn all this? Hearing this, Chen Yichuan shook his head. Everyone has their secrets. It's better if you don't ask, Zhao Ge. Not hiding my knowledge doesn't mean I'm selflessly sharing it. Everything he knew came from his past life-esque experience. If he revealed it all, what advantage would he have left? All right. In fact, how Zhao was he planning to press for an answer? It was just a casual question. Whether Chen Yichuan answered or not, he wouldn't lose anything. However, he then sought a compromise, so how much useful material is there on these fierce beasts? Quite a lot. Chen Chuan raised an eyebrow, but Zhao Ge, you can't expect me to showcase everything in public, right? That way, secrets are no longer secrets. Hao Zhao could only feel helpless upon hearing this. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Xinyu valued Chen Chuan. If he were in Lu Xinyu's place, he would do the same. This was also why Chen Chuan felt fearless. Everything was in his mind. How could it be snatched away? Isn't it said, the power of knowledge is infinite? Hao Zhao took a deep breath and said, how about this, little brother Chuan? I'll find you a place to handle the fierce beast corpses. I just want the final results. How does that sound? He did not change his attitude towards Chen Chuan based on the facts. Whether based on Lu Xinyu or Chen Chuan's abilities, his attitude was entirely justifiable. Even if the Lu family came to inquire, his actions would be completely fine. Okay, Hao Zhao had already made such a concession, and Chen Chuan had no reason to refuse. Before long, all the fierce beast corpses were transported to the Zhenjiang defense area, in the best environment, resembling a logistics warehouse before the apocalypse. Although this was not a hard requirement, it was certainly better than being dirty and chaotic. After that, Chen Chuan requested time to process the corpses and directly close the door. Then, he fell asleep. More than an hour later, outside the door. Do you think we can still have our seafood feast tonight? You ask us, who do we ask? On the other side, Hao Zhao reported everything about Chen Chuan to Wu Qiu, who then relayed it to Lu Xinyu. In the Lu family mansion, after listening to Wu Qiu's report, an eerie smile appeared on Lu Xinyu's otherwise expressionless face. This Chen Chuan must have drawn something during the last lottery to know so much about the materials from fierce beasts. Miss, what should we do? What to do? After a brief silence, Lu Xinyu clasped her fingers together and said softly, unless we can find a way to extract that knowledge from his mind, otherwise, we'll have to cooperate. Keep a close eye on the recent roulettes obtained by the family. Once there are relevant options, we must get our hands on them. Yes. After Wu Qiu responded, he exited Lu Xinyu's room. After he left, she slowly raised her hand to support her chin, gently stroking her right cheek with her long, jade-like fingers for a while. In the end, her previously calm and collected eyes revealed a hint of incomprehensible sorrow. Could there really be such things? Chapter 12. Goodbye, old friend from a past life. Zhenjiang Defense Zone. Late at night, the boy who finally allowed himself to wake up took a moment to collect himself. Sitting up and taking a deep breath. Still alive, still here, it's not a dream. People always need a bit of time to accept an incomprehensible fact. After sitting up, Chen Chuan didn't forget the main task. 84 ferocious beasts. Almost none were useless. After all, those that could actively attack human defense zones were not good creatures, and each had some materials on them to help him better dismember the beasts. Hao Zhao had even prepared several blades of different sizes. Quite considerate, although he could tear apart with brute force. This method of violent disassembly was not suitable for all scenarios. At least when separating useful flesh and blood, blades were needed for assistance. Unfortunately, they were all aquatic creatures, and the materials were insufficient to refine a longevity pill. In his past life, Chen Chuan had obtained another recipe for a longevity pill and naturally knew the listed materials. Otherwise, it would have been hard for him to gather 1,000,000 years of lifespan. It was also then that he understood that some herbs on the recipe had to be bloodbound to fully manifest, and only the holder could see them. Unfortunately, no amount of regret at that time would change anything. Well, let's collect some first and think of a way for the rest later. Roar, good luck. Even this is available. Materials for the purple longevity pill. Unfortunately, the level is a bit low. 84 ferocious beasts, each with usable materials. So the entire disassembly work continued until the next morning. When a ray of sunlight broke through a gap, Chen Chuan finally stretched lazily. Hey, finally done. Not long after, crack, the door of the logistics warehouse was pushed open from the inside, and the dazzling sunlight made Chen Chuan's eyes feel a bit dazed, but it was quickly blocked. Brother Chuan, are you done? You. My name is Dongfeng Yinyan, but you can just call me Sanhua. You can also call me Zhao Yanzi. You're blocking my sunlight. I'm sorry. Dongfang Yinyan hurriedly stepped aside, but didn't notice the hint of nostalgia in Chen Yichuan's eyes. This Zhao Yanzi was originally from the Lu family's guard. It really was friendly from the start. That's right, this Dongfang Yinyan was known to Chen Yichuan, considered one of his rare friends from his past life, but unfortunately, he had died tragically in a mission on the outer battlefield. In his previous life, Chen Yichuan didn't know the reason. He only heard that he seemed to have died an unnatural death. Outer battlefield, places beyond human settlements, besides the Lu family and that white-eyed wolf sister. There were not many left that Chen Yichuan thought about, and Dongfang Yinyan was one of them. However, the meaning of this thoughtful thinking was completely different from before. Besides, I wonder if she's still alive. Thinking of this, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but shake his head, temporarily putting aside the extra thoughts. If fate hadn't ended, they would meet again. And right now, since they meet again by chance, let me make up for the regrets of my past life. With this thought, Chen Yichuan stepped out of the logistics warehouse, his gaze fixed on where Dongfang Yinyan was. Big Yinzi. Hey, go find Hao Zhao. Oh, as she responded and turned to walk toward Hao Zhao's residence. Dongfang Yinyan propped her chin, seemingly deep in thought. Big Yinzi. That's right. I have so much fire, I should call him Big Yinzi. Can't call him Zhao Yanzi. A few minutes later, a groggy Hao Zhao came over, holding a woman in his arms. Her appearance was quite good, and even with some dirt and dust, her beauty was hard to hide. In today's world, people at the bottom couldn't afford cosmetics. East Asian sorcery had long since become history. Brother Chuan, calling me so early is the good news? Hao Zhao got straight to the point. Originally, he wanted to wait until Chen Yichuan produced results. But he ultimately succumbed to sleepiness and went back to nap in the early morning. Otherwise, his face wouldn't have dark circles. There's indeed good news. Really? Hao Zhao instantly perked up, but Chen Yichuan's next sentence made him calm down slightly. But Zhao Ge, if I were you and didn't want to run away, I would immediately notify the higher-ups. This, upon hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Hao Zhao's throat tightened as he thought of a certain possibility. Feeling a bit grateful to the latter. Little brother, Hao Zhao swallowed hard. What exactly did you come up with? Chen Yichuan, however, avoided the question. Remember to have them bring the longevity pills. Hao Zhao hesitated, and after a moment, chose not to pursue the matter. All right. Immediately, he reached out and swiped from the side, and a card the size of a cell phone popped out, unfolding into a window the size of a person. This is one of the functions of the lifespan card, communication. All formal players with a lifespan card can connect to the server of Earth, regardless of where they are, able to initiate conversations at any time. It's like the world channel in an online game. After sending a few messages, Hao Zhao closed the chat window, unable to resist his curiosity. Little brother, can you give me a hint? Seeing his aim achieved, Chen Yichuan pretended to helplessly take out a piece of fish skin from his pocket and handed it over. What's this? The skin of a swordfish, smeared with some blood serum from a magical octopus. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao couldn't help but open the item details. Magical octopus blood serum patch. A patch smeared with magical octopus blood serum for external use. Restores 30 points of blood energy per second for 30 seconds when blood energy is below full level requirement. Level 1. Craftsmanship. White rough. What the hell? A band-aid? Just as his sarcastic words fell, Hao Zhao realized, no, this is unprecedented. The surrounding defense team members looked at each other. Hao Zhao didn't disclose the item attribute panel, so they only heard band-aid and unprecedented and felt quite excited. And Hao Zhao didn't exaggerate. Since the arrival of life devouring, there were only two ways to restore blood energy. One was to recover it naturally through rest and food after battle, and the other was to take pills. Of course, pills could only be obtained from the roulette. Therefore, the vast majority of players restored blood energy through eating and resting. Not only was this slow, but during high-intensity combat, it was practically unsustainable. As the beast tide approached, human warriors had to arrange combat teams in advance, taking turns to fight. Otherwise, the casualties would only worsen. The emergence of Chen Yichuan's band-aid was truly unprecedented. No wonder, Hao Zhao finally understood. With this thing, he really could choose to run away, but that would mean betraying the Lu family. But if he had known about this thing in advance, he might have considered it. Little brother, you're going to make a fortune this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan merely shrugged. It's hard to say whether it's a profit or not right now, because from a certain perspective, his operation somewhat meant aiding the enemy. But to achieve his goal, this was a necessary process. Chapter 13. Time currency. The sun rises in the east, casting a golden glow over the earth. If it weren't for the unstable situation, this would be a beautiful sight to behold. Speaking of which, Zhao Ge, I've been a bit curious since last night. What do you plan to do with that bucket of coins you collected? You mean that? Hao Zhao's gaze shifted away, but he couldn't help but think. Could it be that he even knows what those iron lumps are for? Being chosen by Wu Qiu as the captain of the Zhenjiang defense zone, Hao Zhao was definitely clever enough, and after realizing this, he also understood. Chen Yichuan was doing it on purpose. Since it's intentional, it's just a bunch of broken iron lumps. They drop every time a beast is killed, but unfortunately, no one knows what they are for so far. They were collected purely because they were a nuisance scattered on the ground. Can I take a look? What's there to see? Someone, bring that bucket of coins over. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan looked at Hao Zhao but just smiled. Everything was unspoken. Chen Yichuan certainly knew what these coins were. However, if he had mentioned it yesterday or before Hao Zhao's attitude towards him changed, it wouldn't have been appropriate. Some things don't need too many people to know. Now that it was brought up, wasn't Hao Zhao subconsciously helping him cover it up? The reason for this was the earlier Band-Aid that took the lead. Otherwise, it would have been hard to achieve such an effect. While he was pondering, the bucket of coins was already placed in front of Chen Yichuan. He pretended to be curious and squatted down, taking out one. Interesting, it even had the character time engraved on it. Could it be a commemorative coin for the duration taken to kill a beast? It should be, right? Hearing Chen Yichuan say this, Hao Zhao quickly cooperated. But apart from being a bit harder than regular coins, this thing currently has no other use. Among these coins, besides hour, there are also minute and second, with the latter two being more common, while hour is one of the few. But then again, it's understandable. A low-level beast dropping an hour coin is already the limit. Such currency is uniformly referred to as time currency, categorized from high to low as year coin, month coin, day coin, hour coin, minute coin, second coin. The exchange system is consistent with the time system. Chen Yichuan still remembered in his previous life, in the early stages of the game, because time currency had almost no place to be used, players usually overlooked it, only to regret it when it was finally put to use. However, although it was called time currency, it couldn't buy time at all, or rather, it couldn't be used to directly buy time. Its status was similar to that of gold and silver coins in most online games, used only for transactions. After all, no one can use their lifespan as money to buy things, right? Of course, longevity pills are an exception. If no one wants it, I'll keep it. It should work well as ammunition for a slingshot. Hey, Hao Zhao seemed indifferent, saying that if you don't mind the wait. I have several more buckets of it. No need for that much. Chen Yichuan waved his hand. He wasn't greedy and understood that Hao Zhao just wanted to deepen the useless attribute of time currency in front of everyone. About an hour later, Lu Xinyu's vehicle slowly stopped at the outskirts of the Zhenjiang defense zone. 2 men and 1 woman got out of the car. The same configuration as when she went to draw lots yesterday. Among the 3, Wu Qiu took a few more steps than the other 2 and directly approached Hao Zhao. You better really have something to say. Otherwise, you know the consequences? I understand. Faced with Wu Qiu, Hao Zhao was somewhat intimidated. For no other reason than that Wu Qiu represented the Lu family, and he was already an 8th level player, the double gap. If he wanted to, Wu Qiu could easily kill him. Not long after, Lu Xinyu also walked over, but unlike before, her eyes directly locked onto Chen Yichuan's position. Her red lips slightly parted. This is faster than I expected. Didn't you say 3 days later? Chen Yichuan chuckled lightly. Just lucky to encounter a small-scale beast tide right after arriving. Their dialogue seemed disconnected, but from the moment Lu Xinyu spoke, Chen Yichuan knew that Hao Zhao must have reported it, or perhaps others in the defense zone had reported it. So Lu Xinyu knew what Chen Yichuan was doing, and her aim was to have him demonstrate his value, intending to use him. Faster than expected naturally referred to the speed at which he demonstrated his value. Seeing that Chen Yichuan had indirectly exposed her purpose, Lu Xinyu simply became frank and said, "Show it, your value." The young man didn't waste words and directly handed her a magic pattern octopus serum patch. Lu Xinyu took the patch, remaining expressionless to the point that Chun Ichuan thought she was expressionless, but her eyes were shocked and narrowed. The formula for this thing? Compared to Hao Zhao, Lu Xinyu's direction and purpose of thought were clearly more comprehensive. If she could obtain the formula, although its value wouldn't compare to longevity pills, it would only be slightly inferior. Most games have a high value for recovery potions at the beginning of their operations. However, how could Chen Yichuan be so foolish? You know this is impossible, Chen Yichuan said lightly, not waiting for Lu Xinyu to respond before continuing. If I give you the formula, I will have no value left, right? He certainly had the formula. If it were just about applying serum on a piece of fish skin, who couldn't do that? All this knowledge came from a reward he had drawn in his previous life, subjob card alchemist, just as his words fell. Chen Yichuan. Wu Qiu suddenly shouted angrily. Please don't forget who gave you the opportunity to escape the fate of being a devouring maggot. But his words undoubtedly touched a sensitive nerve. Then please don't forget who forced me to become a so-called devouring maggot. Do you think I dare not kill you? Try if you can. Lacking confidence, could Chen Yichuan dare to speak frankly about the grievances between him and the Lu family at this moment? Perhaps he couldn't take revenge yet, but self-preservation was already secure. Wu Qiu was about to speak again, but Lu Xinyu interrupted him with a charming angry shout. Enough. Then she looked at Chen Yichuan. Why don't you just say what you want? I don't have time to waste with you. Longevity pills. Chen Yichuan's voice was unequivocal. That's impossible. Lu Xinyu's response was equally decisive. As the hard currency of devouring, how could it be so easy to trade? Impossible, huh? Then what if I give you 100 of these patches? Unless it's the formula. The appetite of your Lu family is always this big, Lu Xinyu merely scoffed at this. It's just that if I could dig everything from your head out, would you have the qualifications to trade with me? This serum patch is special. But without the formula, if it requires continuous trading with Chen Yichuan, its value would be far less than longevity pills. After all, feeling constrained is not pleasant. Chen Yichuan also clearly realized this at this point. If the Earth's economy were restored, selling this patch could indeed lead to wealth, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. Subsequently, he sought a compromise. The formula is impossible to give you, but I have other things. Chapter 14, isn't it you who made the first joke? Is it? Then show your cards. One more thing, Lu Xinyu said, looking at the young man. Chen Yichuan, although my Lu family has taken your things, you must understand one thing. This world is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The weak can never hold on to what doesn't belong to them, nor can they get what they want. Chen Yichuan knew this all too well. As long as one's fists aren't strong enough, they will always be bullied. Without the Lu family, there is still the Wang family, the Li family, the Zhou family. This world has never lacked greedy people. After the arrival of Life Devourer, humanity has long been divided into two parts. But not men and women, rather useful people and useless people. The current Chen Yichuan is not strong enough, so to carve out a path for himself, he must be sufficiently useful. Just having band-aids is simply not enough. More potent medicine is needed. This makes sense, but I am stubborn and refuse to be superstitious. As soon as the words fell, a glass bottle was thrown from Chen Yichuan's hand. It was something he had found in the logistics warehouse, containing about a dozen pills. As for what they were, Lu Xinyu took it, lightly tapped it with her jade finger, and opened its attribute panel. Raging Sea Dispersing Clouds, made from the divine power Sea Dog, mixed with various auxiliary materials through tanning, taking it can temporarily increase all attributes by 10 points, lasting for 12 hours, when taken again. The duration is 50 of the previous effect, level requirement, level 2. Craftsmanship, white rough. This, if the previous band-aids had touched Lu Xinyu's psychological defenses. This one simply crushed them. Continuous recovery potions are practical, but they do not significantly affect the battle. Sometimes, no matter how much blood you have, you just can't win. And having more blood just delays the inevitable. But this Raging Sea Dispersing Clouds can truly change the course of the battle. What did you draw from the roulette? The roulette draw has no sound prompts and will not announce the rewards. Thus, unless it's a tangible reward that appears out of nowhere, no one knows what anyone has drawn. Chen Yichuan's situation was even more extreme back then. The 62 white roulette slots were all inferior in medium, but there were still some rare rewards. Only the probability was so low that it was outrageous, no one cared. So aside from the life-draining sword and longevity pill recipe, what else he drew? No one knows. I think there's no need for me to tell you, right? Lu Xinyu held back her anger. With such an opportunity, why suffer the torment of the life-devouring maggots? Ending up with less than a year to live. Yes, why bother? But some questions, explaining them will only lead to endless discussions. Should I say this is what I drew in my past life? A good question, why bother? I enjoy it. Enjoy. Lu Xinyu's complaint got stuck in her throat, and she understood the unexplainable meaning behind Chen Yichuan's words. But there was no way, just like her previous plan. Before finding a way to extract what was in Chen Yichuan's head, they could only cooperate. And the way to cooperate has always depended on the advantageous side. A serum patch plus this in exchange for a longevity pill. Is that enough? Lu Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Some things cannot be decided by me alone, just wait. After saying that, Lu Xinyu directly reached out to pull up a chat window from his side. Clearly, she was also a formal player. A few minutes later, like this, 3 bottles plus 100 serum patches can be exchanged for a white longevity pill. Chen Yichuan smiled sarcastically upon hearing this. Really asking for a lion's share? Huh? You've gone above and beyond. Do you think any other forces would be willing to trade you these things for a longevity pill besides us? Hearing this, Chen Yichuan felt somewhat helpless. Although it was cruel, this was reality, compared to the Lu family, which had already realized the freedom of longevity pills. Other forces that obtained longevity pills probably treasured them immensely. Who would trade them away? Unfortunately, 3 bottles is indeed a lot. You have no bargaining power. Hearing her say this, Chen Yichuan smiled. Don't throw out the words too early. Let us see this first. After saying that, like a little bell, he pulled out a pill from his pocket and threw it over. Lu Xinyu was stunned as she reached out to catch it, but upon seeing its attributes, she was somewhat dazed. Active gel capsule from the golden spear dragonfish, made from the ferocious beast golden spear dragonfish. Taking it can temporarily increase physical attributes, strength, and defense by 15, lasting for 8 hours when taken again. The duration is 80 of the previous effect, level requirement, level 3. Craftsmanship, white rough. Although she still had a blank expression, her heart was already shocked like thunder. Indeed, the Lu family held many high-quality roulettes, and there were pills that could enhance physical attributes, but without exception, they were all obtained from the roulette. However, what Chen Yichuan took out, while not as effective as those drawn from the roulette based on his appearance, could almost be produced infinitely, just like the longevity pill recipe. He must have a systematic method of refining. Lu Xinyu thought with certainty. Are these really extracted and produced from a group of ferocious beasts that are at most level 3? Level 3 ferocious beasts might not even have such high attributes. Yet after being tanned into pills, their effects far exceed their original. You can understand it that way. Chen Yichuan did not confirm, but also did not deny this. The rest would depend on Lu Xinyu's own considerations. If it didn't work out, he could only take a step back. After all, bringing out something with better effects would only harm him. After a while, make a condition. I will make these specifically for my Lu family, and you can negotiate for as many longevity pills as you want. Chen Yichuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to say this, to recruit an enemy, or rather, to recruit someone who harbored doubts about her methods. This was no different from playing with fire, but since she said so, all right, then returned the life-draining sword and the longevity pill recipe to me. Are you kidding? Haha, isn't it you who made the first joke? Lu Xinyu was helpless. Although the sword and the recipe weren't taken by her, she still felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. But at this moment, the previous capsule was at least 20 pieces, plus what Xinyu already had in hand, giving you 1 white longevity pill. If that's still not satisfactory, then go find someone else. This sentence came from Lu Xinyu's chat window. Clearly, she had not completely closed it, and this voice was one Chen Yichuan was all too familiar with. The head of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, as the head of the family. His authority in speech was not something Lu Xinyu could compare with. Chen Yichuan also understood that further bargaining was difficult, so he could only nod. Okay. Chapter 15. the longevity pill in hand. XINU, let's trade. Lu Tianyuan, upon hearing this, didn't even bother acknowledging Chen Yichuan, clearly indicating that while his item was useful to the Lu family, it wasn't necessity. Instead, was the earlier solicitation actually Lu Tianyuan's idea? Yes, father. With the transaction completed, Chen Yichuan now held a pill in his hand. White longevity pill, a secret pill that can directly increase lifespan. But due to poor craftsmanship, it can only randomly add 1 to 9 years of life after consumption. Level requirement, level 0. Craftsmanship, white excellent. Finally, it's in hand. Even if it's of poor quality. Life-eating all items have a craftsmanship classification, ranging from low to high. Rough, excellent, fine, and flawless. On Lu Xinyu's side, as the light flickered at her fingertips, everything was stored in her space ring. But before leaving, she said to Chen Yichuan, I heard your slingshot skills are quite good. The family has an operation tomorrow. If you're not afraid of death, you can join. Of course, if you're worried someone might take advantage of you, you can also choose not to come. Chen Yichuan was stunned upon hearing this, wondering what the Lu family was planning, turning enemies into friends. Interesting, will you be going too? Lu Xinyu paused for a moment. Is the relationship important? Of course, for me. If you don't go, won't the only ones left be enemies? Saying this, Chen Yichuan chuckled and added, maybe there will be a lot of people when we set off, but by the time we return, I might be the only one left. Her expression, which had been calm, suddenly smiled, but it was hard to tell if it was a gentle smile or a cold one. If you can do it, it's up to you. Brother Chuan, I didn't expect you. After watching Lu Xinyu's car leave, Hao Zhao couldn't help but speak up, but before he could finish, Chen Yichuan interrupted with a laugh. Life is full of twists and turns, huh? Sigh. Hao Zhao shook his head and reminded him, offending the Lu family is not a wise move. From the beginning, the conflicts have been difficult to reconcile. So, are they really? He was clearly asking about the life-eating sword and the longevity pill recipe. Chen Yichuan smiled. The reason I came here is that Lu Xinyu thinks I still have some value. Otherwise, do you think they would pay attention to a level 0 life-eating bug? This. All right, Brother Zhao. I need to go back to prepare for tomorrow's matters. If any ferocious beasts come, just find me. After saying that, Chen Yichuan turned and walked back to the logistics warehouse where he dealt with the carcasses of ferocious beasts. Hao Zhao stood there in a daze until the iron door slammed shut with a bang, and then he suddenly remembered something. Wait, my seafood feast is still with you. Wu Qiu cut off his food supply for 2 days, and he had to solve his meals himself during this time. But just as his voice fell, a realization struck him. Right? I can't call him Little Yin. I should change it to Big Yin. Hao Zhao. Damn it. What's it to me whether it's big or small? It's my seafood feast. Brother Chuan, open a door. Once inside the logistics warehouse, Chen Yichuan locked the door behind him, prioritizing privacy and safety. Then he held the white longevity pill in his hand. From this moment on, Chen Yichuan's extraordinary life is about to begin. The consumption of the longevity pill didn't involve any special scene. After the pill was swallowed, it immediately transformed into a warm flow that spread throughout his body, and then, attribute panel name, Chen Yichuan level, 0 lifespan, 1 year and 183 days blood chi, 100 strength, 17 defense. Damn, what piece of junk, just a year. If only I could choose. Originally, Chen Yichuan planned that if he got more than 2 years of lifespan, he would remove the 2 roulette pieces he had on hand. Now he could only choose one. Moreover, he had no choice in the matter at all. It has to be you. He took out the medium-grade piece among the 2 roulette pieces from yesterday, which had 2 positive rewards, Space Ring and Beast Repelling Incense. The Space Ring, as the name suggests, is for storage. The Beast Repelling Incense is used in the outer battlefield to drive away ferocious beasts, and since it's produced by the roulette, there have been no cases of it failing till now. However, for Chen Yichuan, the most urgent need right now is still the Space Ring. After all, the ferocious beast products he made are rare, and no matter how many pockets he has, it won't be enough. Having a Space Ring would be perfect. Chen Yichuan lifted the roulette. Please specify the prize you want. 1 cold, 2. Small-scale locust disaster, 3. Blindness for 3 days, 4. Lifespan reduced by 3 days, 9. Space ring, 10. Beast-repelling incense, the familiar designated prompt, sound indeed came again. I choose. 9. After the thought settled in his heart, a plain-looking ring appeared on Chun Ichuan's right index finger. Sigh, the year of lifespan I just gained is gone. But the next moment, Chun Ichuan suddenly realized that the space ring wasn't the top prize. The beast-repelling incense was. I miscalculated. Damn, but now that it's come to this, there's nothing I can do about it. Fortunately, I still have 183 days of lifespan left. In this half year, I can surely get more longevity pills. I'll take it step by step. Lu family's operation. I want to see what you all are planning. In his previous life, Chun Ichuan had been eager to demand an explanation from the Lu family, but while focusing on improving himself, he overlooked the growth of the other party. If I had known I would be reborn, I would have paid more attention. Lu family mansion. Backyard. Father, why do you want me to invite him along? XINU, I know you want to squeeze out his value. But don't you think that life and death crises are more likely to force out a person's abilities? The two people in a conversation were none other than Lu Tianyuan, the head of the Lu family, and his youngest daughter, Lu Xinyu. You mean? Just watch. The benefits of my Lu family's hands aren't that easy to take. As the father and daughter spoke, Dad, a young man suddenly walked in, but was immediately met with a reprimand. How many times have I told you to call me father? The young man choked for a moment. Father, what is it? It's like this, Father. The Qin family from Qinsheng wants to cooperate with us tomorrow. They also have targets in the outer battlefield and are willing to share 30 of the spoils with us. Lu Tianyuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. 30? Is it that Qin family that is engaged to the swordmaster, Mo Huaizhu? Yes, he has among the people going. When Lu Yinlu said this, there was some jealousy and indignation in his eyes. He didn't think he was any worse than that Qin guy. All right, but we need to find an opportunity to deal with that kid from the Qin family. After all, Mo Huaizhu is one of the few professionals left. If we can't control him, we can't let him be given to others. I understand. Chapter 16 Money Comes. Of course you can buy things with it with the space ring in hand, some medicines that existed in Chun Ichuan's mind, with even more exaggerated effects, were all birthed in that logistics warehouse. What he gave to the Lu family were merely the same old stuff from his previous life. How could he really support them? In the early stages, those pills and capsules could indeed change the situation to some extent, but as players' levels increased, that little boost could be ignored. In the game Life.Devourer, there are no level restrictions. If you have the ability to level up high, then level up as high as you can. Although there were many ferocious beasts in the warehouse, the types were limited, and what Qin Ichuan could make was also confined to a few types. But the quantity was substantial. Unfortunately, he was not a true pharmacist in this life. The products made based on experience were rough in craftsmanship, and the effects were slightly inferior. This was reasonable. If anyone could do it without needing a profession, wouldn't this world be in chaos? From morning till afternoon, it took nearly 7 hours for the tightly closed door of the logistics warehouse to slowly open. Chun Ichuan, who walked out, could be described as disheveled, and there was a distinct fishy smell unique to the ocean on him. Compared to him, the fish sellers at the market seemed like small fry. What the hell? What smell is this? Seafood. Seafood. Boss, Brother Chuan is out. Your seafood feast has arrived. Hearing the shouts from those around him, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but scratch his nose. Sorry, I forgot about this. Everyone present was speechless. Are you deaf? Do we make too little noise while banging on the door? I said we should just blow it up. Cough. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Chun Ichuan quickly coughed and then pushed the warehouse door open a bit more, pulling out a small cart piled high with Band-Aids. My bad. 2 pieces of Band-Aids per person. No one is allowed to take more. What the hell? Wow. Is this for real? Brother Chuan, V587. Not long after, Hao Zhao came in response. Having not eaten for nearly 2 days, he was certainly not starving to skin and bones, but his front was definitely sticking to his back. Zhao Ge. Hao Zhao raised his hand. Don't say anything. Just heat the pot and boil water. He was so hungry that his voice was trembling. Honestly, this attitude made Chun Ichuan a bit embarrassed. However, in an era where strength is respected, this was not surprising. During the small-scale beast tide, combined with their remote sniping abilities and their thorough understanding of ferocious beast materials, along with the guts to confront the Lu family, Even this group of defense squad members under the Liu family couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the strong. But who would have thought this was all due to a misunderstanding? Sorry, everyone. The edible parts arranged on the left side of the warehouse are my separated ones. And they're a little surprised when paired with food. Consider it my small compensation. Chen Yichuan was just that kind of person. If you treat me well, I will repay you 100-fold. But if you treat me poorly, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Of course, it could also be said that he held grudges, but it didn't matter. Those who are overly kind-hearted cannot survive long in this world of life devourer. Upon hearing there was a surprise, the guy in charge of boiling water clearly moved faster, and many people rushed into the warehouse to take out the pieces of meat that Chen Yichuan had sorted. After anxiously waiting for the water to boil, they threw the meat into the pot without washing it, and soon the smell wafted everywhere from the dozen large iron pots. For Hao Zhao, who was already feeling like his front was sticking to his back, this smell was almost lethal. Damn it, I'm about to starve to death. You guys wait for yours, I'm going to try first. Saying this, he reached into the boiling pot to grab some meat. It was obviously hot, but with his level, he wouldn't be burned. And because he remembered Chen Yichuan's words about pairing with food, he grabbed 2 different kinds of ferocious beast meat. Taking a bite. This fish meat is really chewy. It must be medium rare. After swallowing the fish, Hao Zhao then took a bite of the octopus tentacle. His rough eating style made many people's mouths water. Damn it, I'm not waiting anymore. It once he kill me, let us eat. Wow, save me a piece of that dragon fish meat. This kind of large pot boiled meat doesn't even need any seasoning to be fragrant. Salt and MSG would only spoil its original flavor. At this moment, Hao Zhao had already completely swallowed the magic pattern octopus tentacle. Huh, oh my. A sound of astonishment drew the attention of many people. Official players have a strong perception of changes in their own bodies, and after exclaiming, Hao Zhao quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Hao Zhao. Profession, none level. For lifespan, 67 years and 1 day vitality. 1358 strength, 11.5 spirit, 1 defense, 8.5 speed. For skills, violence / LV1, combat power, 179. Strength and defense, both increased by 5 points and can last for 4 hours. Damn it. After Hao Zhao, others who had paired various ferocious beast meats also found that 1 or 2 temporary attributes had appeared on their attribute panels. Brother Chuan, what the hell is going on? It's simple. You can think of it as medicinal cuisine or a chemical reaction where the meats of different ferocious beasts exert mutual effects and ultimately feedback to the body. Hao Zhao was stunned. He understood the principle, but that wasn't a reason to accept it calmly, right? All the previous meat must have gone to the dog's belly. Don't waste it, brothers. Not even a piece should be left. Of course, we have to eat it all. Is anyone forming a team to hunt ferocious beasts? I feel like I have endless strength. How about going to kill a few more and bring them back to eat? Right. We can't waste the attributes we have. Together. Seeing that someone had already set off, Hao Zhao didn't forget to remind. Going out is fine, but if you get a life card, remember to bring it back for Brother Chuan. Got it? Oh, understood. After this incident, the people in the Zhenjiang defense zone admired Chen Yichuan even more, right? As the seafood feast continued under the setting sun, a full Hao Zhao called Chen Yichuan to a nearby pile of ruins. After inviting him to sit down, he pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and asked, "Want one? This thing is a limited edition." Chen Yichuan didn't hold back, directly reaching out to take it. "You're really spending big here, Zhao. Go. Let me guess, you want to ask about the coins, right?" "Haha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. What exactly can those coins do?" Usually, Hao Zhao was a rough guy, never beating around the bush about what he wanted to know, but when it came to being clever, he wouldn't be reckless either. Coins, well, money comes. Of course you can buy things with it. Buy things? Hao Zhao simply didn't understand. The key was who sells. But Chen Yichuan just smiled mysteriously. "I can't tell you yet. Wait until I become a formal player. We'll go by together. In the meantime, you should gather more. You won't regret it." "Hey, why are you playing riddles with me?" Chapter 17, Eldest Son, Liu Yunpan. The wait of one night ultimately proved to be in vain. The drop rate of the life card from Life Devourer is slightly higher than that of the Lifespan Roulette, but it is still not something that can be easily obtained. In the end, one must rely on their own efforts. After a brief sigh, Chen Yichuan fell into a deep sleep in the hotel room he had chosen. The next day, morning, as the sun rose in the east, Chen Yichuan naturally woke up, and, after taking a slow, long breath, he felt invigorated for the entire day. After rinsing his mouth with the river water that had been sitting overnight, he opened the door and stepped outside. A morning breeze from the river suddenly blew in, carrying the faint aroma of last night's seafood hot pot. Hunger hit him instantly. However, he quickly flicked his right index finger, took out a danwan pill, and swallowed it. This danwan was made from the tail-fin meat of the golden lance dragonfish, mixed with the blood and flesh of various aquatic beasts. Its only purpose, to fill the stomach. In later years, it was often used as a long-distance expedition food, with one piece being enough to replace 3 meals. After all, the golden lance dragonfish is famously full of vitality. Just eating it could sustain one for 2 days. However, the consumption rate would far exceed what the danwan could provide. The bigger the appetite, the greater the consumption. As Chen Yichuan approached the defense line, he heard a voice. "Good morning, Brother Chuan." It was his friend from his past life, Dongfang Yinyan. Oh, Big Yinzi. After last night's seafood feast, he had also made a friend in this life with Dongfang Yinyan, who was straightforward and quickly became familiar with each other. After exchanging pleasantries, their attention was drawn by the sound of an engine. They saw a dilapidated pickup truck filled with people, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped toward the defense area. In less than half a minute, it came to a screeching halt. Counting the 8 people in the truck bed, there were 6 men and 2 women, some holding steel long guns, others with knives at their waists. Among the women, one of them was holding a rope tied with daggers. This woman, Chen Yichuan recognized. Her name was Shi Xiaoyu, one of the few professionals in the early stages of the game with the profession of assassin. She was the contemporary heir of the non-heritage martial art rope dart. When the game descended, she coincidentally drew a class change card, and at that time, with no major powers having risen yet, she naturally used that card herself. Later, this woman grew to a very high level, but it was rumored that she left the Liu family for some reason. This was one of the few pieces of information about the Liu family that Chen Yichuan had heard in his past life. He didn't expect she was already under the Liu family so early. But why did she leave the Liu family? This had become a small mystery that intrigued him in his past life. "Hey, over there, go find someone named Chen Yichuan and tell him to get ready to depart." A man in the pickup truck looked down and said, not naming names, but his tone was filled with an overwhelming sense of superiority. However, before he finished speaking, "No need to look," he asked right here. The voice came from the person sitting in the passenger seat of the pickup. Chen Yichuan's brow furrowed. This voice, click. At that moment, the car door opened. A man with blades at his sides jumped out, a sword on his left and a knife on his right, but evidently, the sword was of a more exquisite design. Seeing him, Chen Yichuan felt a surge of anger rise on his forehead. Liu Yunpan. The Liu family had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son was Liu Yunpan. The popular young man Liu Yunlu was the second son, and Liu Xinyu was the youngest daughter. On that day, it was Liu Yunpan who hosted the lottery and took away his life-absorbing sword. So, when Chen Yichuan said yesterday that if Liu Xinyu didn't go, he would only be accompanied by his enemies, or rather, direct enemies. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to survive." Liu Yunpan looked at Chen Yichuan, his head held high with arrogance. "Thanks to you. Oof. If you want to defy fate, come over, but of course, I won't be responsible if you die." Chen Yichuan gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Deep down, he was unwilling to go, but reason told him that now was not the time to completely fall out with the Liu family. Why did the Liu family invite him to join this so-called operation? Either they genuinely needed him, or they wanted to test him. But regardless of which, this so-called operation was more beneficial than harmful to him because he was currently low on lifespan and lacked confidence. Continuing to struggle in the border area would yield minimal results. To progress quickly, he must seize every opportunity. Of course, all of this was predicated on the condition of self-preservation. "It's fine, I didn't die after 3 days without food or water. I have a strong constitution." Then get in the car. After saying this, Liu Yunpan intended to sit back in the passenger seat, but a voice interrupted. "Wait a minute. Young master, can I come along too? The voice came from Dongfang Yinyan, who was beside Chen Yichuan. Lu Yunpan frowned upon hearing this and coldly said, "We are not going on vacation. The destination is the battlefield outside the realm. Show your attribute panel." All right. Dongfang Yinyan promptly opened her panel. Name, Dongfang Yinyan. Profession, None level. For lifespan, 103 years and 60 days. Blood Qi, 1669. Strength, 7-7. Spirit, 1. Defense, 4-5. Speed, 12-4. Skill, Phantom 3 Swords, LV2. Combat power, 232. Oh, over 100 years of lifespan, level 4, but combat power over 200, and she has temporary attributes. Fine, come along. Upon seeing Dongfang Yinyan's panel, Lu Yunpan directly approved her. The more capable people they had on this trip, the better. Hearing she could go, Dongfang Yinyan quickly climbed into the car and squeezed beside Chen Yichuan. Remaining quiet, the vehicle soon started, racing towards the inland as the rising sun was still below the horizon. Along the way, a 7-seater black MPV changed lanes to come alongside the pickup truck, and through the window, it was evident there were more than 7 people inside. But in this day and age, there were no traffic police to jump out and catch them for being overloaded. On the vehicle, unsure of their destination, Chen Yichuan found himself at a loss, focusing his attention on Shi Xiaoyu. She did not show any reaction to his scrutiny. Until, "I'm Chen Yichuan. What about you?" "Oh, I was asking you." "Oh, what the hell? This girl is so cold?" "Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask." Chen Yichuan felt a bit frustrated. Although he hadn't bathed in a long time, his face was still relatively clean, right? However, the others in the car laughed at his attempt to strike up a conversation. "Haha, give it up, kid. If this ice queen could answer you, the heavens would rain down beautiful knives. Why not pounds? Euros wouldn't help either. Can you buy longevity pills with that?" Who knew? After the chatter died down, Shi Xiaoyu actually lifted her head, glanced at Chen Yichuan, and then slowly spoke. Shi Xiaoyu. The others. Chapter 18. Ultrasonic Beast Repelling Tower. It's not quite nice. As Chen Yichuan spoke, he inconspicuously looked up at the sky. The weather today is really nice, clear blue skies with no clouds. Not even a hint of rain. Although it was quiet in the truck bed, the engine of the pickup seemed to be mixed with strange popping noises. Why? Just because he is handsome? Compared to before, being handsome now really can't be relied upon. It's not even spiritual food. Although Shi Xiaoyu initiated a conversation with Chen Yichuan, she didn't respond afterward. The latter was actually trying to chat based on the idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although it's not the case yet, the wheels of fate will eventually turn. This was also one of Chen Yichuan's discoveries over the past 3 days. As long as it's not directly related to him, things that are supposed to happen will still happen, and people who are meant to meet will still meet. It can't be said that the butterfly effect doesn't exist. It's just not as outrageous as imagined. Since that's the case, Chen Yichuan could only let himself become that butterfly's wing. Otherwise, if the Lu family develops to the same height as in his previous life, it would be a lot more troublesome for him to handle. First, let us become a formal player. Chen Yichuan thought to himself. This is the prerequisite for everything. The old pickup and black MPV traveled steadily on the already dilapidated road, occasionally needing to detour around damaged areas. This undoubtedly prolonged the journey. In the meantime, the pickup had to stop at an abandoned gas station due to low fuel, but fortunately, there was still a usable gas pump. Otherwise, the Lu family might not even reach their destination. Strange. They've been driving for so long, and Haven T encountered a single flying beast, even though he saw some in the sky. Perhaps it's because the journey is too monotonous and boring. Dongfang Yinyan couldn't help but ask. As soon as he spoke, do you think that's why the settlement is called a settlement? If we had to be on guard against flying beasts 24 hours a day, could humanity still survive? Is it because of those towers? Chen Yichuan naturally knew the reason, and at this moment, he spoke up to clarify. That's right. Another person answered. That tower is also known as the ultrasonic beast repelling tower, which is based on the television towers from before the apocalypse. And it's the fundamental reason for the existence of various settlements. The ultrasonic beast repelling tower, in short, uses sound waves to drive away surrounding beasts. It can release a high-frequency ultrasonic wave within a certain height range. making flying beasts within the coverage area unwilling to approach. This was discovered on the 9th day of the life-devouring event during a human resistance. At that time, a superconducting technology base was attacked, and the researchers had no weapons to fight back, so they could only aim the sound wave weapon still in the experimental stage of the beasts. To their surprise, this attempt actually drove away the vast majority of the beasts, and those that didn't retreat were also extremely repulsed by the sound waves, allowing those researchers to hold on until nearby troops arrived. Later, after analysis, it was found that it wasn't the sound wave weapon that worked. Instead, the extremely high-frequency sound waves temporarily incapacitated some underdeveloped beasts, thus creating the effect of driving them back. Once discovered, the human side immediately set to work, using the high-frequency sound waves from the sound wave weapon to broadcast through the television towers, and the effect was indeed remarkable. Since then, humans have established settlements based on cities with television towers. At the very least, it can avoid threats from the sky. So that is how it is. Dongfeng Yinyan realized he indeed hadn't learned about this aspect. The two vehicles quickly shuttled between various towns, almost traveling at full speed except when detouring or encountering many obstacles where they needed to slow down. Even so, the journey still took nearly 3 hours. The general direction was heading north. When the vehicles stopped, the group had already arrived at the western part of the Zhongnan settlement, located at the junction of the original world's Sudong province and Xiangnan province. Due to the broad area of forest vegetation and low population density, it became ruins within less than an hour after the life-devouring event. Nowadays, many of the ruins are already covered in shallow moss. A defense zone was also established here, named Longxi, but it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Liu family. Bang. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the front door of the vehicle, and the 4 people who had been inside the car had already stepped out. The 3 Liu siblings were present, along with a bald man whom Chen Yichuan didn't recognize. In the next moment, Liu Yunpan walked straight towards the defense zone's fence and, upon seeing a man approaching him, introduced himself. "Buddy, I'm from the southern Liu family. Let us make this convenient." While speaking, he also took out a cigarette. But upon hearing it was from the Liu family, the man didn't dare to accept it and hurriedly responded, "No need to be polite. Who are you all?" At this time, nearly 10 people also emerged from the black MPV, 8 men and 1 woman, 5 fewer than the Liu family. But the leading man didn't show any signs of discomfort. To go to the outer battlefield, it's considered an adventure. Just go through this gate. This might not be very convenient. How so? Liu Yunpan's expression became slightly unfriendly. The man noticed this and was a bit nervous, quickly explaining, It's like this, Mr. Liu. Everyone knows what's outside, and the higher-ups require us to collect tolls." Only then did Liu Yunpan understand. The Suishan Pavilion really knows how to do business. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Xinyu stepped forward, her face icy as she looked at the man and said, "1 white longevity pill. You understand this is the limit." Okay. The man was immediately stunned upon hearing this, thinking the other party would offer some materials or weapons or reserve food. He almost forgot they're from the Liu family, who would take out something like this if they drew it. Only they have the strength to trade it now. Truly wealthy and extravagant. Although it's just 1 white pill, and only one, the beneficiary is fixed. But who made the longevity pill so valuable? After handing over 1 white longevity pill, the Longxi Defense Zone fence was also temporarily opened, allowing this group of over 20 people to enter the outer battlefield. However, just as they had walked less than 10 meters, Qin Laudi, as previously agreed, whoever contributes more in this group should collect more. You guys are short by 1 longevity pill. The one speaking was naturally Liu Yunpan, and the Qin Laudi he was chatting with was the person in charge of the black MPV. "No need for more words, Brother Liu. I've noted it down." That's good. After responding with a smile, Liu Yunpan turned back and shouted, "Everyone listen clearly. We are now in the outer battlefield, and the goal this time is to hunt a lord-level beast. And it's a first kill. Everyone stay sharp, understood?" "Yes." The Liu family camp shouted in unison. Only 2 people remained unfazed. One was naturally Chen Yichuan, and the other was Shi Xiaoyu. After hearing Liu Yunpan's words, Chen Yichuan also understood why they had called him along. Chapter 19. Entering the forest area, ambushed. Life-eating descends, and beasts and humans become natural adversaries. Humans have their social classes, and so do the beasts, with a more rigid and ruthless hierarchy. The known levels include ordinary, elite, and lord. But that is only what is known. Normal players can usually handle ordinary and elite beasts either alone or in small groups. However, dealing with a lord is like facing the alpha wolf in a pack. It can summon a large number of beasts below the lord level to protect itself from all sides. Fighting one is not much different from fighting a group. Moreover, the self-healing ability of lord-level beasts is extremely strong. It is possible that while you are dealing with the surrounding beasts and unable to pay attention to it, it could have healed most of its injuries by the time you look back. The feeling of hitting for half a day and realizing it was for nothing is definitely unpleasant. Therefore, when dealing with the surrounding beasts, someone must be able to restrain the lord and not give it a chance to heal. If I am not here, this task should be given to Shi Xiaoyu, right? Chen Yichuan thought to himself. The rope dart is versatile, suitable for both long and short ranges, and if played well, can handle both simultaneously. But if played poorly, one might end up getting themselves killed. However, no matter how well one can manage, it is still not as effective as having someone purely ranged to keep the lord occupied. But doing so would generate hate points. Just like the butcher at the village entrance would greet the pigs in the pen with a smile. This is forcing me to reveal all my cards. Isn't it? It's not like I can let you have your way all the time. Let the Liu family taste the bitterness of failing to steal coin. More than 20 people walked out of the Longxi Defense Zone fence and entered the nearby forest area in just 15 minutes, but they did not cluster together. Crowding together would only increase the chance of being attacked by beasts. Their goal was not ordinary beasts, so naturally, they aimed to avoid excessive conflict and conserve their strength. Although they were far apart, formal players could communicate through life cards, but Chen Yichuan, not yet a formal player, could only walk with Lu Xinyu. And that was Lu Xinyu's intention. Afraid I might lose control and kill one of your brothers? After walking for a distance, Chen Yichuan suddenly smiled sinisterly, a look that made one believe. If given the chance, he would definitely do so. I've noticed you always have this inexplicable confidence. After glancing at him, Lu Xinyu said, Lu Yunpan is level 13. Lu Yunlu is a bit lower but still level 9. You are level 0. What makes you think you can kill them? You seem quite dissatisfied with your two brothers. Lu Xinyu paused slightly at this remark, but did not refute. In a world where the strong are respected, why should the capable submit to the incapable? Chen Yichuan smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but suddenly said ominously, Is that so then? Aren't you afraid of death? The chilling tone made Lu Xinyu's heart skip a beat. After a moment's pause, she replied, Killing me would bring you no benefits. Is that so? If you are relying on the longevity pill, then you are mistaken. As long as there is a formula, anyone can refine it, right? Lu Xinyu clenched her fists tightly, letting out 2 deep breaths. I have no grievances with you, but I have sworn to ensure that your Lu family leaves no survivors. Just kidding. Bored. The team continued to advance into the forest for 5 or 6 kilometers, during which some low-level beasts attempted to disrupt them. But they were either killed instantly or chased away, until they encountered something that was no longer a beast. A sudden light sound echoed from the west side of the team. Then, Yua. The pained scream immediately alerted everyone, and their vigilance was heightened. 13. Are you okay? Undoubtedly. 13 was the injured person who, despite the pain, shouted, There's an ambush, be careful. The dart is poisoned. Not long after, a faint purple status appeared above him. Poisoned. -206. Before that, there was also a red injury status. Lu Yunpan at the back of the team narrowed his eyes and said, Friend, hiding in the shadows like an old coin is not a glorious thing. Come out. However, that person did not respond. Instead, in an instant, thoof, thoof, thoof. 3 sounds rang out in quick succession. But this time the team was on guard, making it much harder to hit. 3 men from the Lu family's camp turned and leaped, using their shields to block the incoming darts, leaving only a light ding sound. The next moment, TSK. Whoosh. Ugh. Swish. Pong. Everything happened too quickly. Almost at the moment the ambusher clicked his tongue, The swift, cold light shot past like a shadow. The aftermath was the sound of that person being killed, crashing through some branches and finally falling into the muddy ground. In less than a second. Oh my God! In some part of the forest, a slight sound of shock arose, but when the cold light pursued, it missed entirely. Running really fast. From a height of over 5 meters, a graceful figure suddenly sprang down, landing and crushing a few dry leaves. It was Shi Xiaoyu. And that cold light was, of course, the rope dart in her hand. Lu Yunpan cast a glance, but said nothing, turning to 13's position. 13, how much longer until the poison state passes? Can you hold on? 13 was the code name for that man in the Lu family's Vanguard team. The so-called Vanguard team is, to put it bluntly, a suicide squad made up of those whose lifespans are nearly up and who have levels. These people often cannot obtain longevity through other means and can only rely on a family, exchanging contributions for longevity pills. To put it more harshly, they are tools. 7 seconds left, I can hold on. 13 wiped the sweat that had emerged from the pain off his forehead and nodded. Okay. Lu Yunpan nodded. You currently have 82 points. Do you want to exchange for a Band-Aid? Not far away. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but laugh. He had just exchanged for a Band-Aid and turned around to use it to squeeze the Vanguard team. The Lu family truly is the Lu family. How much? Points? 13 clearly knew about the existence of the Band-Aid, although its effect was not as good as the healing pill. He had heard that there was a good stock of it. 50 points each. Well, maybe not. 50 points for one. It's better to kill him. The white longevity pill costs 188 points, and seeing that there's still half left, spending most of it to exchange for a Band-Aid? Only a madman would do that. However, if I don't exchange my health. Chen Yichuan remained an indifferent observer, although he also had a Band-Aid. What did that have to do with him? Lu Yunpan was clearly using a strategy based on the situation. 13 only had 82 points. Yet he immediately asked for more than half. What good would it do him to provoke his bad luck and ruin his good fortune? Moreover, in this current world, clinging to Jesus could lead to a very miserable death. Well, let us wait until your poison state passes, and then we'll set off. 13. Okay. Chapter 20. Such behavior. Lu family, the team's advance did not slow down due to 13 getting injured. Instead, they maintained their speed while gradually accelerating. Clearly, Lu Yunpan was getting anxious. The attackers from earlier were undoubtedly targeting that Lord-level beast. Shi Xiaoyu had only killed a sacrificial scout, and if they didn't hurry, they might arrive too late to even get a bowl of soup. After a few minutes, the team had penetrated about 3 miles deeper into the forest. A faint smell of blood hung in the air, indistinguishable between human and beast, but one thing was certain. They were getting close. The team regrouped and adjusted their formation. With a command from Lu Yunpan, the 20 or so scattered members quickly closed the distance to about 3 meters apart. Only Shi Xiaoyu remained in the tree. After all, as an assassin, she could only maximize her combat potential by staying hidden. As Chen Yichuan sensed the approaching hostile presence, he frowned slightly and then leaped up to a branch. His speed, combined with temporary attributes, was a solid 8 points. Just climbing a tree, how daring. TCH. Below, Lu Yunlu smirked at this, secretly thinking, playing with personality on the outer battlefield, be careful not to die in a more unique way. Lu Yunpan also glanced over but quickly regained focus and said, everyone be careful. From now on, any beast or person entering our exploration zone will be killed without exception. Oh, the others had no objections to his orders. In the outer battlefield, not to mention targeting Lord-level beasts, even a rare item like a roulette wheel could spark red-eyed greed. Killing for treasure was all too normal, compared to the oppression of the lower classes in the settlements. The outer battlefield was the true gathering place of fear. The darkness of humanity played out every day, just as everyone was on high alert. Young master, there are people ahead. The speaker was the bald man driving the pickup truck, clearly of a higher status within the Lu family than the others. Upon hearing this, the Qin family also became vigilant. Beside Qin Chong stood a lean man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a close-cropped hairstyle mixed with silver strands, suggesting a significant level. Qin Chong slowly pulled out 2 knuckle gloves and put them on. A fist fighter, Chen Yichuan thought. Could this guy also be a professional? Otherwise, fists are relatively less lethal compared to weapons like swords and spears. He remembered there had been a rather prominent fist fighter in his past life, who could create a bloody path with a single punch during a beast tide. Though that was somewhat exaggerated. But was that person Qin Chong? Chen Yichuan didn't delve deeper, merely curious as he shifted his gaze away. At this moment, Lu Yunpan made a decision. Move in. Everyone understood and slowed their steps. As they approached, they realized they had reached the outskirts of a battle zone. Ahead was a small team of 3 with an unclear affiliation, currently engaged in combat with a giant wolf over 3 meters long. The giant wolf was already injured, but the 3 were also not in great shape, and from the situation, the giant wolf seemed to have the upper hand. The Lu and Qin families had no intention of intervening. Suddenly, whoo! The giant wolf let out a long howl, and where the sound waves passed, root-like wooden spikes shot up, revealing it to be a forest thorn wolf of what attribute. Among the 3, the most heavily injured man couldn't dodge in time and was impaled through the heart by a wooden spike. Damn it! Seeing a companion fall nearby, another man leaped several meters high in fright, swinging his large sword down. Heavy sword splitting mountain. This was likely his skill. The descent of the large sword clearly exceeded basic physical principles, appearing like a high leap followed by an instantaneous downward strike. It was fast, but the forest thorn wolf was faster. Its front paws had barely left the ground to dodge the attack when it pounced forward, its paw the size of a basin striking the side of the man's head. At the same time, the wooden spikes created by the forest thorn wolf reached the ground where the Lu and Qin families were positioned, forcing everyone to dodge, but this also exposed their location. The man struck away by the forest thorn wolf crashed into the Qin family's formation. A subordinate from the Qin family helped him absorb some of the impact. Unfortunately, the wolf's paw had already mangled half his face. Even if saved, he likely wouldn't live for long. If the Lu and Qin families had help from the beginning, things wouldn't have come to this. But in this world, there are no ifs. Since they had already been exposed, Lu Yunpan no longer hid, taking over the remaining battle. Your companion won't last long. Aren't you going to take him away? The implication was straightforward. We'll take the prey. You can leave. Of course, the opponent was unwilling. After all, the wolf was only a half-health. But as Lu Yunpan spoke, 3 members of their side had already dashed out, surrounding the forest thorn wolf, which was trying to flee. Whether willing or not, fists are bigger, and there are more of us. You can only accept it. Even if he killed the forest thorn wolf, could he take his spoils with him? The answer was no. Damn it. Before leaving, all he could do was express his dissatisfaction. However, as he dashed past the Lu family formation to retrieve his companion, a cold light flashed behind him, severing his head from his body. The attacker was the bald man. Watch your mouth next life. Thud. He fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. On the other side, Qin Chong frowned, looking at Lu Yunpan. He was about to leave. Why kill him? Oomph. Lu Yunpan laughed ominously. Brother Qin, you really are compassionate. Qin Chong turned his head away, replying, I just think you did something unnecessary. That's all. Above. Shi Xiaoyu tightened the rope in her hand, suppressing an inexplicable impulse, her cold gaze fixed on Lu Yunpan. Chen Yichuan appeared indifferent. After all, he had experienced quite a bit. He could only say, such behavior, even the Lu family. Kill that little dog, then continue forward. The forest thorn wolf was already at half health. How could it withstand the nearly full-strength members of the Lu family's vanguard? In less than 10 exchanges, it fell unwillingly and could not rise again. Young master, a yellow roulette has dropped. After a player kills a beast, the Earth server will explode to release loot, hence referred to by players as exploding equipment. This time, the forest thorn wolf dropped a yellow roulette and some scattered time currency. Take it, Lu Yunpan said. However, when he received it, he couldn't help but want to discard it. TSK. Only one option available. Garbage among garbage. Put away. We'll toss it to the devouring maggots later. Yes. Moments later, just as the team prepared to set off again, a sudden, Chapter 21, he is worth the price. Wolves, canines, social animals. Even if they transform into ferocious beasts, this habit is not something that can be changed easily. The arrival of Life Devourer is a disaster and an opportunity for humans. But for animals, it is just an opportunity. Instead, humans must reclaim their position at the top of the food chain. But is it possible? At least when facing the current pack of wolves. They can only fight up close like primitive humans. It seems that the leader is also something that was transformed from a cat or dog. Lu Yunpan frowned. Everyone formed a defensive formation. No need to fight for too long. Just keep pushing forward. As this command was given, the members who had been keeping a certain distance quickly moved. They soon regrouped into a circular formation with a radius of about 8 meters, weapons tightly gripped. Some already clashing with the forest thornwolves. The overall tactic was to fight while retreating, but the appearance of the wolf pack seemed to be aimed at stopping their advance. Big brother, the Lord must have dealt with the previous group of people, and is now recovering. Lu Yunlu shouted upon realizing this. Lu Yunpan quickly reacted. Just as he was pondering what to do, he caught sight of a man and a woman perched on trees. Just as Chen Yichuan thought to himself, no way, Shi Xiaoyu, Chen Yichuan, use range attacks to draw aggro and cover us to find the Lord. This. Before he could speak, Shi Xiaoyu had already responded first. 2 longevity pills. Okay. This voice came from Lu Yunpan. It seemed that there was still a contractual relationship between Shi Xiaoyu and the Lu family, and situations like this were outside that scope. It was a different price. I also want to. Realizing this, Chen Yichuan shouted, why not? However, as soon as his voice fell, Lu Yunlu looked up and instinctively spoke. What are you? Don't you know your own weight? Shi Xiaoyu wanted 2 longevity pills because of her strength and her profession, but why should Chen Yichuan? Lu Yunlu spoke out of assumption. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan was about to reply, but unexpectedly. Okay, Xinyu. Lu Xinyu did not give her second brother a chance to finish. He has temporary attributes. At least right now he is worth his price. Although she did not know Chen Yichuan's specific attributes. Being able to assist in repelling a small-scale beast hide in the Zhenjiang defense zone meant dealing with the wolf pack here was not a problem. There was no time to dwell on this. Let us hurry up. Hearing his brother's words, Lu Yunlu could only glare at Chen Yichuan and no longer speak. At this moment, Shi Xiaoyu had already taken action. Her rope dart flew down like a cold light and soon pierced the head of a forest thorn wolf. The material of the dart head is quite good. Chen Yichuan smiled at this, and then without saying much, the ring on his right index finger flashed, and a sharp tooth was immediately shot out by the slingshot. Bang! With the downward impact, piercing power of the sharp tooth, and the elasticity of the slingshot, the combined force caused a forest thorn wolf to be gruesomely bent into A shape from its waist. Oh woo! That forest thorn wolf lay on the ground howling in pain. Whether dead or alive, it could no longer move. This operation was even more impactful than Shi Xiaoyu's headshot. Without enough force, even if aiming at the weak point of the canine beast, it would be hard to achieve such an effect, right? He really is worth 2 longevity pills. Saying this, Lu Yunpan withdrew his gaze. Everyone break out of the wolf pack's encirclement. Teeth. Unlike Lu Yunpan, Shi Xiaoyu was closer and saw that the bullet Chen Yichuan shot out was not ordinary. It looked like the teeth of a ferocious beast. Hee. Let's see them experience a bite from the sea. You're more interesting than I imagined. After saying this, Shi Xiaoyu had already moved to another tree, lightly leaping as her rope dart flew downward again. Although she did not manage to score another headshot, she still hit a forest thorn wolf. Moreover, as she retrieved it, she used the inertia to strike again, hitting accurately. The attacks of the rope dart were indeed elusive. No wonder she was called a mysterious soldier. Of course, having such an effect relied heavily on Shi Xiaoyu's assassin profession, which had specific bonuses for such small weapons. It still takes a professional. Chen Yichuan sighed lightly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. In his previous life, he only officially changed to warrior on the 46th day of the game's arrival, when the Great Job Change version was released. An assassin was a profession subdivided from warrior, belonging to short weapons and mysterious soldiers. While admiring, Chen Yichuan's actions did not slow down. One after another, teeth continuously shot out from the slingshot in his hand, each time hitting a forest thorn wolf and causing it to lose combat ability. His strength combined with temporary attributes was 8 points, plus the slingshot's attributes made it 13 points, which was not low. At least it was comparable to Shi Xiaoyu. Under the cover of the two, Lu Yunpan had already led the team to break through the wolf pack's encirclement, even though some were injured. their combat power still maintained over 90. After breaking free from the wolves' obstruction, the remaining 21 people took advantage of the gap to move through the forest at the fastest speed. As for the direction, with that bald man around, they wouldn't go wrong. Sure enough, after advancing about 5 miles, "Young master, the Lord is right ahead." Liu Yunpan grinned. "Ah, fool. As long as we can secure the Lord's first kill, you can go find my father for the reward when we get back." "Thank you, young master." Swish, swish. Running at the forefront, Lu Yunlu suddenly felt the blood scent in the air intensify several times as he dashed through a patch of bushes about 2 meters high. He finally stopped after stepping on a regularly shaped, black-red mixed with white object that made him nauseous. "Stop, quickly stop." In the forest, as the number of casualties among the forest thorn wolves reached over 10, the elite wolves in the pack could no longer sit still. A woo! A long howl suddenly erupted, and the scattered wolf pack immediately clustered around the head wolf of the elite. From the player's perspective, it meant that the aggro value had accumulated to a threshold, and the wolf pack was about to unleash a big move. Forest thorn wolves, in addition to pouncing and biting, also have a talent skill, Forest Thorn Spike, which was a move that forced the Lu and Qin families out initially. But that was when a single wolf used it. This time, it was a group. Shi Xiaoyu returned to a tree trunk, panting slightly. The reward will be less. Still, it's better to think of a way to stay alive. If you lose your life, no amount of reward will matter. Chun Yichuan said, producing a light brown pill in his hand. "I could take down the biggest one before they launch their attack. Can you handle the rest?" Hearing this, although Shi Xiaoyu was puzzled about how Chun Yichuan would do it, there was no time to think further. "If you can do it, I have no problem." Chapter 22, Level 0, 1000 damage. On the other side, deep in the forest, a long, eerie hiss echoed through a clearing in the woods. Lu Yunlu, who had just burst out, never expected that what they were about to face was such a monster. A giant long worm at least 10 meters long. Not just long, but its body was also thick, only slightly thinner than the esteemed readers present. Upon hearing a shout, the follow-up personnel slowed down. Even Lu Yunpan, a level 13 official player, felt a bit of cold sweat when he saw this long worm. "Don't tell me what the radar detected is this thing?" The bald man Afu also had a somewhat grim expression at this moment. Judging from the strength of its mental power, it was definitely it. There were no others within a few kilometers. Lu Yunpan took a deep breath. No choice, fight. After saying that, he drew his battle knife from his right waist, and his left hand rested on the exquisite standard longsword. "Afu, figure out this guy's attributes and put it in the team channel." "All right," Afu quickly responded. The attributes of the ferocious beast are not displayed all the time. They need a player to establish a connection to reveal them, which could be dealing damage or applying control skills. Even tossing a stone to hit it will allow the panel to appear, even if it doesn't deal damage. After this, Afu lightly tapped his forehead and said, "Mental detection." Obviously, this was Afu's skill, focused on mental attributes, which was why he could confirm the direction of the Lord all the way. The next moment, the giant long worm seemed to sense the peeping, letting out a fierce hiss. Afu quickly interrupted the detection, but the purpose had already been achieved. Name, Earth-splitting giant python rank, Lord level, 12 vitality, 2984 52 11 strength, 39 mental, for defense, 27 speed, 14 skills, ground shockwave, giant tail, split combat power, 472. This guy, in the team, Lu Yunpan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 39 points of strength. Combined with such an exaggerated body, the previous group must have died terribly. What is wrong? Lu brother, lacking confidence. Qin Chong, wearing brass knuckles, seemed like a different person. His previously somewhat humble demeanor had completely changed to a combative one, full of confidence. That's your Qin family's reliance, heavenly collapse, right? Lu Yunpan smiled knowingly. Confidence isn't just talk. Everyone, while this big guy doesn't know us yet, let us set it on fire first. Facing the 20-some people from both families, although the earth-splitting giant python had a size advantage, it wasn't overly reckless. It deeply understood that some prey could harm it. Although a command was given, Lu Yunpan did not take the lead in attacking. After all, with so many cannon fodder tools, why should he take the first move? This was not something that could be killed instantly. I'll go first. The one who spoke was Zhao Ji from the Liu family S Vanguard team. Level 6, Strength 29, Combat Power 251. The reason for shouting out the level and main attributes was to provide a reference for others. However, upon hearing these attributes, everyone quickly calculated and realized this guy's upgrade points were mostly added to strength. As Zhao Ji ran towards the earth-splitting giant python, this guess was fully confirmed. Speed? Not at all. But the next moment, Zhao Ji's action stunned everyone present for a moment. Invincible. As he shouted those 3 words, Zhao Ji held a great sword, spinning his body while moving forward, and just as he completed the 5th spin, Vortex! Whoosh! In an instant, the great sword shot out with incredible precision towards the raised head of the earth-splitting giant python. But how could the giant python stand still? Its head tilted to dodge, but unexpectedly, the great sword vortex suddenly turned at that moment. Clang! With a light sound of a blade entering flesh. It sliced through the giant python's body, leaving a wound over 10 centimeters deep. Unfortunately, it was just too thick. -11. Additional. -77. The first line of text was plain base damage. The second line was clearly the additional damage from Zhao Ji's skill Invincible Great Vortex. Skills, by nature, are not just about the action. Normally, 1 point of strength can deal 10 points of damage, and 1 point of defense can negate 10 points of damage. But Life Devourer has a combat power setting, where the lower combat power strength will be reduced even if it exceeds the higher combat power's defense. Conversely, it will amplify. Well done. I'll go next. The one who shouted was Dongfang Yinyan, Level 4, Strength 7. As soon as his attributes were announced, someone couldn't help but retort. 7 points? Damn, brother, are you joking? Zhao Ji with 29 points can only deal 11 points of base damage. Hurry and hide behind a tree. But Dongfang Yinyan was not the kind to listen to advice. Temporary Strength 7. Combat Power 232. I'm going. His temporary attributes were due to the seafood breakfast before setting out, and the bonus was about to end, so there was no time to hesitate. However, his boldness didn't mean he was truly foolish. He sprinted and, in just a few seconds, reached the front of the earth-splitting giant python, which hadn't yet recovered from the previous strike. Dongfang Yinyan closed in. Naturally, it was too late to block. Whoosh. -5. One sword slashed across the giant python's side. Whoosh. -5. One sword returned, deepening the existing wound. Whoosh. -5. One sword cleaved, leaving a bloody cross-cut. Dongfang Yinyan's figure moved like a phantom, swiftly completing the attack, then leaping back, creating a distance of several meters, landing lightly. This was his skill, Phantom 3 Swords. Even so, it was hard for everyone to believe that this was done by a rough-looking, seemingly heavy-set man. Additional. -31. Bleeding. -140. When the damage text popped up, not only did the earth-splitting giant python writhe in fury, but the surrounding crowd was also left speechless. A level 4 player dealt higher damage than a level 6 pure strength player. What kind of beast is this? However, if he was a beast, then what about Chen Yichuan, who at this moment, as a level 0 informal player, one-shot a elite level 4's Thornwolf with a slingshot? Whoosh! Critical hit. -1,360. Beads of sweat poured down Chen Yichuan's forehead, making him look like he had lost weight. Shi Xiaoyu was stunned. 1,000 damage. What are you still waiting for? Are you waiting for the wolf pack to react? This roar almost exhausted all of Chen Yichuan's strength. Oh! After that, he hung half on a tree, completely drained of energy. If someone were to stab him at this moment, he would undoubtedly die. Hey, this feeling. Still so exhilarating. Chapter 23. I'm just too kind. How did Chen Yichuan, with his level 0, deal over 1,000 damage? The answer lies in the light brown pill he held before the fight. Bloodthirsty Shark's Blood Potion, made from the materials of the ferocious beast Bloodthirsty Shark. Consuming it instantly reduces your lifespan by 30 days and unleashes 10 times your power, making the first 3 attacks ignore power disparities and guaranteeing critical hits. The effect lasts for 1 second, followed by a 3-second weakness. Weakness. All attributes reduced to 10. Level restriction. 0 to 10. Production craftsmanship. white, rough. This pill was also known in his previous life as 1 second real man. Chun Ichuan regretted not being a true alchemist now. Otherwise, if he could improve the craftsmanship of the blood potion to excellent, the weakness duration would only be 1 second. 3 seconds is neither long nor short. Sometimes it passes in the blink of an eye, and sometimes it feels like years. If someone from the Liu family were here, Chun Ichuan would never use it, nor would he recklessly use it if there were ferocious beasts nearby. That would be akin to courting death. Compared to the 3 items he gave to the Liu family, the blood potion is truly something that can save lives. When he was bickering with Liu Xinyu about the longevity pill yesterday, he was ready to explode at any moment, but fortunately, he didn't have to. After the 3 seconds of weakness, huff, Chun Ichuan exhaled deeply, and below, a dozen forest thornwolves lay dead or wounded, not posing any threat. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The potion is indeed powerful, but the cost is a bit steep. A man has only 6 months of life left, and he just lost a month. Chun Ichuan, just as he was thinking, Shi Xiaoyu called out to him. Are you asking for help? He replied with a smile. To his surprise, the next second, a life card appeared. Do you want it? This is too easy? Just at the cost of a bit of life. Yes. When Chun Ichuan jumped down from the tree, Shi Xiaoyu pinched the life card between 2 fingers and glanced at him. Want it? The boy quickly realized. If she didn't want to give it, she wouldn't have asked. Since she asked but didn't give it immediately, it was clear she wanted to set conditions. What do you want to know? Shi Xiaoyu rarely smiled. Tell me how you did that just now. Can that situation be replicated? If it can, how? Do you have a national grudge or family feud to settle? Chun Ichuan had originally joked, but unexpectedly. Yes, she really does. But I can't tell you who it is. So dishonest. I'm afraid you'll sell me out. Then I guarantee I won't sell you out? I don't believe you. Chun Ichuan. This girl is truly straightforward. Wait, where did this life card drop from? Elite. This time, as soon as she opened her mouth, Shi Xiaoyu realized and quickly corrected herself. I don't know, I saw it on the ground. Chun Ichuan crossed his arms. I'm not lying to you. I got it. Really not lying to you. Got it. By this moment, Shi Xiaoyu was already looking down, all right. This life card came from that elite. It's originally your loot. Then give it to me. You can't. I don't have it. Don't have it. Shi Xiaoyu seemed to have grasped a lifeline. So there's a chance? Tell me how to do it. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You little. Are you the class representative in Chinese class? So good at finding loopholes. But no. Why not? What if the person you want to kill has something to do with me? This was actually just an excuse from Chun Ichuan. The reason he didn't give it was that he wanted to probe into Shi Xiaoyu's background to see if they could cooperate. After all, being able to break away from the Liu family for some reason indicated that she had some discord with them. Utilizing all available resources is the only way to possibly and quickly bring them down. Upon hearing Chun Ichuan's words, Shi Xiaoyu finally fell silent. His concerns were not unfounded. Just as this thought settled in her mind, she seemed to have made up her mind. All right, I'll tell you, but even if it has something to do with you, I won't give up unless you kill me afterward. Chun Ichuan was slightly taken aback. Is the situation this complicated? Who is it? Mo Huaizhu, eastern power of the Jiangnan settlement, from the Nahai Tower, the swordsman Mo Huaizhu. Her? That's not an issue. Upon hearing this answer, Chun Ichuan felt a bit disappointed. What kind of deep hatred could you have with her? He certainly knew about Mo Huaizhu. In his previous life, she was also a renowned figure. He didn't expect there would be such matters behind the scenes. Shi Xiaoyu bit her lip. The revenge for my father's death. Hearing this, Chun Ichuan realized he had touched on a painful subject and hurriedly said, sorry. It's fine. It helps deepen my obsession for revenge. After a brief pause, Shi Xiaoyu immediately asked, so are you giving it to me or not? Let's trade. Give me the life card. Since the enemies are different and the entire matter has nothing to do with him, why not do Shi Xiaoyu a favor? Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Regardless, it is an undeniable fact that she has broken away from the Liu family. When she held a light brown pill in her hand, Shi Xiaoyu glanced at him. You men are truly born liars. Chun Ichuan twitched his mouth but was too lazy to respond to her sarcasm. You see the attributes of this thing? Think carefully before you take it. If I can take revenge, what is 30 days? 3 years, 30 years, even 300 years, I wouldn't mind. After carefully storing it away, Shi Xiaoyu asked again, "By the way, did you make this yourself?" "Yes. Thank you. No need. Whether I can help is still uncertain." With that settled, Chen Yichuan unhesitatingly activated the life card in his hand. The next moment, a clear prompt sound rang in his ears. "Congratulations. Activation successful. All permissions for ID Chen Yichuan have been activated. Remaining lifespan, 150 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. This is the entire process of becoming a formal player, with no earth-shattering effects. No newbie gift pack, and no enhancements whatsoever. Only experience. 0-100 yes. Only after becoming a formal player does the experience bar appear on the panel, allowing for leveling up, learning skills, and becoming stronger. Everything in life, Devourer relies almost entirely on the life card." After taking a moment to breathe, Chen Yichuan conjured a beast bone the size of a pigeon egg, drew the bowstring, and shot at the nearest forest thorn wolf that was barely hanging on. Howl. Kill. Experience 20. Shi Xiaoyu. It has only one breath left. Sigh. Chen Yichuan sighed. "I'm just too kind. I can't bear to see the wolf suffering. Look at its body with so many holes. It must hurt a lot, right? Once it's completely dead, it won't hurt anymore, right? You're a devil." Chapter 24. To be honest, why don't you change your surname to Liu? Besides the life card, this group of forest thorn wolves also dropped a superior white roulette. Chen Yichuan took a glance, and there were a total of 6 options on the front. But only one was useful, experience 300, while the others were just trivial items like instant noodles, glutinous rice, inflatable baby. After all, it was just a white roulette. Even if there were many options, top-tier rewards were still rare. What about you? Shi Xiaoyu handed the roulette to Chen Yichuan. Her gaze instinctively fixed on the largest area, life-size figurine, Boa Hancock. It accounted for a whopping 67. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "I don't need it." "Really? Really? I don't believe it. To be honest, why don't you change your surname to Liu? Seriously. I don't have time to argue with you. There should be fighting ahead. Let us go take a look." "You really don't want it?" "No. I don't believe it, but I have to." Deep in the forest, where the Lord resides, after several rounds of probing, the earth-cracking giant python had raised enough vigilance against the Liu and Qin family's team. No matter who attacked, it was no longer so easy. Gradually, the sounds of beasts roaring came from all directions. Liu Yunpan also understood that they had to finish quickly before the beast horde arrived. But the giant worm wasn't in peak condition and confirmed that they posed a threat, swinging its massive tail from side to side. They couldn't get close at all. Even if they approached to hit its tail, or tried to maneuver for a quick strike, the damage caused was still very limited. This way won't work. Qin Chong jumped back to avoid the sweeping tail, sweat pouring down his forehead. He was losing combat effectiveness. But being toyed with by the earth-cracking giant python was definitely uncomfortable. Liu Yunpan glanced over. "Then don't hold back. Your Collapse the Sky must have skills, right? Use it. It can only be used once. If it misses, it would be a waste." How could Qin Chong not know that this guy was waiting for him to make the first move? So he had to use this excuse to explain. "If you have a way to make that giant worm unable to escape, I'll just unleash my ultimate move. If I had a way, would I be so passive?" "What are you even saying?" After putting on Collapse the Sky, Qin Chong seemed like a different person. "You have the ability, so why don't you come? Just don't complain if the first kill gets taken by my Qin family." After saying that, Qin Chong smashed his fists together, as if gathering power. "Peace and joy. Find a way to restrict that guy's movements and create an opportunity for me." "Yes." A voice responded, and 4 figures holding shields quickly closed in from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. For the first time, the earth-cracking giant python's tail was blocked by a shield. Seeing this, Liu Yunpan slightly frowned, feeling as if the Qin family was playing him. If they had this capability, why didn't they use it earlier instead of jumping rope here? He suddenly gripped the hilt of his knife and quietly contacted his younger brother through the life card. "Yun Liu, when there's an opportunity, make sure to strike before that, Qin Chong." "Got it," Liu Yunlu replied. He also understood that their father agreed to team up with the Qin family to ensure there were enough people to guarantee the Lord's kill. Not a hand over the loot. After all, the rewards were quite substantial. At the same time, if there was a chance, Although the peace and joy sent by Qin Chong could withstand the earth-cracking giant python's attacks, completely restraining it wasn't easy. At this moment, not far away in the trees, two figures were half-crouched. It was Chun Yichuan and Shi Xiaoyu. "Why are you stopping? Aren't you going to help?" Shi Xiaoyu asked, her right hand already gripping the end of the rope dart, the starting position for her attack. The first attack with the rope dart was simply a throw or a fling. The real mystery was generated through inertia, manipulating the rope with both hands and feet to achieve its elusive characteristics. Sometimes, before you even realize it, the dart tip is already in front of you. So even without Chun Yichuan, the Liu and Qin families could still break the situation. "But if you want to go ahead. I'll just watch the show for now," Chun Yichuan said. If it weren't for his plan to undermine the Liu family from within and reclaim what belonged to him, he would have left long ago. Why would he step in to help when he wasn't needed and there was nothing to gain? If the Liu family was comfortable, he would be uncomfortable. That makes some sense. That big guy looks tough to fight. "Aren't you going?" "I only do what I'm paid for. That's my principle." They only said to restrain the Lord when the beast horde comes out. They didn't ask me to fight a confrontation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan's eyes slightly shifted. "Are you in a hiring relationship with the Liu family?" "No." Then, the next moment, Chen Yichuan heard an answer that left him speechless. "That Liu Yunpan is my XXX boyfriend." Sheng Yishuang. "Ooh. Huh. Why are you staring so wide-eyed?" "I'm just lazy, too lazy to go to those unfamiliar places. I just happen to know Liu Yunpan, so I'm with the Liu family." Perhaps because of the bloodthirsty potion, Shi Xiaoyu wasn't the so-called Ice Queen when she was with him. It was obvious that whether one was cold or not depended on the person. "Also, I'm still single." "Who asked you that?" This girl really says whatever comes to mind. She is all about being unreserved. However, their relationship wasn't deep, leaving room for manipulation. At least their relationship couldn't be considered good, just mutual use. As the two were talking, "The beast horde. The beast horde is coming." A sentry in the team shouted, and after that, the bald man, A Fu, pressed two fingers against his forehead, expanding his mental power. "Young master, the beast horde is about 60 of the white beast tide. That is, around 300 beasts. The ones outside. Buy us some time." Liu Yunpan would never let Qin Chong handle the Lord alone. If he really let him get the first kill, the Liu family would suffer a huge loss. The numbers are still increasing. A Fu, who didn't stop his mental scanning, shouted again. In the four basic attributes, the improvement of mental power mainly manifests in thought and consciousness. As an auxiliary aspect, it can be used for detection, interference, and combat. Improving mental power can enhance reaction speed to a certain extent. Visual capture, danger perception, physical response all have significant effects. In addition, it can help players maintain relative calm in desperate situations. However, because this attribute has the least obvious impact on combat power, its role in battles against fierce beasts is relatively limited, so few players focus on leveling it up. This A Fu was just an exception. Damn! The speed and scale of the approaching beast horde exceeded Liu Yunpan's initial expectations. He had fought Lord-level beasts before, and it was precisely because he knew that he had to prioritize survival now. Everyone, form an octagonal defensive formation and prepare to resist the beast tide. Chapter 25. The Bagua offensive formation I often dream about. Its main purpose is inward to encircle the target in the center, sealing off the target's escape routes as much as possible. Outward, to resist the inevitable incoming disturbances. This is similar to the initial Bagua defensive formation. However, one focuses on attack, while the other focuses on defense. The purpose is different. 1 minute. All units spread out. Be careful of that giant bug's counterattack. Prioritize fighting off the beast tide. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. If you move slowly, the price is death. On the tree trunk, Chun Yichuan raised an eyebrow. Such an ancient formation is only needed in the early stages of the game, but it is indeed useful. In the later stages, when individual combat power becomes strong, formations only serve as embellishments. The beast tide left little time for either side to react. As the formation took shape, countless ferocious beasts emerged from the woods. Giant rodents, wolves, bobcats, bears. These animals, which originally did not inhabit the Jiangnan region, migrated back from the further south after being transformed into ferocious beasts due to the arrival of lottery.However, and there were even traces of tigers and leopards. However, this territory was clearly dominated by the what a selfish Liu Yunpan. Watching the Liu family S10 or so members already scatter, Qin Chong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Though it was a Bagua offensive formation, the Liu family only cared about their own 5 gates, completely ignoring the Qin family's position. Qin Chong had no choice but to prioritize stability. Stay safe and happy, come back. Next, after brewing a powerful move for a few minutes, he could only turn back and blast towards the forest area. Damn it, you ferocious beasts. With a punch, a terrifying shockwave uprooted many trees, and amidst the flying mud and sand, a faint smell of blood lingered. In the direction he struck, at least a dozen ferocious beasts were instantly killed. A large number of kill notifications popped up. Sky collapse, indeed formidable. Watching the scene, Chen Yichuan smiled. This guy is just using a metaphor to criticize, but well said. However, not long after, the tree was no longer a safe zone. What is most abundant in the southern woods? Without a doubt, snakes, rodents, insects, and ants. After watching a brief scene, Chen Yichuan felt a chilling sensation behind his head, a danger signal feedback from his mental power. The young man dared not delay, his right foot hooked around the tree trunk, pulling back like a bowstring, and shot a fingerbone out. Bang! With a light sound, the rapidly approaching mutated green snake was hit in the vital spot. Chen Yichuan then hooked his toes around the trunk, spinning like a hula hoop, and returned to the trunk. Kill. Experience 5. Seeing the experience points pop up before him, he realized this was a bamboo leaf green snake without even a level. It couldn't even be considered a ferocious beast. Players can gain basic experience points from killing ferocious beasts, which is normally 10 times the level of the ferocious beast. If it's elite or lord level, there are additional bonuses. If it has no level, then it uniformly adds 5 experience points. You're quite agile. Have you practiced before? Not far away, Shi Xiaoyu asked after witnessing the scene. The rope dart in her hand had already flown out countless times, and her experience was increasing by dozens at a time. I often dream while sleepwalking, so you can also be a loss for words. Nonsense. Chen Yichuan's skills were of course honed in his past life. The things deep in his consciousness were still his own body, so replicating them was no challenge. But how to explain this? It was better to sidestep the question and brush it off. After some light teasing, Chen Yichuan's expression became serious. He had no interest in helping the Liu family fight the Lord, but he had to grind experience for himself. At that moment, the young man took out a bone piece with one hand, and the slingshot in his hand burst into an illusion. As for aiming, the ground was densely packed with living targets. Was there a need to aim? Just glancing at them would be a blatant disrespect. Kill. Experience 20. Kill. Experience 10. Kill. One after another, kill notifications and experience notifications continuously appeared before Chen Yichuan's eyes, and soon. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 1. 5 free attribute points. Yes, lottery.However gives free attribute points every time you level up. You can allocate them wherever you want. This has led to many players who don't know how to play randomly adding points in the early game. Even Chen Yichuan, in his past life, was also slow to realize. Since he had already reloaded his save this life, how could he make the same mistakes again? With 5 free attribute points. 3 points in strength, 1 in spirit, and 1 in speed. In the early stages, with insufficient attack power, strength is the priority, while spirit and speed are supplementary. Many players think adding spirit has no effect on attack power, so they simply don't allocate points. They either invest everything in attack or support attack speed. However, in reality, if you view the body as a computer, then spirit is equivalent to the CPU. If the computing power doesn't increase, then everything is in vain. You can't neglect it, nor can you allocate everything to it. Therefore, gradually adapting the body to the changes in attributes is the most reasonable and effective approach. After allocating the points, the young man felt as if he had been reborn. He then glanced at the experience points needed to reach the next level. Experience 10,000. Once the level is no longer 0, the experience required for leveling up skyrockets. Before level 10, the experience needed for each level increases by 1,000 points. Moreover, The greater the level difference between both sides, the less experience gained from kills. If you are one level higher, the experience gained is reduced by 10, and the base does not change. In other words, if the level exceeds 10, even if you're level 20 killing a level 10 or level 100 killing a level 90, you gain no experience. Conversely, if you kill above your level, for each level you surpass, the experience doubles. Formula XXY. It sounds like a lot, but upon careful consideration, if Chun Ichuan wants to level up directly, he needs to kill an 11-level ferocious beast to do so. Even if he spends his life, the chance is slim. The rules of this data-driven world leave no room for negotiation, even if he lacks 1 point of strength. He simply cannot kill it. With the panel in front of him dismissed, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but grin. Level up time. Swoosh. Bang. Kill. Experience 90. Seeing this experience, Chun Ichuan raised the corners of his mouth in surprise. Hey, not bad luck. I hit a fragile level 3 monster. Using a slingshot to kill enemies is much harder to guard against compared to a rope dart. After all, who would expect a stone to become a deadly weapon? The rope dart has a distance limit. The longer the rope, the longer the reach. But a slingshot can be made with more resilient and elastic materials, further increasing its lethality. The upper limit is higher. Continue. However, this time, before Chun Ichuan could pull back the slingshot, a voice rudely interrupted. Chun Ichuan? Shi Xiaoyu must be there too. You two are really slow. What are you waiting for? Hold the Lord, and the team will start harvesting after repelling the beast tide. Chun Ichuan, comma. This means I absolutely detest people who lack a sense of boundaries. Chapter 26. You don't think I'm really calculating, do you? That ungracious voice. No need to ask is definitely from Lu Yunpan. Although the plan was set before departure, it still feels unpleasant. Pulling monsters, right? Just pull. Chun Ichuan chuckled to himself. But where to pull them? He took out a tooth bullet, turned around, and aimed at the earth-splitting python's position, which was 514 meters away. With a wind speed of 3 meters per second and a humidity unknown. According to Yak's BXC, the angle of the parabolic trajectory should be upwards at 47 degrees, full bow. Next to him, Shi Xiaoyu said, You're not a bullet. Why care about humidity? Just as Chun Ichuan released his grip, he tilted his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You don't really think I'm calculating, do you? Is there no calculation? What a joke. Can humans really learn math? Oh, he calculated the parabola correctly, hitting the bug. After a couple of moments of speechlessness from Shi Xiaoyu, Chun Ichuan also became a bit serious. With his level 1, hitting was no problem, but it might not break its defense. However, Beast Teeth has a special piercing effect. It may not hurt, but it still stings, especially since Chun Ichuan was aiming with the tip facing forward. But the next moment, the boy switched to a meatball. After taking the shot from Grandpa, there should be some aggro, right? Go. 2 seconds later, bong. The explosion echoed through the forest, and soon, the ground trembled repeatedly, but it wasn't caused by the explosion. It was the earth-splitting python continuously writhing. Like a black bear rubbing against a tree, like a crocodile rolling. The sudden situation stunned everyone, their hands and feet busy dealing with the ferocious beasts. But their mouths couldn't stay idle. What the hell is going on? What exploded? Who brought gunpowder? You must be kidding. Gunpowder can affect a level 13 Lord Beast? Then. No, the vibrations seem to be getting closer. That long worm isn't coming this way, is it? It can't be. It has already come. Oh crap. Lu Yunpan, who was fiercely battling the beasts, perked up his ears, hearing everyone's voices. Then he looked back. His expression started indifferent, then narrowed, puzzled, and finally widened in shock. I can't believe this. You idiot. How could you pull a monster like this? Chun Ichuan looked innocent, feeling a bit guilty towards Lu Yunpan. I just leveled up to level 1. His silence was deafening, but reality didn't give him even a moment to speak. The earth-splitting python couldn't tell who attacked it, so after rushing over, its tail slammed forward. Giant tail split earth, one of the Lord's skills. The terrifying force instantly smashed the ground in front of it, creating a narrow crack that extended more than 10 meters before stopping. The shockwave from this skill affected everyone and the ferocious beasts around. Minus 312. Dazed. Lasting 3 seconds. Minus 312. Dazed. A large area of damage and day's notifications. Densely packed, yet orderly, like splashes of water on the ground during a torrential rain. Everyone took the same damage, indicating this was a fixed damage value that ignored defense. Immediately after, the giant snake's tail swept through. No one was spared, whether beast or human. Fortunately, under the Bagua counterattack formation, the distribution of personnel wasn't dense, so this wave of attack from the earth-splitting python only affected Lu Yunpan and Lu Yunlu. The damage varied from high to low, but it was purely physical damage. Under the heavy blow, Lu Yunlu was sent flying and crashed into a tree, blood spilling from his mouth. It's all your fault. Chen Yichuan. Compared to his older brother Lu Yunpan, Lu Yunlu was more vengeful. He was already somewhat displeased with Chen Yichuan, and now this emotion erupted directly. After steadying himself, he lunged toward Chen Yichuan. Yunlu. Lu Yunpan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Lord must be focused. Some matters should be set aside for now. But, can't you tell which is more important? Lu Yunlu clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Chen Yichuan. You just wait later. You'll be sorry. Chen Yichuan, however, didn't care. Why stare back at a dog barking at you? How about this wave of monsters? Are you satisfied? Hearing this, Lu Yunpan almost exploded. Pull it back. Circle around. Just don't let this worm recover. Who the hell told you to pull it over? How would a newbie like me know so much? Chen Yichuan mumbled. Lu Yunpan was so furious he could hardly breathe, and with internal injuries, he couldn't help but cough up some blood again. If it weren't for Chen Yichuan's value to the Lu family, and the need to conserve energy to deal with the Lord, he would have wanted to take action against him. In today's world, strength is always the top priority. Chen Yichuan's ability is a double-edged sword. Restraining his prejudice against the Lu family and keeping him would help enhance the Lu family's strength. Otherwise, letting him run to other forces would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. The latter is something the Lu family definitely doesn't want to see. If it comes to that, even if it means destruction, they cannot let him serve others. Lu Yunpan took a deep breath and swung a fist, smashing it hard against the earth-splitting python to establish aggro. Since both sides were of equal level, the python also feared him. The combination of the two finally calmed the restless earth-splitting python. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Yunpan shot a glance at Chen Yichuan and said, Now, you should understand, right? Chen Yichuan raised the corner of his mouth, realizing that aggravating this wave was enough. Causing more trouble would be counterproductive, so he said, Got it. Leave it to me. After saying that, another meatball bullet appeared in his hand. As for what this thing is, rough blood heat bullet, made primarily from the highly toxic flesh of the fiery blood-red snake, mixed with other auxiliary materials for tanning. The blood heat toxin can cause a small-scale blood explosion, resulting in a frenzied state lasting 5 seconds. Frenzy, extremely itchy, unable to perform normal attacks, and unable to control the release of other skills. Level restriction, effective only on targets below level 15. Crafting process, white rough. Hee, big worm, look here. Chen Yichuan pulled back the bowstring and quickly shot out the blood heat bullet, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded on the earth-splitting python with a bomb. Hiss! The earth-splitting python finally found its target. It twisted its body and rushed toward Chen Yichuan. Rather than using a skill, it wanted to swallow him whole. Itch. Deadly itchy. And I can't scratch it. Who can stand this? What did you do to it? Shi Xiaoyu was also a bit dumbfounded at this scene. Chen Yichuan smiled. I'm just a level 1 rookie. If I don't use some tricks, how can I deal with the Lord? Do you expect me to break its defense? Shi Xiaoyu. Chapter 27. What the heck? You old rascal. Level 1. How on earth does this guy not resemble a level 1 newbie at all? At this point, Shi Xiaoyu was starting to find it hard to gauge the man beside her. What kind of level 1 newbie can hide so many little secrets? The bloodthirsty potion aside, he can even influence a level 13 lord. And that slingshot in his hand isn't simple either. Hey, I don't have time to chat with you. The big bug is coming to play with me. After saying that, Chen Yichuan didn't linger any longer. His figure moved, and he jumped to another tree. With temporary attributes, his speed had reached 9 points. Combined with the leg strength brought by his power attribute, his speed through the forest had significantly increased. The earth-shattering python wanted to chase him, but had to maneuver left and right, so no matter how fast it was useless. even if it directly smashed through tree trunks. A fallen tree can't be used as a leverage point anymore. Moreover, this forest is its home, crashing into trees. ISNT that like demolishing its own house. Under such circumstances, in less than a minute. Chun Ichuan had created a distance of nearly 100 meters, and he did this on purpose. Otherwise, if he just ran far away, wouldn't the giant python's effort to catch a bee in vain? He had to maintain a distance where it couldn't catch up, but could still see him. After all, who doesn't know how to keep a backup plan these days? Next, let the Liu family's plan of not being able to steal the treasure, but wasting the effort begin. They mobilized a large force to come to this forest. ISNT, just to obtain the reward for the first kill of the Lord? I'll make sure you don't get your way. Of course, it's unrealistic for a level 1 to fight a level 13. The bloodthirsty potion can bridge the gap between the two, but the earth-shattering python still has over 2,000 health left. What can you do in 1 second? The temporary attributes are not within the amplification range. So taking the potion means 40 points of strength. Ignoring the combat power gap translates to 400 points of damage, and after critical hit, it's 800 points. It's impossible to kill it. Absolutely impossible. The next outcome would be dying in a weakened state for 3 seconds. Therefore, this plan can only pass. No matter how amazing he is, or how many cheats he has, he still can't do it. He can only seek another way. Looking at the big picture, the only family capable of doing this is the Qin family. Additionally, he needs to think of an escape route. Liu Yinlu wants to tear him apart. So appearing in front of him without absolute leverage is no different from seeking punishment. Now that he is a formal player, it's time to enter the second stage. After Chen Yichuan led the earth-shattering python away, Liu Yunpan, who was commanding the defense against the beast tide, also frowned, staring in the direction he had left. What on earth is that guy thinking? Clearly, what could influence a level 13 Lord Beast has truly caught Liu Yunpan's attention. If such things are in the hands of others, Big Brother, we absolutely cannot let him go like this. Liu Yinlu also spoke up between us. Whether it's the life-sucking sword or the pill formula, it's not like those other life-sucking bugs who only had a longevity pill taken away. This not. I'm afraid it can't be untied. His words also considered his follower from before the apocalypse. Of course, there was also some dissatisfaction with Chen Yichuan. That guy's behavior reminded him of his previous group of black fans. Although after the Liu family gained power, he took the opportunity to deal with some of them and humiliated quite a few. But with such a character, how could he just give up? So, there's no way we can completely control him. I know that. Liu Yunpan said, not only do I know, but my father knows too, so from the very beginning. Our decision has been to destroy it if we can't get it, to squeeze out the last bit of value from this guy. What about his things? What's so hard about that? Just lock him up. If he is willing to make those medicines for us, just give him some food. Otherwise, if he starves to death, what does it have to do with me? Lu Xinyu, who had been listening to the conspiracy all along, suddenly curled her lips. You guys are still so sinister. Sinister? Liu Yunpan glanced over. My dear sister, this world doesn't need good people. Lu Xinyu didn't respond to that, but felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She was always like this. After responding to Lu Xinyu, Liu Yunpan continued. The beast tide is not strong. It's better to settle it early and take down that lord. If the first kill announcement doesn't come out, more and more people will rush over. Just as the Liu brothers were plotting something, the protagonist of the plot, Chun Yichuan, was calmly pulling monsters while noticing something was off. No, something is wrong. The reason is simple. The Jiangning gathering place is very large. The forces within it are intricate and varied in strength, competing for interests based on this. How could the Liu family in the south know about the emergence of a lord from the northwest? Moreover, it's a newly emerged lord whose first kill is still ongoing. Such a presence would be covered up by major forces almost instantly. How could it be detected by the Liu family's radar? Not to mention there's also the emergence of Qin family. Is it possible that the northern forces are well-fed and voluntarily giving up their interests? This possibility is low just by thinking about it. Therefore, it doesn't make sense for a new lord to appear and the news to leak to the southern Liu family unless it was deliberately spread by the northern forces. There's almost only this possibility. But why? Chen Yichuan kept recalling events from his past life. What happened in the north that would lead them to give up even the first kill of the Lord? Or is it a bait thrown out to create a diversion? At the very least, the value should exceed that. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought at this point, on the 24th day since the arrival of life-sucking, the answer was still no. At this point, he could only take one step at a time. After another leap, Chen Yichuan had arrived at a stronghold resisting the beast tide, which was precisely the area controlled by the Qin family. What on earth is this guy plotting? Behind him, Shi Xiaoyu tilted her head, trying to figure out Chen Yichuan's intentions. Hey, isn't that the Qin family has stronghold? Could it be that he wants to? Shi Xiaoyu hurriedly followed. However, within a few breaths, the earth-shattering python had already arrived at the rear of the Qin family's stronghold first. How could the movement of that gigantic creature be hidden? Qin Xiao, something's not right. The aggro of this thing isn't on us. The one speaking was a man in his 40s or 50s. He wasn't particularly strong, but he had seen enough of beast behavior to know that the giant python's target was clearly not their stronghold, but above. That is, above, Chen Yichuan had already drawn his bowstring and fired another blood-heat bullet. However, having already suffered losses twice, how could the earth-shattering python fall for it again? The huge snakehead swiftly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullet shot by the boy. But just as it angrily turned back, staring at the boy for a moment, a point of black appeared in the center of its vertical eye, swift and unavoidable. If the earth-shattering python could speak, it would definitely say, "What the heck? You old rascal." Chapter 28. Can a person show their face to this extent? Boom! A mass of purple mist exploded above the giant snake's head, and two lines of text jumped out from the body of the earth-shattering giant python. Deadly poison. Lasts 3 seconds. Deadly poison. Unable to act. Loses 12 of health per second. Can be fatal. The middle-aged man who witnessed this moment felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and then his gaze instantly turned cold. Qin Xiao, a great opportunity. Qin Chong naturally knew this without needing a reminder, and his figure had already burst forward, crushing heaven-heavy fist. Undoubtedly, this was the skill attached to his crushing heaven gauntlet, a skill that could be unleashed instantly without any charging time. The immobilized, earth-shattering giant python could only watch helplessly as the fist came crashing toward it, unable to dodge. From the moment, it became a lord. It had been pondering how it would die, but it could never have imagined that it would meet such a fate. Damn it, I still have one skill left to use. In the state of deadly poison. The already unhealthy health of the earth-shattering giant python dropped to almost zero in just 1 second, and with a heavy punch from Qin Chong, how could it possibly survive? The bright red kill notification stood in stark contrast to its lifeless body. The next moment, congratulations to player Qin Chong for achieving the first kill of the regional lord earth-shattering giant python. Reward, 100 years of lifespan, 1 purple lifespan roulette, and 1 first kill gift pack. Congratulations to player Qin Chong. Congratulations. A series of 3 announcements rang out in the World Channel accessible to all formal players. No matter what you were doing, it would forcefully broadcast. This included the Liu brothers, who were currently dealing with the beast tide. Liu Yunpan's hand holding the knife froze in midair due to the sound in his ear, his eye twitching as if he had contracted some serious illness. How could this happen? Big brother. The Lord was. I'm not deaf. Liu Yunpan was filled with murderous intent. What a Qin Chong. Truly a remarkable Qin Chong. The first kill of the Lord was snatched away, making their mission a complete waste. Not long after, Liu Tianyuan, far in the southern Jiangnan settlement, also sent a message asking what happened. How did the first kill go to that Qin family's kid? Didn't I say to find a chance to take him out? Useless. Useless. You bunch of useless people. Liu Yunpan couldn't help but roar. Useless. Good for nothing. You worthless things. The members of the Vanguard team heard this and were all too afraid to speak up. Look at what you're saying. The beast tide was something you told us to resist, right? Just because this first kill was taken means it's our fault? This is no different from blaming your wife for not being able to have children after you told her to get sterilized. A person can't show their face to this extent. Of course, they dared not say this. Follow me. Liu Yunpan could no longer endure. Shouldn't he seek trouble with the Qin family after this? On the other side, witnessing the entire scene, Shi Xiaoyu's mouth dropped open, her heart fluctuating. She could no longer imagine how many secrets this man still held. A single slingshot and a level 13 lord was immobilized? What kind of interstellar joke is this? But at this moment, Chen Yichuan's face only showed pain and a hint of suspicion. The pain was because he only had 2 of those bullets. Its name: Fiery Blood Snake Gallbladder Bullet. Made from the gallbladder of the fiery blood red snake as the core material, mixed with other auxiliary materials after hitting the target. It will cause the deadly poison status, lasting for 3 seconds. Deadly poison, unable to act, loses 12 of health per second. Can be fatal. Level restriction, only effective against targets below level 15. Crafting process, white rough. This is why, when Chen Yichuan chose Fiery Blood Red Snake as the designated reward, it was judged as a grand prize. In terms of effectiveness, it far surpassed a yellow longevity pill. The Fiery Blood Red Snake is a treasure all over. Snake meat and snake blood can be used to make blood heat bullets, pellets, arrowheads, poison pills, or coatings for various weapons. The snake muscle has strong elasticity and varying degrees of elasticity depending on the level, making it excellent material for making strings, though it is generally used for bowstrings. A slingshot. Who would normally take a slingshot out? Do you think it's a childhood game of shooting birds? The gallbladder is one of the top 5 poisonous substances among low-level ferocious beasts, affecting both humans and beasts equally below level 15. Its widespread utility is far superior to a simple longevity pill. It deserves the grand prize. Everyone just thought that Chen Yichuan pulled out a fierce beast snake. But no one thought he pulled out a treasure snake. As for the suspicion, it was because he was certain now. This feeling, it should be it. Just at the moment the earth-shattering giant python fell dead, besides the announcement in his ear, Chen Yichuan sensed another movement. At first, he was just suspicious. But by this time, he was sure. It definitely was. Over there. Hey, where are you going? Shi Xiaoyu, who had her gaze fixed on Chen Yichuan, called out when she saw him suddenly move. She never expected that Chen Yichuan would really rely on himself to snatch the first kill of the lord from the Liu family, which originally had little advantage. That thing doesn't care about first come, first served. The core element that allowed Qin Chong to seize the first kill is obvious to anyone. It was because of the deadly poison state of the earth-shattering giant python. Even if he had crushing heaven, he still had a hit. Without an output environment, even the Liu family would take a long time to grind it down. I must find out. Unfortunately, the boy who had already left didn't even look back, ignoring her voice as he rushed forward. Shi Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. Just behind her, a pair of eyes were closely watching. How many secrets do you have? As her voice fell, she quickened her pace. Just as she left, the Liu family group quickly followed, the presence and departure of figures occurring in an instant. Where's Xinyu? At the front of the team, Lu Yunpan suddenly asked. That woman. Lu Yunlu seemed to lose his composure due to anger from the first kill being snatched, but before he could finish, he was stopped by Lu Yunpan. Yunlu. Lu Yunlu quickly corrected himself. What I meant was, where is Xinyu? Anyone will do. Hurry and find the young lady. The family will reward with points. Unfortunately, they were now in a dense forest where ferocious beasts could appear anywhere, and the danger of acting alone could be imagined. But just as everyone fell silent, how about I go? A voice attracted everyone's attention. Who is this brave soul who dares to act alone? Chapter 29. The Mysterious Stone Alter You? A level 4 little rookie. When everyone's gaze was locked in the past, they realized that the one who spoke was the lowest level member of the team, Dongfang Yinyan. However, as soon as the mocking voice emerged, Lu Yunlu quickly interrupted. All right, it's you then. His purpose was merely to divert the attention of others. As for who went and whether they would die, what did it matter to him? As long as someone went, that was enough. Okay. Lu Yunpan nodded slightly in satisfaction. The family can promise you 100 points. You can exchange them for whatever you want later. Upon hearing about the 100 points, the members of the advanced team who hadn't spoken earlier were all envious. Among them, a few were just short of that 100 points to exchange for a longevity pill. Young master. No need to say more. You didn't go just now. It's too late. Dongfang Yin. Hey, thank you, young master. Go ahead. Yes. Watching Dongfang Yin leave, Lu Yunpan's gaze shifted back to the Qin family direction, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's go." In the northern part of the dense forest, about 10 miles away from where the earth-splitting giant python died, Chun Yichuan suddenly stopped at a tree, and in front of him was a stone altar that seemed to have been there for many years. Its shape was an equilateral geometric form, with lines so numerous that it was almost circular. The outer circle had a similar shape in the middle, but it was not a complete replica. Rather, it was slightly offset. It resembled an intersecting hexagram, with the inner circle having rotated half a turn more than the outer circle. From a distance, the altar was covered with some moss, and there were also green vines around it, completely unlike anything that should belong to the original world. Even the mysteriously renowned Mayan civilization did not have a structure similar to this. Moreover, this was originally the territory of China. At this moment, there was a faint blue glow surrounding the stone altar. That's right, it really is. Chun Yichuan had seen this kind of altar in his previous life. So he was extremely certain. Although he had never entered it personally, he knew that in his past life. The reason why Life Devouring updated to the Great Class Change version was due to the emergence of a relic. That's right, it was a relic. The stone altar in front of him was a relic. A relic that did not belong to Chinese civilization, nor to Earth civilization. Its origin was still a mystery, even in his previous life. But recalling the traces from his past life, the relic in the Great Class Change version should have appeared on the 46th day after the game descended, right? So what's with this one? Why? Moreover, this relic was actually activated because the earth-splitting giant python died. That snake, could it be the guardian beast of the relic? Chun Yichuan couldn't help but think this way. And just then, numerous figures holding weapons suddenly emerged from the eastern side of the stone altar. There were all kinds of knives, guns, swords, and halberds, numbering around 30 people. They must have released the news about the earth-splitting giant python, right? Chun Yichuan thought this, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and without any mental type skills, he couldn't hear the conversations over there. He could only see the few leaders, their faces beaming with excitement, and some cunning, half an inch of pride. Clearly, they at least knew about the existence of the relic, and they knew quite a bit. Otherwise, how could they have actively leaked information about the earth-splitting giant python, and why would they appear near the relic as soon as the giant python died? Among the group, the leader had already walked to the top of the stone altar, holding an object similar to a compass. As soon as he arrived, the blue light on the altar suddenly intensified. If it were nighttime, this light could probably illuminate the night sky. After a moment, the slightly smaller inner circle of the altar began to tremble slightly and slowly revealed a dark passageway leading downward. It looked like an underground tunnel. However, from a distance, Chun Yichuan couldn't see it clearly. Not long after the passage appeared, this group of people took out flashlights one after another and entered in order, only closing the passage after the last person entered. At this point, Chun Yichuan stood up generously, leaped down from the tree, and headed towards the stone altar. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, the young man turned back and smiled. Had enough of the show? Everyone come out. His mental power couldn't detect what was happening on the altar, but if he was just around himself, there was no pressure at all. If it weren't for the fact that the followers had no killing intent, he would have acted first. I didn't intend to hide. I just felt it wasn't the right time to appear. You two left the team without permission. I have a responsibility to come and check. Don't I? Brother Chuan, I came to bring Miss Lu back. Chun Yichuan didn't expect that there were actually 3 little tailgaters behind him, and they were following quite closely. But at this point, he had no choice but to accept this fact. If it were someone else, killing them would be fine, but here, one could assist him in dealing with the Lu family in the future. One was a friend from his past life, and the last one, although surnamed Lu, didn't seem to get along well with the Lu family. Since they were all here and had seen everything, what do you plan to do next? Chun Yichuan crossed his arms, naturally pointing to the suddenly appeared relic. However, his tone carried a sense of whoever dares to report. I will kill them. Clearly just a level 1 rookie, yet he could give such an oppressive feeling. It was strange and perplexing, but it was the truth. Shi Xiaoyu and Dongfang Yin were both taken aback. Only Lu Xinyu stubbornly replied, But the passage is already closed. What can you do? Her curiosity toward this stone altar, which was completely unlike anything from Earth civilization, made her subconsciously ignore the pressure Chen Ichuan brought. The latter let out a deep breath. Yes, want to be done. If it were in his previous life, he might hesitate and let the opportunity slip away, but in this life, follow me. Upon hearing this, everyone did not argue and followed him to the top of the stone altar, where the faint blue glow continued to flicker. However, the stone steps leading down were gone. That compass-like object they had earlier should have been the key to enter, right? Without that, how would you open the door? Shi Xiaoyu looked around and couldn't help but ask. But Chen Ichuan just smiled, taking out a 3-foot-long bone that resembled a long sword from his spatial ring. Who said this door can only be opened with a key? Brother Chuan, you wouldn't. Before Dongfang Yinyan's voice fell, Chen Ichuan abruptly jabbed the bone towards the center of the stone altar. Bang! A sudden muffled sound erupted, and the center of the stone altar was punctured by his bone. Shilu Yinyan. A. Chapter 30, Ruins, Passageways, and Four Forks Know You. Can you be any more reckless? Just like that? Lu Xinyu stared in astonishment at the stone steps that slowly appeared before her. Wasn't this almost identical to what that group had just done with the compass? Brother Chuan, impressive. Chen Ichuan smiled as he retracted the long sword bone and said, a small ruin, and this old-fashioned class block can't possibly withstand my swordfish backbone? Ruins? Old-fashioned class block? Upon hearing this, the other three were equally stunned. I mean, is there really a connection between these two terms? Ruins sound grand. Old-fashioned class blocks sound so low-end. Is it really reasonable for them to appear together? In fact, Chen Ichuan knew this thanks to an experience from his previous life. Let's go down together. But we must be ready for battle at any moment, considering how noisy we are. After saying that, Chen Ichuan had already pulled back A2 from his slingshot to half-draw. At the slightest disturbance, he could shoot it out in an instant and hit the target. Don't ask him why he's so accurate with the slingshot. As a child, he was mischievous and would knock down bird nests with his slingshot. So, over time, he became a perfect shot. Practice makes perfect. Though the three behind were a bit surprised, they all tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to respond to any attack. The downward stone path was narrow, just enough for one-person pass. The steps were slightly mossy, possibly due to dampness, making them very slippery. And there was only a faint light source for navigation, making the whole process painfully slow. Even with a speed of 20 or 30, one could only descend step by step. Chen Ichuan lost count of how many steps there were. He only knew that the entire process lasted over 30 minutes. Just as the two girls behind were starting to feel a bit apprehensive, the light ahead finally brightened at a corner. However, just as the young man leaned out to peek, a cold wind howled towards him. Thunk, a long wooden spear brushed past his face and directly stabbed into the stone crevice of the passage, the spear's tail vibrating from the impact. Immediately after, as the vibration subsided, the spear was pulled back. It turned out that the spear's tail was tied to a rope for retrieval. However, this action was not yet complete when a soft, meaty sound echoed through the narrow passage. Due to the enclosed environment and some spaciousness, even breathing had a faint echo. Just as the slight vibration began to fade, another sound came, thud, the sound of someone kneeling on the ground, followed by the clatter of the spear falling to the ground. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that even Shi Xiaoyu, known for her quick attacks, was caught off guard. She thought to herself that if it were her, it would be hard to retaliate so swiftly. Let's go. There's only one lookout post. While the three were still in a daze, Chen Ichuan had already called out ahead. To him, killing a person was no different than stepping on an ant. In fact, it was even less thrilling than killing a rat. Was he really just a novice who had just become a formal player? Shi Xiaoyu thought this way, considering his hidden methods and the calmness he displayed while killing. Not at all. It was completely unlike him. Lu Xinyu felt as if she had been played with, recalling his timid expression when she brought him to the Zhenjiang defense zone before. Now it seemed he was just pretending, right? Because the chips in his hands were still unclear, and their effects had not yet manifested, he chose to remain relatively low-key. Dongfang Yinyan, Brother Chuan is amazing. After the four of them crawled out of the dark and damp passage, their vision finally opened up. There were some splattered, still-drying bloodstains, broken arrow shafts, and a few bloody wooden splinters on the ground. A glance made it clear that these were all remnants left by old-fashioned traps. Could this really be left by ancient people? After a brief look, Shi Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Lu Xinyu then stepped forward to check the identity of the person Chen Yichuan had killed, and after a moment, her expression changed slightly. It's someone from the Jing family. Jing family? Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan was also somewhat surprised. Which Jing family? Though he asked, his heart was as clear as a mirror. The Jing family had the title of Tiger of South China, a reputation built during the early stages of the Devourer event, known for their bravery and combat skills. Even a level 1 novice could fight and win against a ferocious beast 3 or 4 levels higher than them by relying on skill. Thus, the Jing family's strength rose rapidly. However, in his previous life, Chen Yichuan's understanding of the Jing family was limited to the title Tiger of South China, and he didn't know much more, not even who among them was stronger, let alone the fact that they had explored the ruins. But one thing was certain. The Jing family, known as the Tiger of South China, was indeed a first-rate force. Next, Lu Xinyu's introduction was consistent with his understanding. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Should we continue deeper? Dongfang Yinyan, who was rather honest, had always been a good person before the apocalypse. Now that she realized they had offended the Jing family, she instinctively wanted to back out. But at this point, if they retreated, they wouldn't even get a taste of the soup. Since they had come this far, it wouldn't sit well with her to leave empty-handed. It feels quite fun. I want to stay, Shi Xiaoyu declared. She was just casually relying on the Lu family, so it didn't matter where she lived. The Jing family appearing here must have some ulterior motives. I want to stay and see. Although Lu Xinyu was speaking from the perspective of her family, her tone didn't sound quite like that. Hearing both girls say this, Dongfang Yinyan couldn't help but look a bit downcast, but in the end, her large face lit up with determination. All right, then I'll stay too. Chen Yichuan understood his character well. Perhaps that was also why, in his previous life, if you're not afraid of death, just follow me. After saying this, Chen Yichuan walked directly ahead. The underground environment resembled the tomb passageways from a tomb raiding movie, about 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters high, enough for 4 people to walk side by side. However, for safety, the 4 still advanced cautiously in a 1-2-1 formation. Moss covered the walls of the passage, and a dampness lingered in the air, hard to shake off. But as they delved deeper into the passage, problems soon arose. The heavens are really considerate. 1 path per person. Who will choose first? Before the 4 of them stood 4 separate forks in the path. Each environment distinctly different. Some were dry like yellow sand, others were damp like a puddle, some were dark and lightless, and others were blazing with brightness. Is this really underground? Dongfang Yinyan looked ahead, her small eyes filled with confusion. Okay, I believe this wasn't left by ancient people. Shi Xiaoyu frowned slightly, considering the differences in this underground environment. Not to mention ancient people. Even modern times would require VR to achieve this, right? But where did it come from? Lu Xinyu's face was full of confusion. What could be at the end of the passage? Who knows? Chen Yichuan turned his face and smiled. He only had a guess, but in his previous life, it remained just a guess. Let us pick one and see what happens. Who will go first? Chapter 31, Unknown Ruins, Number 1, Assessment. As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, the other 3 glanced at each other. Realizing that the passage before them was similar to the ones the Jing family must have entered, leaving only 1 person as a lookout. However, whether it was dangerous or not remained unknown. Forget it. My life is the least valuable, so I'll go first. Seeing the hesitation in the 3, Chen Yichuan boldly walked to the center of the 4 passages. If we're destined to meet again, I choose this one. After speaking, without waiting for response, he directly walked into the dark passage. As the light flickered, the boy vanished without a trace. After this, that passage also disappeared, leaving only a brick wall in its place. This is a teleportation portal? No wonder there are all kinds of environments. The 2 girls exclaimed, and then they heard a string of curses from behind. Damn it, since we've come this far, we might as well go for it. Seeing that Chen Yichuan had taken the lead, Dongfang Yinyan seemed inspired, letting out a howl before stepping into the desert-like passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Which one will you choose? With only 2 passages left, Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. The big guy was right, just do it. I'm afraid of the dark. So I'll choose this one. Lu Xinyu said, directly walking to the path where water was pooling and the environment was dark and gloomy. Hesitating for just a few seconds before stepping in, Shi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at this, saying, I'm not afraid of the dark. Darkness is my camouflage. After saying that, she walked into the last remaining passage, which was blazing with light. What the 2 girls referred to as dark was probably sun-kissed. In the dark passage, the boy walked slowly, trying not to make a sound with his footsteps. The only sounds around were the dripping water from the stalactites above, echoing with a slightly pleasant thud. Thud. If one were to ask why he chose this path, while others might have made a blind choice, Chinichuan was different. Upon entering the passage, he was certain of his guess. The choice of passage, combined with the latch lock at the entrance of the stone altar, came from a so-called interview program in his past life. It was the 63rd day since the game had arrived. The first base city on Earth, Chuanbei Base City, was established. On the eve of this event, to dismantle the devouring maggot's tier, igniting hope for all humanity, a program was launched in Chuanbei Base City. Through some formal players, it was broadcasted to the chat channel of Devouring. It was called Fortune. The content was to interview those who had experienced various fortunes and ultimately became powerful and influential figures, promoting their experiences to encourage everyone to explore the new Earth. Unfortunately, not all formal players wished for such a thing. The program didn't last long before it was halted. After all, no one wanted more competitors for opportunities to suddenly appear, and many realized that the launch of Fortune was aimed at dismantling the devouring maggot's tier. Accustomed to being above others, who still hoped for equal human rights. Unknown Ruins. Number 1. Chen Yichuan was convinced that everything here was very similar to what he learned about the unknown ruins number 1 in Fortune during his past life. The time gap could even be negligible. He also clearly remembered that it was that dark passage that gave the interviewer an excellent opportunity. How could the same passage appear? Hey, I wonder if that lucky guy is in there right now. Chen Yichuan thought to himself, his steps unceasingly moving forward, and finally, deep within the passage, he saw a distant beam of light. Very faint, yet extremely bright. Contradictory, yet reasonable. Sure enough, the boy paused for a moment in thought, but then made up his mind. He pulled back the slingshot to its limit, with a beast tooth wrapped in the rubber. In his mouth, he gulped down a golden gun dragonfish's muscle activation capsule, feeling the surge of power at that moment, and then he released his hand. Whoosh! Perhaps due to the limited space of the passage, the beast tooth bullet caused an extremely slight air vibration during its flight, thus creating an echo. But it was only for a fleeting moment. By the time the figure ahead reacted, the beast tooth had already pierced through the back of his neck, shattering his entire jaw. The death was incredibly tragic. Having snatched someone else's opportunity, Chen Yichuan suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Letting out a long breath, even though he had no conscience. Chen Yichuan never considered himself a selfless person. In comparison, he was somewhat selfish, though not to an extreme degree. If anyone were to blame, it should be yourself for revealing past opportunities, and, coincidentally, someone was reborn and happened to encounter it. Chen Yichuan shamelessly thought, the chances are very low, aren't they? Perhaps one day in the future, someone might just come up from behind and take me down. The boy walked to the source of the light, stopping for a moment before bending down to take a look. Everything was normal in front of the deceased's grave. Jingzhe, indeed, was not wrong. As for why he was sitting here, completely exposing his back to him, it was because, welcome, challenger. When Chen Yichuan placed his right hand on the stone wall ahead, a melodious and light female voice echoed in the narrow space. I am the examiner of the Qianqing Trial Ground number 03 passage, and you will undergo a mental strength assessment. This is it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan's heart suddenly filled with joy. Jingzhe, the first fire mage after the great job change version, the first true long-range profession since the arrival of Devouring. The root of it all was that he had once undergone this mental strength assessment, laying a solid foundation. It was he who helped humanity rediscover the game Devouring. He recognized the core of global datization. Qianqing Trial Ground, number 01 Passage, Desert. Welcome, challenger. I am the examiner of the Qianxing Trial Ground number 01 passage, and you will undergo a strength assessment. In the passage where Dongfang Yinyan was located, there are no other people. Qianxing Trial Ground number 17 passage, blazing, you. The woman covered her already perforated chest, her eyes filled with unwillingness. How did you get in? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth under the blazing sun. I walked in. The woman before her had caused her some trouble, but not much. The advantage of professionals lies in their ability to fully exert their strength. With this advantage, even if their attributes are slightly lower, they can still win. A normal player with 10 points of strength can only exert 7 or 8 points, but a professional can fully exert it, or even exceed it. The gap between the two is evident. The Jing family will never let you go. After finishing this sentence, the woman ultimately remained unwilling. Her eyes closed in death. Chapter 32, Hidden Job Transfer Card. After defeating the enemies, Shi Xiaoyu also placed her hand on the stone wall in front of her. A light and agile female voice followed. Welcome, challenger. I am the examiner of Passage 17 in the 1,000-star trial ground, and what you are about to undergo is the agility assessment. The assessment, huh? In the 1,000-star trial ground, Passage 14 in the wetlands, compared to Chen Yichuan's decisiveness, Dongfang Yinyan's luck, and Shi Xiaoyu's quick resolution of battles. Lu Xinyu here was caught in a tough fight. In this wetland, there were actually 3 opponents present at the same time. She tightened her long sword and fought fiercely for a while before severely injuring 2 of them. But she herself had also taken some damage. How did you know about this place? When the battle calmed down, the opponent asked the same question as Shi Xiaoyu's adversary. Clearly, this location was discovered by the Jing family and had not been mentioned to anyone else, which is why they were so confused about the presence of others trailing behind. Is it not allowed to discover it by chance? Lu Xinyu instinctively concealed Chen Yichuan's existence upon hearing the words. This is absolutely impossible. The stone altar is right there. How could it be impossible? My Jing family has gone to great lengths. At this point, that person stopped speaking. In any case, this is impossible. No one but my Jing family could know about this place. Lu Xinyu, upon hearing this, swung her long sword. Whether it is possible or not, you could go ask King Yama. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on the wetland and leaped up. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The sounds of clashing swords rang out continuously. If Lu Xinyu had an advantage, it was probably that her level was slightly higher than the 3 opponents. Although the overall strength of the Jing family surpassed that of the Lu family, not everyone in the Jing family was strong. There would always be relatively weaker members. After another round of fighting, the 2 heavily injured opponents had already been slain by Lu Xinyu, but the remaining 1 managed to hold their own against her with skill. They fought back and forth without a clear victory. But at that moment, an indescribable pressure suddenly weighed down on both of them, rendering them completely immobile. Congratulations, challengers. I am the examiner of Passage 14 in the 1,000-star trial ground. You have passed the initial skills assessment, and in 3 minutes, you will enter the second stage. Skills assessment? The voice in their ears left both of them puzzled. Unfortunately, the pressure still weighed heavily on them. Passage 03, Mental Strength Assessment. The boy sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping a watchful eye on the entrance of the passage. While on the other side, he continually completed the relics assessment. The so-called mental strength assessment is, in simple terms, the application of mental strength. From a subjective perspective, mental strength is also called initiative, but here it mainly manifests as will. Countless blocks were laid out in Chen Yichuan's mind, which could only be moved by thought. The goal was to arrange the blocks into the shape given by the so-called examiner. Not a single mistake could be made. Starting from 8 blocks, Chen Yichuan stacked them up repeatedly until now, needing to move a total of 512 blocks, completing 1 more with each success. It seemed there was no end in sight. When he placed the 512th block in the correct position, he passed, entering difficulty level 7. Please stack the blocks into the given shape. But note that this level must be completed in 32 minutes. The boy raised an eyebrow. The number had doubled again, and there was an additional time limit. How far is this ridiculous assessment going to go? Of course, complaints aside, the assessment had come, so he had to complete it. 1024 blocks might be a challenge for others, as they might not be very familiar with the application of mental strength. But for Chen Yichuan, it posed no difficulty at all. It wasn't that he was strong. He was just familiar. Anyone who had developed their mental strength in their past life would find this easy. It was merely a matter of time. The 32 minutes of difficulty level 7 were hardly needed. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the assessment was completed again. Passed. Entering difficulty level 8. Please stack the blocks, but note that this level must be completed in 30 minutes. Not finished yet. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but scream internally. He started to wonder how many levels Jing Zhe had passed. Was being a fire mage really that difficult? It seemed it was better to continue playing with the slingshot. Next up, difficulty level 9. Difficulty level 10. Difficulty level 11. Until difficulty level 12, the number of blocks reached 32,768, and the time was only 22 minutes. Chen Yichuan barely passed the assessment, just in time. Immediately after, he passed, entering difficulty level 13. Chen Yichuan, WW. More than 65,000 blocks, 20 minutes. This ridiculous assessment really seems endless, right? This time, after experiencing the previous 12 assessments, Chen Yichuan, who was mentally fatigued, finally tasted failure. But for some reason, while he felt relieved, his mental strength instantly restored to full capacity. The fatigue vanished, and his energy felt as if he had slept for a full 8 hours. Congratulations, Challenger. I am the examiner of Passage 03 in the 1,000-star trial ground. You have passed the mental strength assessment with an overall quality rating of SSS. Before Chen Yichuan could gather his thoughts, the voice returned to him. Due to your outstanding performance, the 1,000-star trial ground will grant you a special reward. This time, after the voice faded, the stone wall in front of the boy began to collapse, and a faint glow quickly illuminated 2 floating spheres. Special reward? Reflecting on the words he just heard, Chen Yichuan no longer hesitated and reached out to press on the one on the left, causing a detailed panel to immediately appear before him. Hidden Job Transfer Card ID Binding. Bound ID Chen Yichuan. Using this card allows you to randomly transfer to one of the special hidden jobs and gain related abilities. Level Restriction, Level 0. Craftsmanship, Gold, Flawless. Job Transfer Card. Chen Yichuan stared blankly at the information panel before him. Was this how Jing Zhe became a fire mage in his past life? But wait, he didn't become a fire mage until after the great job transfer version was released, right? Could it be that guy was hiding his strength? Suddenly, the boy felt he might have killed a significant figure. This is not just a scheming person, it's an old coin, a hidden job. It wasn't clear whether it was good or bad, but judging from the voice, it shouldn't be something common. This is a prophet. There was still one more sphere. Job Transfer Altar. Chapter 33, the right to version update, is in hand. Class Transfer Altar. Using this item, you can establish a class transfer altar at any location within the service area for players to use when transferring classes. Note 1. Using this item will trigger a version update. Note 2. The classes included are Warrior, Shield Soldier, Ranged Attack, Level Restriction, 0. After reading the attribute panel in front of him, Chen Yichuan had only one thought in his mind. What the hell? Isn't this something that only appeared on the 46th day after the life-devouring event in my previous life? And it has entered the major class transfer version. The version update mentioned in Note 1. Is it the major class transfer version? What the hell? It's only the 25th day now. But anyway, these 2 items already belonged to him and were successfully stored in his space ring. In other words, the right to version update is in his hands. Phew. Chen Yichuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At least for now, here, it is still not a safe place. I'll talk about it when I get back. However, now that I think about it, after the major class transfer in my previous life, the first to rise was also the Jing family. Could it be that after obtaining the class transfer altar in this unknown ruin number 1, they kept it hidden for a while? It's not impossible. After putting away this special reward, a voice echoed in the boy's mind again. Special rewards have been issued. Basic rewards are now being issued. Please check challengers. As the voice faded, 3 orbs reappeared in the stone wall hole in front of Chen Yichuan. The first orb clearly labeled, experience 2,500. Hey, after working so hard for so long, it's finally not a waste of time. The second orb is premium purple roulette. Premium? Shinichuan picked it up and looked, all 10 options are positive. Superb lifespan roulette. Moreover, the worst reward is all attributes 127 days. No wonder it's a roulette that can only be drawn once every 100 years. The rewards are simply incomparable to the white roulette. As for the best reward, even Chun Ichuan gasped when he saw it, but unfortunately, without a 100-year lifespan, he can't draw it. Next, there's the last orb. Range class transfer card ID bound. ID Chun Ichuan has been bound. Using this card, you can specify a transfer to one of the ranged attack classes and gain related ability enhancements. Level restriction, level 0. Crafting quality, red, excellent. Another class transfer card, but it's also ID bound. He already had a hidden class transfer card, and now he has an additional designated class 1. Does that mean he has to choose one later? Unfortunately, such a ruin, the rewards don't even include life extension pills. Sigh, stingy. Attention, the assessment has ended. You will be teleported to the entrance in 3 seconds, and you cannot re-enter. What the hell? Not happy. Changing trial field, channel number 01. I pressed too fast to 02 earlier. I'm guilty TT. Change. Congratulations, challenger. I am the examiner of channel no. 01 of the Qinxing trial field. You have passed the strength assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of A. Assessment rewards have been issued. Please check. In front of Dongfang Yinyan, a sand dune that was originally more than half a meter high suddenly sank in a quicksand, and soon a stone pillar slowly rose. Holding 2 orbs. One is experience 1250, and the other is an unbound warrior class transfer card, strength type. My God! Qinxing trial field. Channel number 17. Congratulations, challenger. I am the examiner of channel number 17 of the Qinxing trial field. You have passed the agility assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of S. Assessment rewards have been issued. Please check. In the blazing sky, a beam of light shone down, landing right in front of Shi Xiaoyu, who was sweating profusely. 3 glowing orbs were also floating in that beam of light. What agility assessment? Dodging sunlight. It sounds impressive that this place could think of that. Complaints aside, Shi Xiaoyu did not forget to check the rewards in front of her. 3 glowing orbs. The first one is also experience. Experience 1500. The second, premium yellow roulette. The third, warrior class transfer card, speed type. Unfortunately, I am already a professional. Seeing the third reward, Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Fortunately, this transfer card is not bound, so she can keep it and wait to exchange it for something she needs later. Speaking of which, the Qinxing trial field can actually give out transfer cards as rewards, and in the form of assessments. What kind of trick are they playing? Qinxing trial field, channel number 14. Congratulations to you, challengers. You have passed the second stage of a skill assessment. You will enter the final assessment in 1 minute. Kill the enemy in front of you. The second stage assessment of channel number 14 in the wetlands is, to put it simply, dealing with a fierce beast of a level comparable to one's own, which will then be judged by the so-called examiner based on skill scores. Its purpose can also be inferred. Certain skills can improve combat efficiency. However, 1 minute later, the so-called enemy did not appear, but Lu Xinyu and another person could clearly understand that the assessment had already begun. In other words, the enemy is the other party. We have returned to the initial situation. There can only be one survivor between us, right? Enough with the nonsense. In the case of a singular purpose, the so-called skill is just every attack aimed at vital points. However, life devouring has only descended for 25 days, where do players get skills. Everyone started with a stick or a knife, and it's already good enough to not just swing randomly. And being able to quickly establish power in such a situation, both the Lu family and the Jing family are clearly not easy opponents. Before the apocalypse, they had all dealt with cold weapons to some extent. For example, the Lu family runs a martial arts school, and only Lu Yunlu is relatively rebellious, running off to become a star and even becoming the top trending celebrity at that time. Lu Xinyu's choice to use a sword is also based on some foundation. Coincidentally, the other party is also on the broad wetland, The sound of water splashing accompanies the clashing sounds of sword from both sides, gradually sketching a stunning battle scene. Clearly, there's a level gap, but at this moment, it seems the two are only clashing in skill. A battle lasted almost 15 minutes before Lu Sinyu's slight advantage brought it to a close. Congratulations, challenger. I am the examiner of Channel No. 14 of the Qianxing trial field. You have passed the skill assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of A. Assessment rewards have been issued. Please check, challengers. In the wetland, a stone platform slowly rose. Experience 1000 and warrior class transfer card. Skill type. 2 glowing orbs floated in front of Lu Xinyu. Finally, it's over. Chapter 34. Just a little slip. Missed the target outside the Qianxing trial field. Stone platform. As soon as Chun Yichuan was teleported here, the prompt sound of the Life Devourer game system echoed in his mind. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 2. 5 free attribute points. With 2,500 experience points. It seemed a lot, but in reality, it was only enough for Chun Yichuan to level up by 1. After this level up, his experience bar directly changed to 1,602,000. Yes, the required experience to go from level 1 to level 2 increased from 1,000 to 2,000 points. For the 5 free attribute points, Chun Yichuan still allocated them as 3 points in strength, 1 point in spirit, and 1 point in speed. Including the temporary attributes from the past 5 days, his strength had already reached 14 points. However, before he could start planning his next steps, a whistling sound suddenly reached his ears. The boy quickly crouched to the side, barely dodging the incoming attack. In the next moment, he pulled back his slingshot, loading A-Bone's stone into the string, and with a swift release, a sharp sound rang out. The attacker hadn't yet regained their rhythm from the assault. Their raised leg was still off the ground, standing on 1 foot, resembling a character, and Chun Yichuan, crouching down, was precisely positioned at the point between the vertical line. Puff! Oh, roar, 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 roar. A howl that resonated from the soul echoed around the entire stone platform. Those who heard it gasped, and those who saw it felt a chill run down their spines. Due to the rapid shooting and the moving target, Chun Yichuan's shot only grazed the target at an angle, but hitting the intended spot at an angle was still better than hitting the bullseye and sending the person off. Those who witnessed this scene could only say, so it turns out that the warning about getting hit by my slingshot was not just a saying. There are really people who would do this. Oh war, oh roar, oh war. Chun Yichuan. Hiss, just a little slip. Missed the target. I'm gonna kill you. Bang. Just as the attacker was about to endure the pain and retaliate, another stone shattered their skull. This time it hit the mark. The kid's too arrogant. Everything happened in an instant, and seeing one of their own fall at Chun Yichuan's hands. A burly man swung his fist fiercely down. His movement was like wind and thunder, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the boy, a punch looming over his head. Chun Yichuan's brows suddenly furrowed, realizing that this person's attack power was quite high. If hit directly, he would either die or be severely injured. There was no choice. He could only rely on medicine to temporarily boost his attributes. But just then, clang, the attacker's punch directly struck the blade of a large sword, and with only a shockwave, the figure that suddenly appeared, along with Chun Yichuan, was knocked back more than 10 meters. Dahianzi? After stabilizing his stance, Chun Yichuan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Brother Chuan, I just saved your life. Dongfang Yinyin stabbed the large sword directly into the ground, dissipating all the force of the punch that had struck his sword. Feeling his arm tingle. Clearly, that person's strength was quite formidable. Ah, thanks, Chun Yichuan replied, then furrowed his brows, looking around. There were now more than 20 people surrounding the stone platform. The leader, a man in his 50s, had a dignified expression. Not long after, Shi Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu were also teleported to the surroundings of the stone platform in a flash of light. At this moment, the light blue glow on the stone platform finally extinguished. One of the men on the opposing side, holding a compass, approached the stone platform again, but he could no longer activate it. Count the numbers, the 50-year-old man said solemnly upon seeing this. After a while, Jingzhu, Jingze, Jingli, Jingyan, Jingsong, Jingya, all missing. With every name that was mentioned by his subordinate, Jingxing's brow furrowed deeper, and when Jing was called out, he directly stomped his foot. cracking the ground beneath him. Good, good, good. Very good. Jing Cheng was furious. What a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But do you all understand? Above the oriole still lies the eagle. At this moment, he realized that these 5 people were most likely in grave danger. Among them, Jingya was his youngest daughter. Kill them. Not a single one left alive. Upon hearing this, she, Lu, and Yin tightened their grips on their weapons. But facing more than 20 people, how could they be a match? However, waiting to die was not Chun Ichuan's style. Kill me? It won't be that easy. Before he shot the bullet out, he also whispered urgently, split up and retreat. As soon as the words fell, the bullet in his hand was directly shot to the ground, and thick black smoke suddenly spread out, its speed comparable to a nuclear explosion. With Chun Ichuan's prior warning, the other 3, though surprised, quickly chose a direction and fled. But why are you following me? Just as the boy dashed out of the smoke, a shadow with a blackened face obviously followed behind him, but it was still vaguely recognizable as Lu Xinyu. Just a coincidence. She, with half a face covered in black, still showed no expression. Chun Ichuan wanted to say something, but before he could speak, a shout came from behind. Stop. Only an idiot would stand still. If you have the ability, don't chase. With a speed of at least 10 points, Chun Ichuan moved swiftly through the forest, maintaining a decent efficiency, causing those following him to quickly fall behind. Only Lu Xinyu seemed impossible to shake off. That was just a coincidence. What about now? Chun Ichuan shouted in irritation. Do you have to follow me? What? Do you want to break free from the Lu family's control? Are you an Aries? So possessive. Chun Ichuan didn't actually want to break free from the Lu family right now. After all, his plan to corrode from within hadn't fully unfolded, and the Lu family was still there. He was unwilling to let it go. However, at this moment, he needed a completely safe personal space. Is that too much to ask? You really are something. Bang. Still being chased and daring to flirt. You really don't take my Jing family seriously, do you? With a loud crash, an elderly man landed right in front of Chun Ichuan. Where he landed, the ground cracked open into a small pit, dust swirling around. And he looked quite imposing. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Jing family, Jing Cheng. After fleeing for several hundred meters, he was still caught up. Chun Ichuan's heart sank. This old guy's level is not low. It seems we don't have time to discuss your zodiac sign. This old man is strong, and we can only deal with him together. You don't need to say it. Chapter 35. Collect, collect, collect. Why not collect some junk? It's good for young people to have confidence. Jing Cheng slowly straightened his body, his joints cracking, but blind confidence is not so wonderful. You two, neither of you can escape. Do you think you're Conan or something? What Conan? I can't even have a proper conversation with you, old man. It's like hitting a target 100 paces away. Whoosh! A beast-toothed bullet suddenly shattered the air and shot out, and compared to before entering the 1,000-star trial ground, Chun Ichuan now had a power level of 14. Even if he couldn't exert 100 of it, this strike had at least 10 points of force, plus the 5 points from the fiery blood red snake muscle. The damage could definitely kill most players without defense, including Jing Cheng. Such power also meant an extremely terrifying firing speed. Yet even so, Jing Cheng still dodged the slingshot. This kid really doesn't follow the usual path. No wonder Zaire died at your hands. The beast-toothed bullet barely grazed the ends of Jing Cheng's hair, dealing 0 damage, but pulling full hatred. I can't let you go. Just as the words fell, Jing Cheng immediately brought his fingers together, attacking Chun Ichuan from below. Finger sword holding sword. Such a sudden attack. If it were someone else, they might have really been hit and had their head chopped off by Jing Cheng. But Chun Ichuan was different, as he had seen this technique in his previous life. Strictly speaking, this belonged to the fist master category, but it wasn't about holding a mutual benefit. Rather, each finger had its strengths. The middle 2 fingers as a sword, the thumb as a spike, all 5 fingers together as claws, and a single finger as a spear. The essence lies in 2 words, inch force. The advantages are obvious, significant lethality, but the defect is also clear. The attack range is too short. After swiftly dodging Jing Cheng's sword, the young man suddenly kicked towards Jing Cheng's waist, his speed no less than Jing Cheng's. Seeing this, Jing Cheng frowned, deeply aware Why are this young man's combat skills so proficient? Just as the time to react was fleeting, Jing Cheng had barely a moment to respond, and he had to use his 5 fingers to block at his waist to catch Chen Yichuan's kick. However, it seemed the boy was merely trying to force him to defend. Upon seeing this, he simply disregarded the kick and pulled back the slingshot, not even loading it, directly firing with the rubber band. Snap! Wow! Minus 134. Chen Yichuan's shot hit Jing Cheng's side face directly, and, as the damage popped up, his figure was also pushed back several meters by the force of the palm he had raised at his waist. Old man, your defense isn't high at all. His power combined with the slingshot's rubber bands, 5 points totaled only 19, yet he could deal 130 points of damage, and this wasn't even using his full strength, which shows something. Jing Cheng couldn't help but clench his fist and grit his teeth. How could he maintain his old face after being spoken to like this by a junior? But now that life devouring had descended, everyone's starting point was level 0, so there was no distinction between seniors and juniors, at most just that the older generation had a shorter initial lifespan. Speaking of which, this was still a disadvantage. This sharp-tongued brat, with low defense, yet his power and speed could crush you. Chen Yichuan could figure out that his defense was low, and he could certainly calculate how much power the former had. He had just been careless. But next, I will take your life. As a villain, talking too much is not good. Boom. Just as the boy finished speaking, another black smoke bomb exploded on the ground, allowing him to escape once more. This black smoke bomb was refined from the ink sac of the magic pattern octopus, originally meant for escaping, easily blocking the line of sight. Jing Cheng clearly didn't expect Chen Yichuan to use the same trick again. The next moment, 2 swift sounds came from not far away, clearly the sounds of the 2 escaping at high speed, and Jing Cheng had no choice but to calm himself down and search for their location again. But on the other side, damn it, you poker-faced girl, don't tell me this was another coincidence. As Lu Xinyu, who was following behind, was about to respond, the words poker-faced girl pierced her eardrum, and a wave of sorrow immediately surged in her heart. I'll kill you. Whoosh! Lu Xinyu's sword, perhaps due to the added anger, was much faster, and by the time the young man reacted, he could only pull away slightly. That sword whistled past under him. Are you crazy? Lu Xinyu remained silent, attacking again. Chen Yichuan dodged. She stabbed again. He dodged. Enough. It was indeed enough. Whoosh! In Chen Yichuan's ears, he only heard a more intense sound of air disturbance, with swords coming at him from both sides, almost simultaneously, leaving him with a brief moment to avoid the brunt of the attack. Swish! The iron sword grazed his left leg, blood mixed with dirt splattering on his pants. Step! The boy took 2 heavy steps back, his face immediately paling. Minus 190. The damage value popped up, and a wave of pain surged through his left leg, making Chen Yichuan's gaze towards Lu Xinyu filled with intense anger. When did this woman choose to go crazy, if not at this moment? Seeing this, Lu Xinyu also calmed down, quickly jumping back to distance herself from Jing Cheng. But she didn't dare to get close to Chen Yichuan. Yet her emotionless face showed no signs of guilt or anything else. Only a faint entanglement in her eyes could be discerned by others. Keet, D. Knowing that the longer the night, the more dreams. Jing Cheng didn't give the 2 a moment of respite, and once again brought his fingers together, charging forward. This time, the ferocity was far greater than before. Chen Yichuan's left leg was already injured, and wanting to dodge, the sharp pain slowed his reaction by half a beat. Who would have thought that in the next instant? Your life is mine. Lu Xinyu's speed seemed to increase significantly in a short time. A gust of wind swept under her feet. In the blink of an eye, she had her sword blocking Chen Yichuan's path. Jing Cheng's finger sword could only clash with hers helplessly. Ding! Clearly flesh and bone. Yet at the moment of collision, a sound of metal clashing erupted. Jing Cheng's 5 fingers were clearly specially trained. Or, he was a professional. Little girl, don't you also want to kill him? Our goals should be the same. Right? Yes. Lu Xinyu replied coldly. But he must die at my hands. However, just as the 2 were conversing, you 2 take your time to struggle. I'll take my leave first. Although Chen Yichuan didn't know why Lu Xinyu wanted to kill him at this moment, and why she would draw her sword to block the attack for him. This was a golden opportunity. How could he waste it? Kid, don't run. Hurry up. Your life. I'll collect it later. Chun Chuan. What a glitch. My life is mine and not heaven's. Collect, collect, collect. Why not collect some junk instead? Never to be seen again. Chapter 36. Successful job change. Your profession is. Whoosh. The young figure finally emerged from the dense forest in the mountains with a light sound, and a wide river immediately came into view. The refreshing scent of flowing water, accompanied by the sounds of beasts, filled the air. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the final result was good. As for what would happen to that woman, Lu Xinyu, she'd better just die. Isn't she just a faceless girl? Always without an expression. Isn't that a face paralysis? Who cares if people talk? First, find a safe place. With this thought in mind, Chun Ichuan directly followed the slope of the mountain towards the wide river. Generally speaking, there are often some holes between rivers and forests. Whether formed by soil erosion or dug out by fierce beasts, as long as the dangers inside are dealt with, it could serve as a temporary safe haven. This was also an experience Chun Ichuan had accumulated during his past life. A few moments later, as the sun set, hiss. The boy pushed aside some vegetation and finally found a hidden cave. At this moment, he was still holding a few plants of various appearances in his hands. Even though they had already been removed from the soil, a faint aura was still emanating from them. A flash of light appeared at Chun Ichuan's fingertips, and he stored all the herbs away before observing the environment around him. At the cave entrance, some huge footprints were scattered in a regular pattern. It looked like, hey, are those the footprints of a bear-like beast? Chun Ichuan grabbed his slingshot and tightly pulled back a beast-toothed bullet, beginning to probe inside. With the temporary attribute boosting his mental strength to 11 points, he could clearly sense the movements of the wind and grass around him. Even the flight of a mosquito could be clearly perceived. Finally, just as he was about to reach the bottom of the cave, a low growl suddenly echoed. The boy stared intently ahead, not daring to relax his grip on the slingshot for a moment. Suddenly, a green light flashed into view, followed closely by two red dots. Chun Ichuan knew that the red dots were likely the eyes of the bear-like beast, but the green light, a frog? Yes. Right beside that massive creature, a frog no larger than the palm of his hand, with beautifully patterned skin, lay quietly. Roar. It seemed to have noticed Chun Ichuan's gaze, and a threatening roar suddenly crashed towards the boy. The stench hit him, making him feel nauseous. Good heavens, big guy, haven't you brushed your teeth in days? That attitude is quite something. With that thought, Chun Ichuan released the slingshot's elastic band, and the beast-tooth bullet shot out. However, when it struck the large bear, -57, good heavens, is it made of iron? Chun Ichuan quickly checked the attribute panel. Name, Iron-Toothed Battle Bear rank, elite level. 4 vitality, 16, 57, 17, 14 strength, 24 mentality, 1 defense, 6 speed, 3 skill, earth-shaking strike combat power, 187. What the sun? This attribute is a bit unfair, isn't it? Just as the thoughts arose in his mind, Chun Ichuan immediately increased the distance. He still had no means of close combat, and even if he had experience from his past life, he needed a proper weapon, right? The reason fierce beasts swept through human society and caused massive disasters was that their physical attributes far surpassed those of humans. Just like the iron-toothed battle bear, not only was its strength inherently powerful, but its defense was also extremely strong. Furthermore, as levels increased, these already advantageous attributes could receive additional boosts. An elite-level beast possessed special skills. All of this seemed as if the Earth server had given the overall fierce beast a cheat. Roar. After taking a hit from the beast-tooth bullet to the head, the iron-toothed battle bear let out a painful and furious roar, but its body remained completely still, only spreading its front feet slightly. It looked as if it was protecting something. Could it be some rare medicinal herb? Chun Ichuan thought. Or perhaps, that frog? Roar. While the boy was pondering, the iron-toothed battle bear let out a long roar, followed by a violent tremor. Earth-shaking strike, the rapid shockwave forced Chun Ichuan to retreat to the corner of the cave, as being hit by that shockwave would cause him to lose health. Not even at level 10, yet able to use spiritual power. When it comes to cheating, you beasts are the real pros. After steadying himself, Chun Ichuan exhaled heavily, and the slingshot in his hand no longer provided him much sense of security. To deal with this big guy, even though the beast tooth bullet had some penetration power, at the damage it dealt, how long would it take to completely kill it? There was no choice. In an urgent situation, he could only use it first. With that thought, a beautiful card appeared in Chun Ichuan's hand, which was the hidden job change card. Although he also had a ranged job change card, both were ID bound, but everyone could understand that hidden jobs were generally stronger than common jobs, right? With a job bonus, the chances of winning would definitely be higher than being a blank slate. Originally, he didn't need a rush to use it, but now, at this moment, Chun Ichuan only faced two choices. 1. Take down that bear. 2. Still take down that bear. As for the reason, would you allow someone who already knows your secret to leave safely and go fetch reinforcements? Others may not know, but Chun Ichuan wouldn't. This iron-toothed battle bear clearly wouldn't either. Ding! Do you want to use the hidden job change card? Yes. The boy did not hesitate. The next moment, the card transformed into a stream of light and surged into his body, a mysterious feeling causing the surrounding time to seem to stop. This hidden job change card would randomly change him into a certain profession, and Chun Ichuan had no choice in the matter. He didn't even know what he would become. Perhaps a gunner, a warrior, or maybe a magician, a wizard. Hidden jobs, in short, included all professions outside of the common ones. Anything was possible. But he never expected that it would actually be job change, successful. Random profession, special breeder. Breeder? What the hell? How is a breeder even considered a hidden profession? Can this even be counted as a profession? However, before Chun Ichuan could express anything, the voice in his mind rang out again. Profession type, secondary profession. So, that means I can use another job change card. The boy suddenly realized, and at the same time, jumped several meters away in fury. At this moment, he had no time to care about what special breeder was. A card appeared in his hand again. Ranged job change card. Using it will allow him to choose a profession that specializes in ranged attacks. Ding! Do you want to use the ranged job change card? Yes. Chapter 37. Ranger, Penetrator. Please choose one of the following professions as your occupation. 1. Mage, Apprentice Mage. A profession capable of utilizing spiritual power in advance, proficient in single-element or multi-element attacks, with high damage. Profession level can increase with character level. 2. Archer, Crossbow Archer. A profession skilled in using bow and arrow-type weapons, with strong penetrating ability. Penetration ability can increase with level. 3. Thrower, War Thrower. A profession that excels in attacking with thrown objects. Damage depends on the projectile, but has high flexibility. 4. Ranger, Swift Strike Ranger. A profession primarily using ranged weapons, including bows, crossbows, and thrown objects, for attacks, good at guerrilla tactics, swift assaults, and maneuvering through forests, with special force bonuses for ranged weapons. The 4 options were laid out before Chun Ichuan for him to choose. In his previous life, Chun Ichuan was a warrior without any specialization, just stronger in strength, having suffered greatly in that regard. Now, for specialized professions were right in front of him. The disparity in experience was poignant, but only he could understand. However, time was tight, and he had no time to consider the pros and cons of these 4 professions, or their future development. He could only choose the best one based on his situation. That is 4. Ranger. Job transfer successful. Profession, Ranger. As soon as this sound faded, Chun Ichuan heard again. Ranger profession, limited attribute. Your strength can be exerted to the limit. Agility skill effects increased by 30. Ranged physical attack damage increased by 50. This attribute can evolve. Wow. Hearing this prompt, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It really is the profession of a practitioner. Damage increased by half right away. But that's not all. Unique skill Penetrator has been activated. Penetrator. When your attack inflicts penetrating damage on the target, it will additionally inflict 10 of the target's health as damage. Holy cow. Boom! Chun Ichuan felt a rumble in his ears, and the surrounding environment returned to its original state. Time continued to pass, and the iron-toothed battle bear gradually approached. But this time, phew! The first bullet fired by the boy after becoming a ranger pierced through the iron-toothed battle bear's chest. -85. Penetration. -171. Two lines of text popped up, and Chen Chuan couldn't help but smile. This damage was incomparable to before his job transfer, especially with the additional damage from Penetrator. Even more terrifying, the heavy injury made the iron-toothed battle bear roar in fury, deciding to abandon protecting something important and charge at Chen Chuan. Its advantage was strength, and Mountain Shaking Strike had already been used, so it wouldn't be able to use it again in a short time. There was no other way but to close in on the enemy. Want to get close? Dream on. With that thought, Chen Chuan loaded 5 bone bullets. Full bow shot. Self-inflicted. He held these 5 bone bullets in his hand. The snake tendons couldn't bear them, so when they burst forth, they could only determine the direction ahead, and the attack frame approached that of a shotgun. Hence the name, shotgun. Bang. In a narrow cave, the sound of 2 bone bullets hitting the ground echoed, while the other 3 hit the iron-toothed battle bear, forcing it back. -85. -85. -85. 3 lines of text almost popped up simultaneously. Unfortunately, none of the bullets inflicted penetrating damage, but the damage was still considerable. After this encounter, the iron-toothed battle bear's health dropped to just over 1,000. Hey, still coming? Chen Chuan drew his bow again, aiming a beast tooth bullet at the iron-toothed battle bear's head. This cave environment was unfavorable for the ranger profession, but it was also unfavorable for the iron-toothed battle bear to exert its strength. In this situation, whoever had the longer reach would have a greater chance of winning. The iron-toothed battle bear couldn't help but let out a low growl, clearly on guard against Chen Chuan. Oh, not giving up, huh? Then let me show you something tough. With that thought, a dark bullet, covered in spikes, flashed between the boy's fingers and immediately embedded itself into the bowstring. All right, aimed. Whoosh. Roar. The iron-toothed battle bear, unable to dodge, simply roared and charged its head to meet Chen Chuan's bullet, as its head was its strongest defense. Unfortunately, the moment the bullet touched the bear's head, bang, black smoke erupted directly on its head. Countless black spikes immediately piercing in various places, including its eyes. -85. -9. And in front of him, 85 was the damage from the bullet itself, while the 9s were the damage from the spikes that erupted from the bullet. Moreover, there was also poisoned. -137. Poisoned. Reduces health by 8 per second. Can be fatal, with both base damage and diffraction damage, plus a status effect. This bullet was undoubtedly Chen Chuan's trump card. Poison Spike Sea Urchin Bullet. Made from the spikes of a poison spike sea urchin using a special method, extremely unstable, explodes upon impact. Spikes can deal 10 of the bullet's damage and inflict poison on the target, lasting 3 seconds. Level restriction. Level 1. Crafting quality. White rough. A whole poison spike sea urchin spikes were only enough to make this one. Although the stock was extremely low, the effect was immediate. After this attack, the iron-toothed battle bear's health dropped to just over 700, of course, partly due to the benefits of the ranger profession. Otherwise, this bullet would have been lucky to deal 100 points of damage. 2 seconds later, health 470-1714. With health below 1/3, the iron-toothed battle bear finally escalated from caution to fear towards Chen Chuan. Its paw was showing signs of retreat. Clearly, it wanted to escape. Unfortunately, having come this far, even if you want to leave, I want to let you have your way. A shot of 85 damage, 470 means 6 shots. Accept your fate. The narrow cave passage was like the road to the underworld, leaving the iron-toothed battle bear with nowhere to escape. 6 shots. Even if it dodged 1 or 2, the outcome wouldn't change. In the end, kill. Experience 1,200. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 3. Free attribute points 5. Hey, at low levels, killing elite monsters for experience is indeed satisfying. The experience gained from killing elite monsters is 10 times that of ordinary fierce beasts. And considering the bonus for killing above level, while others could only receive 400 points of experience, for Chen Chuan, it became 1,200 points. He allocated the 5 free attribute points to strength, spirit, and speed as usual. Meanwhile, when the iron-toothed battle bear died, a yellow roulette appeared on the ground. Chapter 38. Awful, awful, awful. Hee hee, is it time to deliver? The young man bent down, preparing to pick up the yellow roulette. Just then, A beautifully patterned frog that had been by the iron-toothed war bear's side happened to jump onto his finger, gripping tightly with its four limbs. Chun Ichuan instinctively wanted to shake it off. After all, most frog-like fierce beasts are highly poisonous. However, a voice in his mind left him frozen in place. Subjob, detecting special creature. Do you wish to tame as a pet? It was a message from the subjob, special breeder. This frog, upon closer inspection, it indeed looked a bit different from ordinary fierce beasts. So it was classified as a special creature. Perhaps sensing Chun Ichuan's contemplation, the little frog tilted its head and blinked its large, membrane-covered eyes. For some reason, the young man's mind automatically filled in the sound effect for blinking. Cartoon spring sound. MP3 then, almost as if guided by fate. Yes. In the next moment after answering, some bright red liquid formed from various parts of Chun Ichuan's body and floated onto the little frog's head. Thud, emerged in. The little frog blinked again. Cartoon spring sound. MP3, 2, and immediately its entire body was washed over by a blood-red hue as if animated. Taming successful. Individual name. Elemental spirit frog. You may redefine the ID. Wow. It really. Chun Ichuan quickly swiped lightly on the elemental spirit frog to open its panel. In his previous life, he had heard of people who could control fierce beasts or so-called pets, and he never expected to become one of them now. Name, elemental spirit frog nickname. None, click to change. Owner, Chun Ichuan level, 0 vitality, 100 strength, 1 spirit, 5 defense, 1 speed, 2 skill, elemental conversion, LV1, combat power, 46. Looking at this attribute panel, as a human, Chun Ichuan admitted he felt a bit sour. Level 0, 5 points in spirit. Where's the promised equality among all beings? Heaven, who the hell told you that? Elemental spirit frog. Doesn't sound like a name, better change it. Saying this, the young man reached out and clicked on the nicknames section, typing in cunning frog. This little guy jumped onto his finger to cling to him. So clever. Calling it cunning frog is quite fitting, right? Awful, awful, awful. A tender voice suddenly echoed in the young man's mind. So it was just an auditory hallucination. Shaking his head, Chun Ichuan reached out again to click the confirm button. Awful, awful, awful. All right. The young man raised his hand, placing the elemental spirit frog in front of his eyes. And indeed, can you talk? The elemental spirit frog blinked. Awful, awful, awful. How about? Just call it awful then. To his surprise, as soon as Chun Ichuan said this, the elemental spirit frog turned over and bit his finger with its wide mouth. Gulp. Awful, awful, awful. At this point, the young man realized that his elemental spirit frog had quite a bit of intelligence, but its ability to express itself still needed improvement. After all, it was his pet. He should give a good name. With this thought, Chun Ichuan pressed on confirm. Oh crap, my hand slipped. Change successful. Just as the voice echoed in his mind. Eek. Bad owner, stupid owner, smelly owner. What kind of name is that? It's so awful. The cunning frog flipped onto Chun Ichuan's palm. Its emerald green little paws were patting and smashing, and its big eyes were full of, well, at least from its perspective, it looked sorrowful. So you could talk, little one? Of course, of course. Of course. The cunning frog pouted. What kind of terrible name did that bad owner give it? Chun Ichuan's mouth twitched. What kind of pet is this, blood binding for ownership, isn't enough? It also needs a nickname to communicate normally? Ridiculous. But there was no helping it, his hand slipped. Nonsense. The cunning frog didn't believe it at all. Stupid owner, you did it on purpose. All right, can I at least give you a different name? Saying this, Chun Ichuan once again brought up the elemental spirit frog's attribute panel, lightly tapping on nickname. But this time a prompt appeared saying, changing nickname again requires 100 currency. Your balance is insufficient. The young man looked at the cunning frog, his eyes conveying a clear message. See, this darn system is making your smelly owner poor. Cunning frog. Oh, I don't care. I don't want to be called cunning frog. Then what do you want to be called? Chun Ichuan admitted he was terrible at naming, so he simply tossed the decision back. Wait until the owner has money, then I'll change it for you. Call. The cunning frog's voice became increasingly drawn out, as if a name was stuck in its throat but could not be uttered. Like something was lodged inside. Chun Ichuan's mouth twitched. It's over. It must be because of that drop of blood. Now, let's become a naming waste. Call. Frog frog. Is this still a female frog? How about calling it Zinjizawa instead? It's still worse than cunning frog. Fine, then it's cunning frog, not changing it. Upon hearing this, the cunning frog rolled its eyes and flipped onto its back, probably choosing to die. All right, calling it frog frog is fine, right? Frog frog immediately flipped back. It's a deal. It really is still worse than cunning frog. Under the death protest of the elemental spirit frog, Chun Ichuan ultimately chose to compromise the nickname Frog Frog and the official name Cunning Frog. After that, he also gained a rough understanding of the elemental spirit frog's capabilities. It truly is a special creature, having just been born with 5 points in spirit attribute and possessing unique skills, which is an elite feature in the fierce beast world. The elemental spirit frog belongs to the range type of fierce beast, or rather, a spiritual beast. It has a certain elemental attack capability, but it needs to level up to gradually reveal it. As for its current skill, elemental conversion, it's merely a survival skill. Moreover, rather than conversion, it is more accurate to say assimilation. Earlier, the reason Chun Ichuan mistakenly thought the iron-toothed warbear was protecting it was that it had assimilated its elemental information into the bear cub. I mean, how can I not protect my cub? In reality, the iron-toothed warbear was guarding what was behind it. J. Bone Kalen. Finally found it. Chapter 39. Refining the Longevity Pill. J. Bone Kalen. Spiritual plant. Long-term consumption can prolong life, serving as a supplementary material for refining the longevity pill. Quality, yellow, age, 34 years. What lies before me is the spiritual plant guarded by the iron-tooth battle bear. In the background of the game Life Devourer, lifespan is equally important for fierce beasts. Of course, they do not need to draw lots. They simply need to extend their lifespan. This process is similar to enhancing strength. The age of the spiritual plant is directly increased after absorbing certain nutrients. It does not mean that it has grown for that many years based on attributes. The materials are finally gathered before entering this cave. The plants in Chun Ichuan's hands were also materials for refining the longevity pill, but they were slightly less important compared to J. Bone Kalen. Whether there are fierce beasts watching directly determines the rarity of the spiritual plant. The damp cave floor is neatly arranged with beast meat and spiritual plants. The young man quickly recalls the method for refining the longevity pill. In Life Devourer, the refining of pills does not require a Dan furnace or anything like that. As long as you have the recipe and the steps are correct, you can refine it. Of course, for someone like Chun Ichuan, who does not have an actual recipe, he is likely the only one. After all, his memory is good. After recalling a few times and kneading the materials according to the quantity and order in the steps, the young man takes out a pile of dry grass and dead branches from his spatial ring, as well as 2 dark-colored bones. These were also extracted from the corpses of fierce beasts during the beast tide a few days ago. Its main body is the demon horn swordfish. Indeed, it comes from the same type of fierce beast as the vertebra used to pry open the unknown relic stone platform number 1. This demon horn swordfish is well known for its hard bones. The 2 bones Chun Ichuan took out are not very smooth, but due to their sufficient hardness, they can produce sparks when rubbed together, functioning similarly to flint. Crack. A spark falls onto the dry grass and dead branch pile, instantly igniting a flame. As the spark ignites, several semi-finished longevity pills are tossed in. Yes, it is that rough. Rather than refining, it is more like burning. All the previous materials and procedures are basically no different from this. Otherwise, the crafting process would not have shown as rough. This is not because Chun Ichuan can only manage rough. It is just that without specialized tools and suitable professions, he finds it hard even to be rough. With a gentle fire, the refining lasts for 30 minutes. The young man constantly keeps in mind that this final step is crucial for success. Under his control, the burning of the dry grass pile is always minimal, maintaining a gentle fire. Beside him, the surface patterns of the frog have turned light red. In this state, even if it jumps into the fire, it would not be greatly affected. This is the abnormality of the elemental spirit frog. Unfortunately, without skills, this is all it can do. By the way, frog, do you need to stay outside all the time? Chun Chuan wanted to ask if there was some kind of pet space. Then, what else? The frog inquired. Well, this little thing doesn't he even know. However, there is no need to worry too much now. The elemental spirit frog is not large, and it can easily hide in his hair, sleeves, or pockets. Their conversation does not interfere with the young man's actions. Whenever the dry grass and dead branches are about to burn out, he is always able to replenish them in time. Thus, after half an hour of gentle fire refining, a faint fragrance finally wafts through the air. Chun Chuan takes out a small brush-like piece of grass and carefully removes each pill from the ashes, brushing off the soot. Of the 5 semi-finished products, only 3 can be considered successful. The other 2 crack during the process. He lifts one of them. White longevity pill, a secret pill that can directly increase lifespan, but due to the rough craftsmanship, consuming can only randomly increase lifespan by 1 to 5 years. Level requirement, level 0, crafting quality, white rough. The 3 white longevity pills have identical effects. This is still thanks to that yellow jade bone kaolin. Otherwise, whether he could truly refine the longevity pill is still debatable. What fragrant pills? The frog blinked its lively big eyes. Master, can you give me one? Hearing this, Chun Chuan instinctively wanted to say no, but the words turned into, I only have these 3. I can't make more. If luck is bad, these 3 can only increase lifespan by 3 years. I can find that kind of grass from earlier. Are you sure? MHM. The frog nodded solemnly, looking as if it was not lying about the longevity pill. Chun Chuan, half believing, handed over one pill and said, Okay, but if you can't find it. Speaking of which, he glanced up at the already dusky sky outside. I'll have roasted field frogs for dinner. Eek. For the sake of her own life, the frog hurriedly nodded vigorously. I can find it. I can definitely find it. She suddenly felt she had found the wrong master. It should be. Just an illusion, right? Here, take it. The young man divided one pill and brought it to the frog's mouth. The little one's eyes turned, and it opened its cherry-like mouth to swallow the entire pill. The next moment, the medicinal power transformed into a stream of pure energy, causing the frog's small body to swell up a size. The patterns on its back shone brightly. In the end, it truly swelled a size. Yammy yammy hee hee. Chun Chuan was indeed taken aback. Fierce beasts eating longevity pills really have special effects? After a moment, the young man quickly opened the frog's attribute panel. Name, Elemental Spirit Frog Nickname, Cunning Frog Master, Chun Chuan Level, 3 Blood Chi, 1000 Strength, 2 Mentality, 14 Defense, 2 Speed, 5 Skill, Elemental Transformation, LV1, Combat Power, 130. A rough, white longevity pill directly leveled up from 0 to 3. This was indeed unexpected. This also shows that for fierce beasts, lifespan is equivalent to experience and strength. Directly consuming longevity-type materials is also a shortcut to enhancing strength. Master, there is still residual energy. The frog transmitted this thought after the transformation. In other words, this longevity pill could not only raise its level by 3. The reason it only reached level 3 is that Chun Chuan is level 3, and a pet's level cannot surpass that of its master. Can it be stored? No. Then how? Just as the young man's words fell, a message immediately echoed in his mind. Due to pet feedback, experience 200. This is possible? Although converting the lifespan-increasing energy into experience points feels a bit of a loss, it is still not wasted, right? Moreover, it seems that this pet should have many more uses. Chapter 40. God, you finally opened your eyes. With the frog's panel removed, Chun Chuan finally shifted his gaze back to the 2 longevity pills left in his hand and took a deep breath. Heaven above, earth as witness. I vow today to trade the 100 years of prosperity of the Liu family for 10 years of longevity from these 2 pills. After speaking, the young man opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 pills. He then directly opened his attribute panel. Name, Chun Chuan Occupation, Ranged Ranger, Secondary Occupation, Hidden Special Breeder Level, 3 Experience, 1000 3000 Lifespan, 10 years and 150 days. Hiss, Liu family eye. No, God, you finally opened your eyes. With 10 years of lifespan now in hand, Chen Yichuan finally had the courage to face the yellow lifespan wheel that the Iron Tooth Battle Bear had revealed, which required 10 years to draw. This wheel, without a doubt, was of low quality, as it only had one positive option: Supreme Dan Furnace. To refine pills, a furnace is not necessary for the pills themselves, but can still be used. This furnace belongs to a special tool, and having it means he is just one title away from becoming a true alchemist or pill master. With the experience from his past life, the necessity of this furnace has increased dramatically. At the very least, it can elevate the quality of the items he refines. Chen Yichuan held the yellow wheel and silently thought, draw. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Severe Cold 2. Supreme Dan Furnace 3. Beast Tide 7. Late Stage Cancer 10. Erase all two-dimensional things. Damn. The last option is truly vicious. Luckily, I can choose. If someone else were to draw this wheel and got that, countless people would be crying. I choose. 2. The moment he chose, 10 years of lifespan turned to ash again. But compared to the Supreme Dan Furnace, what does 10 years of lifespan matter? This time, there is only one positive option on the yellow wheel, so congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can choose one additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. 1. Xianhai Dragon Singing Spear 2. Self-Heating Hot Pot from a C1 box 10 packs 3. All attributes 18, 3 days 4. All attributes 5, 15 days 5. White Longevity Pill 7 Hay. The hidden rewards are quite tempting, but unfortunately, you can only choose one each time. Ah, right, Greedy Yichuan. That's our main character. Among these 5 rewards, the one he needed most was 5. But the White Longevity pills. It's not that Chen Yichuan is arrogant, but they really aren't enough. 7 pills piled together aren't enough to draw a purple wheel. Good items are mainly concentrated in the purple and above wheels. Similar to the life-sucking sword in the previous white wheel, which was purely an exception, if it weren't for the low probability and many unpleasant low-quality options. That will probably wouldn't even be in Chen Yichuan's hands. So, option 5 is out. 2 is directly ignored. 3 and 4 provide some temporary boost to combat power, but to put it bluntly, if he got used to these temporary attributes, it would make him feel discomfort with his own physical attributes afterward. In daily life, it's fine, but when encountering battles. So, the greatest enhancement for him would be 1. The spear. It is the king of weapons, the most advantageous cold weapon in actual combat. In his past life, Chen Yichuan wielded a type of long weapon, but it was not a spear, it was a halberd. The difference from a spear is that the halberd is heavier and more domineering, but they share a common trait. They are both long. However, the spear has more advantages than the halberd. Mastering the spear means he won't have any issues with the halberd. Choose. 1. Reward has been issued. Who? Kong. As it appeared, this spear seemed to spin in mid-air before it stabbed into the ground, resembling a dragon-esque roar. The young man took a step forward and pulled it out. Xianhai Dragon Singing Spear. Made from the bones of a dragon fused with celestial mysterious iron. Crafted through 81 refinements. When swung, it seems to emit a dragon's roar. Level restriction. Level 1. Basic attributes. Strength 12. Attack speed 10. Craftsmanship. Yellow. Excellent. Not bad. Chen Yichuan waved the spear, and as he swung it by his side, it even pierced through the cave wall, shattering some stones. Very good. After putting away the Xianhai Dragon Singing Spear, Chen Yichuan stripped all the useful materials from the Iron Tooth Battle Bear, including bear paws and bear skin, which are all excellent materials for crafting. And next, Frog, it's your time to perform. Whether it's the Jade Bone Guran or the Washing Marrow Willow Spike, if you can't find them. Tonight, we'll stew Tian Kuan. The frog suddenly jolted and asked, Master, what is Tian Kuan? It's a frog. Humans really know how to come up with nicknames. Is there any connection between these two words? Get a work. Why are you asking so much? Oh, in reality, the frog didn't exaggerate, as elemental spirit frogs are very sensitive to spiritual energy, so finding spiritual plants containing spiritual energy shouldn't be a problem. It's just that fire budding lingua, a fire attribute spiritual plant, can be used as a raw material for fire attribute affinity enhancement potions. Quality. White. Age. 11 years. As you can see, it's easy to go off track. Chen Yichuan suppressed the erupting volcano within him and looked at the frog with a devilish smile. Frog, is this what you said you could find? The frog shivered. Well, the frog didn't tease say it could find it 100. Chinichuan's mouth twitched wildly. All right, you can find it. But it doesn't mean it's the right one, right? By this point, he was close to exploding. If you can't find it, that's fine. But you brought me so many ferocious beasts. Just for a fire-butting lingua. It actually attracted a fire spirit leopard and a group of flame mountain cats. Master, go for it. Master is the best. Master is awesome. After shouting this, the frog directly flipped over and burrowed into Chun-Ichuan's collar. It smells a bit, but it's safe enough. Awesome. I'll take your lungs instead. While complaining, facing a bunch of big cats rushing over, it was impossible not to fight back. The young man jumped back, brandishing the Xianhai dragon singing spear, performing a flowery dance with it as he leaped into the fray. Compared to the halberd, the spear is indeed much lighter. Light, but it doesn't mean it's not effective. One blood flower after another burst forth like mist, whether it was the fire spirit leopard or the flame mountain cat. One by one fell under his spear, and massive damage numbers poured out like a torrential rain. Such a scene could definitely be described as spectacular. Oh, Master is so amazing. With that time spent flattering, why not help me find something like the J-Bone Garan? Otherwise, aren't there these big cats? But cat meat is sour. Frog. Chapter 41. It's fine. Just sprinkle more cumin. Frog said seriously. My meat is bitter. It's fine. Your master is a starving ghost. Just sprinkle more cumin. I can accept it. Scheming frog. Then why can't cat meat be accepted? All right, let's change the reason. I don't eat cat meat. Frog hugged herself tightly, encountering a master who wanted to kill her at any moment. She really felt grateful. But gratitude aside, blood has already dripped, and the master has acknowledged it. What else can be done? The caring, treasure-hunting little frog is now online. Nightfall. Deep in the forest, the sounds of beast roars gradually increased, and logically, the night should belong more to ferocious beasts. But as long as there aren't large crowds, the difference between humans and ferocious beasts is actually not that significant. After all, everyone is a hunter. Chun-Ichuan's silver spear was already drenched in blood. After nearly 3 hours, heaven did not disappoint the diligent frog, allowing her to successfully find 2 20-year-old jade-bone calamus and several blood-cleansing willow ears. Although blood-cleansing willow ears is also a longevity material, it is a supplementary material for refining yellow longevity pills, with the core being those 2 jade-bone calamus, one 23 years old and the other 28 years old. Enough for Chun-Ichuan to refine a batch of white longevity pills. After dealing with the immediate trouble, Chun-Ichuan was thinking of finding a place to rest, but unexpectedly, a long beast roar came from beside him. Roar. Then, there was a painful scream from a human woman. Don't get me wrong. It was the kind of scream that sounded really painful. The boy swung his spear and gazed over, frowning after a moment. Why did this sound seem a bit familiar? Who is it? Forget it. What does it have to do with me? This place, while not a true battlefield beyond the realm, is also the territory of ferocious beasts. Here, slaughter happens all the time. Those who meddle in others' affairs usually don't end up well. Find a river, take a bath, and in a beautiful day, while humming. Chun-Ichuan also pulled out the scheming frog from his collar. Frog, do you like swimming? I do. After saying that, she added, but there are many unreasonable big guys in the river. What is there to be afraid of? Just clean them up. Master is mighty. Unfortunately, the harsh reality is the more you don't want to deal with something, the more it insists on making you deal with it. Here, we can cite a quite mature law, Murphy's Law. Amidst the roar, a slender shadow suddenly swept over Chun-Ichuan's head, and when it landed, the boy looked over with a slightly cold gaze. You must have installed a camera on me, right? You always find me. The woman who landed looked at him with a momentary daze in her eyes. She originally just wanted to lure the monster to a place with other people to share the pressure, but who knew she would encounter Chun-Ichuan. But in just an instant, her eyes returned to their original state, calmness mixed with a hint of killing intent. So what if it is? You. The boy wanted to speak again, but a fierce beast's roar came from behind. Roar. He had no choice but to swing his spear diagonally. resolving this big guy before talking to you. With a roar, a shadow suddenly dashed past under the moonlight, sliding several meters after hitting the ground, indicating how fast it had come. Upon seeing it, even Chun Ichuan, who was well-informed, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What the hell? In the midst of his exclamation, that gigantic creature had already pounced. The boy had no choice but to hold up a spear to block. Boom! The claws collided violently with the silver spear. Block! The prompt popped up, and the boy's figure was forced back over 10 meters. In Life Devouring, a successful block does not take damage, and moreover, it can be linked to the opponent's attribute panel. Name: Moon Pattern Silver Tiger Rank, Elite, Mutated Level, 6 Blood Chi, 3133 34 89 Strength, 37 Spirit, 5 Defense, 14 Speed, 23 Skills, Silver Moon Roar, Domain Moon Lake, Silver Thunder Combat Power, 429. After seeing this attribute panel, Chun Ichuan just want to shout, what the hell? Is this a cheat? Doesn't even a male protagonist, get this treatment? Damn, stoic girl. Where the hell did you lure this damned creature from? Lucin you paused in her speech, warning you. Take back what you just said. What time is it now? Still worrying about these trivial matters? Chun Ichuan shouted in response, then used his spear to flick some dirt to block the opponent's line of sight, saying, if you have the ability, handle this guy yourself. If you don't, just obediently answer my questions. A mutated elite ferocious beast, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. This woman really knows how to lure monsters. The so-called mutated species can be understood as a professional among humans, or as a genius among ferocious beasts. This kind of beast must be understood. Otherwise, if a small one is beaten, a big one will come, and a big and old one will be endless. Lu Xinyu suppressed the anger in her eyes and finally calmed down, not knowing that this guy came looking for her. The boy's mouth twitched slightly. That means it was starved and came out to hunt, which is the hardest to deal with. But at least one thing can be confirmed. No old ones will come looking for a while. No time to hesitate, take it down. After saying that, Chun Ichuan took the initiative. The Shinkai Dragon Chant Spear instantly fell like a crescent moon, but just as it was about to hit, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger suddenly jumped back to dodge the attack as if it were playing with him. It could have avoided it earlier and more smoothly, but it chose to play a thrilling game. Like excitement, Be careful, don't get yourself killed. As soon as the words fell, a cold light shot towards the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, which was the spear thrown from the boy's hand. Whoosh! Facing this sudden attack, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger instinctively reacted to dodge, but it didn't know that Chun Ichuan was waiting for this moment. In the instant it leaped up, pong, -45. Although the sharp beast tooth had strong penetrating power, before it could pierce through the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, that beast tooth bullet was burned to ashes by the current surrounding it, scattering into the air. The last bit of damage for this big cat with over 3,000 blood was negligible. But as the saying goes, low damage but highly insulting. The Moon Pattern Silver Tiger originally intended to play with this human, but unexpectedly, this human actually bit back. How could it tolerate that? Suddenly, roar Silver Moon, roar, a sudden dizziness struck the boy's head like a hammer. Pills. Chapter 42. A roasted frog in my clothes, dizziness. Lasts for 2 seconds. Damn, this pill. Upon receiving the system's abnormal status alert, Chun Ichuan wanted to change his strategy, but it was already too late. The only option was to endure the upcoming attack. However, before he could face the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger's assault, he was met by a sword that approached from behind. But in less than half a second, she couldn't withstand the terrifying force and was sent flying back. Roar. Amidst this roar, Chun Ichuan couldn't escape a palm strike either, being slapped back several meters and crashing into a tree. Severe injury. -1,157. Warning. Health below 25. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled from the boy's mouth. Taking over 1,000 damage from that palm strike was indeed terrifying. The gap in combat power and defense attributes was too great. If it weren't for his all attributes 7 still having some time left, with just 1 point of defense, he might have been killed instantly. Battle damage calculation. Base damage, own combat power, opponent's combat power. What the hell? With only 300 health points left, Chun Ichuan didn't dare to engage any closer. Although the core of life eating was similar to an online game, it was a real game that existed in reality. Dying meant truly dying. Furthermore, while injuries were represented as numbers, the pain in his body was unavoidable. Being slammed against the trunk by the moon-patterned silver tiger made Chun Ichuan feel as if his bones were about to shatter. "You're not dead, right?" asked Lu Xinyu from a distance. The boy turned his head to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Isn't it because of you that this big cat came here? If mutated elite monsters were that easy to deal with, all of humanity would be rushing in." Lu Xinyu wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. Although she was also a victim, it was indeed her actions that had brought Qin Ichuan into this situation. This responsibility couldn't be avoided. Since that was the case, she wasn't prepared to say more. "Give me 2 longevity pills and help me. You're quite generous." Qin Ichuan's tone was somewhat sarcastic, but he took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. His previous injuries recovered significantly in an instant. The effect was far better than the serum patch of the magic pattern octopus. What kind of band-aid can have this effect? It would sell out instantly. As for what this was, serum gel pill of the magic pattern octopus. A gel pill infused with the serum of the magic pattern octopus, restoring 50 of health points per second for 2 seconds upon consumption. Level restriction. Usable below level 5. Production process. White, rough, compared to this serum gel pill. Band-aids were practically just scraps. Of course, the production rates of the two were definitely different. The serum from one magic pattern octopus could either be used to make 10 gel pills or nearly 100 patches. They could also be mixed, but the total wouldn't differ much. "You really have been hiding a lot." Qin Ichuan chuckled lightly. "What you're saying, can I be so open about my enemies? That would be no different from Jesus' mother." Once his status was restored, the boy once again readied his weapon. Wait, the gun was thrown away. He was now wielding a slingshot. Before he even got close, a handful of gravel was already flung towards the moon-patterned silver tiger against a mutated elite monster. This poorly made slingshot couldn't deal much damage, but it was still good for disrupting its formation. The gravel shot like buckshot, forcing the moon-patterned silver tiger to jump back to avoid it. Even though it knew the damage wasn't high, it would still hurt if hit, right? If it could dodge, why take a hit? Seizing this opportunity, Qin Ichuan didn't waste any time. He executed a quick step, gripping the Xianhai longing gun tightly. The slingshot's damage was insufficient, so he had to rely on the Xianhai longing gun to hold the line. But given the difference in attributes, he couldn't just go in to stab, poke, chop, or sweep. He had to leverage his profession's advantage as a ranger. Shoot! The boy once again picked up some sand and gravel to obstruct the moon-patterned silver tiger's line of sight, then immediately pulled back. "Hey, find a way to restrict that big cat's movement. Even 1 second will be enough." "I'm not calling you Hey," Lu Xinyu directly replied. In this area, it was just her and Qin Ichuan. The only one she could call was him. "The emotionless girl, help me. You should just call me Hey." Lu Xinyu's tone was icy, and her gaze that wanted to stab Qin Ichuan was impossible to hide. She hated it when others pointed at her face. The last person who did that is now 6 feet under, if it weren't for always being interrupted by other matters. "Hey, hurry up!" Qin Ichuan, wielding the long gun, was already in a somewhat awkward position after being pounced by the moon-patterned silver tiger. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu gritted her teeth, ultimately losing to her own indecision. "My method needs some preparation time. Just wait a bit longer." The moon-patterned silver tiger was a mutated elite level, and with the Lu family's current data, they certainly knew of its existence. Killing a mutated elite level monster would yield profits comparable to that of a lord level, without triggering a system-wide notification from life eating. This was a way to make a fortune quietly. If there was a chance, why not take it? It was also for this reason that Lu Xinyu was willing to use her methods. "Hurry up," Qin Ichuan urged upon hearing this. With a total speed of 11 points, if it weren't for his past experiences, he would have been caught by the moon-patterned silver tiger and played with until death. Feline predators aren't friendly to their prey. They eat it after playing enough. "Can't hurry, just wait." Damn it. Knowing that urging was useless, Qin Ichuan simply put away the long gun, took out the slingshot, and directly pulled out one black projectile after another from his space ring. With a bang, it hit the moon-patterned silver tiger, creating a cloud of black mist that lingered for a long time. This wasn't a refined product. It was just the waste from the intestines of some aquatic ferocious beast. One word, stinky. While needing these things, Chun Ichuan at least ruined 10 pieces of intestinal membrane, cutting the animal's intestines into small pieces to use as gloves. It was incredibly disgusting. In the end, what wrapped around was still some useless fish skin. Otherwise, he wouldn't even consider using it. When it exploded, a stench that made everything nauseating and withered all plants instantly became a huge blot under the moonlight. If it were daytime, this place would definitely be pitch black. Not only smelly, -45, and it also had damage. Just as Lu Xinyu was preparing for something, she couldn't hold back anymore. Ah, it stinks. What did you just make? Chun Ichuan's sleeve also had a frog that was foaming at the mouth. It smelled even worse than the stinky owner. Ugh. Ugh. A roasted frog in my clothes. Gulp. Swallowing sound. Chapter 43. After living for so long, I've never encountered such a filthy human. The terrible stench made the moon-patterned silver tiger furious, but before it could finish roaring, a strong feeling of nausea swept over it. This is simply unbearable for any living being. If it were just one type of smell, it would be fine. It could even serve as a pheromone to identify kindred. But once mixed together, what kind of hybrid is this? Even worse. Big kitty. You're so big, you must have a considerable demand, right? Come on. Pong. Moon-patterned silver tiger. However, this stench bomb would disperse the black mist regardless of whether it hit him or not, and the stench would spread, completely unstoppable. Nausea. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but pinch his nose. The amount from Matu was a bit too much. Even you can't stand it, master. Frog protested repeatedly. I apply to go out for fresh air. No way, the boy shouted in his mind. You can't come out even if you vomit inside. Hide it well. No. No roasting frags. Chun Ichuan temporarily ignored the naive frog. With Lu Xinyu outside, it was better to keep the frog's matter under wraps for a while. After firing 2 stench bombs, the boy immediately withdrew, gun in hand. Due to the presence of the moon-patterned silver tiger and this horrible stench, even lurking snakes and insects didn't dare to approach. Otherwise, how could Chun Ichuan be so at ease? Hey, how much longer do you need? This question was clearly directed at Lu Xinyu. Just give me 10 more seconds. You better pray I have 10 more seconds to live. The corners of the boy's mouth twitched. There was no other way but to close the distance again. The moon-patterned silver tiger was just nauseatingly stinky, not completely immobile, so now is not the best time. To unleash the effect of the penetrator, it was necessary to ensure it couldn't dodge. Seeing Chun Ichuan approach again, the moon-patterned silver tiger's eyes reddened. Roar. However, pong. A stench bomb just popped right into his mouth. Hee hee, that mouth is way bigger than a bird's nest. Moon-patterned silver tiger. It had lived for so long, evolving from a little milk tiger to a mutated elite, and this was its first encounter with such a filthy human. Throwing poop into a cat's mouth? Can you do something decent? The key point was that this poop actually exploded. Nausea. Nausea. Roar. Phew. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fuck. Just as the laughter subsided. Zing! A sudden silver lightning struck right in front of Chun Ichuan, scorching the ground black. If that silver lightning had hit him, the outcome was unimaginable. It seemed the moon-patterned silver tiger had lost its aim due to the stench. Otherwise, in the next moment under the moonlight, a silver-black, circular domain suddenly expanded, fine lightning currents flickering within it like ripples in water. The radius of the domain was about 6 meters. Undoubtedly, it was another skill of the moon-patterned silver tiger apart from Silver Moon Roar : Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Rather than a skill, it was more like a domain. After all, it was a mutated beast. Other beasts below level 10 could at most use some spiritual power to create a shock wave or spit a fireball. But mutated levels. The current domain was far more exaggerated than any fireball or shockwave. Poker face girl, hurry up. Just a bit more. Lu Xinyu clenched her delicate fists, but it was likely that she wouldn't even have a second. Stop stalling, hurry. Chun Ichuan knew this was her signal that she was ready, and immediately retreated over 10 meters, gripping the Shinkai longing gun tightly, leaning slightly back. On the other side, Lu Xinyu was also ready. He saw her hands, a spliced metal hoop first suspended in her palm, then Lu Xinyu suddenly flipped her palm. And at the same time, the hoop was immediately drawn by this gravitational force, suddenly spinning and rapidly enlarging. Once it started moving, she maintained the gesture, turning clockwise forward. The hoop was thus pulled up by one force after another, performing an expanding circular motion around Lu Xinyu, the moving center. The radius went from half a meter to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. This process wasn't slow. Lu Xinyu took less than 3 breaths to reach in front of the moon-patterned silver tiger, but ultimately, she still had to step into the range of the Moon Lake's silver thunder. A moment of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly dispelled. Then, she stepped into the domain. A current brought a terrifying burning sensation, crawling all over Lu Xinyu, but at the same time, the metal hoop also touched the moon-patterned silver tiger. She suddenly lowered her head and shouted, "Now is the time." However, Chun Yichuan didn't foolishly wait for her to speak. As soon as the metal hoop landed on the moon-patterned silver tiger, he swallowed a pill. And at the same time, whoosh, bang. The gap between these two sounds was almost instantaneous. But the silver lightning on the moon-patterned silver tiger suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, a shocking number popped up, minus 4,140. Chun Yichuan's original strength was 10 points, plus a temporary attribute of 7 points, and the Xiankai longing gun had 12 points, totaling 29 points. Yet even so, it should have dealt over 4,000 damage, right? How could this be? Undoubtedly, it was due to the previously consumed bloodthirsty potion of the double-finned frenzy shark. Previously at level 0, now at level 3, the damage was worlds apart. After 10 times, the strength reached 290 points, directly penetrating the moon-patterned silver tiger's mere 14 points of defense, resulting in a base damage of 2,760 points, plus the penetrator bonus, leading to the final value. As for why Lu Xinyu, who was clearly watching closely, would still risk enduring 3 seconds of weakness, it was because of the kill. Experience 2,400. Congratulations on leveling up. Current abnormal status has been cleared. Current level 4, 5 free attribute points. The sudden feeling of weakness that surged to his head disappeared in an instant. After all, Chun Yichuan was someone who had lived a life and knew some hidden settings of Life Devour. No matter when, leveling up could remove abnormal statuses. He had calculated this point, knowing he didn't need to endure those 3 seconds of weakness. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to consume the bloodthirsty potion. No matter how great the rewards from killing the moon-patterned silver tiger were, he wouldn't joke with his own life, right? He distributed the 5 attribute points from leveling up according to the ratio of 3, 1, 1. Phew! The boy leaped down from the tree, turning his gaze toward Lu Xinyu's position. "Well done, poker face." As he uttered the last 2 words, Lu Xinyu just happened to lift her head. At that moment, word was stuck in Chun Yichuan's throat, unable to be released. "What happened to your face?" Chapter 44. Oh boy. There's a big surprise in here? Face. Haha no. It's a facial paralysis. After a self-deprecating laugh, Lu Xinyu raised her hand to touch her right cheek. The rugged keratin layer resembling a continuous mountain range, dominated by light yellow and black. The most exaggerated part is a scratch that crosses the bridge of her nose and a third of her lip, almost tearing her face in half. Ugly? No. Perhaps terrifying is a more fitting description. In contrast, her left face looks like a celestial being. Such a face was indeed too cruel for her. And all of this stemmed from the first year of the Devouring Era, June 30th, 2028. Again, on the 10th day of the descent. That was a purple roulette lottery organized by the Lu family before the establishment of the settlement. And unfortunately, the result of the lottery was Beast Tide. The Beast Tide drawn from the purple roulette was almost a disaster for humanity at that time. It was no less catastrophic than a volcanic eruption before the apocalypse. Although, under the combined suppression of the few strong individuals present, the Beast Tide was calmed. The Lu family, being the first to bear the brunt, suffered casualties. The most severe cases simply succumbed on that very day. And it was at that time that Lu Xinyu ended up with half of her face completely disfigured. Originally, she was a beautiful angel, a water lily emerging from the water. After the serious injury, although there were restorative potions to stop the bleeding, the scars would forever remain on her face. The contrast before and after even made her contemplate death. Until her father, Lu Tianyuan, handed her a silicone mask. The system of this world had just been established, and changing one's face to survive would always find a way. Lu Xinyu. Perhaps, on some roulette in the future. We need you, Lu family. Need you even more? In the end, she still reached out to take the mask, and from then on, there was no longer anything that could be called expression on Lu Xinyu's face. I must clarify that I didn't know about this matter before calling you that. Chen Yichuan, although he considers himself not a good person, would never do something as cruel as rubbing salt in someone else's wounds. It has nothing to do with conscience, just basic morality. How? Lu Xinyu raised the left corner of her mouth because the right side couldn't rise. Do you want to apologize? More like an explanation. Upon hearing this, she lightly clenched her delicate fist, but then relaxed it, because she realized that she couldn't kill Chen Yichuan, no matter how angry or murderous she felt. Without that strength, she simply couldn't kill him. The moon-patterned silver tiger had died at his hands, so why should she? Whatever. Sorry for scaring you. The boy did not reply immediately, but walked over to the corpse of the moon-patterned silver tiger and retrieved the spear that pierced through it. Indeed, just now he had used the Xianhai longing spear as a javelin to pierce through this big cat, dealing over 4,000 damage and killing it instantly. After pulling out the spear, he casually smashed its skull and stored a dark blue, round bead into a spatial ring before dealing with the rest of the flesh. The moon-patterned silver tiger, being a mutated elite, naturally had treasures on its body. The silver-blue patterned tiger skin was excellent material for making lightning-resistant equipment. The legs and spine meat could be refined into medicine, and the bones could be used for crafting or boiled into soup to enhance temporary attributes. There was even the highly resilient tiger-tailed tendons. After pulling out the entire thing, Chen Yichuan flicked in his hand. This is excellent material for making a slingshot. He just needed to find a substitute for the Baowan who Yo's root as a handle. Too bad. No roulette came out. You seem quite familiar with the materials of ferocious beasts? Lu Xinyu asked from behind him. The boy paused for a moment. Huh, what do you think? Looking at her expression, Chen Yichuan finally sighed. Stop acting like a resentful woman. You also have a share in the materials of this big cat. Whether it's the tiger skin, tiger meat, or tiger bones, you can choose any one. You were the main force, just give me a little. Lu Xinyu said this, but didn't seem very eager for it. It was as if there was something implied. Sai, there is that kind of thing. Really? In that instant, she seemed to come alive all of a sudden. I haven't even said what it is yet, but you know what I'm asking. You also said there is that kind of thing. The boy fell silent for a moment. Women are indeed the best at picking at details. When she asks serious, you can forget about any wording escaping unscathed. Forget it. Helping an enemy is of no benefit to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu fell silent again, her eyes showing some conflict. But before she could speak again, Chen Yichuan put away the spear and said, "Let us leave first. A mere mutated elite will soon cause a commotion here." After saying that, he took a light jump and left the place first. Halfway up the mountain, in fact, when Chen Yichuan said this, faint beast roars were already approaching this way. In the early stages of the devouring, mutated ferocious beasts were as rare as professionals among humans. Losing one meant losing one, and it would naturally cause a stir. Lu Xinyu wanted to say something, but she knew that Chen Yichuan was not wrong, so she could only leave first and plan later, until they ran out for more than 10 kilometers. The two found a place to settle down in a cave in a mountain gorge. Guarding the cave was a sharp-claw platypus, but it was only level 3, which Lu Xinyu easily killed with a sword, probably not even giving much experience. Speak. What? Lu Xinyu suddenly seemed caught off guard. Chen Yichuan didn't mind helping her recall, just fixed his sharp gaze on her and asked, "Helping an enemy, what's in it for me?" Upon hearing this, she fell silent for a moment again. The boy beside her, however, seemed to be waiting for her with keen interest, and from his gaze, one could guess the answer he wanted. But that answer, as she pondered, an itch on her cheek made her raise her right hand again. The hardened keratin, like a ravine, shouldn't exist, but was a bit prickly, just like the Liu brothers' attitude towards her, stiff like dead skin strange. I'm just a tool. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but pause, then smiled. Oh, this is suddenly getting interesting. Go on. My surname is Luo. Oh boy, there's a big surprise in here. The surname Luo Luo Xinyu. Luo Shiyu, the founder of the Chuanbei Bay City, the daughter of Luo Beichuan, Luo Shiyu. It is rumored that Luo Shiyu was traveling in the south when the devouring descended. Later, after the establishment of the Chuanbei Bay City, her father, Luo Beichuan, found his daughter, but due to an inconvenience, he never showed her to the public. This Luo Shiyu could be the same person as Lu Xinyu. A storm of thoughts swirled in Chun Yichuan's mind until, when the world turned into this. I just happened to be on a trip with friends and happened to be trapped in Jiangnan. It was Lu Tianyuan who took me in. Chun Yichuan. What the hell? Chapter 45. My name is Luo Shiyu. Lu Xinyu does not have the surname Lu. Her surname is Luo. It's because she was taken in by Lu Tianyuan and acquired the surname Lu. Therefore, she is very likely the daughter of Luo Beichuan, Luo Shiyu. The only uncertain point is whether Luo Beichuan keeps his daughter hidden from others because of her facial injury. But there can't be such a coincidence in this world, right? Chun Yichuan had many thoughts in his mind, but his face remained relatively calm as he pretended to be composed and asked, taken in? So you expect me to believe whatever you say? You don't believe? Why should I believe you? The boy retorted bluntly. Lu Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, why should he believe her? Right now. At this moment, she was trying to persuade him to help an enemy. This excuse to distance herself from the Lu family was simply not valid. At least from others' perspective, the probability of it being made up was almost 100. Only Chun Yichuan would think so much, but there was no way around it. All she could do was increase her bargaining chips. At least in her view, this was her bargaining chip. The one who refined the longevity pill is not me, but your sister. Upon hearing this, Chun Yichuan couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Initially, he had only guessed, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Good for you, Fang Yining. However, to be honest, it was quite shocking, but let's not get sidetracked with her love-struck brain. No one would claim her body, even if she died one day. Implicitly meaning, I don't believe you. Lu Xinyu clearly picked up on that, but aside from that, how else could she clear her ties with the Lu family? In a moment of urgency, she simply asked, then how do you want me to prove it? You have to tell me your real name, right? After dragging it out for so long, he finally found the opportunity to ask this question. She truly did not expect Chun Yichuan to propose such a method. What use is it to say it? Even if you know, what can you do? We can't possibly know each other, right? You're overthinking it. But if you're asking for help, you should at least introduce yourself, right? Lu Xinyu couldn't help but twitch her lips, realizing she had indeed become flustered. My name is Luo Shiyu. Chun Yichuan's heart surged with waves, and he almost asked which she and which you at that moment. At this moment, he was 99% certain of her identity. Even the name was the same. Same name, same surname, same experiences. This couldn't possibly still be a coincidence, right? However, even so, he still pretended to be calm and asked, since you say Lu Tianyuan took you in, why would he? I don't believe Lu Tianyuan would take in someone useless. It's simple because I am useful. Oh. The boy showed a hint of surprise, but also a trace of doubt. It's nothing, just the hoop from earlier. It worked well against the beast tide. The Lu family has survived several beast tides this way. Upon hearing this, Chun Yichuan finally felt relieved. The beast tide, while a disaster, was also a threat primarily to ordinary people without combat power. Forces like the Lu family, if they had means to deal with it, would even be eager to draw the beast tide. What was drawn from the roulette was much easier to handle than the beasts organizing themselves. And a large number of fierce beasts represented a large amount of profit. After all, one major source of acquiring lifespan roulette was to kill fierce beasts. Lu Xinyu. No, Luo Shiyu's metal hoop, once it started spinning, was no less than a high-speed saw blade. It was simply a fierce beast harvesting machine, right? No wonder Lu Tianyuan would look at her differently. I hope what you said is true. What do you mean? Luo Shiyu was taken aback and asked. Just wait. Chun Yichuan did not elaborate further. He simply took out a piece of somewhat smelly fish skin from his spatial ring, scraped off the inner layer of fat with a scraper, and handed it to her. It's a fish skin mask. Although it can't be the same as your original one, it can easily cover half of your face. But what I want is not. The boy did not allow her to finish her sentence and continued. I know, but do you think those materials are easy to find? I'm not Doryman. Luo Shiyu was stunned for a moment, Then she stretched the fish skin mask and applied it to her right face. Its excellent toughness quickly covered every rough spot on her face. It didn't look as realistic as a silicone mask. Instead, it somewhat exposed the scars. However, the color of the fish skin made the scars on her right face appear more like she was wearing a half mask, allowing Luo Shiyu's left face to return to normal. At least she didn't have to be expressionless anymore. She glanced at herself in the puddle under the moonlight, and it looked not bad. At least, it wasn't so hideous anymore. It's like walking on the stage of a masquerade ball that forever belongs to you. It's pretty cool, isn't it? The boy smiled and said. Luo Shiyu raised the left corner of her mouth. You must have deceived many girls with that mouth of yours before the apocalypse, right? Chen Yichuan shrugged and did not reply. But then she heard, what materials do you need to completely heal my face? After a slight hesitation, Chen Yichuan finally spoke up, clearly stating, one tail of Zhong Chui Ru over 100 years old, a piece of tender meat from the tail of Frost Earth Dragon, and one piece of magic cotton willow heart. I'll prepare the auxiliary materials. Luo Shiyu became more and more confused as she listened. Why had she never heard of these before? What a coincidence, I haven't heard of them either. At this moment, Luo Shiyu was also certain of her earlier speculation. Chen Yichuan must have obtained a relatively complete beast material compendium, or even worse, a complete beast material analysis. Otherwise, how could he explain his familiarity with beast materials? Moreover, the few materials he mentioned were ones he hadn't heard of either, which further indicated that they indeed existed. He just hadn't encountered them yet. I will find them. Good luck. As the words fell, Chen Yichuan also moved his body, saying, I've rested enough. I need to leave. Where to? Of course, back to the Jiangnan settlement. Do you expect me to live as a wild man outside? Still going back to Zhenjiang defense zone? Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan laughed. Do you think Lu Yunpan would let me go? Or Lu Yunlu? Or perhaps Lu Tianyuan? Luo Shiyu was left speechless because what Chen Yichuan said was the truth. Then what are your plans? What? Do you want to track my whereabouts? I'm already a formal player. Just add me as a friend. Whenever you gather the materials, just come find me. Hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Luo Shiyu realized she had asked too much. All right, then let's part ways here. After adding each other as friends, Chen Yichuan left the temporary resting cave without looking back and headed towards the Jiangnan settlement under the moonlight. The dangers of the jungle at night are ultimately greater than during the day, whether human or fierce beast. Although both are hunters, they are also all prey. Chapter 46 New Skill, Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, Jiangnan Settlement. The Lu family mansion. The family head, Lu Tianyuan, was filled with anger. And below him were his two brothers, Lu Yunpan and Lu Yunlu. Two useless fools. A solemn aura swept through the room with his angry voice, indicating that Lu Tianyuan's level was probably not low. The only drawback was that he did not have a profession. Not only did he fail to seize the Lord's first kill, but he even lost his sister, not even blood-related. Lu Yunlu couldn't help but mutter. Who would have thought that the next moment, bang, a sudden wave of powerful energy blew Lu Yunlu away, and he flipped in the air several times before landing on the ground, his head scraping along the ground for nearly a meter. It looked painful. How many times have I said it? She is of great use to us. Treat her like a real sister. Dad! Lu Yunlu lifted his head, tears of grievance in his eyes as he called out. Calling his father, Lu Yunlu felt a twitch in his eyelid, feeling helpless inside. His father must have read too many novels when he was young. Just because he reversed the situation, he thinks he's the main character every day? No matter how you look at it, he's just a male supporting character, right? The trend of waste materials reversing back to success has long passed. What about Chen Yichuan? After venting his anger, Lu Tianyuan temporarily shifted his attention, knowing that continuing to be entangled in this way wouldn't yield any good results. Just adding to his troubles. Ran away. Ran away. In less than a second, Lu Yunpan followed in his brother's footsteps. Not a single thing can be done well. What use do I have for you two brothers? Faced with this state of his father, Lu Yunpan had already gotten used to keeping silent. After all, if you don't let him finish his second year, he won't rest easy. Use all connections. That person named Chen Yichuan. If my Lu family can't have it, then no one else can. Yes. Thus, the matter ended. When Chen Yichuan returned to the edge of Jiangnan settlement, it was already the early hours of the next day, when the countdown timer on the life card reached 0. Death's bite descended, marking the start of the 26th day. All attributes 7, with only 6 hours left after that. The young man looked at the fence in front of him, tensed his legs, and with the help of a higher piece of rubble, jumped over with a bang. Dust flew up upon landing. Originally, he could have chosen not to return to this Jiangnan settlement, but the Liu family had not been eradicated yet, and the life-sucking sword was still in enemy hands. Leaving now would be too early. Revenge against Liu is one reason. Reclaiming the life-sucking sword is another. After all, it is a divine artifact-like existence. If he doesn't get it back, how can he find peace? Now, 2 paths lay before him. 1, stay low and do nothing. 2, start showing off. Which to choose? Chen Yichuan did not rush to decide, but instead checked his surroundings. The Zhenjiang defense area should be in that direction. Dian, you better not die easily. Due to his personality, he didn't have many friends in his past life, and Dongfang Yinyin was one of the rare ones. If he could keep him safe, he wanted to. Unfortunately, he forgot to add him as a friend earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, at this moment, the scheming frog in his collar poked its head out, its watery big eyes staring at the sky. Master, something feels off here. The frog feels a bit uncomfortable. Just a bit uncomfortable? After being surprised, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but ask. He understood that the frog was referring to the ultrasonic beast-repelling tower, but that thing only had a significant effect on beasts with underdeveloped brains. Since the frog only felt a bit uncomfortable, it was clearly not in that category. This is a place where humans gather. Just endure for a while, and it won't feel uncomfortable for long. After confirming the direction of the Zhenjiang defense area, Chen Yichuan set off, but the journey was long, and he couldn't just rely on walking the whole way. He could only walk along the main road, hoping to encounter any abandoned vehicles, although he had a speed of 12 points due to temporary attributes. Without agility and movement skills, his speed limit could only reach 10 points. That is 10 meters per second. It sounds fast, but converted to an hourly speed, it is only 36 kilometers an hour. According to the game map on the life card, Chen Yichuan was approximately 154 kilometers away from his destination, even without eating or drinking. It would take over 4 hours to get there. But this is only the theoretical maximum speed, right? In reality, maintaining that speed would consume a lot of stamina, and it couldn't be sustained for long. Resting and eating are essential. Death's bite is a game, but the environment is real. People have pain, stamina depletes, they feel hunger, and can even die from exhaustion. Unless one has a special constitution or takes medicine, these things cannot be avoided. Half an hour later, Chen Yichuan finally spotted a Wuling minivan stuck in the guardrail beside a collapsed highway. On the window, a claw mark was prominently visible, and inside the driver's seat were only some torn clothes and dried blood. But, buzzing haha, the young man laughed heartily. After all, it's a divine vehicle, right? Amazing. The entire passenger seat was lodged into the guardrail, and it could still drive, with a mode of transportation. Reaching the Zhenjiang defense area would only take a little over 2 hours. He pulled on the car door, and with a sudden burst of strength, he easily yanked the minivan out of the guardrail. Such a big motion, and the engine didn't even stall. However, while the car didn't stall, the noise attracted nearby beasts. Although Chen Yichuan was inside the settlement, who said there were no beasts, the settlement, simply put, is the area covered by the ultrasonic beast-repelling tower, which is at least the size of several major cities combined before the apocalypse. How could humans capable of free movement cover the entire settlement? In places where there are no people, there are bound to be beasts. Moreover, most highways were originally built in wilderness forests, and the ultrasonic beast-repelling tower primarily drives away aerial beasts. Those on the ground, like the frog, would only feel uncomfortable. They cannot be driven away. Come on, it's just right to test my new skill. Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, how did it come about? Of course, it was given by that big cat earlier. Do you remember the dark blue bead that Chen Yichuan extracted from the head of the moon-patterned silver tiger? That thing can only be produced by mutated beasts, and in later generations, it is called a skill spirit bead. It is one of the main channels for players to acquire skills. Generally speaking, skill spirit beads record all skills mastered by the corresponding beast. But players can only learn those that do not contain biological characteristics. What does this mean? For example, the two skills of the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. Silver Moon Roar and Domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder. The former belongs to the tiger's roar, thus it is a skill with biological characteristics and cannot be learned. Therefore, the only skill he can learn is Domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder. This is also why Chun Ichuan secretly hid that bead. Some secrets are better kept to himself for a while. Chapter 47. Hidden Effects of Skills. 2 hours earlier, before Chun Ichuan arrived at the Zhongnan settlement, he had to find a safe zone in the wild due to fatigue from his long journey. After catching his breath, the young man held a smooth, dark blue orb in his hand. Domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Domain skill. Establishes a circular movable lightning domain with a radius of 3 meters. Can evolve, centered on oneself. Enemies entering the domain will constantly suffer lightning attacks, and random lightning strikes will occur within the domain. Individuals hit by lightning will enter a paralysis state every 3 seconds. Paralysis. Movement is restricted, and normal attacks cannot be performed. The damage from lightning attacks is 3 times the mental attribute of the domain caster. The damage from random lightning strikes is 10 times the mental attribute. While the lightning domain exists, it consumes 10 spirit points per second from the caster. Skill cooldown time, 30 seconds after the domain closes. Due to the inability to learn Silver Moon Roar, this skill spirit orb only contains the attribute domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. The young man tightly gripped the spirit orb and silently chanted in his heart, "Learn." Learning skills can enhance combat power and increase damage in battle. As long as there is a skill that meets the requirements, it must be learned. In the next moment, a confirmation box popped up in front of Chun Ichuan. You are about to learn Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. As a result of this skill, you will unlock the spirit attribute in advance and classify it as Thunder. Confirm. Confirm. The spirit attribute has 8 major categories: wind, fire, earth, wood, water, thunder, ice, and dark, each with distinct characteristics and connections. The thunder attribute is powerful in destruction, has penetration, and also has a paralysis effect, making it the perfect attribute for a ranger. What is there to hesitate about? Shortly after thinking confirm, the spirit orb transformed into a beam of light and entered Chun Ichuan's body. A progress bar also appeared on the panel, moving forward slowly. Generally, players need to reach level 10 to unlock the spirit attribute. However, unlocking it is just the first step. To utilize it, they must successfully learn skills that consume spirit points to harness its effect. But there are exceptions, like Chun Ichuan, who learned skills requiring spirit points in advance. In the early stages of Life Devourer, this situation is extremely rare, as the existence of skill spirit orbs is still unknown to humanity. And the only way to acquire skills is through a roulette. Yes, it relies entirely on luck. However, whether white or yellow, most skills drawn are martial-type skills that do not require spirit points, as long as the physical condition is met. Skills requiring spirit points can only be drawn from at least a purple roulette. How many players can afford to draw a purple roulette in the early stages? About half an hour later, learning complete. The spirit attribute has been activated. Category: Thunder. Huff. Feeling the new power surging within him, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he lightly pulled with his right hand from the side. Attribute panel name: Chun Ichuan class. Ranged Ranger secondary profession. Hidden special breeder level. For experience: 1184,000 lifespan, 120 days blood chi, 1748 spirit, 900 category, thunder strength, 13-7, mental, 5-7, defense, 1-7, speed, 5-7, skills, penetrator, LV1, domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, LV1, combat power, 346. 900 spirit points means the domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, can last for up to 90 seconds. That's enough. Returning to the present, after confirming that he couldn't avoid a battle, the young man decisively shouted, "Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder." As soon as he spoke, a silver lightning flashed in his youthful eyes, and then, using his body as a conductor, he sank into the ground. In just a moment, Z. As the lightning pool formed, Chun Ichuan felt a wave of energy quietly flowing away from him. It was the sensation of spirit flowing away. During this process, his entire spirit felt somewhat. Perhaps it could be described as open-minded, like the feeling of facing the sea with a broad mind. In reality, this is the state of mental energy operating at full capacity. The spirit attribute does not belong to all attributes, yet it is linked to one of them, which is mental. To put it plainly, this is a kind of potential energy. Remember the setting of mental? Yes, it's consciousness. Without spirit, mental energy is not visible, or rather, unclear. With spirit, mental energy becomes visible. Professions like mages and sorcerers also rely on spirit to exist. In short, spirit is the external manifestation of mental energy. As for the value of this attribute, it can be simply represented by the formula XY 100, where X is mental and Y is level. Thus, it is said to be not belonging to all attributes, yet connected to them. Come on, kids. The young man stepped forward, and the lightning pool moved with him. In fact, domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder primarily serves as a deterrent. As Chun Ichuan's main attack method is ranged, having the domain open can prevent ferocious beasts from sneaking an attack. Life is only this one. If you die, there is no way to resurrect. Of course, he must be cautious. Just 3 seconds after the domain opened, ferocious beasts had already surged around. In this region, there are mainly wild boars, small beasts, accompanied by wild monkeys, ground birds, and snakes and mice. The individual combat power was moderate, and their only advantage was numbers. Grr. As they approached, a giant tusked wild boar over 2 meters tall suddenly let out a howl, and when its forelegs slammed down, a piece of concrete from the highway was directly lifted up, and Chun Ichuan happened to be right at the end that was lifted. Oh no. Fortunately, he wasn't a reckless youth. At the moment it lifted, he pulled back the slingshot and shot down. Minus 562. Paralysis. The first bullet didn't kill the tusked wild boar. But Chun Ichuan didn't panic. While still in the air, a spear appeared in his hand, and he shot it fiercely. Minus 780. Kill. Experience 40. As the message popped up, the young man's figure also descended, lightly stepping on the wild boar's back before forcefully pulling out the penetrating spear. His slightly red eyes looked like a reaper returning from hell. Did the normal attack actually carry the thunder attribute? The young man was somewhat surprised. Could it be the hidden effect attached to Moon Lake Silver Thunder? After all, the spirit attribute is thunder, and he is a conductor when the lightning domain is active. The thunder attribute spirit flows through his body to the slingshot, then through the bullet when fired. If that's the case, it would explain why the bullets shot from the slingshot carry the thunder attribute. In reality, there are advantages to reality. At least, it still follows the most basic principles of physics. Let us begin the hunting moment. Chapter 48. Well, let's just roast it and eat it. The savage beasts living inside human settlements occasionally face waves of encirclement, so even those at high levels are only around level 6 to 7. Moreover, there are no elite monsters, making it a hunting ground for Chun Ichuan, who possesses temporary attributes and is a professional. Covered in blood, he moved through the area, and in just 1 minute, over 100 savage beasts had perished under his gun. Until, Master, wait, there's something good over there. This voice naturally came from the frog at his collar. The communication between the master and the pet was via brainwaves. So even though Chun Ichuan was in a killing frenzy, the transmission of sound was unobstructed. It even made him feel a bit clear-headed. What good thing? It's a very good thing. Chun Ichuan was confused, but after spending some time together, he understood the frog's ability as a treasure hunter. If she said it was a good thing, then it must be something good. At least it was something emitting a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. How good it was depended on the perspective. Okay, you successfully caught my attention. With that thought, Chun Ichuan followed the direction pointed by the frog and broke through the encirclement of savage beasts, picking up the loot along the way. However, when he reached the end of the path, he found himself facing a deep, dark forest. Great, another forest to dive into? Just as the boy's mumbling voice fell. No, master, it's below here. Below? Chun Ichuan was somewhat confused, as before him was a mountain forest, and below was a concrete highway surface. Could it be underground? To his surprise, the frog jumped out in a hurry, bouncing on a patch of pavement under the moonlight. Right here, right here. The boy's face was full of doubt. Frog, don't trick me now. No, no, it's right here. All right, it wasn't that it couldn't be opened. He stood up slightly, confirming that no savage beasts were chasing him, and then he thrust his spear into the ground. Bang! The impact caused the entire surface to tremble, and the Shinkai dragon chanting spear let out a long dragon chant as the tremor lasted for several seconds. What the hell? So hard. The Shinkai dragon chanting spear was a fine-quality yellow-grade weapon. If it couldn't penetrate, what could? Was it something mixed into the concrete during construction? Some mineral that mutated after absorbing spiritual energy when the devouring life event occurred? Thinking of this, Chun Ichuan changed position and thrust again. This time, the spear sank into the concrete surface, going nearly half a foot deep without any obstruction. He replicated the same action in several spots around him until he had punctured the surface into a shape resembling piles of honeycomb coal, confirming the size of that thing. Not too big, not too small, about the size of a basin. The boy thrust the spear into the ground, leveraging it gently, and then he heard a rumble sound as the center of the pockmarked surface suddenly caved in. Having already determined its shape, it didn't take much time to extract it from the surface. When the good thing that the frog mentioned was fully revealed, Chun Ichuan realized it was actually a starfish spirit titanium mineral, a mineral rich in spiritual energy, extremely hard yet highly resilient and ductile, an excellent material for weapon crafting, quality, purple. Is this it? Chun Ichuan held the starfish spirit titanium in his hands, and indeed, it was a good thing. It should have decent attributes for making a slingshot handle, but it was still a bit far from very good, sure enough. No, it's still below. Still going down? The frog nodded. Yes. It must be this big stone affecting my judgment. I didn't trick my master. All right. With the starfish spirit titanium as a starting point, Chun Ichuan put in all his effort and managed to rip off a chunk of the pavement, revealing the stone base underneath, which was half showing red earth. The area the frog pointed to was right in that red earth. At this point, the boy had a bold guess. If the starfish spirit titanium was just a guard stone, then the real treasure was probably, what the hell? Starry blue ginseng. Just digging a small piece of red earth. The roots that were just revealed made Chun Ichuan's breath quicken significantly until he pulled out its original form. Starry blue ginseng, spirit plant. A spirit plant that grows nourished by star essence, a primary material for refining high-level longevity pills above black grade, containing extremely high spiritual energy. Quality, purple. Age, 912 years. Oh my goodness. A starry blue ginseng over 900 years old? So the starfish spirit titanium was merely a conduit for it to absorb star essence? Like how the green leaves of a pineapple are only for photosynthesis, while its true essence is underground. That's it. The frog excitedly jumped onto the surface of the blue ginseng. Her desire was hard to hide, or rather, she didn't intend to hide it all. The starry blue ginseng was a material for refining high-level longevity pills above black grade. In other words, it contained at least 1,000 years' worth of essence of life, making it a good thing for humans and a deadly temptation for savage beasts, or spirit beasts. Chun Ichuan quickly stored it away. He was nearly drooling. He couldn't just give it to her. No way. Chun Ichuan firmly refused. Even a root would be too much energy for you right now. You have to take it one bite at a time. To put it simply, he was reluctant. All right, stop looking so lost. No root. How about I teach you a skill instead? Really? Have I ever tricked you, master? The frog thought for a moment. Well, let's just roast it and eat it. Master, I was wrong. The master and pet returned to the location of the Wuling Shinshe. And along the way, Chun Ichuan also gathered some useful materials, which was the skill he promised the frog. The hidden secondary profession special breeder would certainly not just grant him the ability to tame pets. Breeding does not equal feeding. It refers to nurturing and taking care of animals. Moreover, it has the word special in front, meaning he could not only tame special creatures, but also had the ability to cultivate special creatures. What is the purpose of cultivation? Of course, it's to become talented. Looking at the savage beast materials laid out before him, Chuan couldn't help but fantasize. I can already imagine the scene later. Chapter 49, Gatling Frog? Master, what is all this? Upon hearing the question from Frog, Chuan cleared his throat and pointed to the first item. 1 pouch of flame belly mouse, 30 grams of fire flare flour. After introducing everything, he looked at Frog again. Frog, convert it to fire attribute, and then eat this pouch first. Huh? This, what's wrong with it? It looks really stinky. How could that be? Chuan spoke up. Just as Frog was about to retort, he followed up with, there is something even smellier behind. Master, can I not eat it? The boy showed a devilish smile. Be good, Frog. I just want to cultivate you into a Gatling frog. What's wrong with that? After eating the pouch of flame belly mouse, and then chewing and swallowing the fire flare flour. Be obedient, eat. The scheming frog was extremely reluctant. She was just a frog. Why did she have to eat a mouse? Wasn't a mosquito tasty enough? Or a little beetle sweet enough? But under her master's authority, she ultimately couldn't escape this calamity and obediently followed through. Afterwards, a window popped up in front of Chuan. Evolution Plan 1 in progress. 13 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Time passed quickly. Cultivation successful. Individual named Scheming Frog has gained corresponding growth. Learned skill. Fireball Explosion. Fireball Explosion instantly shoots a fireball with a radius of 0.5 meters forward. Upon hitting the target, it will cause fire attribute explosion damage and has a 15 chance to inflict burn lasting 5 seconds. Burn reduces 3 of health per second. Strength and speed weaken to 50. The fireball explosion damage is 5 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill energy cost, 30 points. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Huh. Frog was surprised, clearly sensing her own change. Did I just learn this? Now you know Master isn't trying to harm you, right? Master, I want more. All right. Chuan pointed to the second item. Then this. 1 section of the Dark Current Earth Dragon's tail. 1 portion of Rainy Night Narcissus S flower core. The materials from ferocious beasts and spiritual plants were basically all collected by Chuan on the way. After capturing Frog as a pet, all information about the elemental spirit frog species was recorded in his mind. How to cultivate and the direction of cultivation were all documented for reference. Of course, he could also build his own. In fact, when he realized this, Chuan began to harbor doubts. Life Devourer had only descended to Earth for 26 days. Where did these records come from? Is it possible that this game is a reflection of a real world? If so, what is the channel for this reflection? However, he didn't delve deeper. He didn't have the time to investigate further, considering his own future was still uncertain. Wasn't it putting the cart before the horse to worry about these? Evolution Plan 1 in progress. 11 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Cultivation successful. Individual named Scheming Frog has gained corresponding growth. Learn skill. Chain Water Ball. Chain Water Ball rapidly shoots 3 to 9 small water balls forward, culminating in a charged giant water ball with a radius of 1 meter. The attack damage of small water balls is 0.8 times the caster's mental attribute, while the large water ball's attack damage is 1.6 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill energy cost, 45 points. Skill cooldown, 8 seconds. Fireball, Water Ball, and then half of the heart of a burrowing porcupine. Evolution Plan 1. Cultivation successful. Has gained corresponding growth. Learn skill. Dust Burial. Dust Burial rapidly scatters dust in a 135-degree sector ahead. Affected targets will receive certain Earth attribute damage and have a 12 chance to fall into a blind state, with duration depending on respective resistance. Blind, loss of vision. Perception range reduced by 90. Dust damage is 1.8 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill energy cost, 45 points. Skill cooldown, 8 seconds. The trunk of the Wooling God car was filled with materials collected by Chuan. All basic attribute materials that could be used as preliminary materials for cultivating the elemental spirit frog. Over the next hour, following fireballs, water balls, and dust scattering, there are also wind pressure cannon, vine binding, flickering lightning, ice spike fall, and shadow stealth. Quack! I can't eat anymore, Master. When Frog could no longer eat even a bit more, the basic skills of the 8 attributes were finally all arranged. Looking at the attribute panel, it was vastly different from before. Name: Elemental Spirit Frog. Nickname: Scheming Frogmaster. Chun each one level. For health: 1300 spirit power, 2100 strength, 3 mental, 17 defense, 3 speed, 6 skills: Element Conversion, LV1, Fireball Explosion, LV1, Chain Waterball, LV1, Dust Burial, LV1, Wind Pressure Cannon, LV1, Vine Binding, LV1, Flickering Lightning, LV1, Ice Spike Fall, LV1, Shadow Stealth, LV1, Combat Power, 629. Seeing the dense text under skills, Chun Yi-chuan, the master, couldn't help but feel a bit sour. The prototype of the Gatling Frog has basically formed, right? Sigh. If only learning skills for myself were that simple. The combat power is even higher than mine, Frog. Hee. Isn't that all thanks to Master S nurturing? Frog didn't forget her roots. If it relied on her own abilities, let alone being able to learn so many skills, the process wouldn't be this simple, would it? Ferocious beasts do indeed grow stronger by eating and drinking, and then relying on their bodies for digestion and absorption. But this method has a very high degree of randomness. Moreover, the time required is definitely not just this little. However, at this moment, apart from element conversion, the other skills on Frog's panel were displayed in faded black text, with a small note below. Note: except for element conversion, other skills can only be activated after converting to the same attribute. It makes sense. If there wasn't this limitation, the elemental spirit frog would be too overpowered. But it's already quite exaggerated. There aren't many beings in this world that can master all 8 attributes, right? But this also means that the quantity of elemental spirit frogs will not be high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be classified as special creatures, according to the brief analysis of the special breeder profession. To be classified as a special creature, spiritual beasts must meet an absolute prerequisite: naturally bred. In other words, elemental spirit frog did not arise from a mutation of a native species on Earth. What exactly is the truth of this world? Chapter 50. It's simple. Just take it outside to Spin Virum. A sound of the engine starting echoed, and the Wuling Shunche slowly began to move. Inside the driver's seat, the young man expertly coordinated the clutch with his left foot and the accelerator with his right, starting off in 3rd gear. Although there was a gaping hole in the passenger seat, it was just a shell, so who needs it? The next moment, the rear wheels screeched against the ground, kicking up a piercing scream, and in the blink of an eye, it splashed the still wet blood on the ground, speeding away. Along the way, they encountered quite a few ferocious beasts, but due to the imposing presence of the Wuling Shunche, none dared to approach easily. Starting from the blood pool, leaving behind a trail of blood and sparks, which little cutie would dare to come close? Did they want to die? By the time Chun Yi-chuan arrived, the sky was already showing a faint light. It was at this moment that the notification sounded. All attributes 7 have expired. The attributes that had accompanied him for 5 days finally faded away with time. Zhenjiang Defense Zone, outskirts. Car sounds. A member responsible for guarding the perimeter raised his head in response to the sound. Nowadays, the sound of a car engine was as rare as the roar of a South China tiger before the apocalypse, making it hard not to attract attention. Before long, this sound drew the collective attention of those nearby. What the hell? What kind of godly car is this? It can still drive with such a big hole in the passenger seat? Look at your ignorant face. Haven't you seen the national godly car? I don't even doubt that 7 or 8 tattooed big men could come down from it. While everyone was discussing, the car didn't drive straight in. After a slight turn, a young man kicked open the non-existent car door and stepped out. Whoa, Brother Chuan. It really was him. Why has Brother Chuan returned? In this Zhenjiang Defense Zone, Chun Yi-chuan was quite well known. After all, the previous operation with just himself and a slingshot was more impressive than a sniper. Later, a pickup truck from a Liu family took someone away, and most people still remembered it vividly. And it was rare for someone to leave the defense zone and come back. Brothers, have you seen that big guy, Dongfang Yinyang? Chun Yi-chuan asked as he got out of the car. The surrounding people then realized he was here to look for someone, glancing at each other, but no one indicated they had seen him. Isn't he the big guy who left with you, Brother Chuan? Yes, that's him. Haven't you seen him? Chun Yi-chuan asked back. You should have arrived here earlier than I did. Hey, Brother Chuan, once you're out, who would come back? A crew-cut man said, his tone a bit sour. What's that supposed to mean? Chinny Chuan pretended not to understand, but he already had an answer in his heart. He initially thought the Liu family would throw the big guy back into the defense zone, but unexpectedly, they had put him to use. The border defense zone, to put it bluntly, was just cannon fodder. In terms of hierarchy, it was only slightly better than the death worms. Not much different from those vanguards who went to encircle and kill the Lord. They were all working for big and small factions. However, the latter's fate was better than the former. Sure enough, the crew-cut man went on to explain. Pretending to be relieved, Chinny Chuan stopped asking and instead said, "What about Zhao Ge? You wouldn't have left too, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, "Ha ha ha. Brother Chuan, do you still remember me?" A hearty laugh rang out, and Hao Zhao's figure approached from not far away. Of course. How could I leave my brothers behind? This guy was still the same, always with a pretty girl by his side. To fill their stomachs, these women were willing to give their bodies. After all, in the eyes of some women, being played to death was better than starving to death. As they spoke, Hao Zhao had already walked up to Chinny Chuan. "How's it going, Brother Chuan? Did you get anything good this time?" "Actually, I did." Chinny Chuan didn't comment on Hao Zhao's ways, but he didn't find it annoying. Besides, being able to start smoothly in the Zhenjiang defense zone also had a part of his contribution. How about the roulette? Premium roulette? Dream on. If I had that, I would have drawn it myself, a piece of high-grade one. All right, Brother Chuan, can we talk aside for a moment? Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao didn't hesitate and directly pulled Chinny Chuan to the side, clearly indicating that the roulette wasn't his main purpose. Under the watchful eyes of others, the two turned and twisted, heading into a ruin. "Just arrived. Brother, let us not beat around the bush. When are you taking me to spend some time, currency?" The young man understood immediately. It turned out this guy was planning to discuss the time currency thing. It seemed the last injection he gave him had quite an effect. "How much have you saved?" He didn't waste words. If he hadn't saved enough, going out wouldn't be enough to spend. After thinking for a moment, Hao Zhao gave a rough number. Not much time currency, it's rare. Probably around 1 or 200. There are plenty of seconds and minutes. It wouldn't fill 2 white-level space rings. That much. The young man was a bit surprised. If he could fill 2 white space rings, that would be at least 500,000 pieces, right? Space rings are also graded, and it's simple to differentiate. Generally speaking, the color of the roulette determines its level. The storage space of a white space ring is 1 cubic meter, which is a cube with a side length of 1 meter. However, the space inside will automatically organize and stack, no matter how messy it is when you store it. It will be neatly arranged, and when you take it out, you only need to activate your mental power to communicate with it. The premise is that you must have a concept of what you stored. If you forget what it looks like after putting it in, you won't be able to take it out, unless one day humans can manipulate the space power inside. About right. Hao Zhao nodded upon hearing this. Converted to time, it should be around 300 or 400. The young man nodded, feeling relieved. 500,000 pieces of time currency sounded like a lot, and 2 cubic meters could be imagined as quite large, but their exchange rate was no better than RMB. 60-second coins exchanged for 1-minute coin, and 60-minute coins exchanged for 1-hour coin. If all 500,000 were second coins, that would be less than 139-hour coins. All minute coins. That's impossible. Most ferocious beasts in the border defense zone hovered around level 3. It was great to get second coins, let alone minute coins. And hour coins were even rarer. Hao Zhao had been saving this half bucket of time coins for over 10 days. Heaven knows how many beast tides he had gone through. All in all, I have about 500 hour coins. Not too many, not too few. I also have around 100 hour coins. Chinny Chuan had killed quite a few ferocious beasts these days. And of course, he had also obtained some time currency. However, compared to beast materials, time currency was like the gold coins in an online game. Just collect them. Who cares how many there are? He was a brick mover. So, brother, how should this money be spent? Hao Zhao clearly couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, it's simple. Just take it outside to spend. Chapter 51. Is the turtle's son planning to commute? No. Hao Zhao was momentarily at a loss. What you said is the same as saying nothing. Who doesn't spend their money outside? Which outside are you talking about? The young man couldn't help but roll his eyes. right now? Is there even an outside for us? You mean? As he spoke, he looked up at the sky outside. Oh my, there are still people doing business out there? Chun Ichuan had a blank expression. And at this moment, he was sure that this guy could survive to now purely by luck. Shouldn't we think about where time currency came from first? Sigh. Talking to someone whose brain doesn't work in circles is a bit exhausting. Brother Zhao, how about this? Let's add each other as friends first. When I'm ready to set off, I'll find you. As for now, I have other more important matters. Other matters? What's more important than this? How Zhao was anxious, feeling the urge to spend his money, but unable to do so. Not knowing was fine, but now that he knew, how could he hold it in? There is, and it's much more important. As Chun Ichuan finished speaking, he casually asked, by the way, Brother Zhao, where do people usually go after leaving us? Leaving? How Zhao didn't think too much and just shared what he knew. Generally, they join the Liu family's out-of-bounds exploration team. And those with short lifespans might directly join the vanguard. Exploration team? Chun Ichuan knew what that was, but he couldn't reveal it here. Ah, little brother. You should also know that this game called Devour Life has been around for a while now, and humanity's understanding of it is still very limited. To put it simply, it's been 26 days since Devour Life descended. What can you accomplish in less than a month? Even the current social system has been pieced together haphazardly. With even the emergence of a class like the Devour Life maggots, the social structure is far from perfect. In a well-functioning system, there wouldn't be so-called useless people. This is due to a fundamental reason. Humanity's understanding of the game Devour Life is too limited. In other words, we haven't fully adapted to it yet. The existence of the exploration team is a means for humanity to adapt. Through exploring the out-of-bounds battlefield, we gradually learn and understand some basic principles of Devour Life, and only then can we slowly adapt to it. This is a process, a slow but essential process. Humanity has evolved for over 200,000 years, and it has always been like this. So where is this exploration team? Little brother, you want to find someone, right? Chun Ichuan waved his hand. Not really, just the big guy who set off with me before. I didn't see him this time, just curious. Oh, I see. You can head north from here, follow the Sui River, and you should be able to find a few exploration team camps. North, huh? All right, thanks. After this, the young man bid farewell to everyone and left the Zhenjiang defense area. At this point, Liu Tianyuan's orders had just been issued, and the rewards given made some people in the defense area feel frustrated just a little bit more. That family is currently the only one capable of mass-producing longevity pills. Fortunately, due to concerns that other forces might notice Chun Ichuan's uniqueness, Liu Tianyuan did not send people to pursue him aggressively, only tracking him in secret. With this, Chun Ichuan could be said to have a smooth journey, until a message popped up in front of him. Shi Xiaoyu, the Liu family is looking for you. This was the chat system granted by the Fate card, which could only be used between formal players. Previously, Chun Ichuan and Shi Xiaoyu had already exchanged friend requests. Oh, is the turtle's son planning to commute? Not long after. Liu Xinyu, the Liu family is looking for you. These two. Could it be that they made an appointment? Even the punctuation is the same. But since that's the case, the plan needs to change a bit. The exploration team can wait. Let's go there first. Jiangnan Settlement, northern part. A half-collapsed residential area, backed by a rushing river. In that river, countless ferocious beasts of various kinds crawled ashore. But no matter where they emerged, they would be met with fierce attacks from several players. If they were injured, the players would immediately return to the residential area to hand over to another team. After several rounds of this, they could finally get a moment's rest, because that river was the largest river in Huaxia before the apocalypse. After Devour Life descended, countless sea beasts surged into the inland, almost continuously. And now, the ones standing against them were one of the founders of the Jiangnan settlement, Jiulong City. Jiulong City had a military background. Its leader was a general from before the apocalypse, and most of its members were former soldiers, police officers, etc. This group of people truly embodied the saying, if there is a war, they will return to the call. If it weren't for Jiulong City blocking the most ferocious sea beast from the river, the Jiangnan settlement wouldn't have been established, and humanity wouldn't have so many survivors now. On the 26th day since the descent of Devour Life, even these official predecessors could only do so much now. At Jiulong City's command center, the main camp, A vehicle is coming towards us. Ugh. Inside the camp, a middle-aged man who had been resting slowly opened his eyes, seemingly awakened from his dreams by this shout. A car? What car? An old, nearly scrapped wooling van. The middle-aged man was taken aback, his mind spinning for a moment. But he couldn't think of anyone among the current forces who would do such a thing. How many people came? One. One? Yes, just one. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. A lone person wouldn't likely be here to confront Geelong City, so they were probably a defector. Let him in. As a force that blocked the ferocious beast from the river, Geelong City undoubtedly belonged to a first-tier power. After all, the more beasts they killed, the more resources like materials and rewards would drop, and the players under them would gain strength faster. In contrast, those second-tier and third-tier forces had significantly fewer beasts to guard against than the sea beasts in the rivers and seas, resulting in slower resource collection and slower strength enhancement. To obtain more resources, lower-tier forces inevitably competed with the upper-tier forces, leading to clashes. The leader of Geelong City had dealt with such matters more than once. But unfortunately, due to a lack of manpower, he had no choice but to send some lower-tier forces out, sacrificing the vehicle to protect the main force. Yes. After the subordinate responded, the middle-aged man soon heard the sound of a car engine outside the tent. After a while, it abruptly stopped, clearly parked. Moments later, a young man lifted the tent flap. Chapter 52, Excellent Orca Blood Gel Capsules. Yu Zhanfeng slightly raised his head, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. However, it was still caught by the young man who entered through the lifted curtain. He asked immediately, "Young man, are you looking for me?" "General Yu," the boy said right away. "You still remember me. The descendant of the famous General Yu Fei, a renowned military leader before the apocalypse, of course, the kid knows." Hearing this, Yu Zhanfeng frowned. "Stop flattering me. If you want to join Geelong City, you don't have to come directly to me. Just find a blockade camp and let your strength speak for itself. But if you're here to loaf around and wait to die, you're not welcome." The implication was also clear. I don't support idle people here. I don't want any parasites. Chen Yichuan was not surprised. After all, this was the iron-blooded Manuel Zhanfeng. In the early days of the descent, it was this ruthless man who led the team to seize several mountaintops in the midst of the beast horde, which later led to the establishment of the Jiangnan settlement. Zhanfeng, as the name suggests, if it weren't for this, he wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with Geelong City now. Of course not. Yu Zhanfeng raised his eyes, indicating that Chen Yichuan could start speaking. "General Yu. There's no more General Yu now. Just call me the Dragonhead." "All right then. Dragonhead, before I start, there's something you might want to take a look at first." After saying this, Chen Yichuan directly displayed an attribute panel. Class Transfer Altar. Using this item, a class transfer altar can be established at any location within the service area for players to use when changing classes. Note 1. Using this item will trigger a version update. Note 2. The classes included are Warrior, Shield Bearer, Ranged, Level Restriction, 0. Not bad. What Chen Yichuan chose to cooperate with Geelong City on was this class transfer altar. Although he could quietly use it and set up the class transfer altar wherever he wanted. That way, first, it would be hard to defend, easily becoming a gift for others. Second, the benefits would not be maximized. The significance of this item for a large force is far greater than one might normally imagine. What does it mean for everyone to be able to change classes? The reason why existing professionals are rare and sought after is because their combat power is stronger, right? If the combat power of the entire force could be enhanced. This item, Yu Zhanfeng, who had originally appeared somewhat fatigued, suddenly shook off the weariness and bounced up from his seat. "Where did you get this?" "From a purple roulette." Here, Chen Yichuan told a lie. After all, the Unknown Ruins #1 involved too much, and the shadow of the Jing family was there. If he said this item was produced from the ruins, it would only cause more trouble. After all, the strength of the Jing family is on par with Geelong City, both being top tier. One occupies the Great River, and the other the Great Mountains. One river, one mountain, created the two major top-tier forces in the Jiangnan settlement, and of course, numerous second- and third-tier small forces emerged as well. Moreover, he had also offended that old guy Jing Cheng, saying it came from a purple roulette wouldn't be too outrageous, and the credibility would be relatively high. Purple roulette? Yu Zhanfeng was inevitably surprised. He wasn't unfamiliar with it. It's just that Jilong City had too many complex considerations, and having a purple roulette wouldn't make them easily draw. What if they drew an unfavorable option? The benefits of this class transfer altar are undoubtedly enormous. But in comparison, there are also risks involved. It's indeed a good thing, but kid, have you thought about it? If I set up this altar within the jurisdiction of Jilong City, what would happen? Without hesitation, Chun Yichuan replied, you would face the most exaggerated impact in history, led by the Jing family. Because it's impossible to set it up quietly. Once this altar is used, Life Devouring will trigger a major version update. And at that time, all official players will know where the altar is. The resulting outcome, do we even need to imagine? Hee. You seem quite clear about the distribution of forces in this Jiangnan settlement. Yu Zhanfeng smiled, and indeed, with such a good item, they would definitely come to snatch it. Moreover, with more people, Jilong City would not be able to hold them off. By then, don't say you even I along with Jilong City would probably be devoured by the beasts in the process of human self-consumption. After listening, Chun Yichuan nodded in acknowledgement. This is indeed the most naked reality. The allure of the class transfer altar is enough to cause such a huge uproar. In his previous life, perhaps the Jing family also considered this point, which is why they delayed its opening and didn't choose to set it up within the Jing family's territory. Although it ultimately did not become their exclusive property, the altar became shared among several families. They still retained an absolutely formidable strength. Since you know all this, why bring it out for me to cooperate? Seeing Chun Yichuan nodding but not expressing his stance, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but ask. This time, the boy finally spoke. What if I can make Jilong City withstand the pressure from all sides and ultimately control this class transfer altar? Oh, that is quite interesting. Yu Zhanfeng did not show any contempt. If it were someone else, like Lu Tianyuan or Jing Cheng, they would probably have directly mocked Chun Yichuan for being overconfident. After all, their tolerance was just that much. What do you plan to do? Dragonhead, how do you see the combat power of Jilong City? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhanfeng had a hint of pride. I dare say second, no one would dare to claim the top. But to face the impact of all other forces in the Jiangnan settlement, we are short on manpower. Then what if we have this? As soon as the words fell, the boy directly threw a glass vial to Yu Zhanfeng. The latter quickly caught it. Excellent orca blood gel capsule, made from the blood and flesh of the blood orca, mixed with various spiritual plant auxiliary materials for tanning. Taking it can temporarily enhance all attributes by 25 points. Effect lasts for 3 minutes, due to excellent manufacturing technology neutralizing the drug resistance. Reconsumption does not reduce the duration. Level restriction, 5 to 15, craftsmanship, white excellent. This, after reading it, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but take a few steps forward, no longer maintaining his previous cautious intention, saying, its effect is even better than raging sea and sky. The dragonhead knows that? Chun Yichuan smiled faintly. Damn it. Seeing his expression, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but laugh in anger. Don't pretend with me. Since you entered this camp, you must have known I recognized you, right? Chun Yichuan smiled. So, isn't the dragon head going to tell Lu Tianyuan about my whereabouts? Oof. That old bastard, relying on his endless longevity pills, hasn't given me a good face for days. If it weren't for the many people I need to support. As he said this, Yu Zhanfeng raised his brow. Chun kid, you have a grudge against the Lu family, don't you? Chun Yichuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. If it weren't for the fact that the Lu family's actions had already spread to the north, then it only meant that Yu Zhanfeng's insight into people was really damn accurate. Chapter 53. Qing Yin Yao Yin Furnace. Can it be eaten? Not really, just a bit of deep-seated hatred. Looking at Chun Yichuan, shrugging his shoulders, seemingly unconcerned, and reflecting on what he said, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but let out a sigh. You young people are becoming more and more contradictory in your speech. Chun Yichuan chose not to respond. But in reality, the enmity between the Lu family and him. In his previous life, they drove him to a dead end, which could be considered a deep-seated hatred, right? It's just that it hasn't gotten that far in this life. All right, enough nonsense. Can you mass-produce this thing? Chun Ichuan nodded and said, "The meat of a fierce blood tiger whale is enough to make 3,000 pills. As long as the materials are sufficient, it won't be a problem to satisfy everyone in Nine Dragon City." Good. Yu Zhanfeng was definitely not one to hesitate once he confirmed the advantage was on his side. So why hesitate? Let's do it. The fierce blood tiger whale, huh? I'll personally go find it for you this time. Once the entire army is equipped with these pills, your altar will be established in the south of the Yangtze River. The blood and flesh of the fierce blood tiger whale have such effects, which also means that this kind of creature won't be abundant. Just like the fierce blood red snake is treasure all over. But in a huge beast tide, you can hardly see a few of them, and sometimes, apart from the roulette, you won't even see its name. Most fierce blood series spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, are like this. In his previous life, Chun Ichuan, as a pharmacist, vaguely remembered that this was because they had a common ancestor, but he didn't know any further details. After that, Yu Zhanfeng only took half a day to bring back a fierce blood tiger whale over 5 meters long. It is said that he personally dived into the Yangtze River to follow the current to the sea just to find it. This operation was undoubtedly risky. Although in the early stages of life devouring, the level of powerful, ferocious beasts was not far from that of human powerhouses. Ferocious beasts had a few more days to develop than humans, so there were indeed stronger ones. He still remembered in his previous life. On the 91st day after the arrival, a giant squid of level 81 had surged ashore and slaughtered half a base city for some reason. In the end, it was only through the combined efforts of human strong ones that it was forced back. Yes, it was just forced back, not killed. How many pills can you make from this one? At most 3,005. Chun Ichuan roughly estimated that it was actually no problem to make nearly 4,000. But he couldn't hand them all over, right? The remaining materials could be used to increase the dosage and refine a batch of pills with stronger medicinal effects. These are all good life-saving items, although increasing the dosage would inevitably disrupt the neutralization, causing the body to develop resistance compared to the temporarily increased attributes. Those side effects could be completely ignored. Furthermore, as long as the craftsmanship is improved, the medicinal resistance brought by excellent craftsmanship can cover it up. Now that he has the pill furnace, he just needs to get a pharmacist's secondary occupation to elevate the pill-making process to superior quality. By the way, speaking of the pill furnace, Qing Yin Yao Yin furnace, top-grade pill furnace, forged from Qing Yin Xian iron through countless rounds of tempering. The medicines born from this furnace are naturally of higher quality. Effect analysis improves alchemy craftsmanship by 1 level. Level restriction, level 1. This pill furnace is clearly not a product from Earth. The only explanation is that it arrived on Earth with life devouring, and it had already existed for quite some time before its arrival. The excellent fierce blood tiger whale gel pill that Chun Ichuan took out was refined using this Qing Yin Yao Yin furnace. Otherwise, the craftsmanship wouldn't have reached excellent. 3,005. When Yu Zhanfeng heard this number, it seemed he did a quick calculation in his mind. Just enough for a small team to fight for 6 minutes. All right, you start refining. I'll have someone keep an eye out to see if there are any more fierce blood tiger whales. Chun Ichuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Nine Dragon City. Are there so many official players? A preliminary estimate is about 6,500, and it's still increasing every day. Yu Zhanfeng nodded at this and added, but 70% of the manpower has to be stationed along the Yangtze River to fend off ferocious beasts. So the personnel available to resist various assaults is around 3,000. 6,500. He indeed underestimated the level of first-class forces. Even if he didn't cut corners, there wouldn't be enough pills for 3,000 people to use. Not everyone can only have one chance. Rushing up to be a real man for 3 minutes? However, how about this? Long too, you don't need to look for the fierce blood tiger whale anymore. I'll make a list for you. Gather the materials according to it. I have a better way. A better way? Yu Zhanfeng was slightly stunned upon hearing this. But since it came from Chun Ichuan's mouth, the credibility immediately increased. Although his strength lay in occupying the high ground, he was not a fool, putting the pieces together. If he still couldn't see that Chun Ichuan had secrets, he might as well step down and let someone else take over. All right, you handle it first, and I'll send someone to find the materials on the list. All right. In the following days, Chun Ichuan's life enjoyed its first regularity after reading the archive and being reborn, spending time every day refining hundreds of tiger whale gel pills, while the remaining time was spent on his own matters. What matters? Leveling up and getting stronger. Another thing was to confirm his future path. His profession was tentatively set as ranger, so he needed to plan his future route. Simply put, with the experience from his previous life, could he still be an ordinary ranger? His slingshot would be a unique path. The spear would only be used for close combat and changing moves. The main attack method would still be the slingshot. Because kung, in the quiet room, on the left were the cut-up blood and flesh of the fierce blood tiger whale, and on the right were the prepared various auxiliary materials. In the center, a greenish, nearly round, three-legged furnace with a maximum diameter of about 90 centimeters was placed, which was the Qing Yin Yao Yin furnace. At this moment, orange-red flames were burning continuously in the furnace, and the lid was vibrating nonstop. The boy sat beside it, looking forward with eager anticipation. The ratios were correct. It should be able to be refined, right? He was not a pharmacist at the moment, and many things only had recipes, with no means to intervene in the refining process. Even if it failed, he could only accept it. Apart from waiting, there was nothing else he could do. Finally, 3 minutes later, the flames in the furnace began to slowly extinguish, and when everything calmed down, the furnace mouth spit out more than 10 clumps of earthy lumps. These earthy lumps were deep gray in color, but accompanied by irregular orange-red patterns. A wave of hot fire elemental energy made the small frog in the boy's chest turn orange-red. "Master, what is this? Such rich fire elemental energy." The frog exclaimed, just as Chen Yichuan was about to answer. He heard, "Can it be eaten?" Chapter 54. Don't be afraid, it won't explode. Can it be eaten? You'll know soon. The cunning frog, Ribbit. A few minutes later, a person and a frog arrived at a camp on the riverbank, where soldiers dressed in camouflage noticed them and cast curious glances. Of course, they couldn't see the frog hidden in Chen Yichuan's collar. "Brothers, can I borrow a slightly higher spot to test a new weapon?" "New weapon?" A soldier with 2 stripes responded to Chen Yichuan. "Brother, you didn't bring anything, did you? How about that lookout tower? With you zhanfing around." The soldiers had heard a bit about Chen Yichuan. "All right, thanks." Moments later, the youth climbed directly to the top of the lookout tower, leaving more visibility for the lookout soldiers. The wait didn't last long. 3 o'clock direction, 9 ice wall king crabs. Levels 5 and 3. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The levels 5 and 3 meant that among the 9 ice wall king crabs, there was one elite level estimated at 5, while the others were estimated at 3. Normally, without prior contact, the information about the beasts couldn't be seen and could only be estimated. That shout came from the lookout tower, just after it was shouted. "First and second squads, oil on the blades. First squad, follow me. Second squad, be on standby and adapt." This shout came from the soldier who had just responded to Chen Yichuan. Ice wall king crab, a beast born with ice attributes. Its shell is hard as 9 layers of ice. Coating blades with oil and igniting them can effectively counter their defenses. Of course, the main source of damage is still skills. But, guys, don't rush. On the lookout tower, Chen Yichuan straightened his body, pulling back the slingshot. "Let me try out the new weapon first. Those big spiders are just right." "Huh?" The soldier Tao, he turned back to look, but only saw a youth pulling back the slingshot, aiming at the few ice wall king crabs. What is going on? However, the youth on the lookout tower seemed unprepared to wait for his response, and, once ready, released his right hand, letting the bullet fly. Whoosh! The sound of the bullet slicing through the air rang out shortly after. Bang! On the riverbank, a scalding heat wave suddenly surged, heating the surrounding air significantly, causing Tao E and the others nearby to break into a sweat. At that moment, the scene on the riverbank had changed drastically. On the ground, an irregular circular area about 5 meters in diameter was divided into sections like a field. Each section seemed to have volcanic lava slowly flowing. The ice wall king crabs, completely enveloped in this area, except for the largest one, were thoroughly cooked. Moreover, the flowing lava was continuously burning the elite ice wall king crab, and even though it released cold air, it struggled to resist. The cunning frog hidden in Chen Yichuan's collar couldn't help but shudder. Can't eat, absolutely can't eat. Eating it would mean death for the frog. The soldiers were also left dumbfounded. What the hell? This new weapon. Is it a nuclear bomb? Isn't there radiation? Are you an idiot? Did you see a mushroom cloud? Shocked discussions erupted, eventually reaching Yu Zhanfeng's ears. A nuclear bomb? Hearing those words, Yu Zhanfeng was also stunned. Don't be ridiculous. What about the scene? Send me a copy of the game system. A few seconds later, when the scene appeared before him. Holy crap. He definitely wasn't someone who hadn't read much, but seeing this kind of scene left him at a loss for words. Should he come up with a fancy line like, "You are truly impressive"? Who has the time for that? What is this? A soldier below weakly responded, "Dragon head. Didn't we say? Nuclear bomb. Where is he? I'll go ask him myself." Area 271. When the frantic Yu Zhanfeng arrived at Area 271, Chen Yichuan had already been surrounded by a group of soldiers. As for the elite ice wall king crab, it had long been dismembered. Chen Yichuan was taking the most valuable pieces of crab roe and 3 pairs of large claws, claiming they were for alchemy. "Kid!" Yu Zhanfeng shouted from outside. Hearing his voice, the soldiers parted to make way, as they also wanted to ask Chen Yichuan if that nuclear bomb was still available. Who wouldn't want that kind of terrifying power? Dragonhead. The youth grinned. "Did I surprise you too?" "Of course. If you make any more noise, the entire Jiangnan settlement will know." "Hee. Stop grinning. What the hell was that?" "Nothing, just my specially made special ammunition." After saying that, the youth directly shared a panel of attributes with Yu Zhanfeng, who was the only one able to receive this information. Ground rift lava bomb, a crafted item, a one-time consumable, rich in fire and earth elemental energy, could be used as a crossbow bolt, arrow, or thrown object. Effect analysis. When it explodes upon touching the ground, the rich dual-element fire and earth will interact with spiritual energy to affect the surroundings, creating an irreversible flowing lava area, causing extremely high damage. Rated damage. The elemental damage upon explosion is 10 times the caster's spiritual attribute, and the flowing lava will continuously burn targets with fire resistance lower than 85 until the lava cools and solidifies. Level restriction 10, or activated by spiritual energy. Crafting quality, yellow, excellent. This, Yu Zhanfeng felt numb all over, and the cause of that nuclear explosion scene was this thing. Especially when he saw the small ball of soil in Chen Yichuan's hand, his eyes widened, and he took a small step back. If it explodes, don't worry. It won't explode. As soon as Chen Yichuan said this, a nearby soldier suddenly couldn't hold back and spoke up. Yu Zhanfeng's old face turned red. "Who the hell is laughing at me? Get the armed forces along the river moving. I want a monster-killing report from you in Area 001 before sunset." The soldier was left dumbfounded, but Yu Zhanfeng didn't give him much time to spare. Not even enough to complain. He took off running. It was now 10:11 a.m. Sunset would be at 6:56 p.m. There were only 8 hours and 45 minutes left. The distance from Area 271 to Area 001 along the river was 270 kilometers, and at the maximum speed of 10 kilometers per hour, it would take 450 minutes, 5 hours without food, drink, or rest. This was a challenge to the limits. This thing, after dealing with that soldier, Yu Zhanfeng turned back to Chen Yichuan, but before he could finish his sentence, impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless. Chen Yichuan's eyelid twitched. Damn it, I spoke too soon. Chapter 55. Some facts sound like a joke. Unless what? Nothing. Do you think I would believe that? The boy's mouth twitched, knowing he couldn't get around this time. After all, the commotion he made was indeed a bit too loud. There was no way to avoid this, no other options. In fact, this was also the path chosen by Chen Yichuan, which he called Special Bullet Ranger. Ranger, a profession that primarily uses ranged weapons for attacks, skilled in guerrilla tactics, adept at swift strikes, often roaming in the forest, with ranged weapons having special power bonuses. This is a broad definition. To put it simply, a ranger is like a ranged assassin, but without using hidden weapons, following the path of throwing bombs to kill you. Of course, it could also be throwing spears. Some say this is an archer, but it is not. An archer is limited to using a bow and arrow, honing their skills with the bow. The ranger's playstyle is similar to that of an archer, yet not an archer. Perhaps in terms of specialization, they cannot compare to archers. But they are versatile, even can be said to be changeable, because there are so many devices that can be used for ranged attacks. What Chen Yichuan masters allows him to create various devices with different effects, greatly increasing the situations he can handle. This refers to special bullets. A ranger who specializes in special bullets. Special bullet ranger. Unless Yu Zhanfeng stared at Chen Yichuan, seemingly trying to read something from his eyes, and the latter knew he was waiting for his answer. Helpless. Unless you can get enough alchemist profession wheels, then there will be plenty of longevity pills. If you can do that, there will be as many special bullets as you want. As soon as the boy's voice fell, the surroundings immediately quieted down a lot. Yu Zhanfeng's mouth twitched even more. Are you kidding me? Chen Yichuan shrugged. Some facts sound like a joke. Then why can you do it now? Because I have secrets. Yu Zhanfeng. This is as good as saying nothing. Let's go, everyone. Come back to try new weapons next time. The crowd wanted to stop him, but thinking of what Chen Yichuan just said, they didn't have the courage to stop him. If there were that many profession wheels, wouldn't Jiulong City have drawn them all? So many people are waiting to be fed. How could they possibly save them? There was nothing they could do. The soldiers could only watch him gradually disappear from their sight, while the flowing lava on the shore constantly reminded them that what just happened was not a dream. 2 days later, on the 28th day of the arrival, Chen Yichuan specifically found a piece of wasteland outside the defensive zone, where there were occasional fierce beasts, but not as frequent as by the riverbank. The purpose, of course, was no longer for himself. Not long after arriving, an iron-shelled silver crab seemed to catch the scent of prey and crawled out from the riverbank. Hee. Is it here? Frog, it's your turn. Indeed. It was the second step of the advanced plan 1 cultivated by Frog. Familiarize and enhance the skills it has mastered. Smart readers may have already noticed that whether it is a player or a pet, all mastered skills on the panel have levels. And there's only one way to level up skills. Hard training. There are no shortcuts. All right, watch this frog. As the slightly immature voice echoed in the boy's mind, the patterns on Frog's body turned orange-red, and as its small mouth opened, a surge of intense energy quickly gathered within. The next moment, Frog's mouth opened, and the fireball exploded out, expanding to a diameter of 1 meter in an instant, a process that was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The size of the fireball created a stark contrast with its small body. To simply analyze, the fireball rapidly reacted violently with the spiritual energy in the air after it spewed out, causing it to expand. This is the charm of spiritual energy. In the next moment, bang, the fire attribute explosion almost instantly engulfed the iron-shelled silver crab. Minus 4,752. Kill. Experience 6. Seeing this damage, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even though there was a level gap, much of this damage probably depended on the gap in combat power. Own combat power, opponent combat power, final damage multiplier. Combat power increase-decrease is always the last calculation. The most obvious area for enhancing combat power is skills. A skill that increases combat power by 50 points. And if the skill's proficiency can be improved, the increase in combat power is exponential. The increase in combat power for each level of skill proficiency is different. A simple formula to understand is X, Y1, 100, where X is the value, and Y is the current skill level. The book review area has errors. Take this as the standard. In short, if a skill is refined to LV5, it will directly increase combat power by 400 points, and it is cumulative. This means that just one skill, when refined to LV5, increases combat power by 1050 points. However, is it really that simple? When Frog finished this fireball explosion, Chen Yichuan had already opened Frog's attribute panel and clicked on the skill proficiency section. All mastered skills proficiency was displayed in a list format. Element conversion LV1, 46. Fireball explosion LV1, 3. Chain waterball LV1, 1. Shadow ambush LV1, 1. It only increased by 2 in proficiency. Chen Yichuan initially thought that pets might be simpler than players, but unfortunately, it was still a dream. Looking at his own penetrator LV1, 11. Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder LV1, 5. The goal has not been achieved. Comrades still need to work hard. The road ahead is long. Let's continue, Frog. The master is with you. Ribbit. On the 29th day of the arrival, in the morning, The boy had just opened his eyes. Hao Zhao. Brother Chuan, where are you? I've got several pieces of heaven. Can we set off? Several pieces of heaven? Chen Yichuan was momentarily confused, and it took a while to realize that Hao Zhao was referring to heaven coins in time currency, equivalent to 24-hour currency. However, the boy didn't reply immediately, but instead focused on the Qingyan Yao flame furnace in the center of the room. At this time, the fire had already dissipated, and there were some pills piled up at the furnace's mouth. Undoubtedly, these were excellent Orca blood gel pills, and there were more than 100 of them. Due to the limited capacity of the furnace, this was the maximum amount per batch. As of this moment, the fierce blood Orca from 3 days ago had all been refined into pills. Total quantity, 3,504 pills. He got it. Chapter 56, is there a possibility that I could see your ID? The blood essence gel capsules were successfully refined, and what remained was the better method. Of the materials Chen Yichuan listed, Yu Zhanfeng had already sent people to find about 70 to 80%. The remaining few were spirit plants, and according to the latest news received, they had already been collected. It was estimated they could be delivered today. With the scale of Geelong City and the number of people, it was certainly impossible to rely solely on armed off-roading for traveling. There were always some means of transportation. In fact, to cope with the current environment, some old transportation methods were brought back into use. It was only when Chen Yichuan was called to the square to receive the materials that he realized the most representative one was actually a propeller airplane. Head of the Dragon, I'm U-1S1. The boy pointed to the sky. Where on earth did you dig up those things from? It's a miracle they can still fly. Yu Zhanfeng's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. You little brat don't understand anything. This thing's takeoff conditions aren't that harsh, and it saves fuel. That last sentence must be the key, right? Nonsense. Do you think there's still crude oil available? Before productivity is restored, every drop of fuel counts. While the two were talking, the propeller airplane had already landed and taxied, stopping within 10 meters. You know what? You really shouldn't say that. The airplane's takeoff and landing conditions are indeed very forgiving, and it doesn't need to fly that high. It can fly low under the ultrasonic beast driving tower, making it faster than a car for traveling. An old airplane is still an old airplane. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Once the engine completely stopped and the propeller came to a halt, 2 soldiers dressed in camouflage stepped down from the plane. The 2 ran a few steps and then stood still in front of Yu Zhanfeng, saluting, reporting to the head of the Dragon. The material collection mission has been completed, and the 029-12 Special Operations Team is now back. Please give instructions. Just give this kid the stuff. After returning the salute, Yu Zhanfeng tilted his head towards Chen Yichuan beside him. Yes. Then, a white-level spatial ring was handed to Chen Yichuan, who also returned a salute before taking it. After checking it slightly, everything is ready. Hearing this, Yu Zhanfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. So, should we pick an auspicious day? Or start now? Chen Yichuan shook his head. For the rising humanity, every day of strength enhancement is an auspicious day. Isn't it? Once this was said, many people around nodded in agreement. Strength is too important in today's world. Let me prepare. We can start this afternoon. All right. Yu Zhanfeng didn't say much more, nor did he ask what Chen Yichuan was going to do. After all, aside from trust, he had nothing else to offer. Moreover, after spending these few days together, he also found that Chen Yichuan was like him, someone who shared the same hatred for the enemy. Perhaps it was an intuition, but he was willing to believe it. After obtaining the materials, Chen Yichuan also sent a message back to Hao Zhao. Chen Yichuan, I'm in the northern part of the settlement, Geelong City. Who would have thought that not long after? You have a friend request. Please check. The boy was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then opened the notification, only to see the other party's ID was Dongfang Yin. How did this big guy? Chen Yichuan unhesitatingly chose to accept the request, and in less than a moment, a message immediately came through. Dongfang Yin. Brother Chuan? I'm Dianzi. It's definitely that big fool. Chen Yichuan, is there a possibility that I can see your ID? Dongfang Yin. Dongfang Yin. Forget about that, Brother Chuan. I heard from Zhaoge that you're in Geelong City. Should we go find you together? Chen Yichuan, yes. In the 254 to 273 area, near the downstream region. After replying, the boy realized that Hao Zhao must have learned from others that he had once looked for Dongfang Yin. So he went to the exploration team to find him. But if it wasn't like that, it could only be the Liu family's operation. However, at this moment, he was no longer afraid of exposing his location. After 3 days, both he and Hua had significantly improved their combat power. His level had even risen to level 8. Attribute panel name, Chen Yichuan occupation, ranged ranger suboccupation, hidden special breeder level, 8 experience, 868,000 lifespan, 117 days blood chi, 4677 spirit power, 1700 affiliation, thunder strength, 25 spirit, 9 defense, 1 speed, 9 skills, penetrator, LV2, domain moon lake silver thunder, LV1, combat power, 483 yes. Besides the improvement in level, his unique ranger skill penetrator had also reached LV2. Penetrator LV2, 3-1. LV2. When your attack deals penetrating damage to the target, it will additionally inflict 15 of the target's blood chi as damage. The penetrating damage has increased by 5. While the increase seems small in a prolonged battle, that 5 can be quite considerable. Because Chen Yichuan had now refined special ammunition that could 100 penetrate. Its base damage isn't high, but once it penetrates, it receives the boost from penetrator and becomes a significant fixed damage skill. However, regarding the panel, it still depends on Wawa's. Pet panel name, Elemental Spirit Frog nickname, Scheming Frog owner, Chen Yichuan level, 8 blood chi, 2500 spirit power, 3700 strength, 5 spirit, 29 defense, 5 speed, 10 skills, elemental transformation, LV2, fireball explosion, LV2. Combat power, 957. I never leave out data with no changes in the repeated panel. Longtime readers know this. Due to the need to hone fireball explosion, Wawa's innate skill elemental transformation proficiency has also increased. Elemental transformation, LV2, 14. 9. Change its elemental composition based on the elemental environment, including but not limited to the 8 basic attributes. Skill cooldown time, 0 for seconds. Hey, Gatling Wawa is here. If the reloading speed ISNT fast enough, can it still be called Gatling? Fiobot explosion LV2, 09. After compressing energy, instantly spray a fireball with a radius of 0.7 meters forward upon hitting the target. It will cause fire attribute explosion damage and has an 18 chance to inflict burning that lasts for 8 seconds. The explosion damage of the fireball is 3 times the caster's spirit attribute. Skill spirit power consumption, 25 points. Skill cooldown time, 2 seconds. The enhancements for fireball explosion are relatively more substantial, with the fireball becoming larger, an increased burn chance, increased damage, reduced spirit power consumption, and shorter cooldown time. Normally, the proficiency increase of an attack skill would have these effects. With the support of these 2 skills, this little guy's combat power has already surpassed her owners by more than double. But this is also due to those 8 elemental basic skills. Come on, waves. Chapter 57, The Establishment of the Altar Version Update. A storm is coming. At noon on this day, in the core base of Jiulong City, Chen Yichuan had completed the refining of all the materials he had collected, but these were not for direct use. The materials he had instructed Yu Zhanfeng to gather had one common characteristic, a rich atmosphere of blood energy. What is blood energy? It is referred to as qi and blood, essence and energy. Whether human or beast, without blood energy, one cannot survive. Blood energy is the root, the foundation, the source of power. In his previous life, due to the extreme scarcity of fiery blood materials, alchemists racked their brains to create a fiery blood product that was immovable and inettable using inferior materials. Blood Energy Surge Array. Using a large number of spirit plants rich in blood energy as array points, spirit, or as array veins. And finally, using pure fiery blood materials as the eye of the array to activate it. However, the material used as the eye of the array, the fiery blood element, must be sufficiently rich. Otherwise, it cannot support this formation and will only waste all the other materials. Based on this, Chen Yichuan had to contribute the few good items he had kept to himself. Fiery Blood Orca Heart Muscle Gel Capsule. The raw material is derived from the fiery blood orca, tanned from its heart muscle and blood mixed with various spirit plant auxiliary materials. Consuming it can temporarily increase all attributes by 50 points for 8 minutes. Due to excellent manufacturing techniques, neutralizing drug resistance, reconsumption does not reduce the duration. Level restriction, 10 to 15. Crafting quality, purple, excellent. The existence of this item is because the heart of the fiery blood orca is superior to other parts of its flesh, classifying it as a yellow level material. Therefore, it can only be upgraded to purple level through the purification refining of the Qingyan Yaoan furnace. If Chen Yichuan still had alchemist means, it wouldn't be impossible to push it to black level refinement. Using this as the eye of the array should be sufficient. The array points and veins are now complete. Only the final activation of the eye of the array is left, and the grand array will be set up. But before that, here, in the main camp of Jiulong City, Yu Zhanfeng, along with 2 trusted aides, stood beside Chen Yichuan. Their purpose here was naturally to set up the job change altar. You're sure that the better method you mentioned is effective? Don't worry. I wouldn't drag myself into this mess, would I? When the time comes, all members of Jiulong City guarding here will feel the blood energy surging. Yu Zhanfeng was filled with doubts. Could it really be that exaggerated? When the time comes, you'll know. Fine. To keep it confidential, Yu Zhanfeng hadn't mentioned the job change altar to anyone, including his trusted aides, and now, everything was just a final tremor away. Let us begin. Chen Yichuan did not hesitate, immediately taking out a small stone altar from his spatial ring. Before Yu Zhanfeng's 2 aides could express their surprise at what it was, he pressed it down onto the ground. Confirm establishment of the job change altar here and announce the location to the entire server. If confirmed, the game version will be updated. Confirm. The young man spoke lightly. In the next moment, the small stone altar pressed onto the ground seemed to embed itself into the surface, becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding environment, and then quickly expanded outward like a machine. In less than half a minute, the originally palm-sized stone altar now had a diameter exceeding 5 meters, and its overall shape could be described as a multi-equilateral geometric figure. Of course, that was just the outline. In the center of the altar stood a triangular stone pillar about 1 meter high, topped with a hexagonal stone platform, faintly glowing with blue fluorescence. From this stone pillar, as the center, circle after circle of stone patterns expanded outward to the edges. Each circle had half more sides than the previous one, resembling the production site of this altar, Unknown Ruins number 1. And at this moment, each of these stone patterns was flickering with faint fluorescence. This is the job change altar. Yu Zhanfeng stared at the altar, slightly dazed, but the next moment he didn't forget the main point. All members of the 3rd squad, enter high alert combat readiness. Yes. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers, unsure why they were on alert, executed the order as if it had become muscle memory. The next moment, attention, attention, attention. In the minds of all formal players of Killing Life, this sound suddenly appeared simultaneously, and it rang 3 times in succession. In the past, similar commotion only occurred during the first kill of a Lord-level beast. And this time, the players quietly waited for the notification to come. Many could feel that this event was likely not comparable to a first kill. Soon enough, in 5 minutes, the game will undergo its first version update. This update is expected to take 10 hours. Version number 1.0.2, version codename, Great Job Change. In 5 minutes, once again, 3 announcements rang out in succession. The final words raised the spirits of all players, who began discussing among themselves. Great job change. What is a great job change? However, before they could figure it out, the voice in their minds came again. After the version update, the job change altar available for all players to change jobs will be open to everyone. Coordinates: East longitude 115. 4. North latitude 29. 9. After the version update. What? Everyone can change jobs and become professionals. Where? Were these east and north coordinates? Can someone explain? As soon as the system's notification ended, all Killing Life players, whether they were fighting monsters or resting, were almost all invigorated. Job changers. This identity, which could only be obtained through a roulette, now, every person can have it? The feelings of all players at this moment could only be described by one word: boiling. But soon, the system's notification rang out again. Congratulations to player Chen Ichuan for discovering the job change altar and successfully setting it up, achieving the hidden achievement facilitator. Rewards: lifespan 120 years. Heaven coins 50, premium yellow roulette 3. Congratulations to player Chen Ichuan. Congratulations, Chen Ichuan. In the Liu family mansion, Liu Tianyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows upon hearing this name. Impossible. It must be a namesake, right? Chen Ichuan. Liu Oxiu's flawless half of a face slightly stiffened. Could it be a reward obtained in that 1,000-star trial ground? This guy. Shi Xiaoyu listened to the voice in her mind, and the thoughts she had cast aside were once again picked up. Indeed, compared to Liu Yunpan, you are more interesting. On the way to Jiulong City. My bro Chuan? Awesome. My brother is indeed capable. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Outside the settlement area, in a certain expedition team of the Liu family under the camp of the vanguard, a man withdrew his knife from the corpse of a fierce beast, and the slightly fierce glint in his eyes now held a hint of jealousy due to the voice in his mind. Why him? What right does he have? Chapter 58, Special Constitution, Life-Devouring Battle Body. In Jiulong City, the main camp, Yu Zhanfeng and his confidants naturally heard the system's announcement. And it was only at this point that they fully understood the truth of the matter. Of course, the ins and outs could only be guessed. 10 hours. Yu Zhanfeng frowned slightly. Did it mean they had to guard this place for 10 hours? Not just that. Chen Ichuan, rarely serious, stated that once they landed on the altar, to master it, they would have to guard it forever. This is an undeniable fact. How could Yu Zhanfeng not know? Therefore, this battle must be initiated loud enough for everyone to see Jiulong City as a thorn placed on their hearts. They want to pull out, but are afraid of getting pricked. His words stirred the hearts of many soldiers around. Is it the words of a talent that inspire the troops? Even Chen Ichuan felt a surge of blood, his right hand flipping over to reveal a purple roulette. Then let me lend you a hand, Dragon Head. Good kid. Just gained 100 years of life, and you want to squander it already? Although Yu Zhanfeng said this, anyone could tell that he was shocked not by squandering, but by the purple roulette in Chen Ichuan's hand. This thing is not something an ordinary fierce beast could drop, right? At least among low-level fierce beasts. It probably requires a lord level to produce. But no matter how hard Yu Zhanfeng racked his brain, he couldn't recall which lord was killed by Chen Ichuan. Nor did he ever see this purple roulette. Forgive him for his limited comprehension. He really couldn't figure it out. The young man chuckled. If everything on it is good stuff, can it still be considered squandering? After saying that, Chen Ichuan directly activated the purple roulette, shouting, draw. The soldiers beside looked at each other, fearing they almost asked, aren't you going to pay respects first? At least say amen to give that old thing in the West some face. Little did they know, Chen Ichuan was already enjoying the heavenly music in his ears. Please specify your desired prize. 1. Purple longevity pill 2. 9 nether cold iron 800 kilograms 3. Fiery blood materials 30 kilograms 4. Universe bragging license 5. Spirit driven flying device 6. Special constitution 7. Hidden job transfer card non-binding 8. Yellow longevity pill recipe 9. Spirit weapon heavenly flame bow 10. 1,000 barrels of gasoline, 1 ton barrel, TSK Tisk. All 10 options are high quality. This is really hard to choose. After all, it is a premium purple roulette, right? None of them are trash. The longevity pills go without saying. Even the roulette's output has no probability. 1 dose equals 1,000 years. White is 10 years. Yellow is 100 years. And purple, naturally, is 1,000 years. 2 pills mean 2,000 years. This enticing number, if it were someone else, they would probably choose one without thinking. Human history has only just passed a little over 2,000 years since the Anno Domini. 2-3. Don't need to consider. As 4-4. I want to choose. Truly. 5. I didn't expect to see it so soon, but at this stage, it doesn't have much significance. This thing also appeared gradually after more than 100 days in the previous life. In short, it's just a means of transportation, and its energy source is spiritual power. Hence the name spirit-driven. 6. The uncertainty is a bit high. 7 is purely a trading item, and 8 is even less worth considering. He knows the recipe, and it's a black grade one, but he lacks the identity of a pharmacist. After all, high-level longevity pills cannot be concocted just by knowing the recipe. 9 and 10 can be completely excluded. After analyzing so much, in reality, all these thoughts flashed through Chun Ichuan's mind. Looking at it this way, he could only choose between 1 and 6, right? At least, in dealing with the current situation. Only these two options maximize the benefits. Not to mention longevity, he still has plenty of other roulettes besides this purple one. More roulettes will definitely come in later. But option 6 also has its value. The probability of a special constitution appearing in the roulette is lower than that of the ID-bound transfer card. Among all the other roulettes that Chun Ichuan possesses, the most valuable is indeed the longevity pills. Constitution? To put it bluntly, it's just wishful thinking. At this moment, Chun Ichuan deeply realized that being able to choose is also a headache. Choosing 1 out of 10 can be filtered out gradually, but choosing between 2 is truly difficult. And as he hesitated, strange, why is it taking so long to draw a prize? Maybe it has already been drawn, but it's just something we can't see. It shouldn't be blanking out, right? Although the surrounding voices were quiet, Chun Ichuan was not deaf. He heard everything clearly. However, this indirectly helped him make his decision. 6. He shouted directly. Congratulations on winning. Special Constitution. Life-devouring battle body. Life-devouring battle body. An ancient blood constitution that has been lost. It is said that beings inheriting this constitution can comprehend a trace of the world's origin. Effect analysis. When you kill a target, there is a 1 chance to absorb the remaining lifespan of the opponent, if the opponent is in an abnormal state. This probability increases to 3. If they harbor fear, this probability increases to 10. You can devour your own lifespan to gain attribute enhancements. The more lifespan you devour, the stronger the enhancement. The extent depends on level. Currently, 1 day of lifespan grants a 1 increase in all attributes. This constitution is indeed 6. Little did Chun Ichuan know that as soon as he finished speaking. 7. Comrades, Yu Haven-T even shouted out the number. Why are you calling it 7? The soldier beside looked at his comrade with disdain, shaking his head, sigh. Is it over? Yu Zhanfeng also inquired upon hearing the sound. Not bad. Then that's fine. If you don't ask, I won't say. This is the best way to respond to a roulette draw. As for the life-devouring maggots, saying too much is just blood and tears from an imperfect system. In fact, this approach of Julong City is the best solution to cope with such apocalyptic scenarios. Everyone is strong, and humanity will be strong. Only then can they solve the crisis of fierce beasts and rebuild human civilization. The game update has already begun, but this update can be understood as a non-stop update, which will not affect players who are already playing. Therefore, players can fully utilize the 10 hours of the update to gather their teams and come over. Time flies. Soon it reached the 2nd hour of the update. The closest force to Julong City had already gathered 1 kilometer outside the main camp, and these people came from the Jing family. In the main camp, Yu Zhanfeng showed a mocking expression. That old guy Jing Cheng is always the first to get restless. Chapter 59. 1 River. 1 Mountain Master Pavilion towers Dragonhead. Not gonna greet me? A confidant beside Yu Zhanfeng said. The latter chuckled lightly in response, then said, this old fellow wouldn't foolishly rush in by himself to make a wedding dress for others. He is waiting for the people from other forces to arrive. To first gather a group of like-minded individuals to attack my Julong City, and then fight for the ownership of the holy altar. Beside him, Chun Ichuan smiled without saying a word. Not making a wedding dress for others? Quite unfortunately, he has done it once. It seems inappropriate to describe it that way. Back to the main topic. Don't worry, as long as they dare to step into the range I've set, they will definitely regret it. Saying this, Chun Ichuan had already taken out the myocardial gel pill he had prepared earlier and pressed it into the eye of the formation in the middle of the camp. As soon as the gel pill, equivalent to energy, was pressed down, a faint aura of blood suddenly surged within an 800-meter radius of the entire Julong City camp, and the formation was considered activated at this moment. Well, it doesn't feel like much? Yu Zhanfeng felt it for a moment and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The young man couldn't help but laugh and said, "If it felt like this, wouldn't others also get enhancements when they come in? What advantage would that be for us?" Yu Zhanfeng felt embarrassed. It was indeed like that. If there was no distinction between friend and foe, what difference would it make from having no enhancement? So what should we do? Simple. Chen Yichuan smiled. This formation is called blood qi boiling formation, which can keep the fierce blood elements within the body in an active state at all times. Fierce blood elements? Did the dragon head forget about those more than 3,000 pills? Yu Zhanfeng was stunned. You mean, as long as they take the Orca fierce blood gel pill and stay within the range of this formation, the enhancement won't expire? The young man nodded with a smile and directly displayed the attributes of the formation. Blood qi boiling formation. When within this formation, the fierce blood elements in the body can be maintained without dissipating, and the effect is increased by 30. Irrelevant individuals entering this formation are ineffective. Range of the formation: a circular formation with a radius of 800 meters centered on the eye of the formation. Just a few simple lines of text made Yu Zhanfeng overjoyed. Good, great. Relay my message. All members of the third team, take the fierce blood gel pills, and then stay within 800 meters of the camp. Try not to leave, and prepare well for this mountaintop defense battle. Yes, don't worry, Dragonhead. Occupying the mountaintop is what we are best at. While waiting, half an hour passed again. 1 kilometer away, Jing Chung, who had been closing his eyes until now, suddenly opened them, leaped lightly to a flat area, and looked out. Is that Fu Jianbai from the Windfire platform, my little brother? At this moment, behind the Jing family, a team of about 200 people was rushing over. The entire team had only one uncovered large truck carrying more than 50 people, while the rest were running. At the front of the large truck, a bald man with tan skin also looked over upon hearing this. It turned out to be Brother Jing. After cupping his hands in salute, he said, "It's indeed your little brother, Fu Jianbai. The various forces in this Jiangning gathering place have some connections with the upper-tier forces, and the Windfire platform and the Jing family have a subtle subordinate relationship." Speaking of Fu Jianbai, little brother Fu, you came this time for the job change holy altar, right? Jing Chung asked. Yes, Fu Jianbai replied solemnly. Ever since being pushed down by the Liu family, the resources available to my Windfire platform have been decreasing, and the levels of the members have not been able to rise. Let us cooperate. Jing Chung said frankly, relying solely on myself. Capturing Zheilong City is still a bit difficult. After all, there are many ferocious beasts on the other side of the mountain, and it's impossible to summon everyone over. At this point, how could Fu Jianbai disagree? Good. In the 9 to 17 days of descending, during these 8 days, the original Jiangning gathering place could be said to be a river and mountain master pavilion tower situation. River refers to Zheilong City, mountain refers to the Jing family, and pavilion towers refers to the 4 second-tier forces under the river and mountain. As the saying goes, master, pavilion belongs to the mountain, towers rely on the river. The pavilion among them refers to the Windfire platform. The other 3 are Lanshin Pavilion, Naihai Tower, and Suishan Pavilion. After the 2 forces converged, Jing Chung stood up and walked to the front. At this moment, the third team of Zheilong City was already lined up and ready. Let me see if this Zheilong City still has the prowess of the former Zheilong army. After a shallow show-off, Jing Chung took a deep breath, and with all his energy directed to his mouth. Those occupying the mountaintop, come out and have a chat. This voice contained spiritual power, so the entire Zheilong City camp could hear it clearly. This fellow Jing Chung clearly also mastered spiritual power. It wasn't just a simple unlocking. Now that the old fellow had shouted, Yu Zhanfeng certainly wouldn't continue to hide. He opened the camp tent and went to meet him, arriving at the front of Zheilong City's formation in about a minute. Ha! Yu Zhanfeng grinned widely, laughing heartily. Old fellow, hasn't it only been half an hour? Can't sit still? Humph. Who's like you, occupying the latrine and still not knowing to move? Ridiculous. If the mountaintop is occupied, who would move out? If it were you, would you move? Jing Chung's old face twitched. Cutting off the nonsense. Hand over the job change holy altar, and you and I can coexist peacefully in this river and mountain. Yu Zhanfeng directly rolled his eyes. TCH. Old fool. A smelly kid who hasn't even matured. After being called an old fool, Jing Cheng could no longer hold back. With a sudden movement, he turned 2 fingers into a sword and lunged towards Yu Zhanfeng. However, as he got closer, Yu Zhanfeng sidestepped and swept his right leg at Jing Cheng's waist. Bang! With a sound of muffled thud, Jing Cheng almost fell to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. Iron-fingered Jing Cheng? Yu Zhanfeng mocked with a smile. Flowery fists and embroidered legs. Jing Cheng was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. And the frequency of his attacks became more ferocious, but every attack was dodged by Yu Zhanfeng. The difference in close combat skills between the two was not trivial. Jing Cheng's technique was effective against players with no combat experience, but against soldiers from before the apocalypse, it was clearly insufficient. After so many exchanges, I haven't seen you make much progress. 10-finger sword technique air. Is this it? Yu Zhanfeng dodged while counterattacking. Although he was also hit by Jing Cheng, overall, he still had the upper hand. This guy was not only fighting, but also mocking, which was infuriating. Jilong City and Jing family. One occupies the river. The other relies on the mountain. Both being first-tier forces, conflicts were inevitable, but each time, Yu Zhanfeng had the upper hand. Thus, he had the earlier remarks. In the end, Jing Cheng simply flipped the table. Everyone attack. Chapter 60 Jing Cheng. Upon hearing Jing Cheng's command, Yu Zhanfeng coldly laughed, which made the former feel a wave of doubt, but the latter's offensive left him no time to think. He wasn't a professional. He only had a skill that required spiritual power, combined with his own finger technique martial arts, which gave him some strength. However, compared to that, Yu Zhanfeng was a real professional fighter. There was a level gap between the two, and in terms of strength, Jing Cheng was no match for Yu Zhanfeng. But why were both sides considered top tier? Even if you block me, so what? In terms of overall strength, your Jilong City is no match for my Jing family. Defeat is just a matter of time. Just as Jing Cheng was saying this, he suddenly heard a scream. A man in a t-shirt was sent flying past him, landing on his butt, and sliding at least 10 meters. Jing Cheng. Impossible. This must be an accident. You need to support thousands with half the river. How could your overall strength be? This one is worse than the last. He hit the ground face first. Jing Cheng. This. Jing Cheng. Winky face. Impossible. This can't be happening. My people's average level is at least 3 to 5 levels higher than yours in Jilong City. Bunch of useless fools. Although he shouted like this, as each of Jing's people was knocked away or pushed back, Jing Cheng had no choice but to believe it. Until, bro, something's off. These guys from Jilong City seem like they're on steroids. Fu Jianbai jumped back several meters. His great sword dragged along the ground for nearly a meter before he finally released the residual energy in his body. This power. No way. It's definitely not right. He, the strongest of the Fengguo Tai, even if some of his territory had been taken by the Liu family. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Yet he was actually blown away by a small soldier? At this moment, Jing Cheng finally reacted. What kind of tricks are you playing? No tricks. Yu Zhanfeng pretended to be innocent. There's no trick. It must be that your people have neglected their training and have weakened, right? Jing Cheng gritted his teeth in anger, but was helpless. He didn't expect Yu Zhanfeng to reveal anything. After all, if it were him, he would also hide his secrets. Everyone, temporarily retreat. The situation is not right. He could only grit his teeth and avoid the sharp edge for now. For the time being, he could only wait for other forces to gather, using numbers to overwhelm the quality in hopes of gnawing down this tough bone. If they wanted to retreat, Yu Zhanfeng certainly wouldn't stop them. After all, there was the transmutation altar to defend. Moreover, once the blood-boiling formation was broken, the amplification would become ineffective. Anyway, with the version update and the altar to cover, Jilong City's weakness wouldn't be exposed for now. Let them retreat. Brother Jing, what should we do? In a temporary camp, Fu Jianbai asked worriedly. If they allowed Jilong City to control that altar, their strength would eventually become the absolute #1 in Jiangnan. By that time, what would be left for us? Do you think I don't know? Jing Cheng shouted angrily. Don't worry, those interested in that thing aren't just us. more and more will come here. But Jiulong City still has the personnel from Nahue Tower and Suixiang Pavilion, not to mention that Nahue Tower has that woman. Oomph. Jing Chung grunted, so what? My Jing family now has several professionals as well. Sword Hero? If she dares to come, let us see if I kill her. Fu Jianbai had nothing more to say at this point. After all, there was only one way to solve the problem, and they could only strive for it. Otherwise, who knows what would happen to the hard-earned life of the elite. He was originally just a coal miner when the Devourer descended. He happened to have tools in hand and, along with a group of colleagues, killed a few low-level ferocious beasts, gradually developing from there. Later, as his level increased and he met Jing Chung, he established the Fengwo Tai. If everything went back to the beginning, he didn't dare to think. Nor did he wanna. 4 hours into the game update, members of Suixiang Pavilion rushed to the scene but were blocked by people from Liaoning outside, unable to enter for support. Another 20 minutes passed, and the people from Nahue Tower contacted Yu Zhanfeng, claiming they had arrived. However, Sword Hero Mo Huaizhu was blocked halfway by an assassin from the Liu family, and the others couldn't leave her behind and come alone. Enemies meeting, especially eyeing each other. In Jiulong City's main camp, Chen Yichuan shook his head in realization. This was indeed unexpected. Originally, the Liu family and the Jing family had little interaction, and there was no need to support that old guy Jing Chung, who knew a personal grudge would suddenly emerge. That assassin was undoubtedly Shi Xiaoyu. With her personality, how could the Liu family hold her back? It was merely a matter of interests. Liu Tianyuan had enough strength, but wouldn't easily fall out with her. They could only let her be. By now, one river, one mountain. Pavilions and towers had already mobilized around the transmutation altar, leaving only some insignificant small forces. However, those might have long been lurking around Jiulong City's main camp. They were few in number, small in size, just enough to pick up the scraps. Of course, not all were like this. Outside Jiulong City's main camp, at Jing's position, Southeast Association, the name sounds impressive, but in reality, there were only a few dozen people. However, at this time, anyone would do. Jing Chung looked at the men coming to surrender, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. Yu Dongnan had no expression on his face, but deep down, he secretly swore. Underestimate me? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't be arrogant. However, Jing Chung was too lazy to pay him any more attention and instead stood up to count the number of people. By now, their position had gathered over 5,000 people, significantly more than what Jiulong City could muster. It's time to end this farce. It was afternoon, and the update had been going for 5 hours, with only half the time left to complete. If it still couldn't seize the transmutation altar by then, the number of professionals from Jiulong City would only increase, and their strength would only grow stronger. This is not a possibility, but a certainty. Never underestimate the dominance of an army. Forever, everyone, fill up Jiulong City's main camp and seize the transmutation altar. Jing Chung clenched his fist. Success or failure hinged on this one move. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongnan's eyes turned around, and the next moment he shouted in the temporary team channel, Edge OB, act when the time is right. Jiulong City, main camp. Yu Zhanfeng stared at the sand table before him, his face finally showing seriousness. After all, the number of people surrounding the camp had increased 5 to 6 times compared to 3 hours ago. According to the prearranged tactics, hold your ground. After saying that, he looked at Chen Yichuan. Chun kid, your special ammo. Is it enough? The youth chuckled lightly. Don't worry. It will definitely leave a deep impression on them. Chapter 61. The battle begins. The lava bombs show their might. In the entire camp of Kowloon City, within a radius of 800 meters. This range may not seem intuitive just by looking at the numbers, but the area is larger than 281 football fields. Over 2 million square meters. 10,000 large 3-bedroom apartments. It's okay if you can't imagine it, just know it's very big. Therefore, with over 3,000 people crammed in here, there is still plenty of space to move around. However, the sand table in front of Yu Zhanfeng is not filled with people occupying the entire circle, but rather arranged in a staggered manner, with gaps between the areas to facilitate support. Moreover, the rear is defended by a formation guarding the Great River, so there is no fear of a surprise attack. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the numerous ferocious beasts in the river and the lack of blood fire gel pills, there would be no need to arrange troops against the mere 5,000 temporarily gathered by the Jing family. They could simply push through. As the final defensive battle commenced, Chen Yichuan had also reached his combat position, the nearest makeshift observation tower to the camp. With his ability, he could single-handedly defend the class transfer sanctuary located within the camp. However, Yu Zhanfeng was certainly not stingy with manpower. Within a 50-meter radius of the sanctuary, personnel were deployed, while only Chen Yichuan was in the middle. After all, the class transfer sanctuary belongs to Chen Yichuan. His choice to set it up in Kowloon City was from a cooperative perspective, not a gift. Yu Zhanfeng did not engage in any small tricks in this regard. A true iron-blooded man would disdain such tactics. With the surging blood fury formation in place, even though the number of people in Kowloon City was at a disadvantage, the situation was not too chaotic when the battle first broke out. However, because the Jing family chose a strategy of fierce assaults, many people ended up facing 2 or even 3 opponents at once, overwhelmed and creating a breach. With the blood fire factor in play, a single punch could rival 4 hands, but if there were more, Yu Zhanfeng had anticipated such a situation, which is why he didn't let the various defensive lines spread too far apart. After discovering the Jing family attacking at one point, reinforcements hurriedly arrived from both sides and even farther away. Of course, not everyone was sent to reinforce. A dozen personnel were left at the temporary strongholds. With assistance from surrounding strongholds, the front area of the camp managed to hold on, but gradually, as the Jing family intensified their assaults, disregarding increased casualties. Dragon's Nest. Calling Dragon's Nest. In the camp, Yu Zhanfeng's chat channel was always receiving updates, and he now received reports from the front lines. The pressure on the front 086 stronghold was too great. It couldn't hold on any longer. Yu Zhanfeng frowned, deep in thought, when suddenly a voice came over the team frequency. "It's fine, we can let some in." The voice came from Chen Yichuan. "Listen to him," Yu Zhanfeng immediately ordered. "Yes, 800 meters is not too far," and within 10 minutes, as the tugging continued, Chen Yichuan at the observation tower spotted vague figures. They're here." The young man grinned as he took out his new slingshot, the Y-shaped mouth aimed at the approaching target. "That's right, a new slingshot, made with a starfish spirit titanium for the bow and moon-patterned silver tiger for the elastic band. It was crafted as a brand new slingshot. The previous one wasn't ineffective. It was just too weak. At that time, Chen Yichuan had merely come up with the idea on a whim, using materials that weren't the best, just optimizing what he had. But now, having confirmed his ranger class, he naturally wanted to use good materials for his weapons. This new slingshot was aimed. As he finished speaking, the young man immediately released his right hand, launching the special projectile, earth-shattering lava bomb. Whoosh! As a wave of intense heat swept overhead, the soldiers of Kowloon City instinctively ducked their heads, not for any other reason, but because they had seen it before. Ever since the first successful test explosion, he had changed several locations to specifically test various special ammunition, and the earth-shattering lava bomb had been used more than once. The pursuing members of the Jing family were puzzled by this scene, wanting to advance further, but suddenly, boom! The terrifying heat instantly transformed into a shockwave, the high temperature quickly incinerating the players who were chasing after. The damage from the explosion combined with the burning from the lava left one player in a critical state within 3 seconds. What the hell? Lava? Are you kidding me? Others were not faring any better, desperately fleeing the fiery area, only to be met by the swords and blades of Kowloon City soldiers. Even if they weren't completely annihilated by the earth-shattering lava bomb, there were still follow-up attacks ready. Even if the follow-up attacks didn't kill. Sizzle. A sudden flash of lightning struck a player who was caught off guard, leaving him charred like coal. This is the power of the new slingshot. A double defense targeting anyone escaping. Just how fierce can it be? But the boy in the observation tower stroked his chin. Tao, help me record that the instant damage of the earth-shattering lava bomb was still low. Needs improvement. Tao E, a private in the 271 area. had directly become Chun Ichuan's assistant after the last incident, specifically helping him test various special ammunition. Okay, a sound came. Many soldiers couldn't help but twitch their mouths, thinking, are you not satisfied with this? Do you have to kill them all at once to be happy? If Chun Ichuan could hear this, he would probably respond, I'm researching this stuff to kill people instantly. Why go through all this trouble if it doesn't? Throwing stones would be faster. Guaranteed to take out one cute little thing with a single shot, or 3 ugly monsters with 2 shots. Dispose of the bodies. Nearby the fiery area, several soldiers moved to clear away the few who had already lost all their health, their faces showing no emotional fluctuation. Dead people. It's perfectly normal today with the arrival of life-Devourer, whether killed by ferocious beasts or perishing in the struggle for the interests of their compatriots. Competing for the class transfer sanctuary, casualties are inevitable. All one can say is, with Chun Ichuan, a former alchemist, in Kowloon City, many deaths could be avoided, though injuries were unavoidable. Since Yu Zhanfeng accepted this cooperation, he naturally considered this point. Deep down, he was also a warrior. It's just that the world hadn't given him a chance to fight before the arrival of life-Devourer. Now his battle spirit was finally starting to vent. The soldiers felt nothing towards the dead, and Chun Ichuan felt even less. In his past life, he had even crawled out from a pile of corpses. West Side 012 Stronghold, requesting support. East Side 077 Stronghold, requesting support. As the battle unfolded, fires erupted everywhere, and the fighting entered a fever pitch. But with Yu Zhanfeng as the mastermind, the soldiers were not thrown into chaos. However, the pressure each person faced was significantly greater than usual. Chun Ichuan's earth-shattering lava bomb continued to shock onlookers more than once. Until, Lu Yunpan. Chapter 62, Thunder Sea Spirit Bow. The one wielding the blade, Chun Ichuan held a telescope in his hand, and at a distance of 600 meters, the man's face was none other than Lu Yunpan. But, isn't the Lu family entangled with Naihai Tower? How did this guy end up near the camp of Jilong City? Has the skirmish ended? However, since he is here, let us collect some interest first. He had received a game system reward for setting up the Transmigration Sanctum. And since the Sanctum was in Jilong City, even the Lu family must know he is in Jilong City. In that case, it would be strange if he didn't come. Jing Cheng didn't know that Chun Ichuan was the one who had intruded into the number 1 unknown relic. After all, he had only seen the person but didn't know his name. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back until the update was halfway through and would have attacked in advance. Chun Ichuan glanced at the game update progress. Remaining 3 hours, 17 minutes, 42 seconds. Forget it. Let you jump around for a while longer. The ownership of the Transmigration Sanctum hasn't been settled yet, and it's still too early to seek revenge on the Lu family. It wouldn't help his plans at all. After being reborn with the ability to receive designated rewards, his goals were far beyond just retaliating against the Lu family. That would at most be a fleeting pleasure along the way. Nothing more. Time quickly passed, and, after more than an hour, as dusk fell and the world was shrouded in darkness, the remaining update time reached the last 2 hours. Jing Cheng finally couldn't sit still any longer. What is going on? It's been 3 hours, and we still haven't taken it down? In the camp, Jing Cheng couldn't help but shout in anger. In these 3 hours, the casualty rate on the front line had already exceeded 30. Of the 5,000 people, less than 3,500 remained. But on the Jilong City side, only a little over 300 had died, and they were all low level. The Jing family had indeed tried to break into the vicinity of the camp, but every time they did, it was a one-way trip, with most casualties occurring on the Camp S side. In contrast, the edge area had mainly been pushed back and injured. What on earth is in this Jilong City camp? Jing Cheng only regretted that there were no satellites in this world, and he hadn't brought a telescope this time. After all, who knew the situation would develop to this point? Brother Jing, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. We have to take a gamble. Fu Jianba said beside him. Right now, those charging to the front were mostly at levels 3 to 7, with very few above level 8 and none above level 10. In other words, the high-level players were still lurking outside. What Fu Jianba meant by taking a gamble was to let the high-level players join in for the final assault. Jing Chung clenched his fists, knowing that things had indeed come to this point. It can only be like this. After saying that, he also ordered in the team frequency. All high-level players, go in a battle. In the last 2 hours, even if we can't take down the sanctum, make sure to kill off Jiulong City. Driven by profit, Jing Chung had temporarily put the threat of the ferocious beasts aside. They didn't have a high status before the arrival of Life Devourer, and now it was very likely that they would return to a pre-liberation state. How could they not care? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. On the night of the 29th day of the Life Devourer era, the robbery army led by the Jing family stepped into the final assault phase, with high-level players above level 10, who had mastered spiritual power attributes, all entering the fray. 20 minutes later, remaining update time, 1 hour 41 minutes 2 seconds. Xiao Chun, be careful. That old man Jing Chung can't sit still anymore. On the lookout tower. Ah, I see it. Chen Yichuan smiled. An impressive meal, just what I needed. Long head. Shrink the battle line. Okay. After Yu Zhanfeng responded, a message appeared in the team frequency. All members, shrink the battle line. Retreat to within 300 meters of the camp. Prepare for encirclement. When the soldiers heard the command, although they were exhausted, the sacrifices of their comrades spurred them into action. Many were injured, but following orders had become muscle memory for them. Perhaps only this group of people possessed the strongest combat power in the apocalypse. In the camp, the lookout tower was already empty, as standing in an inconvenient area would only increase the chances of injury. Instead, moving around would allow for better combat effectiveness. Chen Yichuan arrived at a ruin and lowered his head to speak to the frog in his collar. Frog, it's your turn soon. Quack, don't worry, master. That's right. The impressive meal can't rely solely on Chen Yichuan. A distance of hundreds of meters was at most a matter of 1 or 2 minutes for players above level 10, and those with good footwork could be even faster. Just after leaving the lookout tower, Chen Yichuan sensed an abnormal disturbance nearby. His mental strength was at 9 points, and when he was calm, he could sense movements within 70 to 80 meters nearby. Of course, it wasn't clairvoyance, just a perception of breath fluctuations. This was also the effect of mental will. As long as one has more than 1 point of mental strength, all players could experience this. But among the 4 main attributes, ordinary players would rather invest in defense than mental strength. Who knows its role when they don't understand it? After all, it's not as intuitive as the other 3 attributes. Back to the point. Shortly after Chen Yichuan sensed that fluctuation, a swift figure rushed past him, holding a tang knife, clearly heading straight for the camp. It's understandable, as time is running out. This is probably Jing Chung's intention. Since high-level players have come down, there's no need for any detours. They can be more straightforward. He, being the 6th old man, is what I like the most. The youth held a beast tooth, pulling the tiger tail elastic to its limit, and the bow made of starfish spirit titanium bent slightly. During this process, a faint lightning flashed across the beast tooth, originating from his new slingshot. Thunder Sea Spirit Bow. Slingshot. Made with starfish spirit titanium for the handle and moon pattern silver tiger tail for the elastic. Due to the addition of thunder attribute materials, there's a 7. 5 chance of adding a lightning strike upon attack. Basic attributes. Strength 15, range 20 meters. Level restriction, above level 5. Crafting quality, yellow, rough. It's a pity that Chen Yichuan had no experience in refining weapons. Otherwise, this slingshot could have been made even better, as the materials are yellow level. Who? As the sound of hard objects slicing through the air began, the man with the tang knife suddenly froze. Who? He turned around abruptly, wanted to block the shot with his blade, but the speed of the beast tooth was still too fast. Puff! A light sound came from his left shoulder, taking a bit of flesh with it. Minus 240. Penetration. Minus 918. Goodness, that is quite a lot of blood. Chen Yichuan's penetrator was already at LV2, and penetration could deal 15 damage to the opponent's total health. The fact that this shot dealt over 900 damage meant that his health exceeded 6,000 points. Health points depend on strength, defense, and level. One can tell from the bullet's damage that the opponent's defense isn't too low. In the midst of his thoughts, the blade-wielding man shouted angrily, "Bastard! What kind of skill is sneak attacking? Chapter 63, Special Bullet. Thunderbolt Penetration. The knife wielder gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his left shoulder, glaring fiercely at Chun Ichuan behind him. He was very confident in his defense, and that injury was the best proof. But the second shot. Penetration? You are also a professional? Chun Ichuan did not answer, just pulled back the bowstring again. Buddy, I advise you not to go in that direction anymore, otherwise, you will die. The knife wielder took a deep breath, looking at his already stopped bleeding left shoulder. Sufficient defense value can enhance physique and speed up recovery. With you? He angrily swung his knife. Defeat me fair and square before talking. Oh, the knife wielder suddenly couldn't react, thinking, did I just say something so cool? And you responded with oh? But at that moment, he saw Chun Ichuan suddenly let go of his right hand. As everyone knows, with a slingshot, once you see the hand release, there isn't much time left to react. A normal slingshot has an initial firing speed of about 45 to 90 meters per second, with a decay of no more than 30 within 100 meters. For the human eye, it's just a blink, but we're talking about a normal slingshot. Is Chun Ichuan's slingshot normal? In terms of initial speed alone, his slingshot's firing rate exceeds at least 200 meters per second, already approaching that of a handgun bullet, barely perceptible to the human eye. As for decay, with an additional 20 meters of range, it's at least 150 meters. If it were a special bullet, like the earthquake lava bullet that explodes upon landing, the entire parabolic arc would be at least 500 to 600 meters. With such a firing speed, how could the knife-wielding man dodge? The moment he saw Chun Ichuan's right hand release, the next moment he felt his heart stop. Gee! Silver-blue electricity pierced through his chest like a lance, causing his whole body to freeze, as if time had stopped. At that moment, the young man slowly spoke. Special bullet. Thunderbolt penetration. 2 lines of damage notifications immediately popped up. Fatal weakness. Minus 1836. Weakened. Penetration. Minus 918. Fatal weakness. Hitting the target's fatal weakness. If the defense is broken, the target's health is reduced to 1 point. If not, the target's health is reduced by 30 of the maximum value and enters a weakened state for 5 seconds. This was clearly the result of Chun Ichuan not breaking through the defense. But the electricity directly passing through the heart caused this fatal weakness damage. However, this was not the end. How could it be memorable without deep pain? The next moment, he raised his right arm, fingers spread, palm facing the knife-wielding man. Sleeve cannon, flame explosion, pong. In a weakened state, the knife-wielding man's speed and defense were poor, and this sudden fireball was frighteningly fast, leaving him no chance to dodge. Minus 1,347. Bang! The violent fire explosion instantly sent the knife-wielding man flying into the air. The young man drew back the bowstring. I love shooting at flying saucer targets the most. If I'm not mistaken, you have 823 health left. The knife-wielding man finally felt fear at that moment, and all he wanted to say was, Newton, no, Brother Nyo, Master Nyo, Ancestor Nyo, can't you let me fall a bit faster? I'm going to die. No, let's talk it out. There's nothing to say. The young man's lips curled up, beast tooth bullet, piercing your kidney. The knife wielder, with no place to gain strength in midair, could only watch helplessly as that beast tooth bullet shot towards him, facing only death. Just as Chun Ichuan calculated, he only had a little over 800 health left. And if the attack caused penetration, he would undoubtedly die. Even if it didn't penetrate, could he successfully dodge the next arrow while landing awkwardly? At that moment, he seemed to clearly see the trajectory of the beast tooth bullet, as if his last moment of time had been infinitely extended. On the 16th day of his arrival, he had gambled his last 13 years of life and stacked 3 white reels with no reward. Finally drawing a yellow reel that gave him the swordsman class card. He thought his life was about to turn around, ready to soar, but who knew that today? I'm not reconciled. Not reconciled. Unfortunately, because miracles do not happen often. That's what makes them miracles. Minus 479. Penetration. Minus 918. Kill. 2 lines of notifications represented that a vibrant life had fallen just like that. Not even 5 seconds passing from start to finish. And this time, life devour. Lifespan increased by 1 year and 52 days. Heh, not bad luck, but it's a pity this good fortune met a short-lived ghost. Probably didn't stop drawing lots. This life devour battle body has also finally made its debut today. From the corpse, Chinichuan also pulled out 2 superior white reels and 1 inferior yellow reel. Still some stock left. Okay, let's find the next victim. As the voice fell, the young man gently stroked the little cutie in his sleeve. Well done, Froggy. Hee hee. The sounds of battle around the entire Julong city camp rose and fell, some clashing of knives, guns, swords, and halberds ringing, while others were the dull sounds of fists hitting flesh. High-level battles often require some time to resolve. Someone like Chun Ichuan who could end a battle in just a few seconds. Wow, what a freak. Not far from him, a high-level warrior from Jiolong City couldn't help but tremble at the corners of his mouth, feeling that if it were him, falling into Chun Ichuan's hands would only take a moment of inattention. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, a message came through the team frequency. Chun Ichuan, according to the previously established plan, gradually pull them together. Create a big wave. Tao E. The Western 011 stronghold has already got 3. Chun Ichuan. Received. The meal is on the way. Hiya hiya. Looking at the messages in the team frequency, the high-level warrior couldn't help but shiver, silently mourning for the unfortunate souls of the Western 011 stronghold for 3 milliseconds. On the other side, shortly after receiving the message, Chun Ichuan also arrived at the location mentioned by Tao E. Unfortunately, Chun Ichuan. The one who spoke was none other than Liu family's Liu Yunpan. Oh, young Master Liu? Long time no see, I miss you so much. Stop being sarcastic. I shouldn't have let you leave the team back then. The altar was obtained at that time, right? Heh, am I your father? Do I have to tell you everything? If I can live, my mouth is toughened up, huh? Liu Yunpan was immediately filled with anger upon hearing this. Today I will make up for my previous mistake. Your life, I will take it now. Saying this, Liu Yunpan directly drew out the life-sucking sword from his waist and leaped into the air. Cross/kill. As soon as the shout fell, the sword in his hand also drew a horizontal and vertical line of spiritual light in the air, and finally, with a diagonal slash, unleashed a wave of sword energy. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What a fast sword move. Chapter 64. Alchemy. Who doesn't hide their secrets? If it were before, Chun Ichuan would definitely not be able to evade this move, but now. Sleeve cannon. Wind pressure. The boy raised his right hand, and his outstretched palm directly unleashed the wind pressure cannon, which canceled out Liu Yunpan's cross sword wave midair. The 2 streams of spiritual power collided, instantly creating a slight spiritual explosion that spread outwards. Heh, that's all you can do. Chun Ichuan retracted his right hand, his gaze mocking, challenging Liu Yunpan to use any other moves he had. What the hell? You actually changed jobs too? Liu Yunpan's face was filled with disbelief, completely not expecting that a wrong decision made back then would lead to the creation of such an enemy for the Liu family. But he could only blame his own greed, always wanting to dig out the wealth from Chun Ichuan's mind. In the end, all this guy needed was just that one opportunity. However, the root of it all was also due to Luo Shiyu's scar on her face, which gave Chun Ichuan this chance. If Liu Tianyuan knew about this, who knows how he would treat his beloved daughter? What does it have to do with you? The boy replied coldly, if you don't make a move, I won't hold back, after saying that a beast bone bullet shot through the air. However, due to the uneven terrain, with Chun Ichuan being higher and Liu Yunpan lower, the trajectory of the beast bone bullet was somewhat predictable for the latter. The instinctive reaction made him raise his sword, and with a ping, he blocked the arrow. You bastard. Full bow bullet. Scatter shot. Bang bang bang. Ping. Damn it. Triple shot. Beast tooth. Whoosh whoosh. Ding. Not done yet. Special bullet. Thunder piercing. In the previous exchanges, Liu Yunpan had been blocking with his sword, and this time he habitually did the same. But this time, just as he blocked, zing, the bow bullet transformed into a thunderous spear that pierced through him, and 2 lines of damage text popped up instantly. -25. Armor break. Penetration. -2,653. Thunder-piercing bullet. An alchemical item, a one-time consumable, contains extremely unstable thunder elements, can be used as crossbow bolts, bow bullets, or thrown weapons. Effect analysis. When hitting a target, the raging thunder elements will pierce through the target's body like a spear, and if the user's spiritual attribute is higher than the target's, it will cause an armor break effect for 3 seconds. Armor break. Defense value is nullified. Rated damage. The penetrating thunder element damage is 1. 5 times the user's spiritual attribute. Level restriction. 10 or activated by spiritual power. Crafting process. Yellow. Excellent. Thunder piercing bullet. This is the special bullet made by Chun Ichuan that can definitely cause penetration damage. However, this special bullet has a fatal flaw. It must hit the opponent. In other words, if it doesn't hit, it's no different from stone. The impact is obviously not as strong as the earth split lava bullet. Moreover, the materials for making this thunder-piercing bullet are not easy to obtain. He had mixed some into the material list for Yu Zhanfeng's blood surge array, allowing him to make about 10 of them. Haha. Alchemy, who doesn't hide their secrets. Lu Yunpan, holding the soul-sucking sword, was stunned half the time. No way. You bastard. What's going on? What's happening? Lu Yunpan was raging inside. He was already level 15, and how could Chun Ichuan, who had just gotten a life card, deal such terrifying damage to him? He couldn't understand, and there was even a hint of fear. Seeing his expression, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but sneer. Hey, stop blabbering, it's annoying. Damn it, just stop being so incompetent and furious. What do you have to be proud of with just a higher level than me? While saying this, the boy also shot a regular beast bone bullet, but the latter, now like a startled bird, no longer had the courage to use his sword to block. Moreover, he was still under the armor break status. Of course, during these 3 seconds, 2 breaths passed, and Chun Ichuan couldn't do much for the time being. Unless the timing and location were right, it would be hard to take advantage of. After dodging this shot, Lu Yunpan no longer recklessly advanced. After a few breaths, he retreated back to the temporary camp, and as soon as he arrived, he said to the few people beside him, "What are you waiting for? Let's attack together and take down this group. Jiulong City is almost ours." In a short time, the Western 011 stronghold had more than the 3 people Tao Yi mentioned. Counting Lu Yunpan, there were a total of 6 people, including 2 professionals. High combat power generally refers to those with high fighting strength, not all of whom are professionals. Lu Yunpan, for example, was just a high-level player. He could use spiritual power only because he learned relevant skills. Hearing Lu Yunpan's words, a few people from different factions exchanged glances and nodded. The sky was dark, and the updates were about to stop. Once Jiulong City occupies the job change holy altar and has more professionals, their current momentum will definitely be suppressed. Their activity range will only get narrower. Moreover, there's also Jing Cheng's death order. Let's fight. The group of high combat power was about to attack, but Chun Ichuan was not worried. Instead, he was pleased. However, after a moment of thought, he said to the few high combat power members of Jiulong City beside him, "Don't attack yet. Draw them to a place with more people." "Can we do that? How big do you want to play?" One of the high combat power members expressed some concern upon hearing this. After all, there was even one inside who was higher level than him. If it weren't for the blood surge array, he might have already been defeated in the process of fighting the opponent before Chun Ichuan arrived. It's possible. Chun Ichuan was not being arrogant. He was at least 80 confident. Besides, if this strategy doesn't work, there's no need to defend the altar. The high combat power member fell silent after hearing this, because it was indeed the case. The final defense battle for the altar would inevitably lead to a wave of group attacks. It was something they would experience sooner or later. Moreover, if it really developed to the last moment, Jiulong City might not be able to hold on. In terms of average strength, in a war of attrition, Jiulong City undoubtedly ranked first, but in terms of high-end combat power, it was lacking. After all, resources were limited, but the number of people dividing resources was much higher than other factions. Moreover, Yu Zhanfeng didn't use the soul-sucking worm method. It was completely open. If you wanted to spin the wheel, you had to rely on your own ability to get it and then draw lots to improve combat power. With this, resources were bound to be dispersed, and there were no stocks to speak of. And as the battle progressed to this moment, it was all about high combat power. The sad thing is that without the blood surge array, Jiulong City might not even last half an hour. After confirming the strategy, Chun Ichuan also shouted in the team channel, Chen Yichuan. Yu Zhanfeng, Dragonhead, how's the front line shrinking? Not long after, there was a reply in the channel. Yu Zhanfeng, 200 meters in front of the main camp. That old man Jingcheng is also there. Chen Yichuan. Great. I'm coming. Chapter 65. It's me, you're. No matter how you put it, it has only been 29 days since the life-devouring event began, and players have only had a little over 3 weeks to understand the gameplay. How many high-level players could that generate? Referring to levels over 10, the ones gathered here in Jilong City are almost 70 of the high-level players in Jiangnan. To put this ratio into numbers, that's 34 players. There have been a total of 48 recorded, and now, out of these 34 players gathered in Jilong City, more than half are at the forward base due to the tactics set by Chen Yichuan and Yu Zhanfeng. As the game update enters its last hour, do you really have to make a fuss over this? At the front, Jing Cheng's expression darkened, and he said, "The transfer altar is of great significance to all humanity, not something you in Jilong City can monopolize." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng laughed. "You shameless old man, you couldn't break through the first time, couldn't get in the second time, and now that time is running out, you want to play the sympathy card? What is the difference between your move and that surname Ma? You." Jing Cheng was suddenly speechless. How could this Yu Zhanfeng compare him to that fake? Ridiculous. Since reasoning doesn't work then, let's take it by force. This time, as soon as Jing Cheng's words fell, a clear youthful voice interrupted him. "Old man, weren't you planning this from the very beginning?" Jing Cheng instinctively retorted. "Where did this young brat come from?" "Your mouth." But at this point, his words came to an abrupt halt, for in his eyes appeared the figure that had kept him awake for several nights. "It's you." Just as the old man's voice stopped, a furious shout came from behind. "Chen Yichuan, don't run." Upon hearing this name, Jing Cheng glanced at the young face before him, and combined with the name that the system had announced 9 hours ago. At this moment, everything clicked into place. "It's you. It's actually you." Time rewinds back to the beginning of the great transfer version. Jing family's villa finally appeared. The altar. Chen Yichuan. Taking away the fortune of the Jing family, even if I die 100 deaths, it would be worth it. Master, the altar should belong to us. Yes, even the location of the altar was obtained by us. Yet in the end, it benefited that brat named Chen Yichuan. Indeed, the map and details of the unknown ruins number 1 were obtained by the Jing family during a lottery draw. That compass was the key. So they knew that the cracked earth giant python was just a guardian, and it had to die for the location of the ruins to be revealed. And the compass was the key. Therefore, after finding the cracked earth giant python, the Jing family lured it to an area detectable by human radars and quietly spread the news. If they hadn't done this on purpose, how would the Liu family know about the existence of the cracked earth giant python? A Lord-level beast was enough to attract the attention of all players near the ruins. Whether family forces or scattered players, they would all be drawn there. Once the Lord was killed, the Jing family, which was guarding the ruins, would be the first to rush over for exploration. But who would have known that there would later be such a program called Encounter, with Jing Xin the team exposing the encounter, and someone sharing the experience of prying open the old ruins lock. What's even more absurd is that a reincarnated saw all of this. Jing Cheng listened to the words below. His frustration had nowhere to vent. Enraged, he said, "You still dare to speak?" One of the 4 who appeared outside the stone altar that day must have been that Chen Yichuan. Yet in the end, not one of them was able to be captured. The crowd lowered their heads helplessly, not daring to respond. But in their hearts, they also had a feeling of MMP. Didn't you lose track of 2 as well? How dare you say anything to us? You shameless old man. Yes. After that chase of Chen Yichuan was blocked by Luo Shiyu, Jing Qing ended up losing track of even Luo Shiyu and had to return empty-handed. After all, the forest was so big, and there were countless beasts, including several lords, making it very difficult to track. This was Jing Cheng's self-justification at that time. Gather people, head to Jiulong City. It's you. Jing Cheng's fury erupted completely at this moment. If it weren't for Chen Yichuan, why would he bother with all this? Although he might end up being the one guarding the altar, at least he wouldn't be this passive, right? Yes. It's me, your hero little Yichuan. Everyone nearby. What kind of ancient relic is this? Chen Yichuan has never been a serious person. It was just the resentment from his past life and his circumstances as a life-devouring maggot when he was reborn that suppressed his true nature. Now, starting anew with a designated divine hanging over him, his mindset was naturally different. And at this moment, Lu Yunpan, who was closely following, also rolled his eyes, knowing that Jing Cheng had some grievances with Chen Yichuan. Uncle Jing Cheng, and his father Lu Tianyuan were contemporaries, so calling him Uncle Jing was not out of place. But just as he finished speaking, noise, pun, as Chen Yichuan's slingshot flexed, a cloud of black smoke suddenly exploded beneath Lu Yunpan's feet. The next moment, the others collectively, ugh, what is this? It stinks. On my eyes. Get away, quickly scatter. Old 8. My 8th uncle, please stop using your powers. Pwah. With the situation developing like this, Yu Zhanfeng also found it hard to understand, turning his head and couldn't help but ask, Kid Shun, what did you throw over there? It's nothing. Just my special fish roast sauce. Tao Yi scratched his head, but they were shouting that it stank. Isn't fish roe supposed to be fishy? What I meant was the sauce from the fish intestines. Then isn't that just shit? Ugh. I mean, there's no need to be this disgusting. Yu Zhanfeng's face was full of disdain. I might not be able to help but hit him later. But to be fair, well done. You scoundrel. Playing dirty. Huh. Jing Cheng roared in anger, finally unable to resist charging out of the black fog, heading straight for Chen Yichuan. Behind him, all the high-level players from the Jing family also charged out. Not for anything else, it just truly stinks. Seeing this, Yu Zhanfeng was about to step in to stop them. After all, the only one who could fight Jing Cheng here was him. With both of their levels close to 20, Jing Cheng was level 19, and Yu Zhanfeng was level 17. But the latter was a fist master, skilled in the application of strength, which made him stronger than Jing Cheng. This is the advantage that professionals have. Otherwise, the transfer altar wouldn't have attracted the entire Jiangnan settlement to gather here. But before Yu Zhanfeng could make a move, Chen Yichuan acted first. He seemed to be waiting for this moment. Sleeve of the Universe, Twisted Roots. Chapter 66 Feast. Just as the young man finished speaking, Jing Cheng and the others suddenly collided head-on with a patch of green vines that surged out from the stinky smoke. Like a wall, making it hard to avoid. Green vine binding, LV1, gathers with element energy to quickly create a vine forest 15 meters long and 8 meters wide in front. The vines are controlled, can bind, and can also serve as a defensive green wall, can regenerate once after being cut. The defense power of the vines is 1 times that of the caster's mental attribute. Skill spiritual energy consumption, 210 points. Skill cooldown time, 10 seconds. Not bad. This vine forest is one of the basic skills of Frog's 8 elements, green vine binding. As soon as the vine forest appeared, the young man's palm clenched into a fist to bind. This is called Chuan borrowing Frog's move. The protagonist Chuan was very familiar with it, just like using his own skills. From the emergence of the vine forest to the binding, it took less than 2 seconds. And none of the high-level warriors on Jing's side, including Jing Cheng, could react in time. By the time they thought to dodge, their hands and feet were already tightly bound by the green vines. What is this? Damn it. Chen Yichuan, if you have the ability, don't play such despicable tricks. Fight me fist to fist, you bastard. I quit, I'm out. The ground was covered with green vines. And not only was Jing's side flustered, but the people on the Zhoulong city side were also dumbfounded. Wow, what the hell is this? Hey, magician. Damn your mother's magic. This is magic, right? You can say whatever you want, why curse? Since the arrival of life devouring, players' understanding of spiritual plants was less than 1. How could they have encountered such a situation? Frog's green vine binding was a tender sprout taken from a spirit vine king that had just sprouted in the old forest of Yu Mountain, combined with other auxiliary materials to cultivate it. Speaking of which, it was thanks to that old thief Jing Cheng's relentless pursuit. And at this moment, quit. The young man ignored his side shock and jumped straight to a high point. Once your inner greed arises and you come to this place, you can no longer quit. Special bullet, endless toxicity bullet. Crafted item, 1-time consumable, made by mixing several spiritual plants and fierce beast toxins. Can be used as crossbow bolts. about bolts, or thrown items. Effect analysis. Upon touching the ground, it will generate a large area of biological toxic smoke, causing poisoning effect to those who contact or inhale it. Lasting 6 seconds. Poisoning reduces 8 of health value per second, potentially fatal. Rated damage. None. Level restriction. 10 are activated with spiritual power. Crafting process. Yellow. Excellent. The purple-black thick smoke exploded in an instant, filling the entire vine forest, followed by poisoning. Lasting 6 seconds. Poisoning. Poisoning. A large number of poisoning entries sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and the purple-black damage kept popping up. Losing 8 of health per second was no joke, not to mention the discomfort of being poisoned. At this stage, players had little poison resistance. A 6-second poisoning time and 8 poisoning damage meant they would basically suffer the full effect. Most abnormal states have resistances, which can be called tenacity. The higher the corresponding resistance value, the shorter the time the body endures when experiencing the corresponding abnormal state, and the lower the damage taken. Hurry! Get out of this area. With vine binding and poisoning appearing one after another, who knows what else will come next? Upon hearing this, everyone wanted to use swords to cut the green vines, but their hands and feet were bound. How could they cut? Unless they forcibly broke free with strength like drink. Inside the vine forest, a loud shout was heard, and a vigorous figure burst into the air, seemingly breaking through with brute force. But waiting for him was, "You can jump. Sleeve universe wild, sand burying life." Swish! Chun Chuan, who also jumped into the air with his feet, waved his hand, and a wave of yellow sand fell from the sky. Due to its abrupt appearance, the just emerged Jing Chung was directly blinded by the dust. Wow! He let out a loud cry, and his body fell as if it had lost support, leaving behind a line of entries in the air. Blindness. Lasting 10 seconds. Sand got into his eyes. He couldn't avoid being blinded, and a 15 probability forced him to 100. The people still poisoned below completely broke down, knowing there would be other surprises. This person is simply a demon. We are all using swords to chop and cut, at most using some skills for a dash or slash. You directly throw AoE? At least be a person. And Jing Chung, who fell back into the vine forest, was soon bound by the vines again, this time not just his hands and feet, but also his neck, body, thighs. He was almost wrapped into a green zongzi. Jing Chung screamed, but he couldn't use any strength at all. Watching this scene, Yu Zhanfen couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't withstand such a situation either. What kind of methods does this Chun Chuan have? It's too outrageous. Frog, well done. Chun Chuan praised Frog in his heart. Let him run. If I don't tie him up tightly, wouldn't it be a waste of the skill that the master found for me? Chun Chuan chuckled in response. But this is only for now. Once players start to have various abnormal resistances, the impressive path won't be so easy to walk. In fact, this time was just catching them off guard. After all, they had never seen such attack methods. Next, in midair, Chun Chuan once again drew his bow fully. Special bullet, earth lava. Among the special bullets that Chun Chuan had created, in terms of damage and impact, the earth lava bullet was the best. When a small black dot rapidly enlarged in front of him, below, all the high-level warriors who were bound were stunned. One of them, driven by a strong desire to survive, temporarily broke free from the green vines, but unfortunately. Boom! In an instant explosion, it ultimately turned the vine forest into a sea of lava fire. Reaching a momentary fire and earth element damage 10 times Chun Chuan's mental power, many people's bodies displayed terrifying damage entries, and 2 even died directly. Damage caused by spiritual power cannot be resisted solely by defense. Defense can only reduce 30 of the spiritual power damage, and that only when the defense value exceeds the damage of the spiritual power output. The rest, how much the spiritual power can block, it blocks. If it can't block, it can only obediently take the damage. In simple terms, defense is physical defense, which can only offset part of the damage caused by spiritual power. Acting on the body, only mental power can have the effect of magical defense. In the previous life, it was only after realizing this that players gradually began to value mental attributes, and clearly, that was not the case now. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 67. Kill Lu Yunpan. The stench, the vines binding, the poison, the sand throwing, and finally, a volcanic eruption. In just a few seconds, everything they experienced was unprecedented. They just wanted to ask, what kind of devil's feast is this? Are the skills truly limitless? Is this really human? Are we really in the same world? Are we truly playing the same game? I can't take it anymore, I really can't. Run, run. Ahamam. A few high-level players from the Jing clan, who were lucky enough to have some mental fortitude and higher defenses, managed to withstand this round of attacks, but nearly crawled out of the lava area, quickly retreating. The fear and panic on their faces seemed as if they had just walked through the gates of hell, staring ahead and not wanting to approach even half a step. This impression was truly deeply etched into their bones. At such a time, retreating was like a rolling stone down a mountain. Once the first stone rolled, the second, third, it couldn't be stopped. In no time, among the original 10 high-level warriors of the Jing clan, only 7 remained, including Jing Cheng and Lu Yunpan. By this moment in the job change sanctuary battle, the outcome seemed to have been decided in advance. Even if Jing Cheng wanted to snatch it, he would probably be powerless. Looking at the remaining time, 0 hours, 46 minutes, 57 seconds. The night moon hung high, and this battle was finally coming to an end. Of course, this did not mean it was over. The countdown reaching 0 would only mark the beginning of another prolonged battle. Let me go, let me go. Jing Cheng, unable to move, ultimately conceded. Even though he still had half his health, he understood at this moment that if Chun Yichuan did not stop, he would eventually be ground to death. Lu Yunpan also shared this realization. However, he did not plead for mercy. Instead, Chun Yichuan, if you want to kill me, then I won't let you off easily. Bound by the vines, his eyes turned blood red at that moment, as if he had activated some irreversible enhancement. Then, with a crack, his upper body expanded, tearing apart his clothes and breaking the vines binding him. As his muscles swelled, he simply left nothing behind. Among the remaining high-level warriors of the Jing clan, there was a woman who blushed at this scene and turned her head away with ATCH. Some muscles, even if they swell, don't help in combat. Just a sore sight. Jing Cheng twitched his mouth. This kid should just admit defeat. On the other side, Chun Yichuan also twitched at the corner of his eye. It turns out Hulk's shorts were just to sell more movie tickets. You still have time to joke? That big guy looks tough to deal with. Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but comment. In reality, Chun Yichuan was just saying this casually. His thoughts were becoming quite serious. The Lu family could rise, surely for a reason. Was it an enhancement acting directly on the bloodline? However, the side effects should be considerable. He speculated in his mind that if it were not so, Lu Yunpan would have used it from the start. Meanwhile, Lu Yunpan's transformation was nearing its climax. He raised his head, his crimson eyes glaring directly at Chun Yichuan. Chun, Yich, Yuan, ah. However, the only response to his mad shout was a beast-tooth bullet. Ding. With a crisp sound, the giant Lu Yunpan's head was struck to the left by the beast-tooth bullet, leaving only a shallow scratch. The boy's actions undoubtedly enraged him. Before his roar faded, his massive body leaped like a frog, and as he landed, he directly used his sword to pierce the ground, sending a massive amount of debris flying toward Chun Yichuan. Chun Yichuan was about to dodge. Tang Shou crashing mountain fist. As the words fell, Yu Zhanfeng, slightly crouched, unleashed a punch that formed a chi wall, blocking all the debris. What the heck? Is this hitting a cow across a mountain? Chun Yichuan was shocked at this scene. His impressive experience was quite overwhelming, but in terms of coolness, it still had to be Yu Zhanfeng's style. That punch, cool. It wasn't so mystical. It was just a punch hitting the front spirit wall. The boy fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Is there a difference between the two? However, reality did not leave them much time to rest. Seeing his attack blocked by Yu Zhanfeng, Lu Yunpan charged again without hesitation. This time, he directly cracked the ground, leaping into the air 7 or 8 meters off the ground, revealing. Oh, so you don't take my slingshot seriously? Chun Yichuan instantly drew his bow. Special bullet adaptive version Thunder Light Piercing Bird. Flying saucers are what I'm best at. Whoosh zap. Oh, ha ha. The giant Lu Yunpan in midair felt as if half of his life was gone in an instant. losing momentum and crashing down to the ground. The so-called fatal strike was nothing more than this. Minus 63. Armor piercing. Lu Yunpan's spirit is lower than Chen Yichuan's, so armor piercing applies. Fatal weakness. Minus 5,307. Weakened. Fatal strike. Penetration. Minus 2,653. A stack of damage notifications piled up, and Chen Yichuan's smile turned cold. Everything the Lu family owes me was due for some interest. With that, a metal round bullet was also shot from the slingshot. Special bullet Heavenly Falling Heart. Heavenly Falling Heart bullet. A crafted item, one-time consumable. The shell is made of hard meteorite iron. Sealed within is a volatile combustible material. Can be used as a crossbow bolt or bow bullet. Effect analysis. Upon hitting the target, the volatile material inside will ignite quickly and break through the meteorite iron shell, generating a strong thrust to spiral forward. And due to its sharp tip, it can pierce through hardness like iron, simultaneously causing armor-piercing effect, lasting 6 seconds. Armor-piercing. Defense value becomes ineffective. Rated damage. Instant damage upon hitting the target is 5 times the shooter's strength attribute. Level requirement. Above level 8. Crafting quality. Yellow. Excellent. Boom. The metal round bullet had just hit when the volatile material within immediately exploded, forming a brilliant flame flower in its spiral. The impact of the slingshot and the flames even prevented Lu Yunpan from falling, and finally, Pon. The flame flower penetrated his massive body, and the blood that sprayed out was instantly burned into black carbon. Minus 1,695. Armor-piercing penetration. Minus 2,653. Kill. The reason Chen Yichuan chose this special bullet was that it dealt physical damage, with no relation to spirit attributes. And since Lu Yunpan was in an armor-piercing state, physical damage could fully hit. Puff. Lu Yunpan thus perished. Chapter 68. You're too lucky. I'm afraid when the massive body fell from the sky and remained still, the morale on the Jing family's side completely deflated. However, not long ago, the family head, Jing Cheng, had already admitted defeat. What else was there to hold on to? A loss was inevitable. In fact, if it weren't for that guy, Chen Yichuan, taking charge, the outcome could have been very different. After all, in the previous life, the Transmigration Sanctuary was operated by multiple families, not just one. Looking at Lu Yunpan, who lay on the ground and had reverted to his original form, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This is just the beginning. Before long, several soldiers returned with the items from Lu Yunpan's body. Mr. Chen, this is the opponent's space ring and the sword that fell on the ground. Seeing this, the young man took a deep breath before reaching out to take the long sword. Life Devourer, Drinking Realm, long sword, single-edged sword, made primarily from through countless rounds of tempering, embedded with a core that contains a trace of the world's essence, rumored to have come from the hand of a realm master. Basic attributes: Strength 16, Attack Speed 30, Effect Analysis. Life Devourer. If this sword kills a target, there's a 1 chance to absorb the target's remaining lifespan. If the target is in an abnormal state, this chance increases to 3, and if the target is fearful, this chance increases to 10. Drinking Realm. This sword is not a standalone item and can resonate with any Life Devourer type equipment to enhance the Life Devouring effect. Level restriction. Level 1 and above. Craftsmanship. Yellow. Flawless. Chen Yichuan had seen the attributes of this sword when he first drew it, but now, looking at it again, he felt no excitement. Not only because of his rebirth, but also due to the life-devouring battle body. However, before long, a system prompt echoed in his mind. The drinking realm of Life Devourer has been activated, and the life-devouring effect has been upgraded. The young man couldn't help but be stunned. His life-devouring battle body also counted as life-devourer type equipment. It could activate Drinking Realm. This. Check. Chen Yichuan silently chanted, and the attribute details of Life Devourer immediately appeared. Life Devourer. Drinking Realm 2. If this sword kills a target, there is a 3 chance to absorb the target's remaining lifespan. If the target is in an abnormal state, this chance increases to 9, and if the target is fearful, this chance increases to 30, becomes invalid after removing 1 piece of equipment. It actually increased the probability by 3 times. To put it simply, it's a set effect, right? With Drinking Realm 2, does that mean there will be Drinking Realm 3, Drinking Realm 4, etc.? When he first drew this Life Devourer, Drinking Realm, it was quickly snatched away by the Liu family, and he hadn't thought much about it. Moreover, in his previous life, aside from this sword, he hadn't heard of any other Life Devourer type equipment. Haha, this is a pleasant surprise. Thinking this, the young man also put away the long sword, tossing Liu Yunpan's space ring into his own ring as well. This operation is commonly referred to as space nesting, abbreviated nesting. Afterward, his gaze fell on the remaining members of the Jing family. Under the binding of the vines, these people were all quite obedient. They no longer struggled and waited for Chen Yichuan to come and dispose of them. Head, how should we handle these people? Yu Zhanfeng was taken aback. He didn't expect Chen Yichuan to hand the disposal rights to him. But after a moment of hesitation, he responded, "You decide. I handle it. Of course, these people were captured by you." Suddenly holding the power of life and death over so many people, Chen Yichuan felt a bit unaccustomed. Regardless of his past life or this life, he truly had no such experience. The Jing family, Jing clan, the Tiger of South China, famous in the previous life, ultimately becoming one of the 5 major families in the Longnan Bay City, and now their lives or deaths were in his hands. While he was lost in thought, Chen Yichuan had already walked to the front of the green-wrapped Jing Cheng. He suddenly asked, "How about it, old man? Still want the Transmigration Sanctuary?" Jing Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, but he had no choice but to lower his head. "No, I don't want it." Humiliation, resentment, intense negative emotions lingered in Jing Cheng's heart. As the head of a family and an elder over 50, he had actually suffered a setback at the hands of such a young man, and more so, had handed over his power of life and death. But no matter how resentful or humiliated he felt, to survive, he had to admit defeat. "Don't want it? That's good." At this point, the young man raised his hand, and Jing Cheng and the other high-ranking members of the Jing family showed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. However, what they awaited was not the vines loosening their bindings, but no, suffocating, strangling, neck crooked, pull, break waist. Of the remaining 7 people, Liu Yunpan died first, and now 5 more followed suit. Regardless of gender, body type, height, or appearance, Chen Yichuan showed no favoritism. All must die. It's a pity that the Jing family would later become one of the 5 major families in Longnan Bay City. Strong or lucky, these were all potential enemies. "Sorry, I was too far away earlier and couldn't control it that finely. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to suffer that fate before dying." "Thief, you dare." Boom. A silver spear, a muffled sound, and the cold gleam pierced through the chest of the speaker. Jing Cheng's defense wasn't high enough to withstand Chen Yichuan's strength. Otherwise, even if bound, he would have been helpless. Critical weakness. Defense broken. Minus 13,698. Near death. Critical weakness. Hitting the target's critical weakness. If the defense is broken, the target's health is reduced to 1 point. The heart is undoubtedly a critical weakness. Jing Cheng bled from his mouth and nose, and the fear of death quickly suppressed his anger at the annihilation of his side, his mouth bubbling with blood as he begged for mercy. Spare me. Please let me go. To be honest, we don't have much enmity." Chen Yichuan took out a slingshot. The Y-shaped fork aimed directly at Jing Cheng, "But you are too lucky, and I am afraid." Snap. Kill. Life Devourer. Lifespan increased by 97 years and 199 days. Current lifespan, 119 years and 2 days. Oh, the old man is quite afraid of death. After doing all this, the vine forest lost its meaning. Once frogs stopped supplying spiritual power, it quickly turned into a sky full of spiritual energy dissipating away. All the space rings and weapons were collected by Chen Yichuan. He then returned to the Jiulong city camp. "You told me to handle it, so the aftermath is up to you. Yu Zhanfeng. Everyone, stop staring. Clean up the battlefield." Yes. Chapter 69. Isn't it a bit strange for a ranger like me to know some spells? Half an hour later. Ding, ding, ding. The continuous 3 sounds made the night much more lively. Then, game version update completed. Version number 102, 2028, 07, 19, 21. 51. 55. Game version. Game. Major notifications from the game system are usually announced 3 times in a row. This completion of the system update means that the job transfer altar is officially in use. The era of mass job transfers has arrived at this moment. However, the location of the altar is right in the center of Julong City. This means that to use it, one must join Julong City or obtain their permission, unless you can conquer Julong City and release the altar's usage rights. However, before the players could think about their next plans, the system sent another notification. Congratulations on the game, hot update completion. All players will have their experience points double for the next 72 hours. We hope all players actively engage in the game and seek more version Easter eggs. Congratulations on the game. Congratulations. 72 hours, double experience. Haha. Finally, something exciting has happened. Let us team up for the outer battlefield. We need a ranged attacker. Anyone coming? Ranged? Are you thinking of Peach? How low is the damage of bows and arrows that you need to try again? Are you just scratching the beasts? They won't thank you for that. Damn. Who said that? I've seen someone using a slingshot. Really impressive. In the World Channel, players finally found a way to vent their frustrations. The previous job transfer altar guard battle was indeed a bit oppressive. Although not all players participated, anyone could imagine how intense the battlefield would be. This 3-day double experience is, after all, a breather given by the system to Julong City. At least the player's attention won't be entirely focused on the altar. Julong City, the main camp. In front of the altar glowing with a bluish light, Yu Zhanfeng, Chun Yichuan, and a group of high-level warriors from Julong City were gathered here. The situation that follows will only be more dangerous. Danger can strike at any moment, and attacks could come from any direction. Since we have obtained the altar, we must make use of it. After Yu Zhanfeng briefly opened the meeting, he immediately tilted his head and signaled. Lingfeng, you go first. The one called Lingfeng is Yu Zhanfeng's first assistant. Good. Chun Yichuan naturally had no objections to Yu Zhanfeng's arrangement. The losses in the struggle for Julong City were significant. The casualties were not just cold numbers. Since this was obtained with their lives, it should be used by them. Previously, Yu Zhanfeng had no objections to him directly killing Jing Cheng and others. From his perspective, he would have chosen the same course of action as Chun Yichuan, and would have been even harsher. He had been a soldier and understood that this world needed order. Both the Jing family and its affiliated powers, as well as various second-rate forces, including the Liu family, all belonged to the tumors of order. Yu Zhanfeng only wanted to eradicate them. A world where the strong are respected is indeed powerful. But if the weak have no hope, then humanity will also lose hope. In a truly complete order, the strong need to be strong, and the weak also need hope. But if the tumors are not removed and the parasitic lower classes are not eliminated, a complete order cannot be established. So at that time, even if Chun Yichuan was soft-hearted and did not kill Jing Cheng, he would have taken the opportunity to eliminate that old man while he was still recovering. Back to the main topic. When Lingfeng stepped onto the job transfer altar and pressed his right hand on the stone platform, the originally weak bluish light instantly became dazzling. Immediately after, a panel appeared before his eyes. You can choose from the following professions. 1. Warrior. 2. Mage. 3. Shield soldier. 4. Ranged attacker. Note: 1 selected. It cannot be changed. Just these 4? Yu Zhanfeng looked at the blue panel and couldn't help but ask, implicitly acknowledging that Chun Yichuan knew the inside story. After all, it was he who brought it out. What do you think? No fist master? Yu Zhanfeng was naturally referring to his own profession. A warrior is just that. A fist master belongs to the category of martial artists. At this moment, Lingfeng also received the basic information of each profession and turned to Yu Zhanfeng, saying, Dragonhead, these 4 professions are not difficult to understand. Warriors focus on strength. Mages focus on spirit, shield soldiers focus on defense, and ranged attackers focus on speed. Each profession has secondary attributes, but that depends on the individual. After Lingfeng finished speaking, Chun Yichuan further explained. For example, your fist master is a warrior who specializes in strength and also has a secondary focus on defense to enhance physical constitution. My ranger focuses on speed and also has a secondary focus on strength to enhance damage. Of course, this is all definitional. Any player can allocate points as they see fit based on their own understanding. Just as Chun Ichuan finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng suddenly turned his head. Aren't you a mage? No, but you're not. With those sleeve cannons, sleeve worlds, and Yu Zhanfeng was clearly referring to Chun Ichuan's various attack methods. Just as his voice fell, who said only mages can use those? Isn't it a bit strange for a ranger like me to know some spells? Everyone else. What the hell? Our understanding of a ranger is simply someone who plays with bows and arrows, crossbows, throws spears, or at most, someone who uses a slingshot like you. Who throws a slingshot that can erupt like a volcano or a lightning drill, and then wave their sleeves, casting fireballs, water bombs, and sand tombs. Why not just shout Buddha land in Palm while you're at it? It's ridiculous. In short, just choose a profession based on the attributes you're good at. The corresponding profession will have bonuses in the corresponding main attributes. Ling Feng broke the silence at that moment. Upon hearing this, everyone finally snapped back from their shock. Although it was somewhat different from the imagined wall of professions, it was still better than being a blank slate. After a moment of disappointment, Yu Zhanfeng quickly came to terms with it. In any case, this is something that everyone can use. There is no need for a roulette draw. Let us just keep it simple and not be picky. Yes. Ling Feng continue. Okay. Following the prompt. Ling Feng did not hesitate and pressed on the warrior option. Before this, he had been playing with blades, and his upgraded attributes were basically all in strength. So, of course, he chose warrior. In fact, many players are like this. They either focus on strength or speed. After all, the gains from strength and speed are the most obvious, and they're also the most useful in combat. After Ling Feng selected warrior, you have selected warrior. Detecting physical attributes. Strength qualified. Defense qualified. Speed not qualified. Cannot transfer. Chapter 70, where are you? I want to seek refuge with you. Such a thing. Seeing the prompt box in front of him, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ling Feng, does the prompt say how much speed is needed to change jobs? Ling Feng on the stone platform seemed to have operated for a while. I can see it. I need at least 12 points at this level. Is it related to the level? Ling Feng nodded. I calculated backwards if it's level 1. The warrior's job change requirement is strength 3, and for each level up, the strength requirement increases by 2 points. After level 5, there are requirements for defense and speed, starting at 2, and then 1 point for each level. Plugging in my level, I need 9 points. A simple calculation shows that Ling Feng's level is 12. Dragonhead, I'll come back later after leveling up once more to increase my speed before changing jobs. After speaking, Ling Feng also stepped down from the stone platform. His attributes could indeed change to shield soldier, but since he can choose, why settle for less? Alright, no need to force it. Toei. Upon hearing this, he walked directly onto the stone platform. Without hesitation, he clicked on shield soldier. Brother Chuan, I'll be following you from now on. Chun Ichuan smiled and nodded, welcoming him. You have selected shield soldier, detecting physical attributes, defense qualified, strength qualified. Job change task has been issued. Please check and complete the task to change to shield soldier. Task. What kind of task is it? Yu Zhanfeng was like a curious baby, unable to help but ask every time he saw something different. Not difficult. Kill 3 defensive type ferocious beasts higher than my level and collect materials from them. Indeed not difficult. In the sea area, shrimp, crabs, and turtles can all be considered defensive types. Yu Zhanfeng nodded, with Ling Feng and Tao taking the lead. He also had a preliminary understanding of the job change holy platform. So he said, alright, next one. You have selected warrior. Huaxia Jiangbei. The job change holy platform. Is it there? Under the moonlight, a middle-aged man gazed at the surging river, where many ferocious beasts lurked. The holy platform is not something you and Jiangnan can monopolize. Just as the middle-aged man's voice fell, a sound suddenly came. The sacred beast will grant you support. Go ahead. Only the voice was heard, but the person was not seen. It's not the right time yet. Wait a bit longer. You are very wise. I should not have used the wrong words, right? The owner of the voice was watching the middle-aged man below through a piece of transparent glass, his eyes filled with a playful expression. Then came a complaint. When can I go back? What a hard life. As soon as the words fell, another sound echoed in this space. Just like the earth people say, When the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon a person, they must first sweep out the house. No, it's to tire them, like cattle and horses. Star them. Lose 3 circles. Empty. Just forget it. I can't be bothered with you, you pessimistic guy. Just keep an eye on things. I'm going to squint a bit. Still squinting? Not checking the previous disturbance? Can't check. If you have the ability, go check it yourself. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Chen Yichuan sat up from his tent and let out a long sigh. Recalling his previous life at this time, he was still struggling in the border area, fighting for a couple of the lowest quality white longevity pills. And now, everything feels like a big dream, yet it's also incredibly real. 3 new messages. Dongfang Yinyan, Brother Chuan, will arrive at Jiulong City in 2 hours. Are we going for double experience? The we in this big fool's message probably refers to Hao Zhao. Hao Zhao. Congratulations, Brother Chuan. You found a job change holy platform. Can I shamelessly benefit from it? Chen Yichuan grinned lightly. This Hao Zhao really knows when to be thick-skinned. He isn't a professional. So the job change holy platform is naturally only beneficial for him. Why not take the opportunity? There's another message. Shi Xiao Yu. Where are you? I want to seek refuge with you. All right. There isn't a word wasted in that message, and the intention is clear enough. This also made Chen Yichuan suddenly remember I am still a virgin. Chen Yichuan replied one by one. Got it. I'm also a guest here, Brother Zhao. It's not up to me. Jiulong City. If Chen Yichuan really went to say it, Yu Zhanfeng wouldn't disagree, nor would he say anything else. But just for Hao Zhao, he didn't have to. It's not that he doesn't value friendship. In the end, this guy just helped him by accident. It doesn't even count as a favor. However, not long after he replied, Hao Zhao. Then how about, after we arrive, can you introduce me? As expected, this guy wouldn't give up easily. I'll try my best. After closing the chat interface, Chen Yichuan simply considered the matter of double experience. Utilizing it is a must, but where to use it is important. In any case, the outer battlefield is an unavoidable destination that is much more dangerous than the previous forest. It's absolutely impossible to go alone. A small team is essential, and supplies on the battlefield are also very important. With such thoughts, 2 hours quickly passed. Dongfang Yinyan, Brother Chuan, we've arrived. All right, send a location. Jiulong City, the main camp. Dragonhead. Let me introduce you. These 2 are friends I met somewhere else. Chen Yichuan lifted the camp curtain, and his voice entered simultaneously. Yu Zhanfeng raised his head upon hearing this, and the young man pointed and introduced one by one. Dongfang Yinyan, Hao Zhao. Haha, on behalf of Jiulong City. I welcome both of you. I want to say any polite words. I mainly came this time to ask for a few people to use. Ask for people? Yu Zhanfeng really wanted to interrupt, thinking that Chen Yichuan was bringing people to use the job change holy platform for double experience, right? How can such a good thing be missed? How many do you want? Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang. This character is played by the top player Flying Blue Sky. And that sharpshooter of yours, Tang Bei. You want to be reluctant, right? Damn, you really know how to pick, huh? I only have a few high-level warriors. And you want to take 2 at once? Damn, with the holy platform here, your staff will only increase in number, right? You really can't bear to part with them? Who can't bear to part with them? Take them away, take them away. Upon hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Yu Zhanfeng immediately waved his hand. However, one thing, all 3 of them are good hands in my Jiulong army. So how are you going to take them away, and how are you going to bring them back? Don't worry. In response to such a request, Chen Yichuan had no extra words to say. He could only promise to do his best. However, the people he wanted were not nameless individuals. They were all notable figures from his previous life. Such people might have better survival abilities than him. All right, I want to say more. Everything will go smoothly. Just as he said this, he seemed to suddenly realize something and asked Dongfang Yinyan and Hao Zhao. By the way, speaking of the holy platform, have you both chosen your professions? The holy platform is just empty right now. How about this? No. Chapter 71 People tend to remember some strange things. Hearing Yu Zhanfeng's cryptic remark, Dongfang Yinyan was left dumbfounded, while Hao Zhao immediately seized on the word benefit, almost rushing over to shake hands with the former. Dongfang Yinyan was confused because the statement sounded like, have you eaten? Want to grab a bite? That shouldn't Be a full meal, right? Hao Zhao didn't need to be mentioned. This guy had been harboring this idea even before they reached Jilong City. Two people, two reactions. The latter, however, caused Yu Zhanfeng to subtly furrow his brow. One's instinctive reaction cannot be concealed, even if one can hold back their words. The micro-expressions on their face can betray them in an instant. Nonetheless, he nodded. Of course, it can be used at any time. Although Yu Zhanfeng was skilled at seizing territory, stabilizing the previous Jilong army and establishing the current Jilong city, he was by no means a fool. Chen Yichuan actively brought people to introduce to him, and even if the intention wasn't explicitly stated, the usage rights of the sacred altar still needed to be granted. It was simply emotional intelligence. After all, the transfer of the sacred altar was also brought by Chen Yichuan. Ha ha ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. Where's the sacred altar? Yu Zhanfeng smiled and gestured, then had the soldiers take the two to the sacred altar, while Chen Yichuan stayed back at the main camp to wait for Tao, Yi, and the others. Once the two walked far, Yu Zhanfeng spoke again. Chun kid, where did you find such a top-notch friend? Ah. Chen Yichuan naturally knew he was referring to Hao Zhao and couldn't help but explain. Not exactly a friend, just helped me out a bit before. Remember the favor. Only then did Yu Zhanfeng feel relieved. So, I inadvertently helped you return a favor? Of course, a big-hearted guy. Go away, stop messing around. As the two joked, Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang, and Tang Bei arrived one after another. From last night until now, the three had completed their transfer tasks, and each became different professions. Tao Yi was, needless to say, a shield warrior. Sheng Tianxiang, however, could not escape the fate of his past life, and transferred to a mage. Chen Yichuan still remembered that the owner of this name was a well-known alternative in the Longnan Bay city of his previous life, the magic swordsman, a man who became a mage but had a passion for wielding swords. The last one, Tang Bei, was different from his past life as a warrior, having transferred to ranged attacker, which was also why Chen Yichuan could point him out. After all, this was a different point, and he wanted to know what would happen to Tang Bei. Of course, this could also just be his sensitivity as a reborn person. Now that all three were here, you all know about the double experience. I'm preparing to form a small team to the outer battlefield. Are you interested? Once the three gathered, Chen Yichuan cut straight to the point. I don't need to express it. I'm following you, Brother Chuan. Tao Yi was the first to speak. Following him. Sheng Tianxiang also said, I just transferred, and I do need to train in a more complex environment. No problem. Finally, Tang Bai. Go. Huh. Chen Yichuan didn't react at once. Tang Bei was. This kind of personality? Don't mind him. This guy is a taciturn fellow, but he's actually warm-hearted. You'll know more in the future. Yu Zhanfeng timely interjected to clarify. This was indeed unexpected for Chen Yichuan. However, it was very much in line with the rumors about Tang Bei from his previous life, known as the Silent Sniper. Of course, he didn't play the usual sniper. It was said that he crafted his own heavy artillery sniper. That's right, even though he was a warrior, he indeed had this title in his past life. Otherwise, Chen Yichuan wouldn't have been able to remember this name among countless players. Just like Sheng Tianxiang's magic swordsman, it was due to a distinctive memory point. People always unconsciously remember some strange things. I see. While the few talked, Dongfang Yinyin and Hao Zhao had also returned after receiving their transfer tasks. And surprisingly, they both ended up as warriors. After hearing Chen Yichuan's next plan, the two also expressed their willingness to follow. Dongfang Yinyin didn't need to say much. Ever since the Unknown Ruins #1, he had held a deep respect for Chen Yichuan, only to later join the Liu family's adventure team after losing contact with him. Hao Zhao's purpose was more straightforward. He was almost going crazy thinking about spending money. However, just as they were about to set off, this temporarily formed small team welcomed its final member, Shi Xiaoyu. Enemies, acquaintances meet particularly joyfully. Little fish sister, it's Xiaoyu, the elegant Xia, the girl Yu, and the beautiful Ju. It's little fish sister. Never mind. Thus, the team heading to the outer battlefield was set at 7 members. Team leader Chen Yichuan, ranged attacker ranger, slingshot soldier and mage. Team members: Dongfang Yinyin, warrior undetermined. Swordsman: Hao Zhao, warrior undetermined, blade master. Tao Yi, shield warrior shield. Also a boxer. Sheng Tianxiang, mage magic swordsman. Tang Bei, ranged attacker archer, sniper. Shi Xiaoyu, warrior assassin, rope thrower. The 7-member team was tentatively scheduled to set off in the afternoon, with the destination being the outer battlefield downstream of the Great River, Jiangdong Battlefield. That place was the area with the most exaggerated degree of beast invasion from the sea, due to the large number of sea beasts coming ashore. The groups of beasts that were constantly changing, especially with many amphibious beasts, and new beasts would almost daily be reported. Of course, the opportunities there were also the most abundant. However, danger and opportunity ultimately coexist. In the Jiangnan settlement, in the southern Lu family mansion. You went to the Jiangdong battlefield? Yes. Lu Tianyuan clenched his fists upon hearing this. Chen Chuan, I will avenge Panyer. What you took away, my Lu family will surely reclaim all. Post a bounty for me, 30 white longevity pills, to capture Chen Chuan. If he is alive, the reward will be doubled. Head of the family, ISNT this too. Not too much. Before Lu Tianyuan could speak, a somewhat indifferent, delicate voice suddenly came from the side of the house, and then a girl with a face full of freckles, no taller than 1.60 meters, walked in as the light-blocking glass door opened. Just 30, as long as it's done, don't say double. Triple is fine. Upon hearing this, the person immediately fell silent, but Lu Tianyuan suddenly turned his head and asked, Why are you here? I felt stuffy, so I came out for some fresh air. Where's my brother Lu? Lu Tianyuan glanced over, but said no more, only saying, The double experience opportunity must not be missed. I had someone taken to the South Sea battlefield. The freckled girl was stunned upon hearing this. What did you say? Why didn't you tell me? What if brother Lu gets hurt? Old man, can you afford to pay for it? Lu Tianyuan forcibly suppressed his anger, saying only, It's just on the outskirts. Besides, with your good brother's band-aid, he won't die. I don't care. You have to bring brother Lu back. This. Chapter 72. Beyond the Safe Zone. A defense area of human civilization. The freckled girl disregarded Lu Tianyuan's difficulties and continued to press. I don't care. Bring brother Lu back right now. It's just for gaining experience. There's so many soul-devouring larvae. Surely you can just summon a beast tide? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyuan was completely speechless. Soul-devouring larvae. No matter how you put it, there are still resources, things that are everywhere. Why summon more? But faced with this young lady, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I'll call him back. After that, he quickly changed the subject. But you are willing to pay such a high price for Chen Chuan? Just rolling a few pills, what kind of price is that? The freckled girl pouted. I just didn't expect that guy could still be alive. He was clearly on his last breath. Why not just swallow it down? Lu Tianyuan felt a headache coming on. You are indeed just rolling pills, but the materials are being sought after by my Lu family, right? Even if it's just a white longevity pill, the materials are still hard to find. The only consolation is that the materials can be used to refine more than one longevity pill. On this point, our interests are somewhat aligned. Who says our interests align? Fang Yining directly shot him a glare. Hurry up and call my brother Lu back. Lu Tianyuan. Old man, why are you frowning? It's itchy, just itchy. Jing family courtyard. Dozens of players surrounded the courtyard as dawn broke. And at the forefront was a brown-haired man who appeared to be only in his late 20s. By noon, it had been nearly 6 hours since the courtyard was surrounded. The players gathered here either smiled with amusement or stared intently at the Jing family's women, who were cowering in the corner out of fear, their eyes clearly revealing their intentions. At the main gate of the courtyard, a man in his early 30s had his gaze fixed on a brown-haired man a few years younger than him. When a beam of scorching sunlight pierced his eyes at noon, it seemed to instantly burn away his patience. Jing Sun, how much longer do you plan to hold on? Jing Cheng is dead. The Jing family's 5 claws have perished. The Jing family is no longer what it once was. Do you still not understand? My father has just passed, and you small fry are so rampant. Isn't this too much? The brown-haired man, however, showed no sign of psychological burden, his face filled with mockery. Jing Cheng guarded this riverside mountain range and gained much. He insisted on seeking death by trying to snatch the Transcendence altar. Now look, he lost his life and his family. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Now, It's time for me to take control of this mountain. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 8 Jiang mountain gate and I might consider letting you live. Jing Sun, however, did not believe him at all and only glared darkly. Do you think I'm still in swaddling clothes? If I give you the 8 Jiang mountain gate, will there be any way for my Jing family to survive? Sigh. Finally, upon hearing Jing Sun's response, Yu Dongnan lost his last bit of hope. Fine. If you want to give it, I'll have to find it myself. Saying this, he waved his hand. Kill them all. Women can be played with, but let their lives be spared. Jing Sun glared with fierce eyes. All members of the Jing family, follow me to fight the invaders. The defense battle of the Transcendence Altar yesterday didn't only cause losses to the Jing family. The Lan Xin Pavilion in Feng, a terrace originally belonging to the Jing family, also suffered considerable damage. This directly led to the two forces having to merge into one to withstand the savage beasts while resisting the encroachment of other forces. The other two pavilions, Nahai Tower and Suixiang Pavilion, also suffered varying degrees of losses, but compared to the first two attackers, they fared somewhat better. It can be said that this incident was like reshuffling the deck in the Jiangnan gathering place. Some suffered losses, while others benefited. And our instigator, at this moment, is leading a temporarily formed team, officially embarking on a journey to the outer battlefield. The outer battlefield, places beyond human settlements. This is the concept of the outer battlefield, but it is just a general definition. In reality, the entire Earth is currently divided into several major regions. The outer battlefield is just one of them. The Earth, this server, originally had 71% of its area covered by oceans, now referred to as the BC Forbidden Zone. The remaining land along the edge between the BC Forbidden Zone and the land is called the Landing Zone. Among the remaining 29 of land, originally about 16 was livable for humans. But now, due to the savage beasts, this area has sharply reduced to 5. 69. It is called the Safe Zone, due to different local names. It is also referred to as Paradise or Gathering Place. At least it has not been completely occupied by savage beasts and can still be lived in. The area between the Safe Zone and the Landing Zone, the half closer to the Safe Zone, is called the Buffer Zone, where the density of savage beasts is lower, while the half closer to the Landing Zone is the so-called Outer Battlefield. The plan name is Cultural Defense Zone. This is the defense area of human civilization beyond the Safe Zone. And the last remaining 13 is collectively referred to as the Absolute Beast Domain, simply because those areas have never been suitable for human survival. After the arrival of the soul-devouring, the animals that originally lived in those areas naturally became stronger in the process of natural selection. How strong? At least in the previous life. Chen Yichuan had never heard of anyone being able to survive after entering those areas. BC Forbidden Zone, Landing Zone, Cultural Defense Zone, Buffer Zone, Safe Zone, Absolute Beast Domain. This is the current overview of the map of the Earth server. East of the Great River, downstream, Chen Yichuan led a 7-member team in a Wuling van, charging out of the defense area of Jiulong City, completely ignoring the earlier buffer zone, and heading straight towards the human cultural defense zone by the sea. This is one of the outer battlefields, the Jiangdong battlefield. The downstream of the Great River at the estuary has become a place rarely visited by people, with only occasional small-scale exploration teams appearing and few crowds. Those small-scale exploration teams are, after the arrival of the soul-devouring, the few people who were left in the outer battlefield because they failed to retreat in time to join the main force. Due to their small numbers and low targets, they can better evade savage beasts, and their survival rate is actually higher. The 7-member team set out in the afternoon and arrived at the edge of the Jiangdong battlefield around 4 o'clock, following the remaining road. It wasn't that they didn't continue deeper. It's just they ran out of fuel. Be careful, those beasts have already spotted us and are closing in. Sheng Tianxiang, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. After his class changed to mage, his mental attributes had increased, making his senses much sharper. Chen Yichuan wasn't surprised. This was not the dense forest of the buffer zone outside the Longshu defense zone back then, but a real outer battlefield. What are we afraid of? Every one of them is experienced loot. Get out of the car. Right, let's take them down. Hao Zhao laughed heartily. He was still on his warrior class change task, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Chapter 73 Mastering New Skills. Delayed Spirit Explosion. The ferocious beasts living in the outer battlefield are far more bloodthirsty and frenzied than those in the buffer zone. Their hunting grounds include not only humans, but also other ferocious beasts on their menu, and slaughter happens every moment. For them, humans are a rare tender meat. 7 people got off the Wuling sacred car, and Chen Yichuan reached out to pat it, saying, "Whose space ring still has room? Put the car away. This broken car is out of gas. What do you want to do with it?" It was Shi Xiaoyu who spoke. Although she was puzzled, her body was honest. And with a slight wave of her hand, she stored the car away. Her space ring is of yellow level, which is considered rare at this stage. Yellow level space ring. A cube with a side length of 10 meters. The outer battlefield has everything, including gasoline. Chen Yichuan replied, "Unless you can accept relying entirely on your legs when we need to hurry later, otherwise we have to keep this car." While the two were talking, a small group of ferocious beasts had already crawled up to the team, about 10 meters away. "Be careful." Tang Bei raised his sniper rifle and said indifferently, "It's a saber-toothed shark alligator, a mutated hybrid." Shang Tianxiang took out the great sword from his back, and a stream of spiritual power was already flowing subtly. This guy has indeed chosen the path of the demon swordsman. As for that spiritual power, it is a basic skill after transitioning to a mage. Just like Chen Yichuan's piercer, mage is a spirit releaser, and the effect is also very simple. No matter what weapon is used, even if it's just fists, spiritual power can be released as an attack method. To put it simply, it's like magic damage with a basic attack. Of course, the damage will have a certain increase. Don't underestimate the effect compared to piercer, but the requirements for piercer are not low. Not everyone has the means to easily penetrate targets. Okay? Back to the point. The number of saber-toothed shark alligators targeting Chen Yichuan's group was 13, due to the layer of camouflage scales on their backs. They were hard to spot while crawling slowly. However, their signature sound of "hu, lu," was in stark contrast to that. Not enough to split. Let us see the speed. Just after saying that, Chen Yichuan was quick to react and shot a beast-toothed projectile forward, accurately piercing through the back of a saber-toothed shark alligator's skull at the point where it connects to the spine. A fatal weak point. Defense broken. Minus 4,498. Penetration. Minus 674. Kill. Experience 40. EXP2. 3 lines of text jumped out in succession, and the group of saber-toothed shark alligators became restless because of the death of their compatriot, understanding that this group of tender meat was not easy to deal with. "Damn, Brother Chuan, you caught them off guard, huh?" Dongfang Yinyan couldn't help but complain upon seeing this, and then without caring much, stepped forward with his sword, his lower body showing rugged muscle lines. The next moment, he directly sprang out of Phantom. Phantom 3 swords, the first. It wasn't that he was anxious, but while he was complaining, the rest of the team had already started killing. Don't underestimate the scales of the saber-toothed shark alligator. It is a power-type ferocious beast with some defense, but not particularly high, and it corresponds to the warrior class transition task. Dongfang Yinyan hasn't completed his transition yet. The second, the third, after 3 swords, the tail of a saber-toothed shark alligator was cut off, and the next moment, its neck was also punctured by the great sword. Kill. Experience 36. EXP2, the saber-toothed shark alligator that Dongfang Yinyan killed was 1 level lower than him, so the experience value was reduced by 10, giving him only 18 points. Seeing the scene, Chen Yichuan chuckled. It's just a low-level ferocious beast on the outskirts of the battlefield. The experience gained from killing it isn't much. Sleeve cannon flame explosion. Kill. Experience 80. Dongfang Yinyan. Damn, if the experience isn't much, then don't kill it, Brother Chuan. Leave it for me, okay? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Oh, Big Yinzi was downcast and didn't want to argue anymore. Not long after, all 13 alligators were killed, and everyone had expressions of surplus energy, except for Chen Yichuan, who was resting his chin on his hand. "My damage is still not high enough. I need to get skill." "Skill?" Tao Yi asked from the side. "How do you get it?" "Simple." As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, a premium yellow roulette appeared in his hand. Undoubtedly, it was the reward given to him by the system for achieving the hidden achievement facilitator. The premium roulette produced by the system is of much higher quality than the normal excellent drops. There are 10 options, all positive. Are you going to draw? Shi Xiaoyu suddenly leaned over, her gaze subconsciously glancing at the prizes on the roulette. You, all 10 are good? Tao, no way. Tang Bei, what do you have? The others couldn't help but gather around upon hearing this. But even if all 10 are good, the chance of drawing the skill above is still not high, right? Look at that proportion. It's less than 3, the smallest section. Shang Tianxiang pointed at a certain prize on the roulette and said. However, Hao Zhao waved his hand and said, hey, it's just a 10-year lifespan. There are no garbage prizes. It's good to draw for fun. He said this with a hint of envy. However, at this moment, the youth had already raised the roulette in his hand and shouted, draw with the apocalypse looming, human hearts are hard to predict. Since good things have been brought out, don't keep them on you for too long. As the saying goes, a long night brings many dreams. The next moment, a heavenly sound rang out. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Yellow longevity pill, 1-2. Lord level ferocious beast sky, swallowing purple python, level 7, 3. Bone sculpting flower, 3-4. Condensed light, Yu Moon Tian Quan Ver. -1, 7 static figurine 5. Spirit drive swift boots, 1 pair 6. All attributes 50, 8 hours, 7. Strength, speed 30, 12 hours 8. Existing skill, level 1, randomly 1, 9. Directly master a corresponding profession's new skill 10. 10 barrels of gasoline, 1 ton barrel. The rewards of the roulette vary by level, and their value corresponds to the current stage. Among the 10 rewards, the one that offers the most improvement for Chen Yichuan is undoubtedly number 6, but in the long run, it must be 9. So, there is no need to hesitate. 9. He responded in his heart. The next moment, congratulations on winning. Master a new skill. Delayed spirit explosion. Delayed spirit explosion. Attachment skill. You can add a delayed spirit explosion to ranged physical attacks, such as bows, crossbows, and thrown objects. Effect analysis. After adding delayed spirit explosion, the ranged object will create a spirit explosion 1 to 3 seconds after hitting a target, causing 3 times the damage of the caster's strength attribute. Skill consumes spiritual power. Each addition consumes 50 points of the caster's spiritual power. Skill cooldown time, 7 seconds. As soon as the skill attribute panel appeared, the youth's mind was filled again. Congratulations on hitting the jackpot. Chapter 74 indeed. One cannot always have good luck. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. You may choose one additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. The one with the smallest area must be the grand prize, right? Chen Yichuan quickly checked. 1. 10 pieces of yellow level dark attribute materials 2. Ancient Tang knife, Feng Ho 3. 30 pieces bottle of satiety pill 4. All attributes 20, 3 days 5. Designate a skill to increase proficiency by 50 as soon as the 5 rewards appeared. Chen Yichuan eliminated the first 3 options. The dark attribute materials were not useful at this stage. He wasn't skilled with knives, and he didn't need the satiety pill, 4 and 5. One of the 2, before making a choice. Chen Yichuan waved his hand to check the proficiency of the skills he had mastered. Piercer LV 2, 11. 31. Domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder LV1, 57. 7. Delayed Spirit Explosion LV1, 0. 0. Increasing proficiency by 50 would only be enough to raise domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder to LV2, which wasn't very rewarding. Right now, the short-term attributes were actually better. I choose 4. Reward has been issued. 20 points of all attributes surged into his body, and Chen Yichuan immediately felt a sense of spiritual elevation. Not bad luck. I drew it. Wow, did he really draw it? Next to him, Shang Tianxiang couldn't help but exclaim, just that little bit. Are you kidding me? Of course not. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yichuan directly pulled back the slingshot and aimed at the corpse of the saber-toothed shark crocodile 10 meters away, using just an ordinary pebble. Just as everyone else was curious about his actions, there was a loud pong explosion that drew everyone's attention. Oh my, where did that? Explode. Did it explode internally? The boy retracted the slingshot in his hand and said, just a small trick, nothing to brag about. Everyone. Hey, wait for me. Chen Yichuan ignored the reactions of others and took out a premium yellow roulette again, lifting it to take a look. This one is also good. It has a movement skill. This time, it was Hao Zhao's turn to be curious, but as soon as he leaned over to take a look, goodness, isn't this area less than 1? How could it be drawn? How do you know if you don't try? What if I'm lucky? Chen Yichuan retorted with a smile, then raised the roulette and shouted lightly, "Draw, please specify the prize you want." 1. 5,000 liters of 99 gasoline. 2. 1 Lamborghini supercar, Revuelto. 3. Choose 1 mastered skill, LV14. 999 pure gold watch. 5. Movement skill, light chasing thunder shadow step. 6. Purple space ring, 30 meters. 7. 15 pieces of white longevity pills. 8. 5,000 experience points. 9. Randomly increase the proficiency of 1 skill by 95. 10. Hidden other dimensional made rem. 1. 7 fragments. Among the 10 prizes this time, the one Chen Yichuan was most interested in was actually 10 because he had never heard of it. Moreover, it was actually a hidden prize. Although the life-devouring event had devastated human civilization, it had only been a month. The crystallization of human civilization had not yet been lost in the long river of history. Who is Rem? Chen Yichuan certainly knew. That is a character that exists in virtual works. What would happen if he collected the fragments? Could it be that 7 Rem fragments could summon little Rem? Looking forward in the area on the roulette was only about 0. 3. The smallest one, undoubtedly the grand prize. But I choose 5. Even though 5 was the smallest area grand prize, Chen Yichuan chose it because it had the greatest benefit. As for Rem, he should wait until his own abilities have fully risen before considering it. Since the roulette had already appeared, it meant that there would definitely be more in the future. Congratulations on winning. Mastered new skill, light chasing thunder shadow step. Light chasing thunder shadow step. Movement skill. Chase that light. Leave only that shadow. Follow the light and move as fast as thunder. Effect analysis. You can exert all speed attributes and stack damage for the next attack. For every 1,000 meters moved using this skill, you can stack 50 thunder attribute power damage for the next attack. Doubles if in a thunder environment. Thunder shadow instant movement. Activate your thunder spiritual power to communicate with the outside world, allowing you to prearrange a thunder channel for 1 instant movement. Maximum distance of 300 meters requires a one-time consumption of 30 of spiritual power, no cooldown. Skill consumption of spiritual power. Maintaining movement requires 3 points of spiritual power per second. Skill cooldown time, 75 seconds after. How is it? What did you draw? Seeing Chen Yichuan standing there in a daze for a few seconds, Hao Zhao hurriedly asked. Not bad luck, I drew it. Hearing the boy's words, everyone's expressions seemed to say, can you be any calmer? That's the grand prize, the grand prize. To them, the difference between option 5 with 1 and option 10 with 0. 3 was not that significant. Whether they could see the specific rewards above was irrelevant. After all, they couldn't draw it. All right, next one. Wow, still drawing. The system gave me 3 pieces. Why not draw and let them go stale? The crowd was speechless but could understand. If it were them with 3 such roulettes, they wouldn't be able to resist either. But to be fair, could you not draw quietly? You have to show off publicly. Chen Yichuan chuckled, having obtained attack skills, movement skills, and temporary attribute from the first 2 roulettes, including hidden rewards. The only thing left that could enhance combat power was, please specify the prize you want. 1. Compound dexamethasone ointment 10 tubes 1 box. 2. Kong Shuifu old phlegm sauerkraut beef noodles 1 box. 3. Level up by 1. 10. Purple longevity pill 1. Unfortunately, there isn't any good stuff here, but Chen Yichuan was not discouraged after all. Not every roulette would have good things. But he still chose to draw. Although he wouldn't gain much, he definitely wouldn't lose. 10. The best reward is undoubtedly this purple longevity pill. Congratulations on winning. Purple longevity pill 1. Purple longevity pill. A flawless longevity pill produced by the roulette. Taking it can directly increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Level requirement, 0. Crafting process, purple, flawless. Don't be fooled by the large number of 1,000 years. After all, in his past life, Chen Yichuan had a lifespan of millions of years. This mere 1,000 years really couldn't stir any waves in his heart. Indeed, one cannot always have good luck. Looking at the suddenly appeared purple longevity pill in Chun Ichuan's hand and hearing what he said, everyone present fell silent. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Chapter 75, New Ability. Can I get more rewards by paying with my lifespan? Congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can choose one additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. The purple longevity pill as the grand prize can naturally trigger the hidden reward. 1. Heroic Soul Jade Ring, Huangzhong accessory, ring, used for archery, worn on the right thumb as a hook for the string. 2. Thunderbolt Shells 10 foot 3, strength 30, 7 days. 4. Yellow Longevity Pill Recipe 5. Secondary profession card Alchemist. When the 5 rewards appeared before him, even Shinichuan was momentarily stunned. Compared to this, he would have preferred a straightforward 5-option selection. However, all 5 options, 1, 2, and 5, were excellent. 1 was clearly equipment, and it was the most useful thing for him at the moment, directly enhancing his combat power. 2 was a special shell containing the power of natural thunder, and it was produced by the roulette. Special shells can be refined, and the system will naturally have them, and they're even more powerful. 5 goes without saying. If considering the long term, it must be 5, as the identity of an alchemist was essential for him. With 3 options to choose from, he didn't want to give up any of them. Damn, why can't they be separated? Do they have to be chosen together? Chun Ichuan shouted in his heart, tormented. It was too torturous. At this moment, due to his hesitation, the rest of the team thought he was feeling down and began to complain. No way. This is the purple longevity pill. Purple. Hao Zhao looked at him as if to say, don't even think about it. He was just sure grabbing it. Brother Chuan, you're being a bit excessive. Seriously, not satisfied with the purple longevity pill? Cultivators need to live 1,000 years, but they have to practice to get a stone first. Sai, Tao, Sheng Tianxiang, and Tang Bei expressed their opinions one after another. Then, Shi Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. This wasn't the first time he had done this. Get used to it. I agree. Dongfang Yinyan foolishly seconded. Chun Ichuan twitched his mouth. You guys don't understand anything. Some things you will never understand. Just then, the boys' complaints had barely faded. You can pay 66 years of lifespan to choose 2 hidden rewards, or pay 666 years of lifespan to choose 3 hidden rewards. Huh, there's such a thing. Chun Ichuan was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. He had the ability to designate rewards. As long as he had the capital, his lifespan would only increase. So, paying lifespan to get more rewards was no different from getting them for free. Thinking of this, he directly swallowed the purple longevity pill in his hand. The others could only envy him. Then, I pay 666 years of lifespan and choose rewards 1, 2, and 5. Rewards have been issued to storage space equipment. In the end, it's still worth the life, and it's quite humane. These 3 rewards were all physical items, if he could get them all out. Chun Ichuan was confident he could store them in his spatial ring before anyone saw, but there would always be some movement. Once leaked, it would be a crime of possessing treasures. Among the 6 companions, he had no absolute trust in any one of them. Of course, this included Dongfang Yinyan. Though they were friends in a past life, who knew if sufficient interests would bend him? Some things are better avoided. This way, he could save a lot of trouble. Sensing that 3 items had been added to his spatial ring, Chun Ichuan quickly checked the details. Heroic Soul Jade Ring, Huangzhong. Jade ring sealing a wisp of heroic soul can be worn as a necklace or a finger ring. Wearing it grants the blessing of the heroic soul, gaining attribute enhancements. Heroic Soul Blessing Arrow Piercing the Sky activates the heroic soul to attach itself, increasing the power of ranged physical attacks by 23. 3. Damage increased by 233 and adds a knockback effect. Knockback, guaranteed knockback, consumption and cooldown. Each activation of Heroic Soul consumes 233 points of spiritual power and lasts for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 233 minutes for each activation. Thunderbolt Shells, special shells, one-time consumables. Special ammunition containing the thunder of nature can be used as crossbow bolts, arrow ammunition, or thrown objects. Effect analysis. Upon hitting any target, the natural lightning energy contained within will be instantly released, creating a temporary lightning strike domain. And the natural lightning will automatically lock onto targets within the domain, causing significant lightning damage. Rated damage. This damage is the rated damage of natural lightning, unaffected by the mental attributes of the caster. Level restriction. 10, or activated by spiritual power. Crafting process. Purple, flawless. Secondary profession card alchemist. Using this card allows you to directly change your profession to alchemist and gain related abilities. Level restriction. Level 0. Crafting process. Black, flawless. These 3 items, exchanged for 666 years of lifespan, were undoubtedly worth it. Even if you went for a normal lottery, consuming the same lifespan might not guarantee the same rewards. One word, worth it. Alright, let us continue. Although Chun Ichuan had put them through a wave of torment, the team quickly tidied up the battlefield and continued down the riverbank. They were, of course, moving at the maximum speed of 10 meters per second. No matter how high the density of fierce beasts in this outer battlefield, it was impossible for every area to be filled, as fierce beasts also have territorial awareness. After traveling down the riverbank for about 3 kilometers, a foul, fishy smell suddenly hit them, and on the ground, some severed limbs and broken arms were quite nauseating. In the team, Tang Bei bent down to take a look and said, "There's still warmth, just recently dead." Upon hearing this, Chun Ichuan suddenly thought of something. Everyone spread out. As soon as Chun Ichuan's voice fell, the ground beneath the 7 people's feet suddenly became loose and shook, and just before they all finally left, bang! 2 patches of ground suddenly closed together like the jaws of a giant beast. The violent tremor caused the nearby fierce beasts to retreat in a hurry. Because that thing. Chun Ichuan, who had already switched to the Xuanhai Lingying gun, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn. So there really is a ground jaw monster in the middle and lower reaches? Luckily, we ran fast. The others were still shaken. But the 3 who had come from Julong City showed no surprise, because this ground jaw monster was not uncommon on the Jiangdong battlefield. Just like traps in the forest, it could suddenly spring on you, and if you weren't quick enough, don't even think about meat patties. You might be directly turned into meat sauce. And everything smashed out would be the nutrients for this ground jaw monster. But in the end, this thing is not a certain kind of fierce beast. It is controlled by another existence that governs this ground. Everyone clear out. Sima Dongshi, do you dare to scare me? Sleeve cannon flame explosion. Chapter 76, very handsome. Struck by handsomest, the Earthmouth monster is actually a general term used by players for its attack method. In reality, it is a type of mutated lichen, which has absorbed spiritual energy, also known as spiritual plants. However, those categorized as spiritual plants generally do not possess strong aggression. Their self-defense mechanism often involves attracting nearby, ferocious beasts to protect them. There are not many types that actively attack, and this Earthmouth monster is one of the common varieties in the Jiangdong region. Dense patches of lichened spiritual plants grow a layer of protective coloration, blending in with their surroundings, whether it be land, ruins, or even scattered beast bones. Their roots are intertwined about a foot underground, making it easier for male and female plants to reproduce rapidly while also digging up the ground in the area. When someone or a ferocious beast passes by and they require nutrients, these lichened spiritual plants can channel their power into their roots in a short time, generating a sudden elasticity that propels 2 pieces of ground upwards. The 2 pieces of ground that are propelled will snap shut like a gaping maw, crushing the prey into pulp and extracting its nutrients. The entire attack from start to finish typically does not exceed 3 seconds, resulting in a relatively high hit rate. If it weren't for noticing the slight tremor of the swollen roots in advance, even Chun Ichuan would have suffered. Puff. Chun Ichuan commanded Froggy to suddenly smash down with a fireball explosion, which almost instantaneously ignited the camouflage layer of the lichened spiritual plants, causing the flames to spread immediately. The speed was as rapid as igniting oil flowing on the ground. The numerous damage indicators were ready to drive those with a fear of dense crowds insane. Clearly, the number of lichened spiritual plants was exceedingly high. I can't believe it. Shi Xiaoyu, who had never seen such a scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this?" just a bunch of weeds. Chun Ichuan looked indifferently at the scene before him, and as the flames diminished, he raised his hand again. Sleeve cannon flame explosion. Another shot. This time, the lichened spiritual plants. The earthmouth monster finally couldn't sit still. The entire ground visibly bulged, and suddenly, countless brown filaments erupted from the central area. Be careful. Brother Chuan, that's its main route. Just take care of yourselves, and try to keep your distance. Chun Ichuan certainly knew this, but upon hearing Tao Yi's reminder, he still responded, feeling inexplicably touched. Whether it was sincere or feigned, at least it was concern, right? Most spiritual plants do not move, and their attack methods consist of roots, stems, and leaves. This lichen is clearly included. After the boy's command, he first threw a regular pebble. When fighting ferocious beasts, one must be cautious, no matter what means are used. One should first establish a connection with the ferocious beast to obtain its attribute panel before proceeding with further strategies. This is the best approach. Pong! The pebble hit, and a chunk broke off the main root stem, with damage indicators immediately popping up -830. Chun Ichuan's goal was naturally achieved, but name, mimetic lichen rank, elite, mutated, level, 11 vitality, 10,168 10998 strength, 31 mentality, 42 defense, 19 speed, 2 skills, root dance wilderness illusion, ground absorption combat power, 579 over 10,000 in health, still an elite mutated creature. Tough to deal with, but if I can kill this guy, the experience should be considerable. Chun Ichuan frowned slightly. Should I go for it? Why not? Hao Zhao was already rolling up his sleeves, and before he finished speaking, he directly slashed at the lichen in front of him with his sword. However, the damage that popped up next was not even close to belonging to the elite mimetic lichen. It was evident that only attacking the main root could truly harm it. Is that not working? Tao Yi remarked, that's a patch of mimetic lichen. Of course, it won't work. Not only that, but it wouldn't take long before they could recover. In the Jiangdong battlefield, the difficulty of subduing the earthmouth monster is also the highest. Sheng Tianxiang added, unless you can use ranged means to take out its main root. Hearing this, Hao Zhao became somewhat discouraged. He was playing as a warrior, not to mention that he hadn't completed his job transfer quest. Even if he did, he would still lack ranged methods. Did someone mention ranged means? Chun Ichuan chuckled, and as he spoke, he had already raised his right hand. Bang! I haven't even fired yet. The damage indicators read, -322. Fixed damage, -235. It was me. The one who spoke was Tang Bei. However, the weapon he used. Wait, is that? 99? The M99, a 12. 7mm caliber semi-automatic high-precision sniper rifle, has great power, low recoil, and high shooting accuracy. If full power rounds are used, even at a kilometer away, one could take out an enemy's head. In today's context, non-defensive ferocious beasts below level 20 would find it hard to withstand but one thing. Production has stagnated now. Using one bullet means losing one bullet. The leader really is generous. I'm using steel balls. Tang Bei's expression remained unchanged, and the next moment he pulled the trigger again. Bang! Fixed target, not interesting. Chun Ichuan's mouth twitched, but he instinctively drew his bow to shoot. Pong. Indeed, other people. Only you two can hit the main root in the middle and still complain about the target not being good. Can you endure it? I can't. The one speaking this time was Sheng Tianxiang. Just as his voice fell, he turned the grip of his great sword and fiercely dragged it forward, creating sparks while releasing a sword energy. Spirit release, seal, demon, slash. -117. Other people. What a cringy move. U1S1. It didn't even anger me at all. A flurry of actions, and then the damage was checked. Chun Ichuan. Very handsome, struck by handsomeness. Sheng Tianxiang. Come on, you all fight. Just when the others thought he was complaining, a voice came from his side. Anyway, I've already mixed in for the experience. The four who hadn't caused any damage. All right. So that's how you want to play? Shi Xiaoyu said repeatedly, then grabbed the very end of the rope dart, spun her body half a circle, and threw it hard. Dong. -188. Dongfang Yin. Good job, little fish sister. Are you just pretending? Tao Yi. To be fair, this is a bit frustrating. Hao Zhao damn. In a fit of rage, Hao Zhao picked up a stone and threw it. But unexpectedly, the main root of the mimetic lichen suddenly shook, deflecting Shi Xiaoyu's rope dart tip. Then, a tendril smashed the stone Hao Zhao had thrown and, following the parabolic trajectory of that stone, chased after him and struck him. Pia. Chapter 77. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, a short separation is better than a new marriage. La la la. When Hao Zhao crawled out of a pile of rubble, his face was covered in dirt, and he could no longer hide his indignation. Why me? Why do I have to be hit? Furious, Hao Zhao even considered charging in to fight the mimetic lichen main root for 300 rounds, but he stopped halfway, holding his long knife, because he suddenly realized that the thing was now in a fully activated state, and it could crush him in less than a second. Charging in would be pure suicide, so he decided to let it go for now. All right, no more playing around, time to get serious. Chun Ichuan took the initiative, initially just to obtain the attribute panel, but now that he had the data, he could fight without holding back. The mimetic lichen had 3 skills: Root Whip, Wild Mirage, and Ground Absorption. Root Whip was clearly a physical root strike. Ground Absorption was a healing skill that most spirit plants possessed, but Chun Ichuan was a bit uncertain about Wild Mirage. The population of spirit plants and life-devouring was even larger than that of ferocious beasts. Even though he was reborn, it would be impossible for him to recognize all of them. He could only guess that it was likely a large area effect skill. The specific effects would have to be forced out during the fight. Next, delayed spirit burst. The young man shouted, and, as he released the bowstring, a surge of spiritual power shot through the quiver like a thread. Beast Tooth Bullet. The speed of the mimetic lichen was only 2 points, but that referred to its movement speed. It wouldn't team move at all, and with just 2 points of reaction speed, in Chun Ichuan's view, it was equivalent to 0. A single beast tooth bullet, after applying delayed spirit burst, crashed directly into the root connecting the main root to the ground, and the mimetic lichen didn't have time to dodge. Puff! The bullet penetrated, dealing the base physical damage first, followed by the spirit burst 1 second later. Minus 830. Minus 2,100. Delayed spirit burst could deal 3 times the caster's power attribute damage. Chun Ichuan's power panel was 25 points, with a temporary increase of 20 points and an additional 15 points from the Thunder Sea Spirit Bow, totaling 70 points of power. The base damage was 700, and 3 times that was 2,100. With over 10,000 health, it's not that hard to hit. Wow. Dongfeng, Yin Yin exclaimed, Brother Chuan, is this your new skill? But before he could finish praising, there was no time for flattery. Retreat. Tang Bei, holding the M99, fired a steel ball bullet, using the recoil to quickly retreat over 10 meters until he reached a higher point of rubble. The others were also quick to distance themselves. It turned out that after Chun Ichuan dealt nearly 3,000 points of damage to the mimetic lichen with 1 shot of delayed spirit burst, the immobile creature seemed to go insane and began to grow wildly. It couldn't move, but it could grow, right? If given enough nutrients, it could cover the entire planet. It was only a matter of time. Originally, a roughly 20-meter diameter area had now expanded to over 30 meters. It sounded like it only grew 10 meters, a 50 increase, but in terms of area, that was more than double. The wildly growing branches of the mimetic lichen, once their roots penetrated the surface, quickly absorbed spiritual power and drove the roots deeper. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, a short separation is better than a new marriage. They all wanted to dig deeper. Chun Ichuan finally reacted. This was probably the mimetic lichen's second skill. Wild Mirage. Area expansion was just the first step, and at this point, there was no retreat. Attack the ground to prevent this thing from rooting. Quickly. Good. Everyone responded in unison, especially the 3 from Jiulong City, who quickly realized that if the mimetic lichen was allowed to grow and root freely, that mouth would become too large to handle. The moment Chun Ichuan warned, he no longer held back, quickly grasping a ground rift lava bullet and shooting it down after fully drawing the bow. Minus 2073. A sea of fire erupted, and the instant damage from the explosion was 10 times Chun Ichuan's spirit attribute. He originally had 9 points, and with the temporary increase, it multiplied to 290 points. Unfortunately, the main attribute of the mimetic lichen was also spirit, and its original 42 points seemed to have doubled under the influence of the skill Wild Mirage, allowing it to withstand quite a bit of damage. Such a large instant damage caused the mimetic lichen to focus all its hatred on Chun Ichuan, and its fine roots lashed out like whips. No matter how fast the young man was, he couldn't avoid being hit. However, after a short while, the lava flow from the ground rift lava bullet turned many of the roots to ashes, leaving them devoid of vitality. The fire resistance of spirit plants, except for special cases, generally didn't exceed 85. This burning was unavoidable. The damage entry of -330 popped up consecutively 7 or 8 times. In the burning state, 3 of health was lost every second, and in addition, strength and speed were reduced by 50. Indeed, burning plants requires fire. Not far away, Tao erased the shield he was about to smash down, and upon seeing this scene, he froze in mid-air, feeling that they were a bit unnecessary. Hao Zhao's raised knife also halted midway, his eyes glued to the lava flow from the ground rift lava bullet. Wow! Stop! Don't lie down yet. Zhulong City's nest isn't enough. We don't have any left for ourselves. Sheng Tianxiang quickly shouted to stop. This was just basic practice. Sit. No, stand properly. Dongfang Yinyan. What do you mean stand properly? Brother Chuan, when did you learn this skill? I've known it for a long time, Tang Bei replied expressionlessly. Actually, I wanted to ask when the fireball came out of your sleeve, just now. The third person, Shi Xiaoyu, who had never seen the ground rift lava bullet, quickly followed up with, what exactly are you? Chun Ichuan. I'm not a thing from the East. You are the thing. Your whole family is a thing. I'm a human being, Shi Xiaoyu retorted naturally, from the Suo, Dongxi suburbs. The lichen has retracted. Take the chance now. Perhaps due to his sharpness as a sniper. Tang Bei was always the first to remind everyone of the current situation, and each time he spoke, he would fire a steel ball from the M99 in his hand. He was a ranged attack class, and after changing jobs, he had a class-exclusive skill called Bombardier. The fixed damage entries he previously dealt were brought by this exclusive skill. At this point, someone might wonder, shouldn't it be Piercer? No, Piercer is a unique skill of the Ranger, not of ranged attack. In simple terms, a Ranger is a ranged attacker. But a ranged attacker isn't necessarily a Ranger. Seeing the mimetic lichen retreat, Chun Ichuan certainly wouldn't allow it. This was a mutated elite monster. It was valuable. He want to leave? Not so easy. Special bullet, Thunderlight armor piercing. Chapter 78. The man bathed in thunder and lightning, inflicting over 10,000 damage. -15. The lightning-piercing bullet hit, and silver currents immediately pierced through like a spear. The inherent damage from a mental attribute wasn't high, but it had. Penetration. -1,649. Penetration damage. At LV2, a penetrator inflicts 15 of your health directly as long as they cause a penetrating injury, regardless of how thick your health is. Equally applied, all beings are equal. After being injured again, the main root of the mimetic lichen had already dropped below 30 health, entering a kill danger zone. In the next moment, the desperate creature flailed its roots, not only attacking Chun Ichuan, but also stimulating some ordinary mimetic lichens to grow rapidly, wanting to form a wall to block the attack. This speed was not slow, so it appeared as if a green wall was visibly rising before one's eyes. Following that, the mimetic lichen used its third skill, Absorb Ground, with thick roots bursting forth in fine threads, crazily drilling into the ground. Meanwhile, its health was also recovering rapidly. It was regaining 1,000 points per second. In just 3 seconds, Chun Ichuan's 2 bullets were wasted. This thing was a bit of a cheat. Shi Xiaoyu frowned. Having a lot of health was one thing, but recovering that fast was something else. Bang! A steel ball suddenly passed through the green wall, but Tang Bei, who fired, shook his head slightly. It could penetrate, but the main root had hidden away. It was as if he hadn't hit anything. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Taoyi asked. Sigh. Chun Ichuan sighed at this point. He initially wanted to keep a low profile, but it seemed he had no choice but to show off. Just as the 2 sounds rang out, Chun Ichuan suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Domain: Moon Lake Silver Thunder. A lightning domain with a radius of 3 meters suddenly unfolded with his light shout, and the parts of the mimetic lichen at the edge of the domain were instantly turned to charcoal. He let you experience what it means to be the man bathed in thunder and lightning. As his voice fell, the youth directly took out a silver spear and strolled closer to the growth area of the mimetic lichen, and every time the edge of the domain touched the lichen, the lightning attack would come as promised. Occasionally, a lightning bolt would strike down, smashing the green wall formed by the lichen. Unfortunately, since most lichens were around levels 1 to 3, they were just sinking experience for Chun Ichuan. Even doubled, it only gave him 6 to 18 experience points. And what he needed was experience, 4,688 8,000. Sigh, these low-level monsters really don't give much experience. I won't waste time with you. Light chasing Thunder Shadow. As the light shout fell, Chun Ichuan directly used his movement skill with Domain: Moon Lake Silver Thunder, but instead of moving inward, he circled around. His speed was originally 9 points, but now with temporary attributes, his movement could reach a speed of 29 points at its peak, which was 29 meters per second, equivalent to level 11 wind force. That is to say, a typhoon. As he circled, the speed was such that while not entirely invisible, it still stirred up gusts of wind and thunder. The cool breeze also made one feel a bit tingly all over. Is this the Flash? The sudden scene left everyone else present in shock. After all, this speed was somewhat absurd. In the early stages of Life-Devour, movement skills were already scarce, and those who could achieve speeds above 10 were as rare as stars in the sky. Anyone would be dumbfounded by Chun Ichuan's operation. During this time, the youth had circled around the territory of the mimetic lichen countless times, and the lightning damage had stacked to the 5th layer. Just then, he suddenly leapt high using his movement, landing and then jumping into the air. Delayed Spirit Explosion. Triple lightning-piercing bullet. In an instant, a lightning-piercing bullet mixed with silver currents shot down as the youth leaped over the green wall. The delayed Spirit Explosion could stack up to 3 layers, which was an idea he had suddenly thought of. It was because of the description of skill consuming spirit power. Each additional layer consumes 50 points of spirit power from the caster. It's each additional layer, not once per cast. So Chun Ichuan thought, could he stack a few more layers to increase the power of the delayed Spirit Explosion? The fact proved it was possible. As for why it was only triple, the reason was simple. He felt he couldn't hold it anymore. After stacking to the 3rd layer, he felt that if he stacked another layer, the bullet would definitely explode in his hand. That would be counterproductive. Triple delayed Spirit Explosion, plus 5 layers in the lightning environment, Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, and with penetration damage. This shot was bound to be earth-shattering. Despite the lengthy description, in reality, from a moment it shot out to hitting the target, it was merely a moment. The next moment, -22, -830. This was just the first wave of damage in an instant, with the upper damage being mental and the lower damage being physical, the basic damage from the bullet hit. Since the mimetic lichen had slightly higher mental attributes, the first damage was very high, but a bolt of lightning exploded like ripe wheat spikes from the point of impact of the bullet, and in an instant, it pierced through the main root of the mimetic lichen. The stacked 5 layers of lightning attribute power damage, the explosion damage of the triple delayed Spirit Explosion, and the penetration damage of the lightning-piercing bullet. 3 damages erupted simultaneously. -2,768. Lightning attribute explosion damage. -4,982. Triple delayed Spirit Explosion damage. Penetration. -1,650. Overall, the damage had indeed exceeded 10,000. Since the absorb ground ability of the mimetic lichen hadn't fully restored its health, the shot caused a kill. Experience 4,400. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 9. Free attribute points 5. At this moment, not only Chun Ichuan, but also others who had caused damage to the main root of the mimetic lichen received a portion of the experience. However, they did not achieve the kill, so the experience they gained was only about 1/10 of what Chun Ichuan got. Of course, the focus was not on the experience, but on, oh my, Brother Chuan. Tao, he raised his head, looking at Chun Ichuan, who landed hurriedly, then at the gradually wilting mimetic lichen, and couldn't help but freeze. Did he really kill it? Although he didn't get any experience, he had seen the scene of the mimetic lichen dying before. The experience had been distributed. It couldn't be fake. Sheng Tianxiang's face was also filled with astonishment. That was a mutated elite, not an ordinary beast. Tang Bei pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "One day, I too can shoot and kill an elite beast with one shot. There will be such a day." Shi Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, her high ponytail swaying like a daze, one hand on her chest, the other supporting her face. Well, very strong and also very cool. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Jing Family, exiting the stage. This, Dongfang Yinyin and Hao Zhao both looked completely confused. Compared to the other four, they were even more unfamiliar with Chun Ichuan's methods. Between the two, Dongfang Yinyin at least knew a little, while Hao Zhao was truly in the dark. Hee, it's a wrap. With a slightly smug voice from Chun Ichuan, the two finally snapped back to reality. Nearby, Brother Chuan, you're already this strong? Dongfang Yinyin, the big fool, immediately asked, how did you do it? I also want to take down an elite monster with one sword. Previously, when Chun Ichuan had killed a fierce beast with a slingshot, he was merely shocked. Now he had completely upgraded to admiration, just leveling up, practicing until I got this strong. In response to this question, Chun Ichuan simply made something up. What else could he say? I'm using hacks. Huh? No. Dongfang Yinyin clearly didn't believe it, but since Chun Ichuan wouldn't say anything, he had no way to dig deeper and could only stand there, dumbfounded and wanting to speak but hesitating. The three from Jilong City, on the other hand, didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, Chun Ichuan had already given them enough shock in the first few days he arrived in Jilong City. So even if he killed a lord with a slingshot now, they wouldn't be surprised. What couldn't a man who could conjure magma, lightning, and poison gas bombs do? Stop dawdling, dismember it, and then keep moving forward. There is still plenty of time for double experience. As Chun Ichuan spoke, he walked to the main root of the mimetic lichen. The Xianhai dragon chanting spear suddenly thrust upward, revealing a green pearl in the middle of the main root. Without a doubt, that was a spirit pearl that could only be produced by mutated fierce beasts. If this condition wasn't met, even killing a lord wouldn't yield one. But if it was met, even an ordinary fierce beast could produce one. Besides the spirit pearl, the remaining materials were also good, including a yellow roulette with 3 options on the front, reaching the medium quality level. Chun Ichuan wouldn't be selfish, but since he did the heavy lifting, the roulette naturally belonged to him, while the other materials were distributed among everyone. Even the 3 who contributed almost nothing still received a share, albeit a small one. Let us go. Continue forward. Not long after Chun Ichuan and the others left, about 300 to 400 meters away from their location, a group of men cautiously revealed their heads. Boss, confirmed. He is the one with the moving 300 years. A yellow-haired man with a pompadour said excitedly. Just as his voice fell, the man he referred to as boss scolded. Nonsense. Those 30 white longevity pills are at most exceptional, randomly adding years like that. If luck is bad, it could just be 30 years. Isn't that too unlucky? The pompadour yellow-haired man thought the boss was being a bit pessimistic, randomly adding 1 to 9 years. How could every one of them be the minimum of 1 year? Whether it's unlucky or not has nothing to do with us. Mei Tianfu's tone was indifferent. After all, we're just here to scout the path, report the information to that Southeast Society. They at least provide ready-made things. Furthermore, even if you want to go solo, you should consider your capabilities, okay? He was referring to the scene where Chun Ichuan had just instant-killed the mimetic lichen. Hearing this, the pompadour yellow-haired man shivered all over and finally gave up. All right. The Jing family's courtyard. A siege had ended several hours ago, and the Jing family plaque at the entrance of the courtyard had been knocked to the ground, shattering into pieces. The once mighty tiger of South China, the Jing family, had early exited the stage due to Chun Ichuan's influence. Of course, they were just a tumor of the new order, and exiting was just exiting. In the main hall of the courtyard, Yu Dongnan propped his chin on one hand, listening to his subordinate's report. Understood. After roughly understanding the progress of the situation, Yu Dongnan waved his hand, signaling that subordinate to step back for the time being. Then, glancing at the distant sky, he said, "Sir, you heard the matter clearly. How do you want us to proceed?" After a while, the side door of the main hall was suddenly kicked open. "What kind of broken surveillance is this? I can't even hear the sound." Yu Dongnan's mouth twitched, cough. Maybe it wasn't equipped with a microphone, so I'll repeat it. The man who rushed in was about 50 years old, with a neat crew cut and strands of silver hair, looking somewhat pretentious. Hearing Yu Dongnan's words, the man also returned to a serious expression and nodded. The former then highlighted the key points of the earlier events. After a while, sent to death. Yu Dongnan was momentarily stunned. "Sir, what did you say?" Just when he almost thought the other party really meant that, the middle-aged man finally added, "The president said that the magnetic field on that guy is a bit strange. Your people won't have a good time going over there temporarily. It's not much different from sending to death. Well, ideally, we want to avoid death, but now we must hinder him. Once we find a reason in the meeting, we will take further action." But isn't that? Yu Dongnan's next words didn't come out, but the middle-aged man could tell. As cannon fodder? I'm not saying that. All right, this isn't hidden very deeply, and I'm not a fool. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Aren't there still some people originally from the Jing family left? Just let them go." Hearing this, Yu Dongnan wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he nodded, understood. Although they were originally from the Jing family, how could he be willing? Merging the Jing family and incorporating their manpower was originally to strengthen the Southeast society, not to gather more cannon fodder. In any case, formal players are ultimately a scarce resource now. There's nothing to complain about. The Holy Bee Society will give you everything. 1,000 years, 10,000 years of lifespan is just simple. Contribute more. And 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years is also not a problem. Yu Dongnan had no expression on his face, but inside he was already twitching. Is this just painting a big pie? He chose to rely on this so-called Holy Bee Society only because of some benefits, and also because what it provided was indeed beneficial for winning people's hearts. In today's world, the value of interests and people's hearts far exceeds anything else. Interest can enhance strength, while people's hearts can consolidate strength. "Yes," Yu Dongnan replied, then called his subordinates. "You, gather a few brothers. Let us head to the Jiangdong battlefield together. Kill that 300 years. "Yes." Yu Dongnan pondered for a long while before nodding, then waved to send people away. In his heart, he also marked a cross for this Holy Bee Society. Conclusion, not a good thing. Chapter 80. You really say everything directly. As the sun sets, the sky displays a bizarre orange-red hue in the central part of the Jiangdong battlefield. After killing the mutated elite-level mimetic lichen, Chun Yichuan and his group ventured about 50 miles deeper into the battlefield. Although they encountered more battles along the way, they were no longer as perilous. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the elite-level beasts became, which indicated a fact. There were lord-level beasts nearby. Since the arrival of Devour Life, people had figured out some of the apparent rules, including those concerning the tiers of fierce beasts. First, fierce beasts are born starting from the ordinary level, then gradually advance to elite and lord levels. Only with a sufficient number of ordinary-level beast groups can elite-level beasts be born. Similarly, only from a sufficient number of elite-level beasts can lord-level beasts emerge. However, there is a variable in this process, which is mutation. The conditions for mutation are not set, but one point is a necessary prerequisite: high concentration of spiritual power. Without enough energy, how can fierce beasts mutate? As the number of elite-level fierce beasts nearby increased, Chun Yichuan subconsciously slowed his pace and ultimately chose to camp in a thicket about 5 kilometers from the river. Let's rest here tonight. Although everyone had levels, they were still far from the stage of fasting and gathering energy. They still needed to eat and rest. After that, the orange-red twilight was replaced by a deep blue, and the flames around the tents were extinguished. After all, lighting a fire while resting in the wild is like telling the fierce beasts, "Come quickly. There is fresh, tender meat here." Wild beasts fear fire? That was a matter of the Qing dynasty. Let's take turns keeping watch. I'll go first. Tang Bei hammered the last nail into the ground, then found a slightly higher spot to sit and closed his eyes with his M99 sniper rifle in hand. Among the 7, apart from Chun Yichuan, Perhaps his spiritual power was the highest, and his perception range was naturally the broadest. In the dead of night, having a certain amount of spiritual power could make keeping watch much more effective. Okay, then I'll take over after you. Tao Yi nodded and said. And Sheng Tianxiang also took on a period of watch duty afterward, perhaps due to their experience as soldiers in the Julong army before the apocalypse. The three had already gotten used to assigning watch tasks. The three did so, and the others were not shy either, quickly crawling into the tents to sleep. There was no possibility of separating men and women. In this world, there would be no operations like removing makeup or taking a shower in the wild. And no one would mind the strong smell of blood on each other. Separating tents would also affect the response speed in case of emergencies. Shi Xiaoyu knew this too. Inside the tent, she wrapped herself tightly in her sleeping bag and directly squeezed herself next to Chen Yichuan, leaving only about 30 centimeters of width, and she squeezed hard. This led to something soft. The chest. You really say everything directly. A bit small. Shi Xiaoyu. Tao Yi took a deep breath and turned to sleep on his side, facing away from Chen Yichuan and saying, I'm air. Sheng Tianxiang. I'm grass. Hao Zhao blinked. Then I'm a tree? Dongfang Yinyin concluded. No, what are you all talking about? I don't understand anything. Can someone explain? Tao Sheng. And how? You must be a bit foolish. Chen Yichuan. Are you all asking for a beating? Just because today is Qi Shi. You can't treat every man-woman pair as couples or spouses, right? It could also be your 7th uncle's daughter S cousin S son and your 7th aunt's son S cousin S daughter-in-law. Really? Am I ugly? As soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, Shi Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Not ugly, the boy instinctively replied. Just a bit fishy. With blood? I could not be fishy. Chen Yichuan was about to say something, but his brow suddenly furrowed. Air, grass, tree, and that foolish one. Fierce beasts are coming. Tao Yi directly got up and walked out of the tent. Damn fierce beasts, affecting my brother Chuan's work? Can't stand it, can't stand it. What if my little brother can't get up later? Hao Zhao followed him out. Tang Bei, what kind of beast is it? Magic sound mouse. A whole swarm of them. Tang Bei leaped down from a tree, his M99 ready to fire, automatically standing behind Tao Yi, back to back. Soon, the other four also crawled out of the tent. Chen Yichuan took out his slingshot and carefully aimed in one direction. Be careful, there's a big one. Brother Chuan, you could actually finish the task first. Stop talking nonsense. That big guy might be Lord level. Don't be careless. Stay close. Don't go to open areas. The magic sound mouse relies on quantity over quality. In their group, let alone Lord level, there aren't many elite level ones. This means something is off. Hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Tao Yi also put away his expression, gripping his steel shield tightly in one hand and a 2-foot-long wide-bladed dagger in the other. The shield soldier is not just for defense. Counterattack is the mainstream. Here they come. Suddenly, Tang Bei's voice came from Chen Yichuan's side. The next moment, a deafening tremor sound rushed over. The sound was like the overwhelming decibel blast when a plane takes off, making people feel as if their brains were turning into mush and their vision blurred. Obviously, the magic sound mice hadn't arrived yet, but the attack had already reached them. At this moment, Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang shouted against the magic sound, suddenly yelling. As soon as Tao Yi heard this shout, he seemed to understand the latter's intention and thrust his steel shield fiercely into the ground, shouting, Guardian. Guardian, LV1, Shield Soldier Exclusive Skill. You can condense spiritual power to set up a Guardian domain. During this time, your defense value increases by 300, consuming 1 of spiritual power per second. Selfless Guardian, when your health value is at 35. You can activate this skill to attract all attacks within a radius of 3 meters to yourself. Spiritual power consumption, 100 points. Skill cooldown time, 12 minutes after Guardian is lifted. Selfless Guardian has no cooldown. Selfless Guardian. Just as Tao Yi shouted this, everyone suddenly felt their ears clear. But the former's mouth and nose suddenly exploded with blood. But Sheng Tianxiang was not slow either, instantly inserting a thick, finger-sized black incense stick in front of the squad and lighting it. The next moment, a light black shield suddenly opened. And Tao Yi quickly canceled Selfless Guardian, wiping away the blood from his mouth and nose. Damn, Angel, your action was 0. 3 seconds slower than last time. You almost killed me. Angel, Sheng Tianxiang's nickname when he was in the Zhilong army. Chapter 81. Sleeve Cannon Gatling Mode. If you call me Angel again, do you believe I'll be slow by another 0.2 seconds next time? I wrote it wrong in the last chapter because I was in a hurry. It's a nickname, not a code name, corrected QAQ. Damn. Brother Xiang, Father Xiang, is it wrong? Tao, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This kind of cooperation has already happened for the third time since they entered the Jiangdong battlefield. To put it simply, Tao, he pulls the damage, and Sheng Tianxiang uses Ink Shield to create a shield. Ink Shield, special incense, one-time consumable, defensive incense. When ignited, will expand a circular shield with a radius of 5 meters centered on the incense. Effect analysis. The shield has 30,000 hit points. And spiritual power output from within the shield can restore the shield as hit points. If the shield breaks, it will deal 1,000 fixed damage to all entities within 1 meter of the edge. Level restriction. Level 7 to 15. Crafting quality. Yellow, excellent. The crafting quality of an item depends on the base materials and the maker. Even the roughest craftsmanship will not lower the quality of the base materials. Looking at the excellent quality, it's clear that this item was undoubtedly made by Chen Yichuan. It's also in the roulette, but if it's a roulette product, how could it be excellent? As soon as the shallow ink shield appeared, the surrounding sound waves immediately quieted down, but the hit points on the shield continued to decrease. About 50 points per second. Calculating this way, it can only last for a maximum of 10 minutes? How many rats would that be? Sheng Tianxiang pressed his hand on the shield, slightly frowning. After such an operation, the magic sound rat swarm appeared before everyone's eyes. What is there to be afraid of? The ink shield is sufficient. Chen Yichuan took a step forward and said, the urgent task is to find the biggest one. If we don't kill it, this rat swarm won't disperse. The lowest level magic sound rats that make up the rat tide can't possibly be high level, and they might not even have levels. At that level, they can't be killed completely. How many rats can there be in a rat tide? No one has counted because it's impossible to count. 100,000? No, 1,000,000 or even 10 million is possible. After the transformation into the ferocious beast magic sound rat, their reproductive ability has already been enhanced. Yes, this magic sound rat is the brown rat that used to be everywhere on Earth. It's the kind that every household has 1 or 2 of. The pest problem before the apocalypse will only worsen after the devouring life descends. How to find it? The one speaking was Tang Bei. If he could see, he wouldn't be so passive. The M99 is powerful, and the steel balls he fires, combined with the striker skill bonus, deal considerable damage. But facing such a large group of ferocious beasts without finding the leader, he was a bit dumbfounded. Simple. This time, it was Chen Yichuan who spoke. Hurt them, and the biggest one will come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Hey, is it starting? Tao, he wiped the bloodstains on his face, and his eyes changed to admiration. The next moment, sleeve cannon flame burst. A fireball with a radius of nearly 1.5 meters was blasted out by Chen Yichuan as he waved his hand, creating a gap in the magic sound rat swarm. However, this gap was quickly filled by the surging magic sound rats. The situation did not change because of this fireball. It seems we need to put in more effort, Ribbit. The boy communicated with the ribbit in his sleeve, and the latter immediately replied, I've been ready for a long time. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan smirked and said, Tianxiang, keep charging the shield. I need to give these big rats some strong medicine. All right. Immediately, the boy made an extremely exaggerated motion with his right hand, as if pulling a trigger, leaving Tang Bei, who was actually holding a gun, stunned. Sleeve cannon Gatling mode. Then, his right foot crackled with lightning, jumping 5 meters high, while his left foot released another bolt of lightning straight down, using that downward momentum to hover in the air. Undoubtedly, this was the light pursuit thunder shadow step, just used differently. Most skills in devouring life don't have rules on how to use them. Once mastered, you can use them however you want. Then, Chen Yichuan raised his hand downward. Flame burst. A massive fireball crashed down. Chain water bombs. Boon, boon, boon. One water bomb after another struck fiercely around the edge of the shallow ink shield, and finally, water giant cannon. Pun. Sand rain descends. Desert burial sleeve cannon version. The dust burial that was thrown down in a sector covered an area much larger than if it were thrown forward from the ground. These sands also deal damage, and for some magic sound rats without levels, it's enough to kill them instantly. Then, wind pressure cannon. A wind cannon landed, followed by a wind pressure shockwave, which also blew away hundreds of magic sound rats, making the scene much more exaggerated than if it were fired from the ground. Electromagnetic thunderstorm. As the voice fell, a chain of lightning surged out from the boy's sleeve, which he then pulled, wrapping around the shallow ink shield. Spinning burst. This skill undoubtedly comes from Ribbit's never-before-seen skill, swaying electric light. But that doesn't mean Chun Ichuan hasn't practiced it specifically. Swaying electric light, LV1, condenses lightning elemental energy to generate a lightning chain with an infinite straight-line distance. The lightning chain can pull and drag, dealing damage to entities swept by the chain. Effect analysis. The effective attack range of the lightning chain is 15 meters, and the attack damage is 5 times the caster's spiritual attribute. Length beyond 15 meters only causes a brief paralysis effect. Skill spiritual power consumption, 30 points per second. Skill cooldown time, 12 seconds after release. Although it can be used continuously, Chun Ichuan didn't do so. He just spun around once before switching to another move. Ice Spike Rainfall. The boy swung his right hand diagonally, and an ice spike fell into the magic sound rat swarm at this moment, sending a wave of magic sound rats flying and freezing nearby entities into ice sculptures. Ice Spike Rainfall originates from Ribbit's ice attribute basic skill, Ice Spike Fall. Ice Spike Fall, LV1, communicates with the water elemental energy between heaven and earth and cools it down to generate an ice spike, which then falls forward. Effect analysis. Entities hit will suffer explosion damage from the ice spike, which is 3 times the caster's spiritual attribute. The explosion will produce an ice attribute shockwave with a radius of 3 meters. Entities affected by the shockwave will suffer half the explosion damage and enter a frozen state for 5 seconds. Frozen, unable to act. Defense reduced by 15 after release. Skill spiritual power consumption, 285 points. Skill cooldown time, 6 seconds. Wow, is this serious? Sheng Tianxiang, who was continuously charging the ink shield, was directly stunned. How about you become a mage? Chapter 82. Brother Chuan, do you still need a thigh pendant? It's not over yet. As Chun Ichuan spoke, he once again spread his fingers into a palm. Flame explosion. Fog day. Is the cooldown over? Brothers, it's time to pay tribute to the magic sound mouse swarm. I feel like Brother Chuan won't stop. Tao Yi, standing to the side, couldn't help but admire him while twitching his lips. Although this isn't a special bullet, it doesn't affect his admiration at all. But does the situation on site really need him to comment? Chun Ichuan maintained himself in mid-air with a foot of lightning, and every time he raised his hand, a skill was unleashed. Perhaps it wasn't as exaggerated as a Gatling gun's but in terms of firing speed, it was definitely fast for skills. By alternating the use of skills with different cooldown times, every skill he used was immediately followed by another one that had just cooled down. The speed at which the magic sound mice were replenished gradually couldn't keep up with his killing speed. This was truly a case of one person holding back an entire swarm of mice. My God, what a beast! Sheng Tianxiang sighed repeatedly while pressing his shield, suddenly feeling that he, as a mage, was a complete joke, unable to even compare to a ranger. Although he knew Chun Ichuan was outrageous, it was only today, at this moment, that he truly recognized what outrageous meant. Hearing this, Hao Zhao couldn't help but twitch his lips. If that's the case, then we're even worse than beasts, aren't we? However, while the two were talking, Chun Ichuan in midair suddenly stopped the lightning beneath him and began to descend rapidly. Get ready, everyone, brace yourselves. Upon hearing this, Tao Yi immediately grabbed his steel shield, thinking about migrating to Anhui province. His body might not be possible, but I can consider helping with my head. Just as the words fell, do you want to see how big that guy really is first? Tang Bei put down his sniper rifle, his face somewhat excited, and at that moment he grabbed a new magazine and clicked it in. Kala, it's loaded. Chun Ichuan smiled upon seeing this. Weren't you saying you wanted to collect? This new magazine is equipped with M99 but the ammunition inside comes from Chen Yichuan's hands. Throughout their journey, they had killed quite a few beasts and passed through several safe zones. Chen Yichuan took advantage of those gaps to replenish the special bullets he had consumed and crafted some new toys. Among them was the previous Dark Guardian. IV decided to follow you with Mao Tao. From now on, you are my ammunition depot. Mao Tao, Tao Yi's codename. You really have no shame. Chen Yichuan jokingly scolded, but it didn't matter. It was just a casual thing. Tang Bei's words didn't make Chen Yichuan particularly happy. But if this could earn someone else's loyalty, that wouldn't be bad, provided it was genuine loyalty. His trust in anyone right now wouldn't be at full value. Even for Dongfang Yinyin, the same applied. In his past life, he didn't trust others too much because of the relationship with the Liu family and the backstabbing sister. Even though he had the ability of an alchemist, he didn't recruit followers. As a result, he was later encircled and killed by the Liu family. In this life, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. Here it comes. With this thought, Tang Bei suddenly shouted, "Tianxiang, withdraw your magic output. The rest is just a tug-of-war with the boss. If we can't kill that big one, all the effort we put in tonight will be in vain." "All right," Sheng Tianxiang responded and also lowered his hand. In fact, even if Chen Yichuan hadn't said anything, his remaining magic wouldn't last much longer. He then tossed a magic recovery pill into his mouth. Heavenly Soul Rami Extract, an essence liquid made from extracting the essence of Heavenly Soul Rami. After consumption, it can restore 30 of magic points per second for 3 seconds. Level restriction. Usable below level 10. Craftsmanship. Yellow. Excellent. Undoubtedly, this was also Chen Yichuan's masterpiece. The cool liquid entered Sheng Tianxiang's stomach, and his nearly empty blue bar instantly filled up. The recovery of magic even restored some of his mental state. Even the fatigue of the entire day vanished. Magic is inherently related to spirit. The recovery of magic naturally equates to the recovery of spirit, and vice versa. Refreshing. By the way, Brother Chuan, do you still need a thigh pendant? Chen Yichuan laughed. The thighs are already full, but there's still room on the calves. Are you coming or not? Coming. Absolutely coming. As they spoke, Tang Bei suddenly pulled the trigger. The M99's muzzle unexpectedly erupted with a blazing flame. Even the barrel turned red. However, after all, it was a product of postmodern technology. It wouldn't completely melt. The next moment, a fiery red burst forth in the dark night. What the hell? Tang Bei himself was startled by the shot. Did it feel like he was shooting out a pool of magma? Brother Chuan, you are my god from now on. Ha ha ha. The usually taciturn Tang Bei was so excited by this scene that he forgot his cool demeanor. His shot of magma hit the magic Sound Mouse King right on target. Without a doubt, this was concocted by Chen Yichuan. The materials were the same as the Earth Split lava bullet, but it was a liquid version, with the container being the shell of the M99 specialized bullet. Normally, it wouldn't be able to be loaded. But after going through the Qingyan Radiant Flame Furnace, it was maintained in a special stable state. Only violently impacting the shell would cause it to explode completely within seconds. This timing was just right for a sniper rifle to fire. Chen Yichuan smiled slightly upon hearing this, but quickly reminded, "Don't get too excited. The Magic Sound Mouse King is coming." "Is that so? A single peanut can't fill you up, can it?" With that, Tang Bei fired the M99 again. But this time, the magma exploded among the mouse swarm, leaving an irregular area with a length of 2 to 3 meters at the edges. This was the defect after being made into a bullet. It might explode before hitting the target. After all, it was a temporary creation. How could it be perfect? Tang Bei's gaze sharpened as he rested his chin on his hand, pondering something. "In comparison, your peanut is small. Let me feed you a big one." As he spoke, the slingshot in Chen Yichuan's hand also snapped, and due to the high-quality materials, the lethality of this slingshot was no less than that of the M99. At close range, the initial speed of the explosion was even approaching. Pun! The familiar sound of an explosion rang in everyone's ears in the next moment. A magma field several times more intense than Tang Bei's erupted dramatically, and this shot of Earth-Split lava bullet hit the Magic Sound Mouse King's chest directly. Minus 6,430. Burns. Minus 596. The instantaneous damage of this bullet was 10 times Chen Yichuan's spiritual attribute. Of course, it couldn't maintain that throughout. Only at the moment of explosion. And only at the center would it have such damage. But that was already enough to be overpowered. Brother Chuan, you call this a peanut? More like roasted chestnuts. Chapter 83. To say whether it has a leader or not. There is no time for you to be shocked. This big rat still has over 10,000 health points left. Let us all go. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly nodded. The health points deducted from the magic sound Mouse King, due to the burning status, can also be used to estimate its remaining health. Burning reduces 3 health points per second. Strength and speed are weakened to 50. I put the attribute panel in the team frequency. The one who spoke was Tang Bei. He was the one who took down the first health of the Magic Sound Mouse King, so he naturally had the panel. Name, Magic Sound Mouse King rank, Lord level, 12 health, 12, 743, 19, 887 strength, 57 spirit, 69 defense, 41 speed, 19 skills, Rat Swarm Commander, Sonic Boom Combat Power, 1128. Hee, only 2 skills. And it's just thick in health, let us get it. Hao Zhao saw this scene, and the long knife in his hand immediately got ready. He didn't have any long-range skills, so he could only fight in close combat. He needed to secure some assist points to gain experience. Since the start, he had gained the least experience. Chen Yichuan was already close to level 10 at level 9, and the highest, Sheng Tianxiang, was now at level 12, while he was still at level 7. Once, he was one of the highest-ranked individuals in the Zhenjiang defense zone. Of course, he could still return as one. It was just that people can die from comparing with others. However, as he rushed out, "Hey, don't be impulsive." Tao, he wanted to stop him, but couldn't, so he could only watch Hao Zhao get slapped back into the Dark Guardian by a huge black hand, suffering a blow that was enough to bring him to the brink of death. Cough, 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 spitting out a mouthful of black blood. He widened his eyes. Oh no, didn't it only have 2 skills? Yes, only 2. Then what about this? The first skill, Rat Swarm Commander. Tao, he spread his hands. What is the problem? It's controlling so many magic sound mice. Hitting me. Just say whether it has a leader or not. Hao Zhao. Damn. Chen Yichuan also had a helpless expression, saying, using skills. Just normal attacks, and you want to fight a lord? Do you think you're a bald-headed hero? Hao Zhao felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this. But he had to admit, he was indeed a bit reckless. Cough, cough. Got it, but my skills are also close range. Can you guys create some opportunities for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yichuan sensed something was off. Was it because he couldn't maintain his pride and felt a bit resentful? This Hao Zhao. No problem. Dongfang Yinyan, however, didn't catch on to anything, swinging the big sword in her hand and charging out directly. Just because the Magic Sound Mouse King had already taken the initiative to attack. It wouldn't wait in place for Chen Yichuan and the others to discuss strategies. The strength of the Dark Guardian was constantly weakening, and it wasn't unaware of that. Moreover, Chen Yichuan had caused it great losses. That wave of Gatling bombardment had resulted in casualties. The rat swarm would need at least 10 days of non-stop breeding to recover, and the food required was astronomical. The territory it had worked hard to secure could change hands because of this. This grudge must be avenged. Phantom 3 swords. Charging out, Dongfang Yinyan tightly gripped the sword handle, and after a short shout, her figure vanished from the spot, as if she had truly become a phantom. Whoosh! The first sword, the sound was long and distant. The second sword, the sound was loud and near. The third sword, the sound was heavy as it struck the ground. In the end, 3 sword marks were carved into the body of the Magic Sound Mouse King. It had no strength to dodge such swift strikes. After continuous honing, Dongfang Yinyan's Phantom 3 swords had even reached the critical point of leveling up from LV2 to LV3. Originally a relatively fast repositioning slash, it now incorporated certain footwork techniques. Otherwise, that moment of rapid flash would have been impossible. Following Dongfang Yinyan, Tao Yi, who also specialized in close combat, set up his stance, raising his steel shield and crashing through several obstructing magic mice, finally leaping before the Magic Sound Mouse King. Heavy shield, 3,000-pound assault. 3,000 pounds, over 2,720 gene, 3 tons, equivalent to 2 steamed fish heads stacked on top of each other and slammed down. Not too precise, just providing an imaginative range. The magic sound Mouse King wanted to dodge, but at this moment, both sides were firmly locked down by others. So it could only endure this blow. The heavy shield assault. This is the attack method of a shield soldier, with war shields and defensive shields as two directions. The former focuses on strength, the latter on defense. Boom. The magic sound Mouse King directly took the blow from Tao's shield with its head, but did not immediately back down. Instead, it braced itself. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoyu and Sheng Tianxiang, who had locked down the sides of the Rat King, moved at the same time. Shadowless Trace Flower Spear, the girl shouted, and the soft spear in her hand immediately unleashed dazzling blade shadows like flowing cherry blossoms. Clearly a weapon that required back and forth motion. In her hands, it seemed as if hundreds of darts were attacking continuously. Each hit didn't deal high damage, but it caused the magic sound Mouse King's health points to drop rapidly. On the other side, Sheng Tianxiang was also unwilling to fall behind. After changing to the mage job class, his originally explored spirit attribute was now elevated to spiritual power. Turning the sword handle, strands of spiritual power flew out. Magic sword, 1,000 slashes, 100 flames kill. Although he shouted it confidently, this move was actually a skill Sheng Tianxiang had modified based on the spirit user from the mage class. Simply put, it was a frenzied normal attack. However, the spirit user, while seeming like a normal attack, was also a basic skill, meaning it had base damage, 10 times, 100 times of consecutive slashes. The damage output was surprisingly not much different from Shi Xiaoyu's. Seeing everyone dealing damage, Hao Zhao finally couldn't hold back anymore. He crossed his long knife and charged directly towards the magic sound Mouse King. Only when he got close did he unleash his skill. Dragging Blad Technique Irkaktrust. Hao Zhao dragged the long knife on the ground with his left hand until he was in front of the Mouse King, then took a small jump, landing and rising like a dragon, releasing the skill at that moment. The blade struck the magic sound Mouse King, carving a deep wound in its abdomen. Minus 1,101. Bleeding. Minus 596. The damage was significant, and the bleeding effect added to it. Bleeding reduces 3 health points per second, can be lethal. However, the flaw of this move was ultimately obvious. Too close, and the wind-up was considerable. If not done well, it could easily end in mutual destruction. At this moment, after enduring the attacks of 4 people in succession, the magic sound Mouse King finally squeaked. Chapter 84. Level up 3 times. The sudden sound wave cannon was deafening, instantly blasting the 4 people surrounding it away. Demonic sound wave cannon. Have you seen the sound wave vehicle that attacked Hulk? Sound waves with a high enough frequency can even smash a person's brain into mush, turning them into a complete idiot. The 4 who were blasted away were not to that extent, but deaf, blind, lasting 5 seconds. Deaf, blind, deaf. It's clear that the Mouse King's move, Demonic Sound Wave Cannon, is more about the effects of deafness and blindness than the damage. Once hit by these 2 statuses, turning into a humanoid lobster and being thrown into a swarm of mice, what would the consequences be? It wouldn't take long before they were devoured by the endless swarm of mice. The Demonic Sound Mouse King was also preparing to do just that. The mouse swarm, which had calmed for a moment, surged again at this moment. But how could Chun Ichuan let it have its way? Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. A flash of lightning appeared in the boy's eyes, and then a circular lightning array with a radius of 3 meters unfolded beneath his feet, instantly arriving at the side of the 4 who had been blasted away. All the demonic sound mice that came close were turned to char by the flowing lightning pool. Squeak, squeak. The demonic sound Mouse King noticed this loss and quickly called off the attack, locking its gaze filled with hatred on Chun Ichuan. The next moment, with a howl, a large group of demonic sound mice crazily gathered together. Just like when they dealt with Hao Zhao at the beginning, they piled up into a giant hand poised to strike down. Hey, Chun Ichuan sneered. You think I can't do anything about you? After saying that, the boy immediately took out a metal bullet from his spatial ring and shouted, Delayed Spirit Explosion. Heaven Falling Heart. The Heaven Falling Heart bullet with a delayed spirit explosion hit the palm of the hand formed by countless demonic sound mice before it could fall. Pun. Boom. The impact of the bullet hitting the palm, along with the self-rotation of the heaven-falling heart, instantly countered the downward force of the giant hand, even showing a tendency to push back. However, the standoff did not last long, as the spinning heaven-falling heart bullet exploded with a bang. Due to its rotation just before the explosion, the range of the spirit explosion was significantly wider than normal, directly blowing off half of the giant hand. Bang! -4. 656. Armor penetration. Instant damage dealt to demonic sound mice with a defense value of only 1. -4. 656. A large amount of damage was dealt, among which was also a -3. 446. Armor penetration, belonging to the demonic sound mouse king. Not only that, due to the large number of low-level demonic sound mice killed, the boy's mind received a system notification. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 10. Free attribute points, 5. Quantity built quality, directly breaking his level into double digits. Hey, leveled up. Looks like I killed quite a few. Chen Yichuan chuckled, wondering how much experience he could get for killing those demonic sound mice that mostly had no levels with his previous level 9. In the end, even if it was doubled, it would only be a single-digit experience. It was completely relying on absolute numbers. Seeing that his attack couldn't kill Chen Yichuan and instead helped him level up, the demonic sound mouse king was momentarily a bit broken. What does it mean to lose both the wife and the soldiers? This is it, but it was even worse for it, as it was close to death itself, truly illustrating what it means to enjoy a moment of pleasure and end up in a collective cremation. Just as the giant hand that had been formed stabilized again, Tang Bei, who was behind, put down his sniper rifle and said, "Brother Chuan, this thing is about to run." Don't ask why he was holding a gun. It was just because it helped him concentrate better. Your mental strength is quite high. Chen Yichuan was surprised to hear this. Once mental attributes reach a certain level, one can indeed predict the next move of a fierce beast. So, don't underestimate mental just because there is no actual power increase. Upon hearing this, Tang Bei smiled and said, "This attribute is quite good." The boy smiled but did not speak further, as there was still a big rat to deal with. The facts proved that Tang Bei was right. The reassembled hand of the demonic sound mice chose not to attack, but suddenly collapsed, scattering in all directions, as if the sky was raining ink drops under the moonlight. But with the heaven-falling heart bullet that had already added a delayed spirit explosion damaging the demonic sound mouse king, Chen Yichuan was bound to pursue the victory. If a leader monster wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to keep it without some capable skills. Coincidentally, Chen Yichuan had Thunder Shadow Instant Movement. Thunder Shadow Instant Movement. Activate one's own lightning spiritual power to communicate with the outside world, allowing for the pre-establishment of a lightning channel for a single position teleportation. Maximum distance of 300 meters requires a one-time consumption of 30 of spiritual power. No cooldown. Zing! Like a bolt of lightning, the boy's figure instantly passed through thousands of mice, reaching above the Mouse King, and another bullet was ready. Special bullet, Thunder Light Penetration. The Thunder Light Penetration bullet could only exert 5 times the mental attribute, which was not enough to break the demonic Sound Mouse King's defense. But don't forget, the real killing point of this special bullet. Unbroken defense, -1, penetration, -2, 983. This damage finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Squeak. Killed. Experience 22,000. At the same time, the system notification sound that had just calmed down rang again. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 12. Free attribute points, 30. The leveling up soared, and the exhilarating feeling of leveling up almost made Chen Yichuan shout out loud, as over 20,000 experience points directly allowed him to level up twice. Originally, leveling from 10 to 11 required 15,000 experience points, but after reaching level 10, the redundant experience from killing those large numbers of demonic sound mice, combined with this, just happened to break through the required experience. At this moment, it was exactly experience, 86,20,000. After level 10, why is it so hard to level up? Because every time you level up, the experience needed for the next level increases by 5,000 points more than the previous level, and this is not something that can be easily farmed. The difficulty of leveling up in life devouring is many times harder than those one-hit 999 levels template online games. But the difficulty of leveling up also has its benefits. As every time you level up, you get 3 times the free attribute points compared to before, which is 15 points per level. At the same time, if you are a profession, the corresponding leading attributes will also receive additional boosts. For Chun Ichuan, as a ranger, the main attribute is strength, and the secondary is speed. Therefore, after level 10, every level up grants an additional 3 points of strength and 1 point of speed. This time, leveling up twice along with those 30 extra points brought him to a new height. 18 points of strength, 8 points of spirit, 8 points of speed, 1 point of defense. That's right, defense. After level 10, even if you're not a defense-oriented profession, you still need some defense to enhance your physique. Otherwise, in the end, some skills cannot be cast at all. Attribute points successfully allocated. Chapter 85. Rare, indeed very rare. The 4 basic attributes of devouring life seem simple and easy to understand. In reality, each one has its own connotation. Strength refers to the power of the body. It includes the strength of limbs and torso, muscles, and bones, which is the tangible part manifested externally. Spirit is the energy of consciousness. It encompasses thoughts, perception, reaction, and energy. All intangible aspects fall under the domain of spirit. Defense pertains to constitution and resistance. The higher the defense, the stronger the constitution, and the greater the body's capacity to endure and resist external forces. The higher the defense, the greater the resistance and resilience to abnormal states. And mastering resistance and resilience also requires a certain level of defense. Speed refers to agility and explosiveness. The higher the speed, the greater the agility, and the stronger the body's elasticity. Many evasive actions also require muscle rebound for support. The higher the speed, the stronger the explosiveness, because the faster the speed, the greater the mass. Thus, ultra-high speed equates to ultragravity. For example, a 50-kilogram hammer dropped directly versus one accelerated to 20 kilometers per hour before dropping will definitely cause more damage in the latter case. This time, Chun Ichuan chose defense, naturally aiming to enhance his constitution and resistance. The fact that he leveled up twice with 22,000 experience points seemed outrageous, but in reality, it had stringent conditions, namely killing a Lord-level ferocious beast to earn 100-fold basic experience. Up to now, his attribute panel had also undergone a significant change. Attribute panel name: Chun Ichuan Profession. Ranged attack ranger, secondary profession. Hidden special breeder, alchemist, from previous secondary profession card. Level: 12 experience, 8620. 000 lifespan, 423 years 1 day blood chi. 15, 212 spirit power, 3000 type. Thunder strength, 52 spirit, 18 defense, 2 speed, 20 skills. New delayed spirit blast, LV1. New light pursuit thunder shadow step, LV1. Combat power, 942 hehe. This is a normal attribute panel. Chun Ichuan chuckled inwardly. Back when he just reincarnated, having only half a year's lifespan was a headache for anyone who looked at him. Now, he could finally enjoy the freedom of drawing lots. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about whether to draw from the good yellow or purple wheel. As long as there was something good, he could draw it on the spot. For example, wow, Brother Chuan, a purple wheel has dropped. After the death of the demon Sound Mouse King, Tao Yi, who was responsible for the lottery, suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Unfortunately, the demon Sound Mouse, being a relatively common ferocious beast, had already lost its Lord-level first kill. So, how's the quality? Upon hearing this, Tao Yi carefully checked, but moments later he had a bitter expression. Damn me, I have terrible luck. Medium quality? Asked Sheng Tianxiang beside him. Low quality. Ah, this. A purple wheel, low quality. This is an low quality white wheel. The white one can still be gambled for, at worst, just losing a year of life. But drawing from a purple wheel costs 100 years of lifespan. It doesn't quite reach the difference between clouds and mud, but there is certainly a distinction between gold and silver. No worries, it's still purple. I'm blessed, Brother Chuan. Even if it's just one, I'll show you. Not long after those words fell, Chun Ichuan arrived at the corpse of the demon Sound Mouse King and took the wheel from Tao Yi. There was indeed only one option on the front, but it was glazed hard armor. Surprisingly, it's armor? That's rare. What he needed most now was defense. After all, he didn't have any points in the first 10 levels. However, upon hearing Chun Ichuan's words, the few people around him were not so optimistic, with Hao Zhao leading the charge. Rare, indeed very rare. It only occupies a bit more than one of the area. Cough cough. Dongfang Yinyan couldn't help but lightly cough. Zhao Ge, the rarity you're talking about isn't what I understand it to be, right? Brother Chuan, you aren't actually going to draw it, are you? It has. What the hell? Devouring life bone, grinding disease? In devouring life, things that overlap with the game's name are either extremely good, like devouring life battle body, or extremely bad, like the current devouring life bone, grinding disease. There has never been anything in between. This disease appears quite frequently, as it often shows up in white wheels. The effects are indeed, as the name suggests, causing pain like devouring life, grinding bones. Moreover, to date, there has been no medicine that can cure this disease. What are you afraid of? The area is only 13, it's not that easy to hit. Chun Ichuan said with a smile, and even if he hits it, how could a mere disease trouble me? No. What do you mean even if? Brother Chuan, hurry up and spit, spit, spit. You cannot believe in Murphy's Law. But at this moment, Shi Xiaoyu spoke up. I just feel that he definitely won't draw this. And the probability of drawing the hard armor is actually higher. Hearing this, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this a woman's sixth sense? But to be honest, if he didn't have a cheat, he really couldn't dismiss Murphy's Law. Saying even if I hit such big talk is something he wouldn't dare to utter. That would be no different from playing with life. Because in the realm of lottery, Murphy's Law will not spare any blindly confident person, except for those with cheats. Forget it. No need to think so much. Hesitating will only lead to defeat. Decisiveness is the way to go. Draw. Others. No, whether it's defeat or give away for free, neither is good. Right? You don't even jump to the gods. And you're still doing negative lottery? Negative times negative equals positive. At this moment, however, Chun Ichuan had already turned a deaf ear. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Devouring life bone, grinding disease 2. Early stage blood cancer 3. Level decrease by 3 levels 4. Broken demon slayer my wife Zenitsu figurine 16. 1-5. Mysterious trash 1. 10. Glazed hard armor. Chun Ichuan did not hesitate. I choose. 10. Congratulations on winning the prize. Glazed hard armor. When a piece of armor as thin as gauze yet crystal clear appeared in Chun Ichuan's hands. What the hell? I really hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Give it to me. Just as he was enjoying everyone's shock, Chun Ichuan suddenly raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, the armor in his hand disappeared, replaced by the Xianhai Dragon Chant Spear, unleashing a series of dragon roars. Roar bang. A dull sound echoed, as if 2 iron fists slammed against the gun barrel, causing a momentary tremor. The young man holding the spear was pushed back several steps, and only after he performed a backflip to dissipate all the force did he realize that the person was a man with limbs as developed as a gorilla. Hee, kid's reaction speed isn't slow, but unfortunately, the strength is a bit lacking. Chapter 86, Decisive Kill. The attacker who turns to steal a shot after receiving a heavy blow. Chun Ichuan felt a bit numb in his hands, but he managed to block it. Once he steadied himself, he put away his long spear and raised an eyebrow. I was wondering where that disharmonious voice came from. Turns out it's just a gorilla making monkey sounds. The gorilla man immediately responded with displeasure. Kid, show some respect with your words. Huh, how interesting. You want to kill me and still want me to respect you? After exchanging a few words, the others finally reacted, with Tao Yi being the first to speak. Pointing ahead, exactly. Are you stupid or what? The opponent was clearly targeting Chun Ichuan, so why should he reserve respect for a strong opponent? At this moment, Sheng Tianxiang and the others were also on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, wary of the opponent suddenly charging forward. In the meantime, a few people accompanying the gorilla man also arrived one after another. With their confidence restored, the gorilla man became bold. With a sharp tongue, unwilling to shut up, I'll help you. After saying that, he clashed his hands together, producing a muffled sound, then suddenly spun around and unleashed the Wind Thunder Diamond Fist. Chun Ichuan widened his eyes. I said you're a gorilla, and you really are one. Huh. Although he said that, the boy's movements were not slow at all, immediately loading his slingshot and firing a shot. Special bullet, Thunder Barrier. Don't ask, just know that it's a new toy made by Chun Ichuan. He gathered most of the materials only after arriving at the Jiangdong battlefield. Of course, it was also related to his alchemist's secondary profession. Many items cannot be refined without the right recipes. Thunder Barrier Bullet, a crafted item, a one-time consumable, made by proportionally reducing a special structure and infusing it with lightning attribute spiritual energy. Can be used as a crossbow bolt, bow bullet, or throwing object. Effect analysis. This bullet, when fired, will instantly expand into a barrier. The lightning elements within the barrier will form an electromagnetic shield, blocking all objects and spiritual power that pass through. The barrier lasts for 5 seconds before disappearing. The maximum threshold that can be blocked is level 10 of the caster. Rated damage. Individuals touched will receive lightning damage equal to 5 times the caster's spiritual attribute. Level restriction, 10 or activated by spiritual power. Crafting quality, yellow, excellent. Under the night sky, the thunder barrier felt like it illuminated the world, and when it exploded, it completely blocked the gorilla man's Wind Thunder Diamond Fist. Until it was completely neutralized, the barrier still existed. What? It would be impossible for the gorilla man not to be shocked. His Wind Thunder Diamond Fist had already been refined to the 3rd level, and in the Jiangnan settlement, there were probably very few skills at level 3. There's nothing to be surprised about. I have plenty of such things. Special bullet, Earth Split Lava. A bullet fired, hitting the ground right beneath the gorilla man's feet before Chun Ichuan's voice even finished. The shooting speed of the Thunder Sea Spirit bow was incomparable to the previous Snake Tendon bow, and its terrifying initial speed left the opponent with little time to think. The crimson lava instantly exploded in A shape. The gorilla man's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Lava? Is this even possible for a human to create? The explosive damage in that moment was -30. 374. Burn damage. -1, 126. Damn. The terrifying damage left the gorilla man no time to care about the pain, driven by his instinct to survive. He jumped out of the lava area. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a pill and swallowed it. The immense energy instantly healed his surface injuries, dispelling abnormal statuses, and his health was completely restored. Without a doubt, this was a healing pill from the roulette. The rarity goes without saying. If he hadn't been scared out of his wits, the gorilla man wouldn't have pulled out this pill. Life Devourer is a game, but everyone only has one life. Ha, ha, ha. Jing Kuai, how are you? The sudden scene not only shocked the gorilla man to the point of half paralysis, but also left the others watching in shock. They had never experienced the unforgettable feast of the class change altar battle, nor had they witnessed the previous battle with the demon Sound Mouse King, so they naturally didn't know about the existence of the Earth Split Lava Bullet. After the shock came fear. He's gone mad. Yu Dongnan has definitely gone mad. How could we possibly? Before Jing Kuai could finish speaking, Chun Ichuan had already walked up close to him. Jing Kuai, you that old guy Jing Cheng's kid, right? What? Do you want revenge? You have no chance. After saying that, Chun Ichuan fired a beast tooth bullet directly at Jing Kuai's right shoulder joint. Dislocated? It wasn't that simple. The right arm just fell off. After a moment of shock, intense pain filled Jing Kuai's mind in an instant, and his screams echoed through the night, startling a chorus of beast roars. We were only sent here by Yu Dongnan, not to avenge the family head. A young man beside Jing Kuai shouted hoarsely, his eyes flashing with fleeting resentment from his appearance. He seemed to be Jing Kuai's son or nephew. Upon hearing this, Chun Ichuan just sighed. It was useless to say more. They couldn't save this life. Just as the boy finished speaking, the bullets scattered through the heads of the few people in front of him. His strength was now at 87 points, and none of these people could have a defense exceeding that value. Strength, base 52, temporary 20, slingshot 15, attacking directly at the head. Death was certain. Unexpectedly, you're quite decisive. After those few people died, Shi Xiaoyu suddenly broke the silence. Dongfang Yinyan and Hao Zhao felt nothing, while the three from Jilong City, due to their past military experience, found it difficult to be too decisive in killing their own kind. Of course, that was except for during the defense battle. After all, those individuals want to kill them, so how could they just sit and wait? Therefore, Chen Yichuan's actions still left them somewhat stunned. When Brother Chuan killed Jing Cheng, he was just as decisive as just now. Tao He took a deep breath and spoke as if explaining. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan turned around. After all, they... Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold light shot through just as Chen Yichuan turned around, piercing through his right knee. The entire knee was penetrated. Blood gushed out and the bone was exposed. But in the next moment, the boy pulled back the bowstring and shot out a spiraling fire bullet, which transformed into a firebird mid-flight, speeding away. Beep! Everyone seemed to hear a phoenix cry in their ears. This bullet was named Spiraling Flame Phoenix Bullet. Damn it! Where do you keep getting all these strange things from? Chapter 87. Collapsed Spirit Annihilation Arrow under the moonlight, just in front of where the firebird flew. A transparent shield suddenly appeared, meeting the soaring firebird in a mutual destruction. This firebird is naturally a new toy of Chen Yichuan. Spinning Flame Phoenix Cry Bullet, a crafted item, a one-time consumable. It is made by integrating fire attribute spiritual power after sketching special patterns. Accompanied by a phoenix cry upon firing. It can be used as a crossbow bolt or bow arrow. Effect analysis. Upon firing, the blazing bullet ignites itself through self-rotation, absorbing sufficient spiritual power during the process and tracking the target for impact. Rated damage. An individual hit by the fire phoenix will suffer flame damage equal to 2 times the caster's spiritual attribute. If the burn resistance is below 65, the individual will enter a burning state lasting 5 seconds. Level limit 10, or activated by spiritual power. Crafting quality, yellow, excellent. Is this another item from the roulette? Chen Yichuan thought to himself. This group is not from the revenge of the Jing family, but they are clearly organized, and their purpose is singular. The answer is already evident. The Liu family. But that Jing Kuai, and the name in the mouth of the person guarding him. Yu Dongmin? Who is that? In his previous life memories, there was no such character. While pondering, Chen Yichuan took out a magic patterned octopus blood serum gel pill from his ring and swallowed it. This item is only effective for players below level 5 when it is at the white, rough level. White, levels 5 to 11. However, once it reaches yellow, excellent. The level cap is raised to level 17. If one asks where Chen Yichuan got the yellow level magic patterned octopus materials. Yellow, levels 15 to 21. Kowloon City is guarding the mid-lower reaches of a major river, and the main invasion channel for sea beasts is right there. Would they lack octopus to slaughter? This is the main material for crafting healing pills. How could he not kill it upon seeing it? Recovery pill? You have one too. Upon seeing Chen Yichuan recover instantly from a severe knee injury, the man in the tree couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. To heal injuries so quickly, it must be the recovery pill produced by the roulette, right? Compared to this, you should just roll down here first. Sleeve cannon flame explosion. Chen Yichuan and the frog could communicate through brainwaves, allowing them to attack as soon as they thought of it, of course, provided the frog could react in time. Damn it! The man on the tree cursed, but was helpless as the earlier spinning flame phoenix cry bullet exposed his position, leading this fireball explosion to be aimed directly at his face. If he didn't T-dodge, he could only take the damage. Jingyu had no choice but to leap away from his original position. However, sleeve cannon wind pressure. Jingyu didn't have time to react, and his body was blown back by the wind pressure cannon. Wind pressure cannon, LV1. Instantly fires a wind pressure cannon with a radius of 0.3 meters forward, creating a 90-degree wind pressure shockwave. Upon hitting the target, it will deal a large amount of wind attribute damage. Effect analysis. Wind pressure cannon damage is 5 times the caster's spiritual attribute, while the wind pressure shockwave damage is 30 of the wind cannon's damage. Now, with Chen Yichuan's level rising, and the frog, who is constantly participating in battle, naturally leveling up closely behind, its attributes are Pet Panel Name, Elemental Spirit Frog Nickname, Cunning Frog Owner, Chen Ichuan level, 12 health, 3 700 spiritual power, 5 300 foot strength, 7 spirit, 41 defense, 7 speed, 14 skills, elemental transformation, LV2, fireball explosion, LV2, chain waterball, combat power, 1 0 85. With such spiritual attributes, the direct hit from Jingyu, who has hardly any spirit, naturally dealt considerable damage. -1, 247. Damage from wind pressure cannon. -374. Damage from wind pressure shockwave. Although not comparable to Earth split lava bullet, this damage was already significant for Jingyu. From the means of attack, it was clear that he also followed a ranged attack route, with low defense and not much health. After all, a player's health value is only closely related to 3 attributes: strength, defense, and level. The specific calculation formula is simple. XX, ABC, 10. X is the final value. X is the current health. A is strength. B is defense. C is level. If one does not invest in defense for ranged attacks, it is impossible to have high health. Jingyu, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression turning fierce. How is this possible? Compared to Jing Kuai, Jingyu seemed even more incredulous about Chen Ichuan's operations. Both risked their lives for the lottery. Why do you have so many skills? I'm just lucky. Hitting the mark every time. Is that not possible? Chen Ichuan said, raising his palm again. A faint blue spiritual power began to gather in his sleeve. Stop with the nonsense. Jingyu cursed angrily. I've lived for 800 years and only drawn high-quality roulette, yet I got a bunch of garbage, not to mention having very few skills. I'm almost severely myasthenic. The winning rate of this broken roulette isn't that high. Blaming bad luck on the roulette? The young man shook his head. I don't have time to listen to your grievances here. Sleeve Cannon Ice Spike Fall. The sleeve cannon version of sleeve cannon ice spike formation. You still have more? Just as the startled voice fell, Jingyu jumped back to avoid the incoming ice spikes. But the shockwave that exploded upon landing still made him feel cold all over. When Chen Ichuan killed Jing Kuai, he had already displayed many methods. And now, with Firebird, Wind Cannon, and Ice Spike, he kept bombarding. Where did you get these hacks? I'm a hack. And there are plenty more like this. With a joyful tone, Chen Ichuan raised his hand again, sleeve cannon chain water bullet. Water? Laughable. How could water deal damage? Entry. -2, 77. Seeing the damage popping up on his body, Jingyu completely went mad. Damn it. Is this never ending? Yes, water cannon. Just as the shout fell, the final strike of the chain water ball, giant water ball, also rushed out from Chen Ichuan's sleeve with a splash. Annoying. Jingyu took a step back from his original position, quickly drew out a longbow from behind, knocked an arrow, and after gathering some spiritual power, shot the collapse spirit annihilation arrow. In an instant, the arrow shot out. The arrow left the bow and instantly collided with Chen Ichuan's giant water ball. But this arrow did not pierce through the water ball. Instead, it struck the very front of the water ball, creating a spiderweb crack in midair, until the water ball stopped, soaking the ground. The spiderweb cracks gradually repaired. Interesting, but you can't shoot that special arrow many times, can you? Chen Ichuan said, suddenly shouting, sleeve cannon. Jingyu. Chapter 88. Have you ever drunk rat tail juice? In a short period of time, after being hit by Chen Ichuan's sleeve cannon a few times, Jingyu was already like a startled bird, entering a state of alert as soon as the 3 words came out. Without thinking, he immediately retreated into the air, wanting to leave the boy's attack range. However, this time, special shot, thunder light penetration. Chen Ichuan's sudden change of tactics left Jingyu, who was already airborne, with no chance to dodge. This scene felt so familiar. He had just been hit by the wind pressure cannon in front of him. Jingyu's pupils constricted sharply, a deep-seated fear urging him to raise his hand. No, wait. Unfortunately, the thunder light pierced through him like a spear, and coincidentally, it passed through his heart. Fatal weakness. -9, 613. Penetration. -1, 726. Kill. In the current version, player-to-player combat does not increase experience points. The boy remained unperturbed, approaching to take a spatial ring from the already charred Jingyu, not letting go of Jing Kuai's as well. The others were not taking anything. They just didn't. Then came the materials from the magic Sound Mouse King corpse. After all, it was a lord-level creature, and the flesh and bones on it were high-quality materials. Grinding and mixing them, then tossing them into the furnace, even a slug could successfully be turned into medicine. What alchemists do is turn waste into treasure. When will there be another opportunity to try out being a blacksmith? While thinking, Chun Yichuan swiftly separated the corpse of the magic Sound Mouse King using only an ordinary razor. This kind of knife would leave no trace if the Lord Beast were alive. However, once dead, and the spiritual power within its flesh and bones lost its vitality. One only needed to apply spiritual power to the blade and strike at its weak points to successfully dismember it. Good grief, Brother Chuan. You can slice a Lord Beast so smoothly? It was Tao Yi who spoke. Chun Yichuan had dealt with beast corpses quite a bit on this journey, and everyone had long been shocked. But how could one compare a lord or elite creature? Less talk if there's nothing to do. Just cut off the tails of the dead magic sound mice. They are useful. What use is that? Tao Yi picked up a magic sound mouse from the ground and swiftly cut off its ring-shaped tail. Have you ever drunk rat tail juice? Tao Yi. Todd. One old joke. Just kidding. That thing is made from rat tails, but it's much more useful than rat tail juice, so cut it off. No more nonsense. Perhaps due to the recent death of the magic Sound Mouse King, the nearby elite beast did not come to disturb Chun Yichuan and his group while they gathered their spoils. It seemed that Jing Yu was the last attacker, and after that, there was no further movement. However, after this incident, everyone was too lazy to set up camp to rest. They either changed locations to rest or simply fought until dawn. Sorry, I caused everyone trouble. Tang Bei's expression was indifferent. No worries, double experience. I can grind levels all night. Tao Yi followed closely. This makes sense, a rare opportunity. I can do it. I've pulled all-nighters before. With his spirit attribute higher than the other two, Shang Tianxiang naturally had no objections. The remaining Dongfang Yinyan was a bit tired, but if there was a fight, she could still get energized. As for Hao Zhao, he was just thinking about leveling up. So how could he refuse? I don't mind. I'm just exhausted. Just carry me. Chun Yichuan couldn't help but glance back, then said without hesitation, walk by yourself. You're too small. I'm not interested. Shi Xiaoyu. You ironclad straight man? Thanks for the compliment. Chun Yichuan wasn't. He just still cared about someone. When will this be resolved so he can go find her? In his last life, fate was tumultuous, and there were no chances, but this life was different. He didn't even know if she was still alive. With these thoughts in mind, he didn't look back, releasing his mental energy and walking straight ahead. After experiencing Jing Yu's sneak attack earlier, he would no longer be careless. Of course, if someone were to sneak attack from outside his detection range, then he could only consider himself unlucky. Under the night sky, somewhere, in front of a glass screen, a transparent being, which could tentatively be called human, was currently staring at the man on the glass screen, with a hint of contemplation in its expression. It was completely transparent, seemingly non-existent. One could still see the starry night sky through it. It was not non-existent. This human was indeed a bit different. Interesting. Different? The disturbance last time couldn't possibly be because of him, right? Another voice suddenly chimed in. Foolish. How could such a level of disturbance appear on an independent biological individual? To put in Earth terms, that would be like a sow climbing a tree. If it were a female long-clawed boar, it could climb. You are truly wise. Let's send our minions. Those humans are no longer reliable. It seems that's the only way. In the following 2 days, Chun Yichuan and his group faced no further obstacles in the Jiangdong battlefield. Both the Jing family and the Liu family remained quiet. It seemed everyone was immersed in the double experience time, trying to kill as many beasts as possible. Some small to medium forces that couldn't directly enter the outer battlefield were even using life-sucking maggots specifically to draw out beast hides for experience. Among them was a certain woman. Only 9 beast hides had appeared. This group of rubbish was truly unlucky. 9 wasn't enough. Liu Tianyuan almost lost his temper. The entire Northwest Century Lottery Zone was close to paralysis just from dealing with the 9 beast hides. Still not enough? Level 17 was hardly sufficient. Fong Yining fiddled with the short knife in her hand, her eyes still somewhat playful. And hey, Lao Deng, when are you calling my Luga back? I miss him. That's my son. When to call him back is my business. The term Lao Deng struck a sensitive chord with Lu Tianyuan. In terms of relationships, if Fong Yining really got together with Lu Yunlu, that would be his daughter-in-law, right? How could she say that to her father-in-law? Who knew? Fong Yining shot back with a glare. Nonsense. That's my Lu Ge. What does it have to do with you? Old Deng, do you really think I won't get angry? Oh, go ahead, then. Do you want to give up your longevity pills? You. Lu Tianyuan really couldn't afford to lose them. Suppressing 9 waves of beast tides was indeed laborious, but it also brought in plenty of roulette resources. Without life, one couldn't draw anything. No life to draw, and the roulette resources would become waste, which he absolutely could not accept. Fine, I'll call him back. You have 3 hours. Chapter 89, Familiar Sign. I'll give you 3 hours. The freckled girl said arrogantly, if you can't find my brother Lu, the Lu family, don't even think about getting a longevity pill from me. Lu Tianyuan felt suffocated in his heart, almost clenching his fists and punching the woman in front of him. But the prescription had already been bound by this person, and after she completely mastered it, she even burned it to ashes. No one else could refine it. Just as her words fell, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Yining. Hearing this, the girl's expression changed instantly. Brother Lu, you're back? Her change of attitude was quicker than flipping a book, looking just like a little wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Her voice sweetened with a hint of sugar, with the remaining bit hidden in her brows. What were you and my father talking about? Lu Yunlu seemed to have some thoughts in his heart, but he didn't say them out loud. Nothing. Uncle Lu took me out to level up during double experience. Oh, he's never been this nice to me. Lu Qinyuan's face was dark, feeling a surge of anger boiling in his stomach. With such a daughter-in-law, he was furious. If it weren't for the longevity pill, in front of Fong Yining, he couldn't even scold Lu Yunlu to vent his frustration. It was like a tortoise stuck in a closed high school going mad. By the way, what about Shinichuan? Did you kill him? Lu Yunlu had naturally heard the news of his brother's death, but to say he was devastated. Not really. Perhaps this world taught people to be cold-blooded. Fong Yining pretended to pout cutely. Brother Lu, stop mentioning those useless people. I've already offered a high bounty of 30 longevity pills, but still no one has succeeded. 30 pills. Hearing this price, even Lu Yunlu was a bit shocked. Although the increased lifespan had its probabilities, it could still be around 100 years. But drawing 10 yellow wheels was already a high price. Exactly. Okay. Yining, maybe someone is still in action. Let's wait and see. That's all we can do. The Jing clan manor was now the Southeast Association. The golden plaque was impossible to obtain, so Yu Dongnan could only manage to carve a relatively complete stone slab himself and set it up at the entrance of the manor. In the main hall, Jing Kuai and Jing Yu were dead, and now I have no one capable to present. Are you satisfied with this trip to death? Yu Dongnan said this while facing the side door, his voice carrying a hint of complaint. The Sacred Beast Association will take action personally. Just send someone to assist. Really? After the other party's voice emerged, Yu Dongnan replied, but inwardly translated assist to be cannon fodder. Your impressive Sacred Beast Association is going to take action personally. What else do I have to do? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice spoke again. All participants will receive 1 yellow longevity pill. Yellow longevity pill? Pure quality. Can you go my selfie? Yu Dongnan couldn't help but ask. A pure quality yellow longevity pill meant 100 years of life, and just participating would be like a free gift. However, the voice from behind the side door replied, I suggest you don't go. If you insist, just pretend I didn't say anything. Why? Some things need to be discovered by yourself to feel the shock. I know your heart isn't with the Sacred Beast Association yet, but you will. Yu Dongnan's face was full of confusion, but he didn't ask further. On the Jiangdong battlefield, in the Cultural Defense Zone, near the coastal side, due to some environmental changes after the arrival of devouring life, the location they were in was the peak of a cliff. But this was not a naturally formed cliff, but one that was forcibly pushed up by the sea. Such absurd occurrences were not rare globally, but no one knew why. It was thought that certain reasons had changed the movement of the Earth's crust. At this cliff, Chun Ichuan and the others could already faintly hear the sound of the sea crashing against the cliff. The 72-hour double experience had ended. Among the 7 people on this trip, each had gained to varying degrees, but if one were to say who gained the most, it would be none other than Chun Ichuan. Before setting off, he was just an 8th level novice, level 10 and above no longer a novice. But now he had reached level 18. In his attribute panel, the highest strength had surpassed 100. Attribute panel. Name, Chun Ichuan level, 18 experience, 96650. 000 lifespan, 322 years, 364 days blood chi, 21, 842 spirit power, 5, 400 branch, thunder strength, 104 spirit, 36 defense, 20 speed, 44 skills. Upgrade domain moon lake silver thunder, LV2, upgrade delay spirit explosion, LV2, combat power, 1, 692. It is well known that I only show the changed data. Delay spirit explosion, LV2, attachment skill, effect analysis. After adding delay spirit explosion, deals 5 times the damage of the caster's strength attribute. Skill consumes spirit power. Each attachment consumes 45 points of the caster's spirit power. Skill cooldown time, 5 seconds. After Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder was upgraded to LV2, the improvement was similar to Delay Spirit Explosion, mainly expanding the domain area from a radius of 3 meters to 5 meters. Individuals hit by lightning attacks enter a paralysis state from once every 3 seconds to once every 7 seconds. The damage from lightning attacks increased from 3 times to 5 times. The random lightning strike damage increased from 10 times to 5 times. Spirit power consumption decreased from 10 points per second to 8 points. Cooldown time reduced from 30 seconds to 27 seconds. Skill upgrades generally do not bypass several basic points: attack range, special effect conditions, damage consumption, and cooldown time. With each upgrade, there are almost reductions and enhancements. Of course, some individual skills might add new descriptions. Besides Chun Ichuan, the others also had corresponding improvements. Dongfang Yinyan rose from level 6 to level 13, Hao Zhao from level 7 to level 12, Tao Yi from level 9 to level 14, Shang Tianxiang from level 13 to level 19, and Tang Bei from level 12 to level 18. Shi Xiaoyu was the most exaggerated, rising from level 8 to level 20. It was all due to her whip's attack speed, which during dense bee swarms was even comparable to Chun Ichuan's sleeve cannon Gatling mode. She killed quickly, so her experience naturally increased rapidly. With this matter settled, Chun Ichuan originally intended to head home, but after glancing at the map on the life card, a familiar sign caught his attention. This isn't. Chapter 90. Congratulations on discovering the Easter egg. Chun Ichuan turned to take a glance at Hao Zhao, and he could only say that this was indeed quite a coincidence. What's wrong, Brother Chuan? Hao Zhao noticed the boy's gaze and couldn't help but ask. He was currently the lowest ranked among everyone, and the title Brother Chuan felt a bit lacking in confidence. After all, such titles are mostly used by stronger individuals to address weaker ones. Why is your progress so slow? The reason is simple. He was originally just a thug, and with a pure fighting style, killing monsters naturally takes longer. As for skills, not everyone is like Chun Ichuan, who has endless skills. The one you've been longing for has come. Chun Ichuan felt indifferent to Hao Zhao's address. If he could hold his own, it would save him trouble later. That one? You mean? Hao Zhao immediately reacted upon hearing this. He had traveled all the way from the southern Jiangnan settlement to the northern part, giving up his position as a small leader in the Zhenjiang defense zone, just to spend money with Chun Ichuan, right? Along the way, he had also picked up quite a bit of time currency. Everyone picked up a little, so there's no need to elaborate, right? That's right, he has come. He? Tao, he couldn't help but ask. Who is he, Brother Chuan? What are you two playing at? Shi Xiaoyu was also intrigued, asking who it was. Could it be related to the coins Hao Zhao kept picking up along the way? Tang Bei directly pointed out the source. The sniper's sharpness is truly frightening. Yes, you all saw that item. It has time units written on it, so it's also called time currency. Everyone was stunned. Time currency? including Hao Zhao. He had only heard Chen Yichuan say it was money that could buy things, but he had never heard what it actually was. Yes, time currency. Chen Yichuan smiled mysteriously. Since it's currency, of course, it could be used to buy things. Now, the person selling things has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone asked, "Where?" I say, "Brother Chuan, why do you speak in such a roundabout way? Can't you just say it all at once?" Chen Yichuan felt a bit embarrassed. "All right, you can check the map yourself. It's in the northeast corner at the estuary of the big river." Everyone opened their own life cards maps, looking in the direction as he said, and Tang Bei was the first to notice something unusual. "Is it this yellow dot?" The map that comes with a life card only has blue and white lines of varying darkness, representing all the terrain, rivers, etc. in line form. Darker colors indicate lower areas, while lighter colors indicate higher ones. Therefore, a small yellow dot stands out. However, its color is not dark, and it flickers slightly, making it easy to confuse with the white, flowing river area. "Yes, that's it. What are we waiting for? Let's go." Once the target was confirmed, Hao Zhao immediately spoke. Among the seven, he was undoubtedly the most eager. "What's the rush? Do you think you could just walk over blindly and find him?" The map is visible to everyone, and this unusual yellow that is naturally visible too. But if it were that easy to find, why has no one discovered the function of time currency until now? In his previous life, Chen Yichuan only found out when someone posted the method on the World Channel. "Don't ask, it's from that show called Chance." "How do we find it then?" Shi Xiaoyu asked, as she still trusted Chen Yichuan in this regard. After all, he was the one who opened the door to the #1 unknown ruins. Once she asked, everyone listened attentively, with emotions running high. The boy no longer kept them guessing. He unfolded his map, placed his hand on the flickering yellow dot, and pressed it long. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The duration of the long press increased until the 17th second arrived. Ding. A window suddenly popped up on the map, followed by another window. "Congratulations on discovering the Easter egg. Mysterious merchant Shichi Miao. A map teleportation point will soon appear. Please pay attention." The two windows popped up in succession, and as they were about to disappear, a golden light pillar appeared before everyone. "Huh, Brother Chuan, is that light pillar only visible to us?" Shang Tianxiang furrowed his brows, observing the reactions of the surrounding beasts, which seemed unable to see it. Tang Bei nodded. They couldn't see it. Their attention was still focused on us, and if they dared to approach, attacks would come immediately. Seeing the familiar light pillar shooting up into the sky, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but chuckle. "That's right, that's the entrance." Entrance. Tao, he couldn't help but walk towards the location of the light pillar. But halfway there, he suddenly turned back and said, "No. Brother Chuan, are you sure that's the entrance?" At this moment, the others also sensed something was off. "Wow, a cliff. What entrance? That's a dead end, right? Are we supposed to jump off the cliff?" The boy smiled lightly upon hearing this. "Didn't you all notice? The yellow dot on the map is in a relatively darker area. In other words, it's by the river. That doesn't mean we have to jump off the cliff, right? You can choose to take a detour down, or if your eyesight is good, look down directly from the cliff and see if you can find that guy." This, Tao Yi and the others weren't disbelieving of Chen Yichuan, but after all, it was a cliff jump, right? At their level, jumping from this nearly 300-meter high cliff would be certain death. Just be cowardly. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted. "I'm going down first." After saying that, Chen Yichuan lightly jumped to the edge of the cliff without any hesitation, and his whole person disappeared into the golden light pillar. "What the heck? Brother Chuan, damn, he really jumped." Tang Bei rubbed his chin, calculating that with Brother Chuan's weight, it would take about 4-5 seconds to fall from 300 meters, but he hadn't heard any sound of crashing. "What the hell? Can you not say such calm words at a time like this?" Dongfang, Yin shivered. However, at this moment, Shi Xiaoyu had already jumped out first. "Are there no real men among you? Don't say you won't die from a 300-meter fall. Even if you do die, isn't there already one accompanying you on the road?" After saying that, Shi Xiaoyu leapt lightly, directly unleashing a burst of energy and disappearing into the light pillar. "Oh my, what a spicy girl. You guys don't have it, but I do." Shang Tianxiang felt a surge of courage arise in his heart after hearing those words, and he managed to support himself to the edge of the cliff Though his legs were weak, he still jumped in. Immediately after, Hao Zhao seemed to overcome his fear of death. Damn, I came here for this, damn it. With a rush of wind, he jumped into the light pillar, disappearing from sight. At this moment, only 3 people remained on the cliff. Tao, he furrowed his brows. I promised to follow Brother Chuan. I can't fall behind. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yinyan also steadied her heart. Me too. I didn't say I was afraid, but snipers are always the last to retreat. Upon hearing this, Tao, Yi, and the others realized, wow, this guy really knows how to play it cool. Chapter 91. High-end boutique selection Qimiao. Although they said so, when they actually reached the edge of the cliff, the calves of the 3 couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't a fear of heights, but looking down was definitely not a good idea. The key was to jump? Oh my god. Before jumping, Dongfang Yinyan even let out a local accent, saying, if I die, I die. 20 years later, I'll still be a tough guy. Whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Dongfang Yinyan transformed in the air into Dongfang Biao. Ha ha, I cannot be outdone by you. Tao Yi gathered his courage. Humans are meant to live towards death. TT. In the end, only Tang Bei remained. It's a pity without that last shout, it would have been quite cool. After saying this, he reached out and turned off the system's recording function. Who has not faced death since ancient times? I care not for death, but for your wife. Ahem, just messing around. Tang Bei is not that kind of person. From then on, the 7-member team all jumped off the cliff. Hundreds of meters away, a young man got up from the ground. Beside him lay a giant wolf, its body as white as snow, measuring over 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters tall. In its slightly fierce eyes, there was a hint of gentleness as it looked at the young man. The young man quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, squinting his deep-set eyes halfway, tilting his head slightly. Am I crazy? Why is everyone jumping off the cliff? Am I supposed to kill a suicide squad? At this moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Hey, are you serious? Soon, a voice reached his ears. You might not believe it, but they didn't die. I know that. I wouldn't die either if I jumped. But wouldn't I be injured? No. The voice seemed to not want to say more. Forget it. Let us see a living person or a dead body I'll buy. Let's go. After saying that, the young man gently patted the back of the giant wolf beside him and then turned to ride on it. The white giant wolf let out a soft whine, then lifted the young man on its back and ran down the mountain like the wind. They certainly didn't have the courage to jump off the cliff. It's better to obediently go down the mountain. Time rewinds to 1 minute earlier. Chen Yichuan had just leaped into the golden light column when an incredibly rich spiritual power lifted him up, then began to slowly descend. It felt like riding in a lift with no floor. This thing also has a name, teleportation light column. In less than 3 seconds, the young man was sent by the light column to a riverside. The surging river formed a spectacular waterfall due to the change in terrain, crashing down and creating waves several meters high before flowing into the sea. The wind created by the rushing water brushed against the young man's hair, bringing a slight chill. And at the confluence of the river and the ocean, there was, it was a cat wearing a bamboo hat, gently swaying a bamboo pole as if fishing. Normally, a place like this would definitely be inhabited by fierce beasts, but now there wasn't a single one. But Chen Yichuan knew it wasn't he that there were none, but that he was not on Earth. The golden light column had sent him to a place that was like Earth, yet not Earth. Before long, Shi Xiaoyu arrived first, followed by Sheng Tianxiang and the other 5, who appeared one by one. Huh? Didn't die? Or are they already dead? After Dongfang Biao reverted back to Dongfang Yinyan, he kept rubbing himself, confirming whether he was missing 1 or 2 parts. You didn't jump down with your eyes closed, did you? Hao Zhao couldn't help but ask. Jump down? When the hell? The forward Shi Xiaoyu rolled her eyes back, coward. Among the 5, only Tang Bei remained calm, though slightly pale. Brother Chuan, is this the one you mentioned? Him? Ah, Shi Chi Miao. Chen Yichuan nearly blurted out, long time no see. What a strange name. Speaking of which, aren't there a lot of sea beasts here? Yeah, it's so quiet here. And that, oh my god, that SA cat, still fishing. The shock of the group seemed to catch the attention of the bamboo hat cat by the river, who slightly raised its head, then turned around and gestured for silence. Then, It turned back to fishing. Hao Zhao blinked. Brother Chuan, is that the merchant you mentioned? Yeah, but how do we buy? Do I need to teach you how to buy? Chen Yichuan smiled lightly and stepped forward toward the bamboo hat cat. Before he could speak, he heard meow. The bamboo hat cat turned around, propping up its hat with a paw, and scanned Chen Yichuan with its slit pupils like a scanner. A few seconds later, qualification recognition successful. Grade S. Up until this point, everything seemed normal, and it was no different from when it had gone shu by the river. But then, meow, high-end boutique selection chi-meow, 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 chi-meow. Whatever you want, I have it. Oh meow, 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 meow. Whether it's equipment or treasures, or pills and treasure maps. If you don't say it, I'll just meow, 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 meow. Except for Chen Yichuan, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably. The others were all, wait. Why am I feeling a bit confused? You're not alone. I buy. Gula meow. As soon as Tao Yi finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flew towards him, growing larger as it approached, until it seemed to press down on his head. You have good eyesight, young man. What do you want to buy? Meow. After Shichi Meow finished speaking, it didn't give Tao Yi a chance to respond. The fishing rod in its hand instantly shrank dozens of times. Then it hooked something from under the hat. How about this? The only one in the world, energy storage sleeve. Can be used for offense as a fist, sword, knife, or spear. Can be used for defense as a shield. Safe and sound, buy it. Buy it. Tao Yi. Not interested? Then how about this? Shichi Meow retrieved the energy storage sleeve and hooked out another item. Black Knight shield sword. Sharp sword for attacking enemies. Sturdy shield for defending, both offense and defense. Black Knight too. Still not interested? Then look at treasures and pills. Offensive, defensive, healing, spiritual replenishing. Everything you need. This. No. What exactly do you want? Can you let me finish a complete sentence? And oh, get off my head. Meow, meow, meow. Upon hearing this, Shichi Meow rolled its eyes and simply lengthened its fishing rod, using it like a pole vault to jump onto the next person. Young man, are you buying or not? Coincidentally, this person was Hao Zhao. Buy. Although he was shocked by the fluent Mandarin of the cat in front of him, Hao Zhao did not forget his main purpose. Everything the other party had shown to Tao Yi earlier was basically from the roulette, right? Only the roulette could draw those. Meow woo hee. What do you want to buy? Chapter 92. Death penalty? Who regulates the death penalty? What to buy? Squatting on top of Hao Zhao's head, Shichi Meow asked again after receiving no response. But at that moment, Hao Zhao hadn't fully reacted yet. Him saying I buy was just a subconscious response. As for what he wanted to buy, could it be that he wanted to buy everything? After holding in for a long time, Hao Zhao could only squeeze out one sentence. As long as it can make me stronger, it's fine. Meow can make you stronger. After a moment of thought, Shichi Meow's fishing rod suddenly moved. Got it. This is it. Ding, ding, ding. Dragon scale, long knife cut. Hao Zhao's eyes widened. He plays with knives, right? Is this cat just selling knives when it sees someone who plays with knives? So, how much is this? Not expensive, only 50 sky coins, meow. I'll watch. What a steal. All right. I'll give you a 10 discount with tiers, 49 sky coins, and 12 time coins. How about that, big-hearted meow? Even if you give me a discount, I still won't have that much. Hao Zhao was about to cry without tears. Although he had earned quite a bit of time currency on the battlefield of Jiangdong, most of it was in time fractions. Sky coins only come from elite-level fierce beasts, and when divided up, there's hardly any. Looking at the long knife in front of him, Hao Zhao felt like he was standing in front of a luxury car dealership before the apocalypse. Wanting it, but unable to afford it. No discount, even with a 10 off? Guess I'm poor then, meow. After saying that, Shichi Meow flicked her tail and was ready to find the next buyer. Hao Zhao panicked. No. Don't you have something cheaper? If you want something cheaper, go find Tun Mouse. Shichi Meow only deal in high-end goods. Sigh. Shichi Meow, I'll buy it. Before Hao Zhao's urgent voice could finish, another voice attracted Shichi Meow's attention. It was Chen Yichuan. Seeing him, Shichi Meow's eyes lit up. Here he comes, meow. Before the excitement could fade, Shichi Meow had already lightly landed on Chen Yichuan's head. Young man, what do you want to buy? The young man directly took out a dirty Footprint covered A4 paper from his spatial ring. How much of these materials do you have? Let me see, meow. Shichi Meow quickly shifted her gaze and after a moment said, I have them, meow. What level do you want, and how many? Just yellow will do, 2 copies. Wait a moment, I'll pack it for you, meow. Not long after, a paper package that had been folded numerous times was dangled in front of Chun Ichuan with a fishing rod. The total is 29 sky coins and 7 time coins. You can keep the time coins, meow. Hearing this, Chun Ichuan smiled generously. I'll give you 1 month coin. No need to give change. He could easily obtain time currency from the roulette, as he could specify the rewards and draw from a few white roulettes. In the roulette, one could draw almost anything. Wow, how generous, meow. Hao Zhao, watching from the side, felt a bit dazed. Brother Chuan, can I borrow? Huh? Buying a knife? Shichi meow. What about that knife from earlier? I bought it. Here it is, meow. 45 sky coins. What the heck? Why is it 50 when you sell it to me? Then I'll sell it to you for 45 sky coins, meow. Hao Zhao. 45 sky coins. Doesn't he have? Then I'll buy pills, the kind from the roulette. Do you have those? Of course, meow. Shichi Meow is known as the mysterious merchant who has everything. As long as you can say it, even if she doesn't have it now, she can go stock up. Strength, spirit, defense, speed. What kind of pills do you want? As she spoke, Shichi Meow waved her paw, directly summoning a blue-tinted virtual screen, which was simply the shopping mall interface from a game. The navigation bar at the bottom of the window was divided into several sub-items. In addition to the 4 basic attributes, there were recovery types, enhancement types, special types, etc. Each sub-item had multiple products available for selection, all clearly priced. But without exception, it was one word: expensive. High-end goods. How could they not be expensive? But it must be said that the pills from Shichi Meow were all quite effective. At least Chun Ichuan couldn't currently refine anything with the same effect. Once the window appeared, all the people's attention was drawn to it. Give me a bottle of Crazy Bull Strength Pill. The one who spoke was Chun Ichuan. This Crazy Bull Strength Pill, as its name suggests, is a temporary strength increasing pill. Alright, a yellow level bottle is 5 sky coins. A purple level is 45 sky coins. And the black level is temporarily out of stock. Those shopping nearby realized that this meant there were black level ones too, just out of stock, for the same pill. The higher the level, the more exaggerated the enhancement. For example, the Crazy Bull Strength Pill, the yellow level increases strength by 30 points, while the purple level can reach 210 points, 9 times the price, 7 times the enhancement difference. Just give me the yellow level. Chun Ichuan wanted to buy the purple level. He could draw from the roulette to gather the funds, but that kind of thing wasn't something anyone could use at any level. If he bought it, it would just end up collecting dust. Moreover, drawing from the roulette for time currency in front of so many people would make even the most foolish person suspect something was off. The previous 3 high-end yellow roulettes were all positively oriented, so whatever he drew could be explained by luck. But the lower quality roulettes weren't so easy to cover up, right? Alright, following Chun Ichuan, others also found the pills they wanted and bought them. Hao Zhao wasn't completely unable to buy anything, but his assets were limited, totaling only about 12 sky coins. If it were Tun Tun Mouse, it would definitely be enough, but with Shichi Meow, it felt insufficient. In the end, he bought 3 full blood recovery pills from the recovery category. 3 sky coins per bottle. It hurt him apart with that. Of course, it wasn't just about buying pills. Do you have such a weapon? Shi Xiaoyu raised her rope dart and asked. Yes, I want a more extendable metal. It shouldn't explode immediately upon impact. Yes. Do you have sword energy skill books? Yes. After this matter concluded, Shichi Meow was extremely satisfied, licking her cat lips, but suddenly heard, speaking of which, why aren't there any longevity pills? The one asking was Tang Bei, who had just bought a bottle of Swift Wind pill. Shichi Meow indeed had every kind of pill in this pill shop, but the one thing she didn't have was the core longevity pill from Life Devouring. Not even a lowest grade white longevity pill. But as soon as his voice fell, Shichi Meow jumped up and gave his head a little tap, saying, "You fool, selling longevity pills is a death penalty." "A death penalty, Meow. Death penalty?" Tang Bei frowned. Then, as if something clicked, he immediately retorted, "Who regulates the death penalty?" Never mind, Meow. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Afterward, Shichi Miao seemed to become a startled bird, afraid that anything might happen. She suddenly lowered her hat and jumped onto Chun Ichuan's head, whispered something in his ear, and immediately disappeared. On the empty riverbank, only one phrase remained. It was a pleasant transaction. We'll meet again if fate allows, Miao. Chapter 93. The Boy on the Wolf's Back by Zhang. Chuan Ge. That cat seemed to say something to you when it left just now. By the riverbank. Tang Bei put down the sniper rifle in his hands and broke the momentary silence after Shi Miao had left. It's nothing. Chun Ichuan, who had come back to his senses, gently shook his head and then gazed at the golden beam of light that appeared after Shi Miao disappeared. Let us go, it's time to head back. Just now, Shi Miao only said one sentence, 2 words. Level 99, see you in the underworld. Chun Ichuan felt a bit stunned. Shi Miao's behavior was no different from that of his previous life, but it had never mentioned anything beyond transactions before. Why this time? Is it because I can choose rewards? He had to think this way, but if that's the case, level 99, see you in the underworld might not necessarily be a good or bad thing. Just as he was pondering, the space ahead suddenly rippled visibly, and after a moment, a cat's head suddenly emerged, its fluffy paw offering a spatial ring. Young man, since we are so fated, I'll give this to you, Miao. After saying that, the cat's head and paw quickly disappeared. This time, everyone saw it, but only Hao Zhao couldn't help but ask Chuan, what did she give you? Chun Ichuan took a slight breath but turned back with a faint smile and said, it's nothing, I bought a lot. And she gave me a spatial ring. Oh. Seeing that the others were silent, the young man also smiled as he turned back. Let's go. Time to head back. They came. As everyone stepped into the golden beam, the rich spiritual power gently lifted them, as if they were stepping on cotton. Moments later, the golden light suddenly vanished. The abrupt change in light left everyone momentarily dazed. However, a sudden low growl made all 7 people tense up. Chun Ichuan frowned. The teleportation beam leaving the trading space should have sent them to the nearest safe point, right? Why? Things are becoming increasingly mysterious. Only when his vision fully restored did he see the scene before him. A young man riding on a wolf's back, his gaze indifferent. A person, mixed in with ferocious beasts. Around him, there were quite a few amphibious ferocious beasts from the sea closing in. Roughly counting, there were no less than 100. Suddenly, the boy on the wolf's back raised his long knife. Kill. Without any unnecessary words, the ferocious beasts surrounding Chun Ichuan and the others surged forward like hungry wolves. But now, it seems you're not going to explain anything, fine? The boy said as he immediately pulled back his slingshot. De l'yed spirit explosion instant burst shell. His agile figure leaped up, and a conical bone bullet shot out, thud embedding itself into the back of a linguistic sea lion that had already charged towards him. Boom! The explosion sounded instantaneously, violently tearing the beast apart. Although the temporary attributes had already expired, Chun Ichuan now possessed a power value over 100, easily piercing through the defense of a beast just over level 10. The subsequent instant burst was specially adjusted by him with delayed spirit explosion. 1 to 3 seconds. Just take the minimum value, right? This first shot of battle stunned the ferocious beast group and also inspired the remaining 6 people. But just a moment later, the boy on the wolf's back raised his long knife again. Beast blood-boiling kill. As the words lingered, the blood-red threads gradually appeared in the double pupils of the surrounding ferocious beasts, and the rising momentum was much stronger than before. He can amplify the ferocious beasts. No, to be precise, it should be invigorating, commanding. The attributes of the ferocious beast had not been substantively enhanced, just better stimulated. As for how this was achieved, it was still unknown. Chun Ichuan couldn't hide his shock, and the others felt similarly. After all, this was unheard of. Whether this world was originally like this and I hadn't noticed, or it changed because of me. To be honest, Chun Ichuan found it hard to understand. But never mind. Remember, they could have escaped death, but because of you, they are on the path to death. The boy on the wolf's back suddenly chuckled, looking at the sharp knife in his hand as if looking at his best friend. Just beasts, the more that die, the better, right? Chun Ichuan listened in silence, and then suddenly pulled the string to shoot another. Boom! The explosion still occurred, and the damage hadn't decreased. But the surface defense layer of the ferocious beast had vaguely become thicker and harder. The next moment, he also understood. He quickly shouted to the 6 people who were fighting the ferocious beasts. It's the effect of blood. The defense of the ferocious beasts hasn't strengthened. Their surface elasticity and toughness have just increased due to blood filling. If you can't handle it, take the pills I gave you. This battle is unavoidable. That said, Chun Ichuan's gaze never left the boy on the wolf's back. Simply because the aura from the other party was so peculiar that even he found it somewhat tricky. Maybe it was the level, or maybe something else. However, since they hadn't fought yet, Chun Ichuan couldn't carefully distinguish. After a moment of confrontation, the eyes of the 2 boys naturally collided. On the wolf's back, he tilted his head. You are indeed special. Especially handsome. You don't need to tell me that. Especially shameless. As the words fell, Chun Ichuan directly shot out an arrow, with delayed spear explosion added. You play sneak attacks. The boy on the wolf's back instinctively tilted his head to dodge after speaking, but unexpectedly, Chun Ichuan raised his hand again. Sleeve cannon flame explosion. This a prediction, with the shooting speed of fireball explosion and having already fired in advance. The time left for the other party to react was only a fleeting moment. 1 second. No, it probably wasn't even half a second. This little time was only enough for the boy on the wolf's back to swing his knife diagonally. Swish. The knife blade swept past the fireball, but couldn't stop it in the slightest, not even causing a slight disturbance. The result was a woo. In a critical moment, the white giant wolf under the boy raised its front paw, and that basketball-sized meat paw directly smashed the fireball in midair, leaving no trace whatsoever. Chun Ichuan frowned slightly. How could it be the howling moon sky wolf? It didn't quite look like it. Her name is Abai. She is my best friend. The boy on the wolf's back neither confirmed nor denied, but softly spoke while stroking the giant wolf's head. Thank you. Abai. Woo. Ha. With your ruthlessness towards ferocious beasts, you actually have such a friend. Abai is different. Chun Ichuan chuckled lightly. He was disbelieving, after all. All kinds of bizarre incidents could happen in this world now. But now, their positions were fundamentally different. After letting out a short breath, he said, You should know my name, but I still don't know yours. The boy on the wolf's back glanced at him, his expression still indifferent. But he said, Baijan. Chapter 94. The Feeling of Death. By Battle. The term Baijan comes from the building posts in the review section, kindly provided by the longtime fanin Shun Santai Genshin. Upon hearing this, Chun Ichuan paused to think for a moment, but couldn't recall such a character in his mind. It might be that the person was too low-key for him to have heard of, or perhaps it was because of his reincarnation that such a character appeared. Did the Liu family send you? Baijan scoffed. Liu family? Never heard of it. Is it some insignificant family? As he spoke, Chun Ichuan furrowed his brows slightly, pulled back the slingshot in his hand, and directly shot sideways, shattering a silver cloud seal that was lunging at him. You say I'm shameless, but aren't you ambushing me? Hee hee. Baijan smiled playfully. All's fair in war. It's boring to just chat. Let's fight. Interesting. Haven't we been fighting all along? You have a gun, right? Bring it out. Only then did Chun Ichuan understand what he meant, but sorry, I refuse. This life of an ordinary person is the only one I have. I can't afford to gamble it. Baijan fell silent for a moment before saying, A person without ambition is not worth mourning. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, late-stage Chinibu, and then replied, You have hemorrhoids. Your whole family has hemorrhoids. Unexpectedly, his words seemed to strike a nerve in Baijan's heart. Whole family. Baijan took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he heard that word. Suddenly, whoosh, a swift shadow approached, followed closely by a sharp glint. The young man had to take a step back, drawing out the Xianhai longing gun to block the incoming strike. It can't be considered a true delicious moment, right? The slingshot's fork simply couldn't be used for blocking. Bang! A long sound echoed. Damn, are you allergic to whole family or something? Baijan's gaze turned cold, with a hint of madness in his eyes. The apocalypse took everything from me. I have no family left. Apologize. As these 2 words left his mouth, Chun Ichuan exerted force to push Baijan's long knife aside, then thrust his gun upward from below. I apologize to you. Damn it. Do you think you're the only one who lost family? Who hasn't? You. Bai Zhan could only stagger to block Chen Yichuan's rapid gunfire. The force generated by the clash of knife and gun made many ferocious beasts shrink back, not daring to seek trouble. Such fast shooting skills. After receiving the gunshot, Bai Zhan's emotions seemed to calm a bit. Use your gun. Let's see who's better. If you win, I'll leave immediately. However, Chen Yichuan suddenly retracted his gun and drew back. Pun, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The explosion of delayed spirit blast erupted instantly, causing Bai Zhan to leap back to avoid the sharp edge. Chen Yichuan's strength attribute was 104 points when the LV-2 delayed spirit blast detonated. It equated to an attack with 468 points of strength. If he didn't dodge, heavy injury was unavoidable. After landing, however, Bai Zhan lunged forward with his knife again. You don't want to use it. I'll force you to. If you have the ability, then try it. Chen Yichuan shouted, silver lightning flashing in his eyes. It was Domain Moon, Lake Silver Thunder. A circular thunder array with a radius of 5 meters unfolded under the boy's feet with a shout. Bai Zhan, who was approaching with his knife, almost leaped in, so there was simply no chance to change direction. The lightning attack after entering the array, along with a subsequent bolt of lightning, came as expected. 2 lines of damage text popped up one after another. -274. -2092. Chen Yichuan was stunned. Bai Zhan's mental power was surprisingly high. He reached LV-2's domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder, and the lightning damage he suffered in the array was 5 times his mental attribute, which translates to 76. 5 mental power and 765 damage. Even though his combat power would ultimately weaken, it shouldn't be less than 30. After a preliminary estimation, this guy's mental attribute definitely exceeded 50 points. In this moment of shock, Chen Yichuan was horrified to find that after being struck by lightning, Bai Zhan didn't retreat, but pressed forward, charging toward him with a fierce swing of his knife. It wasn't a skill, just a simple strike. But Chen Yichuan felt that this strike was anything but simple. Ding! The boy instantly raised his silver gun to meet it. Having struggled for more than a year in his previous life, his combat experience was not lacking at all. Moreover, he was adept with the battle spear, so he had a good understanding of long guns as well. After blocking the strike, Chen Yichuan didn't linger in battle and immediately distanced himself. At the same time, he began analyzing. Was it because of his high mental attribute that his ordinary attacks contained spiritual power? That previous strike was clearly not ordinary, but also seemed like mental intent. Could it be sword intent? What kind of being is Bai Zhan? Are you just going to keep running away? Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan snapped back to reality from his thoughts, then looked around. My teammates have gained the upper hand. The advantage is mine. Why should I risk my life with you? Bai Zhan, upon hearing this, carefully observed his surroundings. The situation was indeed as Chen Yichuan said. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment, then raised his head. It seems I don't have time to waste with you, Bai. Wolf. The white giant wolf responded to the call, arriving behind Bai Zhan in an instant, ready to carry him. Prepared tactical A. Upon hearing this, a Bai immediately lowered its body, and Bai Zhan on its back also slightly bent down, sheathing his knife, then drawing it out half an inch. In the next moment, a Bai directly carried him, circling around the entire front line. Chen Yichuan frowned slightly. What skill is this? Such a large wind-up? However, he wouldn't obediently wait to be attacked. Raising his right hand, he fired a shot of sleeve cannon flame explosion, followed closely by water balls, ice spikes, wind pressure, one after another, but without exception. All were dodged by a Bai with its agile footwork. By this moment, 10 seconds had already passed. Feeling something was off, Chen Yichuan gritted his teeth, took out a silver-gray bullet, and loaded it into the bowstring. Delayed spirit blast, triple instant explosion. Bai Zhan, who was circling the front line, frowned, clearly sensing that something was wrong with Chen Yichuan's impending attack. There's no choice. Although it might have some flaws, it should be enough, right? Bai Zhan whispered, then suddenly made a Bai stop, crouching down. When a sliver of knife light appeared from the hilt of the knife, Bai Zhan held backward. Chen Yichuan felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. This feeling he had experienced when he drew the mysterious crisis in his previous life. Yes, it's the feeling of death. Everyone, get down. As Chun Ichuan's voice fell, Baijan opened his eyes, a sharp gaze filled with murderous intent piercing through. Intentional blade draw / special bullet thunderbolt. Chapter 95. Brother Chuan, I don't want this either. Deliberate. As soon as the words left his mouth, Baijan's hand, which was gripping the knife handle, instantly drew it out. He unsheathed the knife and slashed. At the moment the sound fell, the arc of the knife light swiftly swept out. The speed was so fast, it was like a blink of an eye. But at the same time, the special bullet in Chun Ichuan's hand was also ready. Special bullet, thunderous might. Thunderous might bullet, special ammunition, a one-time consumable. Contains the special ammunition of natural thunder. Could be used as a crossbow bolt, bow arrow, or thrown object. Effect analysis. Upon hitting any target, the natural thunder energy contained within will be released instantly, forming a temporary thunderstorm domain, where the natural thunder will automatically lock onto targets within the domain, causing significant lightning damage. Rated damage. This damage is the rated damage of natural thunder and is not affected by the caster's mental attributes. The so-called any target naturally includes spiritual energy, but if you think you can avoid it just by detonating it, then you are gravely mistaken, as this bullet, filled with violent lightning elements, swept through the air. The reaction of the spiritual energy immediately triggered the thunder from above, and at the same time, the triple-delayed spirit explosion erupted. Like a fuse, it completely activated the thunderous might bullet. The deafening sound of thunder echoed. Wherever it passed, thunderous might. The ground looked as if it had been plowed by lightning, leaving a long trench. The silver-blue fluorescence still flickered on the charred ground. The scene was incredibly shocking. However, the arc of knife light that Baijan swung did not disappear. Instead, it pierced straight through the thunderstorm and grazed the boy's waist. Pain? In that instant, there was none. Chun Ichuan only felt that he lost contact with his lower body for a moment. Cut in half. But I'm wearing the Lily Heart Protector, right? It should be able to withstand an unprotected attack of level 10 or below, right? Could it be that Baijan is already above level 28? And at the moment Chun Ichuan was hit, the thunderous might bullet also swept past Baijan with overwhelming force. Oh woo! The white giant wolf beneath him howled loudly, its white fur shimmering with a layer of silver light, and as the thunder swept past, it only slightly weakened. But the Baijan on its back did not have that ability. As the thunder swept by, terrifying damage values ruthlessly jumped out, leaving no part of his body intact. The high temperature burned his clothes, leaving only fragments. The exposed skin could not withstand such scorching and split open, with blood oozing out and instantaneously carbonizing to a charred black, adhering to the surface like a scab. In the gaps, however, faint blood red still flowed. Woo! 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 Just after the thunder passed, the white giant wolf returned to its white form and anxiously whined, then locked its gaze filled with hatred onto Chun Ichuan. But just as it was about to act, bye! The giant wolf heard the sound, and its movements immediately became smaller, appearing very docile. Go! Woo! After this response, the giant wolf suddenly turned around and rushed off into the distance, clearly prioritizing Baijan's commands over its instincts. This battle, up to this moment, could be considered over, but the aftermath it left behind. Gulp! Chun Ichuan's eye twitched, and a mouthful of thick blood spilled out. His legs, having lost spinal support, first softened and then collapsed. Finally, bang! The unsupported upper body fell heavily to the ground. Master, you! Frog spoke anxiously, its sleeves twitching slightly. Don't come out. I want to die. Chun Ichuan scolded in his heart. Though he stopped Frog's movements, blood had already begun to flow out uncontrollably. If this trend continued, he would probably bleed to death in half a minute. There was no time to think about why the Lily Heart Protector hadn't worked. The immediate priority was to save his life. Chun Ichuan's mind moved, and he took out a pill from his spatial ring, raising his hand to send it to his mouth, but at that moment, a slightly trembling foot stepped on his forearm. You! The boy stared blankly, and this person was Hao Zhao. Hao Zhao's face was somewhat awkward, but a firm determination held his gaze. Brother Chuan, I don't want this either. But you understand how important strength is in this world. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you showed too many good things. While speaking, he was about to stab down with the knife, the very knife that Chen Yichuan had bought for him. But suddenly, hiss, bang, hiss. Two sounds almost erupted simultaneously. Ah, ah, ah. In just an instant, Hao Zhao paid the price for his actions, ending up in a state with his limbs severed. The right arm holding the sword was chopped off by Dongfang Yanyan, and the left foot stepping on Chen Yichuan's forearm was shattered by a sudden thunderstorm. The source of this thunderstorm was simply the Thunderlight armor-piercing bullet that had the delayed spirit explosion added. As for how it was triggered, the Thunderlight armor-piercing bullet could be used as a crossbow bolt, bow arrow, or thrown object. It just needed to hit the target, so hitting Hao Zhao's leg would suffice. It would definitely penetrate, and with the delayed spear explosion, this special bullet exploded right in the middle of Hao Zhao's leg, resulting in such an outcome. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon scale long knife fell, leaving only a hand and foot of Hao Zhao, who kept retreating, his eyes filled with fear of death. Don't kill me, don't. Zhao Ge. Oh Zhao Ge, you're very disappointing. Dongfang Yanyan approached step by step, still holding the blood-dripping big sword. But behind came Chen Yichuan's voice, Big Yinzi. Damn, Chuan Ge. Hearing Chen Yichuan's voice, Dongfang Yanyan remembered that the latter was now only half a person left, and treating his injuries was much more important than killing Hao Zhao. The big fool quickly ran over, pretending to help him up. Hey, don't! Chen Yichuan hurriedly shouted. With his current life-threatening injuries, moving would only worsen his vitality. Huh? The pill, just give me the pill. Oh, and you're stepping on my lower half. Hey, ISNT it already. What do you mean already? It can still be reattached. A perfectly good lower body. How can it just be discarded? It was only cut open, not blown apart. All the components are still intact, okay? Oh. Is this the pill? Yes, quickly, I'm freaking dying. Fortunately. Although Dongfang Yanyan is a big guy and a bit silly. His character isn't malicious at all. Otherwise, as long as he subdued Chen Yichuan, he would have profited immensely. The process was thrilling, but fortunately, everything went smoothly. During this time, the other four also reacted, pushing aside the beast's corpse and crawling out covered in blood. Seeing Chen Yichuan's terrifying injuries, each one gasped in shock. Not long after, the boy held the pill in his mouth, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his forehead, and finally gasped for breath and spoke. Now help me reattach. Oh, a response that made everyone a bit flustered. Don't mess it up. Who knew that as soon as Chen Yichuan finished speaking, Shi Xiaoyu anxiously shouted, no, it's the front that has Kuin. It's reversed. What the hell? Can you all do it? Chapter 96. Only death can stop greed. These 5 people are not doctors after all. Asking them to handle the body is simply like letting beggars into the door. In a few seconds, they were misaligned here and there, but fortunately, the incision was very neat, and it was finally secured. At that moment, the pill that Chen Yichuan had in his mouth finally went down his throat. As the pill rolled into the esophagus and a thread of spiritual power seeped in, the immense life energy immediately unfurled, causing the boy's arms to flex and stretch. Before long, the flesh at the upper body incision began to twitch slightly. The dead skin was pushed out by the newly grown, tender flesh, rising like a mountain before shedding away, revealing flawless skin underneath. The entire process was visible to the naked eye. This terrifying recovery effect left the few people around staring in shock with wide eyes. He could grow back even after being cut in half. This, W.C. Tao, he was stunned for a long time, but ultimately chose the simplest and most direct adjective to express his current feelings. Sheng Tianxiang, Brother Chuan, this thing can definitely be written into history, right? Tang Bei. Yeah, if we had this, how many casualties could we reduce in Jilong City? Dongfang Yanyan, yes, this is a super band-aid, right? Shi Xiaoyu also stared blankly for a while. Then, if I have a grudge against someone, can I keep cutting her in half repeatedly? As the voice fell, apart from the sound of the river flowing into the sea, there was no other sound. Why are you all looking at me like that? Am I wrong in what I said? You must be a devil. Chen Yichuan directly broke the silence, remembering to never provoke this woman in a matter of life and death. Can cutting someone in half repeatedly really be okay? The other four men were silent as can be. They didn't need Chun Ichuan to tell them. They knew it for the time they jumped off the cliff. This woman is not to be trifled with. The pill that could reconnect severed bodies was undoubtedly one of Chun Ichuan's life-saving methods. Regenerative capsule of the starfish. Regenerative capsule of the starfish, made from the regenerative factors within the starfish blended with auxiliary materials. It can completely heal bodily injuries in a very short time without leaving a trace. Level restriction. Usable for below level 25. Production quality. Purple, excellent. Chun Ichuan only created this after obtaining the alchemist's secondary profession, and the raw materials naturally came from the banks of this great river. It belongs to the category that has a formula, but cannot be produced without the relevant profession. All right, fully revived next, the boy said, his voice deepening. And then he picked up the dragon scale long knife from the ground, slowly walking up to Hao Zhao. Seeing him approach, Hao Zhao used his remaining hand and foot to frantically scoot back. Why are you? Just as he was about to be stunned by how Chun Ichuan could recover, he quickly reacted and said, Brother Chuan. No, Brother Chuan, Father Chuan, Grandfather Chuan. You, please spare my worthless life. However, Chun Ichuan, who had already walked up, directly stabbed through his right lung, stopping his retreat. I know. I was wrong. The boy remained silent, and the next knife directly pierced into the left side of his throat, not allowing him to die immediately, but leaving him with a breath. At this point, he slowly spoke. Zhao Ge, you need to understand one thing. Once the Pandora's box of greed is opened, it can never be closed again. As the voice fell, the dragon scale long knife, like its suffix, severed the head of its former owner. Only death can stop greed. Behind the boy, the five people shuddered at the sight. But they understood that this was something that had to be done. Hao Zhao deserved to die. After dealing with him, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. This round wasn't a loss after all. At least he had indirectly verified Dongfeng Yin Yan's naive nature. As for Hao Zhao, in fact, he had some guesses since the beginning of the journey, but he didn't expect this guy to erupt when he was heavily injured. He truly hadn't considered it enough. If he had taken more protective measures, let alone Hao Zhao, Baijian probably wouldn't have had the chance to cut him in half. It's a pity that he still couldn't understand why he was cut in half. With this matter settled, the battlefield by the riverbank was also nearly cleaned up. Brother Chuan, there are a total of 7 yellow wheels and 19 white wheels. And the beast materials have been separated according to what you taught. Great job. We can split the wheels evenly. How can that be? Shang Tianxiang immediately spoke up. We were only responsible for holding back the beasts. You were the one who truly took them down, so you should rightfully take over 40. I could take 1/5 of the remaining 60, which is 12, Shi Xiaoyu stated. I have no problem with that. I also have no problem. With the conversation progressing to this point, Chun Ichuan could only smile and agree. 40% of the loot means 2 yellow wheels and 5 white wheels. But Chun Ichuan only took 4 white ones. And with the experience from 17 Miao, everyone began to value time currency. After gathering everything, they distributed it proportionally. Once the loot was divided, the next step was to head back home. With double experience over, the class change sanctuary would definitely become a hot potato again, bound to be eyed by various forces around. Even forces from outside the Jiangnan settlement would come rushing in. However, before leaving, Taozi, help me open a hole in this cliff. I need to refine something before we head back. The dragon head and the others might not last a few days. Brother Chuan, are you going to refine pills again? Chun Ichuan, what do you mean by refining pills? It's alchemy. Close enough. That said, Tao Yi's actions were not slow. He quickly used a steel shield to poke a circle of holes in the cliff, and then punched it hard. Puff! The rubble scattered everywhere, and a cave as tall as 2 people was thus artificially created. Seeing this, the others also skillfully sat by the cave's edge, taking on the task of guarding, as this was outdoors, and beasts could appear at any time. Chun Ichuan was not polite. He walked into the cave and took out the Qingyan Yayin furnace, while his eyes sparkled and his aura immediately settled. Without a doubt at this moment, he had activated the alchemist's secondary profession. This trip to the Jiangdong battlefield, both for him and the team, was a harvest that could be described as abundant, far beyond just leveling up. Among them, There were several materials that Chen Yichuan had been paying attention to. Some belonged to him, and some a frog. Before this, there were a few skills worth researching, namely the Wind Thunder Diamond Fist obtained from Jing Kuai and the Collapse Spirit, Annihilation Arrow received from Jingyu. In the space rings of both, only these two skill books could be considered valuable. As for the rest, there were 3 excellent quality longevity pills. Who refined them is self-evident. Hey, just wait, my good sister. Chapter 97, Earth Shatter Lava Bomb Plus in the Cave. The young man looked at the 2 pieces of parchment in his hands, and a corresponding attribute panel window popped up in front of him. Wind Thunder Diamond Fist, Martial Arts, Attack Skill, charge forward and unleash a powerful punch infused with both wind and thunder elements. Effect analysis. This is a dual attack martial art, dealing both physical and spiritual damage. The physical attack damage of the martial art is 3 times the user's strength value, while the impact damage from the wind and thunder energy is 5 times the user's spiritual attribute. Skill consumption. 125 points of spiritual energy. Skill cooldown. 24. 5 seconds. The effect is decent, but the cooldown time is a bit long. After reading it, Chen Yichuan immediately tossed it outside. Taozi, this is for you. Huh? I don't want to be a punching gorilla. It's better for you to take on this silly task. Tao, you could just give me the item without personal attacks, okay? And you sound just like that. So rude. Of course, despite Tao Yi's thoughts, he understood Chen Yichuan's intention, which was to make sure he would accept it, hence the wording. However, still, so rude. The young man in the cave didn't have time to deal with this and focused his attention on the second window. Collapse Spirit Annihilation Arrow. Crossbow. Archery. Condense Collapse Spirit power to shoot an Annihilation Arrow forward or gather Collapse Spirit power into a thrown object. Effect analysis. Collapse Spirit power will disintegrate upon contact with spiritual energy aggregates. If it hits directly, it will deal 5 times the caster's spiritual attribute damage and put the target into a stasis spirit state. Stasis Spirit. The next gathering of spiritual energy will definitely fail. Skill consumption. 180 points of spiritual energy. Skill cooldown. 45 seconds. Wow, silence? Though it's only once, the practicality of this skill is more than enough, especially when the opponent is a fierce beast. The sudden silence could very well be the key to victory. Would you like to learn Collapse Spirit Annihilation Arrow? It will take approximately 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Confirm? Since it's a good skill, is there any need to consider learning it? Confirmed. During skill learning, no other actions can be taken, but fortunately, the time isn't long, and throughout the process, the brain continuously demonstrates the usage of the skill, so it's not boring. When the progress bar reached the end, learning completed. After learning the skill, Chen Yichuan glanced at his combat power. Another 50 points. Combat power affects final damage, so having a higher value is naturally better. There's a bug found. The equipment hasn't been set to add combat power, but adding it now feels a bit abrupt. We'll supplement later. Tangbai, Hia. Whoa, I have one too, Tang Bei said with some surprise as he received the parchment thrown by Chen Yichuan. Following me, I can't shortchange you, can I? Hey, thanks, Brother Chuan. I didn't follow the wrong person. Chen Yichuan smiled without saying a word. Then he began to get busy with other matters. Raising combat power isn't just about attributes and combat power. For him, a special ammunition ranger, having sufficiently powerful special ammunition is the foundation of his output. Gunplay is ultimately just a guarantee for close combat. He fired Demon Flower, heart of the blazing sea python. And this. Please select your desired prize. 1. Bone cancer 2. Bad blood disease 3. Split coin 1, 204. Damaged life-size Barbie doll 5. Fierce blood red snake 3. 9. White longevity pill 210. Earth fire spirit glue 10 kilograms. This is a medium quality yellow roulette, which was what Chen Yichuan chose when distributing the loot earlier. After the voice appeared in his mind, he immediately shouted in his heart, I choose 10. Congratulations. You won. Earth fire spirit glue 10 kilograms. Damn, didn't T win again? Seeing a transparent jar filled with fiery red liquid appear on the ground, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but feign a scolding. As the voice fell, a comforting sound came from outside the cave. Get used to it, Brother Chuan. Winning is a coincidence. Not winning is the norm. Sigh. A long sigh came from the cave. Then, the young man secretly smiled in his heart. With the three main materials gathered, the rest of the auxiliary materials were also laid out on the ground. Then, according to the order of the formula in his mind, he tossed them into the Qingyan radiant flame furnace, igniting a furnace of alchemical fire using spiritual energy, currently refining. 5 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. In less than 6 minutes, the time passed quickly. Refining completed. Obtained. Unnamed bullet 6. As 6 bullets rolled out of the furnace, a faint smile appeared on the young man's face. I'll call you Earth Shatter Lava Bomb plus naming successful. The formula has been automatically saved. Hee. One shot and it's done, as expected of me. An alchemist is someone who can turn decay into legend. In his past life, Chen Yichuan also gradually gained fame relying on this secondary profession. With the arrival of devouring life, humanity had no inheritance, and many things were concocted and created by alchemists themselves, naturally including Chen Yichuan's special ammunition. Since it's self-concocted, there's bound to be a success rate. The probability of one-shot success isn't high. Chen Yichuan quickly checked the upgraded Earth Shatter Lava Bomb. Earth Shatter Lava Bomb Plus. Refined item, single-use consumable. A refined item rich in fire and earth elemental energy can be used as crossbow bolts, arrows, or thrown objects. Effect analysis. When it explodes upon touching the ground, the fire and earth elements contained within will influence the surrounding spiritual energy, creating an irreversible flowing lava area with a radius of 6 meters, causing extremely high damage. Rated damage. The elemental damage upon explosion is 13. 5 times the caster's spiritual attribute. And the flowing lava will cause continuous burning damage to targets with fire resistance below 90 until the lava solidifies. Level restriction. Level 20 and above. Crafting quality. Purple. Excellent. Hey, not bad. The materials for crafting this bullet are at least of yellow quality, and that fire demon flower is close to purple quality. Through the purification and refinement of the Qingyan radiant flame furnace, reaching purple excellent quality, ISNT surprising. Alchemy furnace.